balance in order to offset the slaves is they said the slaves are either a person or property, they cannot be both. And so they said as a kind of a balance before that, because a lot of the southern states were basically said they weren't going to ratify it if they didn't get counted. They gave them saying that slaves will count as 3/5 of a person. So that's how their populations counted. And the Senate is going to be based off of the Jersey plan, which basically says it's going to be fair representation for 2 senators per state. So congratulations, Liliana. All right, my next question is, this whole system of balance of power or division of power was not something that they actually came up with. I told you there was another enlightened idea, and there was a specific enlightened thinker. So can you tell me which enlightened thinker, and it's not Locke, I'm going to tell you that right now, who came up with this whole idea of the systems of checks and balances and division of power? Because that's where we kind of got that idea from. All right, the video also talked about the Federalist Papers, and kind of talks about, again, remember I told you a Federalist is a person who is going to be all about a strong central government. People like John Jay, who's going to be a judge, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton. And these are kind of urging the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. It's going to kind of talk about why the strong central government is needed. It's going to kind of talk about political philosophies. It's going to be pretty much kind of like the whole premise behind it. And each one of these individuals actually did participate or write something within the Federalist Papers. And of course, there were so many different Federalist Papers that it was very, very different to kind of see that. And of course, those people who are arguing for states' rights, they're going to come up with their own version of papers called the anti-Federalist Papers. They're kind of talk about what we were concerned with the idea of states' rights. But the Federalist Papers, I'm pretty sure you guys probably already seen that. And one of the ways that the anti-Federalists really want to get their point about or to really kind of ratify the Constitution was based off of the Bill of Rights. And so, of course, these are the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. And in order for the smaller states to be the anti-Federalists to agree to ratify this during the Constitutional Convention, they basically insisted that the Bill of Rights actually be added in there. And the anti-Federalists were led by Thomas Jefferson. One of the things he wants to get, he wants to protect states' rights, but he also wants to protect the rights of people. And so these the Bill of Rights are going to be extremely important. And so usually, the first 10, the right for right of speech, assembly, religion, etc. The first one, second one, rights to bear arms, the third one, the Court Act, so on and so forth. So one of the things I wanted to point out was the last one, and that was one of the things he was most insistent about besides all the other, which is that anything that's not delegated to the federal government are automatically reserved for the states, because they couldn't possibly predict everything that was possibly going to happen. And so what he basically said was that anything that's not specifically inherently in there inside the Constitution could automatically be deferred to the states. So that's where he's kind of protecting the whole idea of state right. All right, so let's do a little bit of guided practice, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hippo. And this is, I told you guys, we kind of talked about this in Virginia land. This is written by James Madison in 1787. So kind of look at this and kind of think about the context. We already kind of discussed that, but why did he put in these two results? Okay, so if you read what he's talking about the idea that the National Executive Institute consists of a single person that will be chosen by the national legislature. So he's kind of looking at the role or the potential role of what will be president. If you look at it a little bit differently, he talks about the fact of 7 years term, being president for 7 years and being basically to carry the execution of national laws and offices. But once he does his term of 7 years, he's not eligible to again. And he also kind of talks about the idea of impeachment or conviction for malpractice or neglect of duty. He is looking at in the Virginia plan, kind of talking about the idea of this is why it's necessary for us to have this executive branch. This is why it's important for us to have this one person who wants to be the commander in chief. However, there are going to be stipulations and things that are in there so that this person will not be like king for life or president for life. Even though it was decided that George Washington would become the first president, he wanted to serve more than 2 terms that he did serve. He's going to set the precedence for future presidents, but eventually, he was trying to say that they're eligible after 2nd term. And he also talks about the fact that the national executive shall have a right to any negative legislative act, which means that if there's something, if he says no, that there will be 2/3 of the national legislative branch will kind of veto that. So you can see a lot of the ideas from the Virginia plan that James Madison had will later be put into the Constitution as a way of checks and balances. All right, let's go ahead and check for understanding. So this is kind of observations on the new Constitution that was written by Mercy Otis Warren. And so I'm just kind of reading through this, kind of looking through that. The question that you're going to answer is, what does the excerpt most clearly reflect when you're looking at the ideas? Give you a look at the choices. So you either A, limitations of the article of confederation, B, the growth of more participatory democracy, C, the fears many people have of a centralized federal government, or D, challenge imposed by democracy to traditional imperial systems. So take a few minutes to read that excerpt. All right, so your answer to this question would be C, the fears that many people have of a centralized federal power. Remember, no one wanted one particular person or one particular branch to have more power than the other one. And so that was very important to them that they did, address that. Otherwise, they were not going to ratify the Constitution. All right, and so here's this question that I want you guys to kind of think about. If this were a question under DBQ, remember, you don't have documents, I just want you to look at the question. It says, some historians argue that the Declaration of Independence and the American Revolution inspired and accelerated revolutionary movements elsewhere in the Americas and in Europe. You support, modify, or refute this intention by using specific evidence. So this is the part that I want you to kind of think about. Remember, before you read your documents, look at what the question is asking you and then kind of create a list of things. So I want you to kind of think about this, and in your head, just kind of come up with a quick jot list, and I'll give you an idea of potential possible answers. Take a few minutes. Okay, so here are some potential answers that you can kind of come up with if you think about it. Basically, talk about the impact of the American Revolution, how it inspired anti-monarchs, talk about democratic independence movements. You could mention the fact that there will be independence movement in areas like in Netherlands, Belgium, Geneva, Ireland. Also, the Haitian Revolution, I talk about French Revolution, all the same. So all these ideas that kind of have a big impact that is going to inspire other nations to fight for their independence. So very quickly, we went over the impact of the American Revolution. We talked about the Articles of Confederation and weaknesses. We talked about the living document we have today that's under the Constitution. And the reason I call it a living document is because we can still put amendments in there to make changes to the Constitution. It does have to go through a process, but it is still a living document, which means that amendments can still be added. We had our executive today to talk about constitutional changes and structure and functions of the government. We looked at how the government developed. We also looked at how the American Revolution affected societies and therefore affected other revolutionary movements in various countries. And we also talked about how to claim arguments by using text-based and non-text-based source information. We looked at our political cartoons as well as looking at our short excerpts from documents. So really quickly, this is the same question that we opened up with. This is a very different one. This is the advocate Mary Ann Radcliffe, kind of talking about the female advocate. Same question, so very quickly kind of review this. Okay, so one thing you want to look at is this again will be another social one. Another when you see the working advocate, of course, she's talking about the role and impact of women, and when they're talking about we the people, they're more so kind of looking at the role of men and not really necessarily talking about being inclusive of women. So you can definitely kind of put that response as well and kind of put this document underneath your social. As of course with your GDQ, you will have 5 documents. I kind of give you a little short excerpt with 2 documents. So other things you kind of look at is kind of making the connection and ties to Republican motherhood and about the importance and how people try to put that and how the women were supposed to educate the children at the same time. They still want the children to understand the role of women and the impact that they had. So something to think about for tomorrow before I leave off. I want to see what you have to Liliana Arias, who also got the question about the system of checks and balances, which came from Montesquieu. And I want to make sure that the schools that you go to in Central New York, I'm not sure if I say this correctly. Skin and tail, I can't say it, but Liliana, thank you. I hope that your school knows how values or how great you've been able to respond to our question. And also, we wanted to do another shout out to a teacher, Mr. Denny from Unity Christian High School, and also from Mr. Hop Rich from Wilson High School. So tomorrow, Mr. Hort will pick back up and kind of talk about kind of pick up and kind of talk about building the republic, kind of looking at the first couple of presidencies and looking at how we're kind of building a chain of nation. So here's the question I want you to think about. What's the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law? I appreciate you guys taking everything. I know we're over time for a little bit. There's a lot of information to cover, but thank you once again for those of you who will be consistent viewers. And again, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you again for tuning in. If you are one of our regular viewers at 11 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States. If you're new to what we're up to here, we're trying to review the course, the APUSH course, with you. So without further ado, let's get right into doing that. And today we're going to spend some time looking at finishing up Unit 3 or Period 3, depending on how you want to look at that. So yesterday we had a nice review of the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution of the United States and the beginnings of government in the U.S. Really, Ms. Farr did that. She is manning Twitter today. So again, if you have questions about what we're doing today, please tweet them at virtual APUSH. You can see that on the screen there off to the right. My name is Mr. Horton from Williamsville South High School, just outside of Buffalo, New York. So we're going to get started here right away. So if you have questions, we'll also try to throw some questions at you on Twitter. So please feel free to tweet that. So opening question is for you to think a little bit about what's the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. So we sometimes talk about these two things. You'll see how that plays into what we're going to cover today as we wrap up Period 3 or Unit 3 of the course. So the letter of the law is the actual language of the law, is what it actually says. But the spirit of the law is what the intention of the law is. And I think you'll see when we get to a couple things here down the road in George Washington's presidency, there's going to be some difference between those two things and whether or not we stick to what exactly the law says versus what the intention of the law was. So our overview today, we're going to do those periods 3.10 to 3.13. Really, it's pretty much George Washington's presidency and the presidency of John Adams. Kind of wrapping those things up. So we started with the Revolution 2 days ago. We spent yesterday looking at the struggles to create the Constitution, which is put into place. And we finished that up yesterday, so we're going to move into how we take that Constitution and make it work. How did, especially George Washington as president, make that Constitution, that written document, into a truly living document? How did they make it happen? And then we'll review the trends of the period here. So you might call this the Federalist era, even though Washington didn't consider himself to be a member of either of the two political parties. Really, his policies align pretty closely with Federalists. So the question about why George Washington, why would he be the first president? Well, he's a national hero. He, of course, is the hero of the Revolution. By the time the Constitution is being written, his birthday is already being celebrated as a national holiday. He refused on several occasions to take over autocratic authority in the U.S. He could have been a dictator, and he chose to be that. He'd been more ambitious when he chose not to, which actually makes people more respect him even more. And he doesn't want to roll national government when he was needed, much like when he goes to the Constitutional Convention. He already served his country as the leader of the Continental Army during the Revolution. But his country called, and of course he responded to the call and went out to the Constitutional Convention, helped to oversee that. And at his funeral, one of the eulogists at his funeral referred to him as first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. And of course he's also our first president. So he's a hero for a lot of different reasons. We'll take a quick clip here.
I think one big thing people get wrong about Washington is that they don't think he's human. They assume that he, they block him Marvel, he just got stuck into the office, and they don't realize the degree to which he really didn't know what he was doing, nor did anybody else, and he was figuring out one step at a time.
It's so hard to understand Washington, the person, because he's an enigma. He realized that everything he did was being watched, and historians were going to be looking back at his actions. And so in his writing, in his performance, he was always very guarded.
There's a story about someone towards the end of his presidency saying something along the lines of, "You look kind of relieved." He said, Washington said, "I don't look relieved. No one ever knows what I feel in this office." So clearly he was trying very hard to not emote in any way, and again to act like whatever he thought the president was supposed to be. I think he was aware of the degree to which literally everything he did, what he wore, how he walked, and shake hands with people, not shake hands with people, everything he did as president, and he knew that, and that was a challenge. And everyone was watching him for the slightest hint that he was going to take too much power.
When George Washington entered the presidency, he was facing a major crisis from the get-go, and that crisis was, how does the presidency function? And so Washington really established the foundation of the presidency. So some things, like for instance, the responsibility of the president for affairs, that wasn't clear in the Constitution, and it was Washington who clarified that really the president was the representative abroad. One of the things Washington did as president was to really establish how the cabinet would function. The cabinets would be advisors who would be in charge of all the departments.
I think he was trying really hard to be responsible. He didn't always make the right choice. He was a partisan, he was trying to be an empire source, he was federalist, he agreed more with Hamilton than he did ultimately Jefferson. With that said, he was trying so hard to make the responsible choice that would have the right impact for posterity.
Washington really understood how to manage organizations to get things done. I don't know if Washington was the greatest communicator. I don't know if he needed to be, but he was a model for executive leadership.
Washington was the president because he was aware he was setting precedents, and he was careful about that, and he was thinking about impact and posterity, and that was important.
John Adams once said of George Washington that he was the greatest actor the presidency had ever known, and I think that's really telling. He knew that his role as president was to be a performer, and he was able to establish not only the presidency, but the Constitution itself as a viable document.
So lots of different presidents. I won't spend a lot of time talking about these things here, but so they actually mentioned a couple of them in the clip here. So the cabinet actually being created by Washington. That's not in the Constitution. So Washington figured out a way to organize the executive branch of government and creates the cabinet. We sometimes refer to that as part of the unwritten Constitution. These laws that, or these ways that our government functions aren't written down. Talk about spirit of the law versus letter of the law as a good example of that. And the two-term president is one of the most important ones. And at the end of his second term, he decided he no longer wished to be president and chose to retire. And that became the pattern for presidents up until Franklin Roosevelt, who ultimately runs for and wins the third and ultimately fourth term as president. But that's a story for a different day. So Washington, of course, creates the cabinet, as I mentioned in the video here. The problem in this cabinet is the two gentlemen that you see here, Thomas Jefferson, who see it on the left, and Alexander Hamilton, who's standing just behind him. These two gentlemen disagree on most things, and they eventually will, their ideas eventually will lead to the creation of the first party system. So divided is a good way to think about them. Of course, you have Hamilton over here on the left, and then Jefferson over there on the right, and they disagree on most of the major issues of the day, and they're both members of Washington's first cabinet. Hamilton was the first Secretary of the Treasury, and Jefferson was the first Secretary of State, and Washington would seek advice from these two gentlemen, and of course it was almost always on opposite sides of things. So Hamilton saw the United States as becoming a manufacturing society, we're going to be an urban society that was going to eventually compete with Europe as far as industry was concerned, and Jefferson, of course, saw this as the future of the United States, that America would be a country of gentlemen farmers, and those two things are going to sort of color the way that they view all kinds of the other issues that we're talking about. So the Federalists, let's talk about that. Federalists, you might call them the party of order. They believe in powerful national government. So while they have the same name as the folks that were in favor of the Constitution being written during the ratification debate, they're not always the same. And we'll talk about one of those examples in just a moment here. But the Federalists believe the national government needed to be strong. They tended to be made up of merchants, bankers, landowners. These tended to be more upper class people. That's not always the case, but generally speaking. New England is a center of support, but you do have some wealthy people in the South that also belong to the Federalist Party. They believe the government should be controlled by the rich, by the well-born, by the well-educated, and distrusted the common man. So these are people that didn't necessarily believe every single person in America ought to have an influence or say over what was going on in the United States. That they shouldn't maybe not everybody should have a vote would be one example of things. They didn't trust the masses to always make the right decision. And they tended to favor Britain in foreign policy. They sort of saw themselves in one sense that their political opponents called them the monarchist party. Some people saw them as trying to imitate England a little too much. England, of course, had a powerful national government that's an industrializing society, an urban society. Now the other party, just headed by Jefferson, of course, are called Jeffersonian Republicans or sometimes Democratic Republicans. Some historians refer to them as the party of liberty. So they're more interested in a weaker national government. They preferred state government. So of the two founding documents that we talked about yesterday, we talked about the Articles of Confederation. These are folks that would have seen the Articles as probably a little bit better version of things. They didn't like the national government to be powerful. Tended to be made up of shop owners, city workers, or more working class folks, more middle class folks. Again, these are broad generalizations here. So just comparison point here, little blue arrows. The South and the West had to be the base of support. Farmers definitely supporting Jefferson. They believe the Jeffersonians did that government should be controlled by capable leaders. So they're more in tune with the Enlightenment idea of careers being open to people with talent, not necessarily what family you belong to, or are you in the aristocracy, which would have been the case in England. They believe if you demonstrated ability that you ought to have the opportunity to potentially be a leader. Of course, they trusted the common man, favored individual liberties. They wanted people to be left alone. The interpretation piece, we'll talk about that in just a second. And the Jeffersonians tended to favor France. They saw France as America's ally during the American Revolution, and especially when the French had their own revolution. The Jeffersonians will very much be in sympathy with that revolution, which we'll talk about in just a second. So the interpretations piece, there is a clause in the Constitution that's called the necessary and proper clause. And this is how it reads: Congress shall have the power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers. There's a list in the Constitution of things that the national government can do, but then they stuck this on the end. So Congress can also make any law which are necessary and proper for carrying into execution the list powers that are in the Constitution. So this is often referred to as the elastic clause, and as a critical question here at the bottom, just hopefully food for thought. What was the purpose of a clause like this being added to the Constitution? Well, as far as we talked about, the Constitution being flexible. The founders didn't know everything that was going to happen. For example, there's nothing in the list that says we can build a space shuttle program. But is it necessary? Is it proper? Well, yes, then the national government, of course, can do that. And then the other question is, what's the danger of a clause like this? And Jefferson saw this as a very dangerous clause. So he believed in a strict interpretation of this. Jefferson would have said, go back to our opening question, what's the letter of the law? What exactly does it say in the Constitution? Where Hamilton would be more in favor of a loose interpretation of this clause. Well, what's the spirit of it? The spirit of it is that the national government should have powers that maybe aren't necessarily listed here. We're going to talk about a specific example of that in just a second. So let's just take a second, give you a little chance to practice here. Here's a quote from Alexander Hamilton. What's his point of view? Time starting for you. Quick shout out to Mark O from Miss McGinnis' class. Apparently he gets a free sandwich if we give him a shout out, so enjoy that sandwich, Mark. So what is Hamilton saying in this question? We can't always trust the average citizen. The government should be insulated from the people of that. In other words, we shouldn't take a vote of everybody. He talks about a permanent body being in this. So just for the sake of time, we'll kind of speed along here with this a little bit. You can see Hamilton, the actual historical character on the right, and Hamilton, the famous Broadway version of Hamilton on the left there. So Hamilton's views would support the idea of a Supreme Court, which of course is appointed by the president and approved by Congress, approved by the Senate. But after that, they no longer have to run for re-election. They're insulated from politics. They don't have to worry about running for re-election. So based on the answer, Hamilton would probably support which of these things. Let's think about it together. Which of the things makes the most sense based on the quote, right? What is Hamilton saying? That the mass people is not really, we shouldn't always trust that. So he's not going to believe in this. He is true, but that's not really based on the excerpt. So the best example from the excerpt is property qualifications. Not everybody should have a vote. Only folks folks that own property, which means people that are not necessarily lower classes, essentially what he's saying here. We're actually going to cover that in the next little bit here. So Hamilton, as Secretary of the Treasury, comes up with this very famous financial plan, funding assumption. The first two parts of that, the federal government to pay its debts. This is essentially what those two things mean. Keep this more of a review. A mild protective tariff to help industries is part of that. The tax on whiskey and the national bank, and this is the thing that's going to really create a lot of division between Hamilton and Jefferson. So the easy way to remember these things is BFAT, bank, excise tax, funding assumption, and the tariff. So kind of a quick little line device down there at the bottom. So the national bank is not listed in the Constitution, and Jefferson is going to say, hey, this isn't written down in the Constitution. We need to follow the letter of the law. And hopefully some of you are thinking that Jefferson doesn't always follow that when he becomes president. We'll talk about that. Hamilton, though, of course, says, well, the spirit of the law is that the national government does have the right to regulate the economy. We should be able to do this. I think this is a good idea. We should do this. It's necessary and it's proper. So it's okay for us to do this. And again, the two men, their ideas eventually are going to turn into the two main political parties of the first party system, as they refer to. The tax on whiskey will lead to a rebellion.
But Washington also had trouble on the domestic front, which threatened to tear apart the country's young democracy. In the summer of 1794, an armed insurrection of farmers and frontiersmen challenged the authority of federal tax collectors over a whiskey tax.
People in western Pennsylvania, they have a gun battle with the local revenue collector. The commander of the local militia is killed. A couple other people are killed and injured, and then the whole countryside is like enraged.
The whiskey rebels, they remembered that the Revolutionary War had been all about excessive taxation. There's a direct line that runs from the rebels of 1776 and the whiskey rebels of the 1790s.
Washington understood the threat this defiance posed to the country, but it also handed him an opportunity to cement the federal government's authority by putting the powers of the president into practice.
Washington marched troops into western Pennsylvania to suppress this revolt. The idea that the government was willing to do that and did that kind of action was really a strong statement.
The rebellion was put down without a shot ever being fired. After getting word that an army was marching out to meet them and that Washington was leading it, the rebels retreated to their homes.
Okay, so there's an actual uprising. So in this case, the federal government demonstrates its ability to deal with that. They actually send an armed force out to put it down. And so this demonstrates the power of the Constitution. See, let's do a little further question here. So what was the rebellion that proved the weakness of the Articles of Confederation? What was the name of that rebellion that showed that the Articles really weren't all that effective of government? So the Whiskey Rebellion, of course, is a demonstration that American citizens have not forgotten the example of the American Revolution, but it also demonstrates that Washington will, in fact, enforce the laws of the country. So this is also a good example of Backwoods Rebellion, this sort of more Western, more frontier-type culture, rising up against the more Eastern culture, which is typical of rebellions dating all the way back to Bacon's rebellion for the colonial era. Connection there. Jay's Treaty, one of the things Washington has to do is to settle issues between the United States and other European countries. So here's one example. Jay's Treaty is a treaty with England. So what's happened in the meantime is England and France have gone to war with one another again. If you're watching yesterday, England, that's not anything new. William's War, Anne's War, George's War, 7 Years' War. This is just one more time England and France going at it again. The British were beginning to seize our ships on the high seas and press sailors, which means kidnap them. So Washington wants to work this out. Remember, the Federalists are more pro-Britain in their foreign policy. So he sends John Jay, who was represented from New York. He's one of the more forgotten founding fathers, and this might be the reason why this treaty that he signed. So you notice if you read through some of the terms of that treaty, there is nothing said in there about impressment. There really isn't a whole lot of promise from the English to do very much of anything. But it was viewed by Washington's administration, definitely John Jay, as a way to start smoothing over the issues with England. That U.S. will allow British privateers and U.S. ports. Is one example of things to kind of smooth things over a little bit. The U.S. can continue trading with the British West Indies. It's a demonstration by the U.S. government that we want to work with England here, and that we're probably not as much on the side of Britain. So let's take a second, 40 seconds to read through this. What's his point of view? This is a letter from Jefferson to Madison regarding Jay's Treaty. All right, so Jefferson writing to his close friend James Madison, what does he say here? So general burst of dissatisfaction never before appeared against any transaction. A lot of people are angry about this treaty, is what he's saying. Those people that actually understand it, condemn it. Those who don't really understand it in detail, condemn it anyway, is what he's saying here. And then the bottom he says it has, in my opinion, completely demolished an article party here. So what party do you think that Jefferson is referring to? And that was to tweet that question. Harshdeep Anga got our first question first, but our star student Liliana got it right behind, second behind for that question. So what party do you think Jefferson is referring to here when he says an article party is being demolished by that? Okay, so the question is, which of the following important consequences of the debate over that? Actually, we're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail in just a second. So I'm going to show some of the disagreements between Jeffersonians and the Federalists, and that's really the point of this. Okay, let's start this question. Jefferson's reaction to Jay's Treaty, as expressed in this letter, was a direct reflection of what? Of course, Jefferson's not referring to economic policy here. He's not talking about expansion to the West. He's talking about the impact of the French Revolution. That the Federalist Party seems to be siding a little bit more with the British, where, of course, the Jeffersonians tended to side a little more with the French. The next country that needed to be dealt with was Spain. And this actually is a result of Jay's Treaty. Indirectly, the British were a little concerned about what the U.S. and Britain were negotiating in Jay's Treaty. So there's a treaty signed between the United States and Spain. And this is a treaty that the main thing here is it gave Americans the right what was called navigation and deposit. So you see this is, of course, Louisiana here, and Spain as a result of the last war. And the Mississippi River will be a really important river, a highway for trade. And the United States, of course, didn't control it at this point. The Spanish did. So what the right navigation meant is that the settlers that lived out here west of the Appalachian Mountains, they now could use the Mississippi River for trade. Of course, Mississippi is all up here. And the right deposit meant they had the right to sell their products in the market at New Orleans. So this is going to be definitely a good thing for the settlers that are out here as the United States is growing and expanding. We're going to need access to those things. So the Spanish grant us access to that as a result of this treaty. So Pinckney, of course, was the person that negotiated that treaty for the United States. Now, at the same time, Spain is expanding their empire into California, way on the west coast of the United States. And these are called divisions. That eventually are spread out. You can see on the map. There's a whole bunch of them that are being created here at the same time that Washington is president. And they're extending Spain is extending control up into North America, sort of the upper limit, the northern limit of the Spanish Empire. They're going to use labor Native Americans, much as they've done throughout much of the colonial period. So this is going on at the same time that the Pinckney Treaty is being negotiated. Battle of Timbers is a deal with a treaty with Native Americans. So this is also an issue that Washington's going to have to deal with on the, you could say, on the home front, around the western frontier for sure. Battle of Timbers is a battle where the United States defeated the American tribes, and they signed a treaty to grant to cede some of their land to the United States. And this is the beginning, maybe not the beginning, is the right way to put it now. It continues that pattern of conflict between American Indian claims and federal government or white settlement on different lands here. So this will be a pattern that will continue over and over and over again until we get to the late 1800s, which will be later on in the course. So Washington is dealing with Native American issues on the frontier. He also has to contend with the French. And the French, of course, undergo their own revolution in 1789. It was modeled after the American Revolution. It's inspired by the Enlightenment, just for example. And the image you see here is the storming of the Bastille, which took place on July 14th, which becomes our national holiday, much like July 4th is our national holiday. In the early phases of this, most Americans were sympathetic to the revolution because, hey, it sounds a lot like our own revolution. But as the revolution wore on, of course, eventually the king and queen of France were killed. So other countries around Europe went to war against France. And you have to remember that France and the United States had signed a treaty during the American Revolution called the Franco-American Alliance. And the French hoped that we would honor that alliance, so we would come to their aid and fight. But Washington set issues was called the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, saying that America is not going to get involved in the wars of the French Revolution. So this is again going on at the same time as Jay's Treaty. That's why Jay was sent to England to smooth things over with England to make sure they knew we weren't going to honor the Franco-American Alliance. And of course, think about which party in America is going to be upset about us not following through on the Franco-American Alliance. And that, of course, would be the Jeffersonians. And the last thing with George Washington's presidency is his farewell address, a very famous farewell address. His and President Eisenhower much later in the late 1950s are the two most well-known of the farewell addresses. But Washington, in this case, is sort of a goodbye note, if you want to call it that. We never actually gave it as a speech. It was more a letter. But what he did here in that farewell address is sort of gave his last advice to the United States. Might be one way of thinking about it. As he's retiring from the presidency in 1796, 1797, getting ready to walk from Mount Vernon in retirement, he decides to let America know what he thinks he's learned over the course of all his experiences. He warns against two things. One is the dangers of political parties, and the fact that Jefferson and Hamilton disagreed on pretty much everything, and would continue to do that, as we'll see. People believe political parties were dangerous. They make people think only one way. They cause people to be close-minded. They cause people to hate one another unnecessarily. So imagine what Washington might think if he were to read some Facebook posts or Twitter feeds and that kind of thing today. He believed this was not a good thing for democracy. That's why he tried while he was president to kind of say about it. You can see in the cartoon, you have the two different political parties are pulling at the pillars that are holding up the United States, which actually says it's a little unclear here. But united we stand, divided we fall. That if we allow the two political parties to keep tugging at the base of our country, this could be potentially a very bad thing for the U.S. So you'll see from the consequent history after this, we don't really follow Washington's advice on that. The second one, notice where permanent alliances we do in fact follow. Washington believes it's really important to stay neutral, continuing that trend from the Neutrality Proclamation, which we just mentioned. And the United States signed an alliance with France in 1778, the Franco-American Alliance. The next permanent military alliance the United States would sign would not be until 1949 after World War II when we signed on to NATO. So this one we do in fact listen to. So Washington got one or two right, I guess, if you want to think that way. So let's do a couple questions here. Here's a little quote from the farewell address. What is Washington's point of view? You can see in this quote. All right. So what you're seeing is a very famous quote. This is one most people typically cite when they talk about farewell address. The great rule of conduct for us in regard to foreign nations is extending our commercial relations. We want to trade with you, but we don't want to have any political connection. We're not going to sign any alliances with you. So, define developments. Let's see if we can answer this question. Let's see. I think that was a little too easy. Let's go on to the next one here. The central idea of Washington's address was brought into focus by the controversy of French Revolution. So, time to start here. This was a little tougher question because a lot of these sound like they might be relatively good answers here. But the best answer out of those four is C, that these events that were happening overseas potentially divided the United States. And what he's talking about here really is the two political parties. The Jeffersonians believed it should be helping the French, and there's sympathetic to the French to actually create what was called Jacobin clubs, which were clubs that were promoting the opposite policy of what the government was creating. Because remember, we don't have a tradition yet of a loyal opposition or a two-party system. That's really happened yet with Washington. Let's try this one. This is a nice question. Washington's ideas was closely mirrored the sentiments of American policymakers in which decade? So let's think about what's going on here. This is the classic which these things does not belong here, right? So what's Washington saying? Don't sign political alliances with anybody. Be isolated. Be neutral. Which of those decades is the decade that we have America not being involved in other places in the world? Hopefully, we identified it as the 1920s. Of course, in the 1890s, we have imperialism. 1940s, World War II. In the 1980s, is Reagan and the Republican Party of the United States being involved in a lot of places trying to stop the spread of communism. So let's do Adams very quickly here. Adams is sometimes referred to as the greatest number two. He's always sort of behind other characters in the Revolution story. If you want to look at that, Adams deals with the same issues that Washington did. France wants us to join on in the war effort against England. France is angry because we were staying neutral and not following through on that promise. Jay's treaty made it seem like we were even closer to England, so that makes France even more mad. So what does Adams do? He's trying to figure out a way to not get involved in a war that potentially could be devastating for the United States. So what does he do? He sends a commission to France to try to smooth over the problems between the two sides. They're ignored. They're asked to give a bribe to a foreign minister before that can happen. Of course, the United States is insulted. This would happen. How dare you not listen? You can sit down. You want to talk with us about that. In the meantime, Adams tries to figure out what to do. But in the meantime, the French Revolution experiences another phase change. The French Revolution, the government changes quite a bit. And eventually, the whole thing is eventually negotiated out. But before that happens, there is what we sometimes call quasi war, which is an undeclared war. It's sort of a quasi is a word that means sort of, kind of, not exactly. That's a quasi definition of the word quasi for you there. So there actually is fighting taking place between Americans on the high seas and French, although it's not actually clear as a war. In the meantime, of course, the Jeffersonians are promoting the idea that we ought to help France even more, and that leads Adams to sign on to these laws that are passed called the Alien Institution Act. So if you look at these, especially the second bullet point here, the president can deport aliens for suspected of having quote treasonable or secret meanings. So if we suspect you of leaning the wrong way, and you don't mean physically leaning here politically, and criticizing the government or the president is a crime, you actually go to jail for this. So which amendment of the Constitution is this a violation of? Which amendment would the opponents of this bill say is being violated by this law? That you can be deported for having being suspected of having treasonable or secret meaning, or that you're criticizing the government and actually go to jail. This is actually the text of that amendment. So that law, rather. If any person shall write, print, utter, publish, or shall cause or procure to be written, printed, uttered, or published false, scandalous, and malicious writing or writings against the government or against any of these other things, you can be punished by a fine not more than $2,000 or be sent to jail for 2 years. So our last question, Victoria Johansson, Jordan Henshey, I'm sure they got it right, but Mr. Gaines' class apparently needs a sandwich because I shut them out, so they can get a sandwich as well. So apparently someone's getting breakfast out of all this. So the Jeffersonians, of course, are going to oppose this. Jefferson believes in individual liberties. You can think about what amendment he might be referring to when he criticizes this law. And what they do, what Jefferson and Madison do, is they write a series of resolutions that are passed by two state governments called the Kentucky and Virginia Resolution, and it outlines this idea that the states created the national government. So here's one way to sort of think about it, right? The states' right side, the federal government derives power from rights given to private citizens because the states created the U.S. Individual states had the power to negate a federal law. Now, this is a little bit later down the road. We'll talk about nullification, but the thinking here is very similar to the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson believed that individuals in the Declaration, he said individuals give power to a government, and therefore those individuals can take that power back from government if it becomes destructive. So they basically take that argument and expand it, and they say the states give up some of their powers to have the national union. Therefore, those states can take back that power if the national government becomes destructive of its purpose. That will be a philosophy that we're going to continue talking about next week as we get into the Civil War, because that will become one sort of side of the story that some people believe the states should be more powerful, much like the Articles of Confederation, much like Jeffersonians, of course, are going to argue here. And the federal side, for the other side, they disagree with that. They believe the national government is the national government, and that states don't have the right to override it. When you think about how that might work, if each state can sort of decide whether they want to follow the rules or not. A good example might be if your parents gave you a whole series of rules and you can decide which ones you thought were reasonable, which ones you thought were not reasonable. We call that children's rights or teenagers' rights. How effective would those rules be if you just simply say, well, I'm not going to follow that one because I don't think that's really fair. Food for thought. Our last subject, and we'll wrap up here for America continues to grow, of course, in this period. New forms of culture begin to develop after the revolution. We want to identify ourselves as not quite being English anymore. We want to be something different than that. That's the whole purpose of the revolution. So some examples of this in architecture, you'll see some examples like this, the layout of Washington, D.C., which is put together by Pierre L'Enfant. These broad avenues are stretched out all over the place. You can visit the National Mall. This little region here is a little confusing sometimes. The streets are always a grid pattern. That's done certainly on purpose. We want to create a national capital that's going to be reflective of our greatness. In artworks, you get things like John Trumbull, who paints this very famous scene of the sign of the Declaration of Independence, and all the different signers are put here in lots of different places. And of course, Mr. Trumbull would post this on his Twitter page and ask people to tag themselves in it, if there was Twitter, but there was, of course. So celebrating these great events that took place in American history. We'll joke there for a little Twitter joke. So Yorktown, of course, is the last battle of the American Revolution. We're going to celebrate that with these images, right? Images of Washington, the great first president of the United States and leader of the revolution. This is a statue of Washington, and the Washington Monument eventually will be planned. All these things we're celebrating the early independent culture of the United States. In architecture, Monticello, which is Jefferson's home in Virginia, of course, takes some elements of ancient Greek styles. You can sort of see the Greek columns that are here, and he merges that a little bit with his own style. So sort of developing his own version of architecture here, a little bit different than Europeans. This is also designed by Jefferson. You can see the similarity between this and his home. This is the famous rotunda at the University of Virginia, also designed by Jefferson. And again, you see this over and over again in the Boston State House in Boston, the Capitol building there, the dome, which is kind of similar to the dome that you see here. This is actually the original design of the Capitol building. Of course, the dome part of it is a little bit different, and a little bit bigger building than what it was originally designed for. In the White House, James Hoban, who was the architect that put together the plans for the White House, you can see sort of the rudimentary outlines of it here in this image. And Hoban actually come back to Washington to help rebuild the White House after it gets burned in the War of 1812. We'll talk about a little bit later. Of course, you can get songs like this. You have Columbia being another word to refer to the United States. In the literature, we see really stuff we talked about yesterday, so I can kind of go through it a little more quickly with you. Focusing on political writings, like Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, certainly Benjamin Franklin is a writer who is celebrated as well. All that were not something that the British had. This is American development. So showing that we have independence now, we continue to grow into the early 1800s when we get there. Americans continue moving westward, creating clash with natives and European colonists. The remaining European influence in America. We'll talk about that a little bit on Monday. And slavery expanded in the deep south and moved westward. A growing anti-slavery attitude grew in the north after the revolution. So in the Northwest Territory, the Northwest Ordinance actually outlawed slavery in the northwestern part of the young United States. And so you begin to get the separation between the anti-slavery or non-slavery sections of the country and the pro-slavery sections of the country. So again, this is a great little map that sort of shows you areas that are beginning to be filled in as the United States continues to grow. Definitely here along the Ohio River, and I was mentioned this yesterday. We continue to hear about this. And by 1820, even further to the west along the Ohio River here, deeper into the more western region of the deep south here, also being settled at the same time. So let's do a couple practice questions here and wrap things up. So what trends are we thinking here? More importantly, how can we use this? We're thinking about DBQ. How many show the contribution of growth of regional attitudes about slavery? What does this tell us about that? So you're noticing that the dark line, the solid line is the north, and the number of enslaved Africans brought to that region of the country basically stops in that 1771-1780 period. So while it goes down in the other regions as well, you can see in the upper south, as we sometimes refer to it, it also is going to make its way down to zero. But in the Carolinas and Georgia, the deeper part of the south, you see that while it goes down, it doesn't completely end, and that will be a trend that we'll continue to see in America. So quick overview, you might call this the Age of Washington. We started our story with Washington helping to start the French Indian War at the beginning of it, and we really ended it with the end of the influence of Washington, who will die in 1799. So his political career sort of matches period 3 kind of nicely. So America begins to be a part of Britain, French Indian War. We see increasing conflict between other countries and colonies. We get ideas about independence from a whole bunch of different areas. I talked about that 2 days ago. Americans begin to experiment with their own forms of government, both in state constitutions and the articles, and eventually the constitution which replaces the articles. And then Washington Adams begins to breathe life into the constitution and create institutions to make that constitution work. So think about what happens over the course of that period. period. We start as a colony of Britain, and we end up being a nation defined by enlightenment ideas and then defined by our experiences and gaining that independence and making the whole thing work. So the themes that we hit here a little bit: the power of the national government. There's a debate early on in the period between the power of the national government, the British government, and the power of the colonies. That was the root of the revolution. There's some experiments with the articles and the Constitution itself. The articles believes the national government should be more weak. The Constitution believes the national government should be more powerful. So essentially, it's the same argument happening here. The two-party system really is an argument over that same question: the power of the national government. The Federalists believe the national government should be powerful, and the Federalists, Jeffersonians do not believe the national government should be quite so powerful. We saw that in examples like the Kentucky Virginia resolutions and some of the events that we talked about today. Another theme is in the period establishing an independent presence in North America. At first, we're really part of the British Empire, and so there isn't really an independent presence in North America. But as we begin to resist and then eventually revolt against the British Empire, we begin to eventually declare an independent presence in North America and then win that independence in the American Revolution. And once the revolution is won, the question then becomes how do we preserve that independence and then increase it. So you have things like that treaty with Spain, for example, the Peace Treaty, that helps us to make sure that we have access to the things that we need in the West. And then defining democratic governments. So again, thinking about what does democracy mean? We start with the British tradition of salutary left, which then changes, where in other words we're allowed to have our own democratic government. We can develop our own forms of that, things like House of Burgesses and town meetings. But that changes after 1763. And then representation debate shifts to debates over natural rights. So the question of are we represented in the British Parliament shifts to a debate over what our natural rights should be, what democracy actually supposed to look like. And then when we become a newly independent nation, we begin to question what that democracy should look like in a different way. How democratic should our nation be? Hamilton believes you can't always trust the masses, where Jefferson, of course, has a very different answer to that question. Does this include women? What about slavery? Slavery compatible with democratic government will be a question that we'll continue to deal in the period. So let's just do a couple quick questions here, and then we'll call it a day. What's the difference between the two quotes that you see in the two documents? I'm being told Emma needs to shout out to Mr. Kish from North Royalton, Ohio. So there you go with that. So what's the difference between these two things? Hopefully, even just by looking at the titles, you can begin to figure out what the answer to the question is here. Of course, the articles believes that the state is more powerful, and the U.S. Constitution believes the national government is more powerful. So let's try a couple multiple choice questions. Let's explain the change that occurred between those two. All right, so what's changing between the articles and the creation of the Constitution? So that's what this question is asking. The answer is internal disunity. So earlier on, I asked you a question about which rebellion was a rebellion to prove that the articles really were not all that effective. And the name of that rebellion, of course, is Shays' rebellion, which Ms. Hart talked about yesterday. Socialist government was not effective. Let's try this one. So this one is a little tricky because we're asking you which thing with the articles, the authors of the articles opposed more so than the framers of the U.S. Constitution. Hopefully you got this one. Growth of the power of national government. Okay. So the contrast between these two passages is a debate over which, or the balance between which thing here. So hopefully if you take a quick glance through the answers here, hopefully you're recognizing that this should be A, centralized authority versus more local governments, and the theme is review of just a second ago. One of the content of the U.S. Constitution restores some of the protections by, and again, we started talking about this yesterday, what's the thing that limits the power of the national government is the Bill of Rights, which is its purpose, the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. And which is the result most directly from the replacement of the articles of confederation with the Constitution. And of course, the best answer here is the steady growth in partisan debate about the nature of government. What do we mean by that partisan? We're talking about political parties here. Jefferson versus Hamilton, the first two political parties in American history. Continue that debate. So thank you again for watching. Hopefully you'll tune in again on Monday when we will start period 4, which is the Jeffersonian presidency. We'll do some work with the American Revolution. But a good chunk of that day will be focused on DEQ skills. So we're working more of those skills into our lessons each day. So we also have a surprise special guest on Monday, and he actually will start off our lesson on Monday morning. So hopefully you can tune in to see him as well. So thanks again for watching. Here's a question you're thinking about over the weekend. We'll start next week with this. Quick shout out to Mrs. Wilson and Ms. Pop from Marcus Love High School. We'll shout out to you from the Twitter feed, and don't be afraid to tweet more questions at virtual APUSH. So the next question for Monday is think about what ways were Jeffersonian Republican presidents Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe how are they similar to Washington and Adams, what we talked about today, and in what ways were they different. So I will try to frame Monday around that question, do a little comparison between the Jeffersonian presidents and the what you could call the Federalist presidents. So thanks again for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you again next week. Have a great weekend. Hey, good morning everybody. Thank you again for tuning in. If you are one of our regular viewers at 11 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States, and if you're new to what we're up to here, we're trying to review the course, the APUSH course with you. So without further ado, let's get right into doing that. And today we're going to spend some time looking at finishing up Unit 3 or Period 3, depending on how you want to look at that. So yesterday we had a nice review of the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution of the United States and the beginnings of government in the U.S. Really, Ms. Hart did that. She is manning the Twitter today. So again, if you have questions about what we're doing today, please tweet them at virtual APUSH. You can see that on the screen there off to the right. My name is Gordon from Williamsville High School, just outside of Buffalo, New York. So so we're going to get started here right away. So if you have questions, we'll also try to throw some questions at you on Twitter. So please feel free to tweet that. So opening question is for you to think a little bit about what's the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. So we sometimes talk about these two things, and you'll see how that plays into what we're going to cover today as we wrap up period 3 or unit 3 of the course. So the letter of the law is the actual language of the law, is what it actually says. But the spirit of the law is what the intention of the law is. And I think you'll see when we get to a couple things here down the road in George Washington's presidency, there's going to be some difference between those two things and whether or not we stick to what exactly the law says versus what the intention of the law was. So our overview today, we're going to do those periods 3.10 to 3.13. Really, it's pretty much George Washington's presidency and the presidency of John Adams. Kind of wrapping those things up. So we started with the revolution 2 days ago. We spent yesterday looking at the struggles to create the Constitution, which is put in place, and we finished that up yesterday. So we're going to move into how we take that Constitution and make it work. How did, especially George Washington as president, make that Constitution, that written document, into a truly living document? How did they make it happen? And then we'll review the trends of the period here. So you might call this the Federalist era, even though Washington didn't consider himself to be a member of either of the two political parties. Really, his policies align pretty closely with Federalists. So the question about why George Washington, why would he be the first president? Well, he's a national hero. He, of course, is the hero of the revolution. By the time the Constitution is being written, his birthday is already being celebrated as a national holiday. He refused on several occasions to take over autocratic authority in the U.S. He could have been a dictator, and he chose to be that. He'd been more ambitious when he chose not to, which actually makes people more respect him even more. And he doesn't want to roll national government, but he was needed. Much like when he goes to the Constitutional Convention, he already served his country as the leader of the Continental Army during the Revolution. This country called, and of course he responded to that call and went out to the Constitutional Convention and helped to oversee that. And at his funeral, one of the eulogists at his funeral referred to him as first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. And of course, he's also our first president. So he's a hero for a lot of different reasons. We'll take a quick clip here.
I think one big thing people get wrong about Washington is that they don't think he's human. They assume that he, a big block of marble who just got stuck into the office, and they don't realize the degree in which he didn't know what he was doing or did anybody else, and he was figuring out one step at a time.
It's so hard to understand Washington, the person. He's an enigma. He realized that everything he did was being watched, and historians were going to be looking back at his actions. And so in his writing, in his performance, he was always very guarded.
There's a story about someone towards the end of his presidency saying something along the lines of, "You look kind of relieved." He said, Washington said, "I don't look relieved. No one ever knows what I feel in this office." So clearly he was trying very hard to not emote in any way, and to act like whatever he thought the president was supposed to be. I think he was aware of the degree in which literally everything he did, what he wore, how he walked, did he shake hands with people, not shake hands with people, everything he did set a precedent, and he knew that, and that was a challenge. And everyone was watching him for the slightest hint that he was going to take too much power.
When George Washington entered the presidency, he was facing a major crisis from the get-go, and that crisis was, how does the presidency function? And so Washington really established the foundation of the presidency. So some things, like for instance, the responsibility of the president for foreign affairs, that wasn't clear in the Constitution, and it was Washington who clarified that really the president was the representative abroad. One of the things Washington did as president was to really establish how the cabinet would function. The cabinets would be advisors, would be in charge of all the departments. I think he was trying really hard to be responsible. He didn't always make the right choice. He was a partisan, always trying to be an umpire of sorts, that is, he's Federalist. He agreed more with Hamilton than he did ultimately Jefferson. But that said, he was trying so hard to make the responsible choice that would have the right impact for posterity. Washington really understood how to manage organizations to get things done. I don't know that Washington was the greatest communicator. I don't know that he needed to be, but he was a model for executive leadership. Washington was the president because he was aware that he was setting precedents, and he was careful about that, and he was thinking about impact and posterity, and that's important. John Adams once said of George Washington that he was the greatest actor the presidency had ever known, and I think that was really telling. He knew that his role as president was to be a performer, and he was able to establish not only the presidency, but the Constitution itself as a viable document.
Okay, so So lots of different precedents. I won't spend a lot of time talking about these things here, but so they actually mentioned a couple of them in the clip here. So the cabinet actually being created by Washington. That's not in the Constitution. So Washington figured out a way to organize the executive branch of government and creates the cabinet. We sometimes refer to that as part of the unwritten Constitution. These laws that, or these ways that our government functions aren't written out. Talk about spirit of the law versus letter of the law. That's a good example of that. And the two-term president is one of the most important ones. And at the end of his second term, he decided he no longer wished to be president and chose to retire. And that became the pattern for presidents up until Franklin Roosevelt, who ultimately runs for and wins a third and ultimately a fourth term as president. But that's a story for a different day. So Washington, of course, creates the cabinet, as I mentioned in the video here. The problem in this cabinet is the two gentlemen that you see here, Thomas Jefferson, who's seated on the left, and Alexander Hamilton, who's standing just behind him. These two gentlemen disagree on most things, and they eventually will, their ideas eventually will lead to the creation of the first party system. So divided is a good way to think about that. Of course, you have Hamilton over here on the left, and then Jefferson over there on the right. And they disagree on most of the major issues today, and they're both members of Washington's first cabinet. Hamilton was the first Secretary of the Treasury, and Jefferson was the first Secretary of State. And Washington would seek advice from these two gentlemen, and of course, it was almost always on opposite sides of things. So Hamilton saw the United States as becoming a manufacturing society. We're going to be an urban society that was going to eventually compete with Europe as far as industry was concerned. And Jefferson, of course, saw this as the future of the United States. That America would be a country of gentlemen farmers. And those two things are going to sort of color the way that they view all kinds of the other issues that we'll talk about. So the Federalists, let's talk about them. Federalists, you might call them the party of order. They believe in powerful national government. So while they have the same name as the folks that were in favor of the Constitution being written during the ratification debate, they're not always the same. And we'll talk about one of those examples in just a moment here. But the Federalists believe the national government needed to be strong. They tended to be made up of merchants, bankers, landowners. These tended to be more upper class people. That's not always the case, but generally speaking. New England is center of support, but you do have some wealthy people in the South that also belong to the Federalist Party. They believe that government should be controlled by the rich, by the well-born, by the well-educated, and they distrusted the common man. So these are people that didn't necessarily believe every single person in America ought to have an influence or say over what was going on in the United States. Now, they shouldn't maybe not everybody should have a vote would be one example of things. They didn't trust the masses to always make the right decision. And they kind of favored Britain in foreign policy. They sort of saw themselves in one sense that their political opponents called them the monarchist party. Some people saw them as trying to imitate England a little too much. England, of course, had a powerful national government that's an industrializing society, an urban society. Now, the other party, just headed by Jefferson, of course, are called the Jeffersonian Republicans or sometimes the Democratic Republicans. Some historians refer to them as the Party of Liberty. So they're more interested in a weaker national government. They preferred state government. So of the two founding documents that we talked about yesterday, we started talking about the Articles of Confederation. These are folks that would have seen the Articles as probably a little bit better version of things. They did like the national government to be powerful, tended to be made up of shop owners, city workers, or more working class type folks, more middle class type folks. Again, these are broad generalizations here. So just comparison point here, little blue arrows. The South and the West tend to be the base of support. Farmers definitely supporting Jefferson. They believe the Jeffersonians did that government should be controlled by capable leaders. So they're more in tune with the Enlightenment idea of careers being open to people with talent, not necessarily what family you belong to. Are you in the aristocracy, which would have been the case in England? They believe if you demonstrated ability that you ought to have the opportunity to potentially be a leader. Of course, they trusted the common man, favored individual liberties. They wanted people to be left alone. The interpretation piece, we'll talk about that in just a second. And the Jeffersonians tended to favor France. They saw France as America's ally during the American Revolution, and especially when the French had their own revolution. The Jeffersonians will very much be in sympathy with that revolution, which we'll talk about in just a second. So the interpretations piece, there is a clause in the Constitution that's called the necessary and proper clause. And this is how it reads: Congress shall have the power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers. There's a list in the Constitution of things that the national government can do, but then they stuff this on the end. So Congress can also make any law which are necessary and proper for carrying into execution the list of powers that are in the Constitution. So this is often referred to as the elastic clause, and as a couple questions here at the bottom, just hopefully food for thought. What was the purpose of a clause like this being added to the Constitution? Well, as far as we talked about, the Constitution being flexible. The founders didn't know everything was going to happen. For example, there's nothing in the list that says we can build a space shuttle program. But is it necessary? Is it proper? Well, yes, then the national government, of course, can do that. And then the other question is, what's the danger of a clause like this? And Jefferson saw this as a very dangerous clause. So he believed in a strict interpretation of this. Jefferson would have said, go back to our open question, what's the letter of the law? What exactly does it say in the Constitution? Where Hamilton would be more in favor of a loose interpretation of this clause. Well, what's the spirit of it? The spirit of it is that the national government should have powers that maybe aren't necessarily listed here. And we're going to talk about a specific example of that in just a second. So let's just take a second, give you a little chance to practice here. Here's a quote from Alexander Hamilton. What's his point of view? Time starting for you. Quick shout out to Mark O from Mr. McGinnis' class. Apparently he gets a free sandwich. We give him a shout out, so enjoy that sandwich, Mark. So what's Hamilton saying in this question? We can't always trust the average citizen. The government should be insulated from the people of that. In other words, we shouldn't take a vote of everybody. He talks about a permanent body being in this. So just for the sake of time, we'll kind of speed along here with this a little bit. You can see Hamilton, the actual historical character on the right, and Hamilton, the famous Broadway version of Hamilton on the left there. So Hamilton's views would have supported the idea of a Supreme Court, which of course is appointed by the president and approved by Congress, approved by the Senate. But after that, they no longer have to run for re-election. They're insulated from politics. They don't have to worry about running for re-election. So basically, actually, Hamilton would probably support which of these things. Let's think about it together. Which of the things makes the most sense based on the quote, right? What is Hamilton saying? That the mass people is not really, we shouldn't always trust that, so he's not going to believe in this. He is true, but that's not really based on the excerpt. So the best example from the excerpt is property qualifications. Not everybody should have a vote. Only folks that own property, which means people that are not necessarily lower classes, essentially what he's saying here. We're actually going to cover that in the next little bit here, so we'll talk about that. So Hamilton, as the Secretary of the Treasury, comes up with this very famous financial plan, funding assumption. The first two parts of that, the federal government to pay its debts. This is essentially what those two things mean. Keep this more of a review. A mild protective tariff to help industries is part of that. The tax on whiskey and the national bank, and this is the thing that's going to really create a lot of division between Hamilton and Jefferson. So the easy way to remember these things is BFAT, bank, excise tax, funding assumption, and the tariff. So kind of a quick little mnemonic device down there at the bottom. So the national bank is not listed in the Constitution, and Jefferson is going to say, hey, this isn't written down in the Constitution. We need to follow the letter of the law. And hopefully some of you are thinking that Jefferson doesn't always follow that when he becomes president. We'll talk about that. Hamilton, though, of course, says, well, the spirit of the law is the national government does have the right to regulate the economy. We should be able to do this. I think this is a good idea. We should do this. It's necessary and it's proper. So it's okay for us to do this. And again, the two men, their ideas eventually are going to turn into the two main political parties of the first party system, as they refer to. The tax on whiskey will lead to a rebellion.
But Washington also had trouble on the domestic front, which threatened to tear apart the country's young democracy. In the summer of 1794, an armed insurrection of farmers and frontiersmen challenged the authority of federal tax collectors over a whiskey tax.
People in western Pennsylvania, they have a gun battle with the local revenue collector. The commander of the local militia is killed. A lot of people are killed and injured, and then the whole countryside is like enraged. The whiskey rebels, they remembered that the Revolutionary War had been all about excessive taxation. There's a direct line that runs from the rebels of 1776 and the whiskey rebels of 1790s.
Washington understood the threat this defiance posed to the country, but it also handed him an opportunity to cement the federal government's authority by putting the powers of the president into practice.
Washington marched troops into western Pennsylvania to suppress this revolt. The idea that the government was willing to do that and did that kind of action was really a strong statement.
The rebellion was put down without a shot ever being fired. After getting word that an army was marching out to meet them and that Washington was leading it, the rebels retreated to their homes.
Okay, so there's an actual uprising. So in this case, the federal government demonstrates its ability to deal with that. They actually send an armed force out to put it down. And so this demonstrates the power of the Constitution. See, let's do a little clear question here. So what was the rebellion that proved the weakness of the Articles of Confederation? Which was the name of that rebellion that showed that the Articles really weren't all that effective of government? So the whiskey rebellion, of course, is a demonstration that American citizens have not forgotten the example of the American Revolution, but it also demonstrates that Washington will, in fact, enforce the laws of the country. So this is also a good example of backwoods rebellion, this sort of more Western, more frontier-type culture rising up against the more Eastern culture, which is typical of rebellions dating all the way back to Aiken's rebellion for the colonial era. Maybe connection there. Jay's Treaty, one of the things that Washington has to do is to settle issues between the United States and other European countries. So here's one example. Jay's Treaty is a treaty with England. So what's happened in the meantime is England and France have gone to war with one another again. And if you're watching yesterday, you know that's not anything new. William's War, Anne's War, George's War, 7 Years' War. This is just one more time England and France going at it again. But the British were beginning to seize our ships in the high seas, and press sailors, which means kidnap them. So Washington wants to work this out. Now, remember, the Federalists are more pro-Britain in their foreign policy. So he sends John Jay, who was represented from New York. He's one of the more forgotten founding fathers, and this might be the reason why this treaty that he signs. So you notice if you read through some of the terms of that treaty, there is nothing said in there about impressment. There really isn't a whole lot of promise from the English to do very much of anything. It was viewed by Washington's administration, definitely John Jay, as a way of sort of smoothing over the issues with England. That the U.S. will allow British privateers and U.S. ports. Is one example of things to kind of smooth things over a little bit. The U.S. can continue trading with the British West Indies. It's a demonstration by the U.S. government that we want to work with England here, and that we're probably not as much on the side of Britain. So let's just take a second, 40 seconds to read through this. What's his point of view? This is a letter from Jefferson to Madison regarding Jay's treaty. All right. So Jefferson writing to his close friend James Madison. What does he say here? So general burst of dissatisfaction never before appeared against any transaction. A lot of people are angry about this treaty. Is what he's saying. Those people that actually understand it, condemn it. Those who don't really understand it in detail, condemn it anyway. Is what he's saying here. And then at the bottom he says it has, in my opinion, completely demolished the monarchical party here. So what party do you think that Jefferson is referring to? And I will just read that question. Harshdeep Anga got our first question first, but our star student Liliana got it right behind, second behind for that first question. So what party do you think Jefferson is referring to here when he says the monarchical party is being demolished by that? Okay. So the question here is, which of the following important consequences of the debate over that? Actually, we're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail in just a second. So I'm going to show some of the disagreements between the Jeffersonians and the Federalists, and that's really the point of this. Okay, let's try this question. Jefferson's reaction to Jay's treaty, as expressed in this letter, was a direct reflection of what? So of course, Jefferson's not referring to economic policy here. He's not talking about expansion to the West. He's talking about the impact of the French Revolution. That the Federalist Party seems to be siding a little bit more with the British, where of course the Jeffersonians tended to side a little more with the French. The next country that needed to be dealt with was Spain, and this actually is a result of Jay's treaty. Indirectly, the British were a little concerned about what the U.S. and Britain were negotiating in Jay's treaty. So there's a treaty signed between the United States and Spain, and this is a treaty that the main thing here is it gave Americans the right of what's called navigation and deposit. So you see that this is of course Louisiana here, granted Spain as a result of the last war, and the Mississippi River will be a really important river, highway for trade. And the United States, of course, didn't control it at this point. The Spanish did. So what the right of navigation meant is that the settlers that lived out here west of the Appalachian Mountains, they now could use the Mississippi River for trade. Of course, Mississippi's extended all the way up here, and the right of deposit meant that they had the right to sell their products in the market at New Orleans. So this is going to be definitely a good thing for the settlers that are out here as the United States is growing and expanding. We're going to need access to those things. So the Spanish grant us access to that as a result of this treaty. So Pinckney, of course, was the person that negotiated that treaty for the United States. Now, at the same time, Spain is expanding their empire into California, way out on the west coast of the United States, and these are called the missions. They eventually are spread out. You can see on the map. There's a whole bunch of them that are being created here at the same time that Washington is president, and they're extending Spain is extending its control up into North America, sort of the upper limit, the northern limit of the Spanish Empire. They're going to use labor of Native Americans, much as they've done throughout much of the colonial period. So this is going on at the same time that the Pinckney treaty is being negotiated. Bellefonte Timbers is a deal with a treaty with Native Americans, so this is also an issue that Washington's going to have to deal with on the whole. You could stay on home front, or on the western frontier for sure. Bellefonte Timbers is a battle where the United States defeated Native American tribes, and they signed a treaty to grant to cede some of their land to the United States. And this is at the beginning. Maybe not the beginning is maybe the right way of putting it now. It continues that pattern of conflict between American Indian claims and federal government or white settlement on different lands here. So this will be a pattern that will continue over and over and over again until we get to the late 1800s, which will be later on in the course. So Washington is dealing with Native American issues on the frontier. He also has to contend with the French, and the French, of course, undergo their own revolution in 1789. It was modeled after the American Revolution. It's inspired by the Enlightenment. Just a short example. And the image you see here is the storming of the Bastille, which took place on July 14th, which becomes their national holiday, much like July 4th is our national holiday. In the early phases of this, most Americans were sympathetic to the revolution because, hey, it sounds a lot like our own revolution. But as the revolution wore on, of course, eventually the king and queen of France were killed. So other countries around Europe went to war against France. And you have to remember that France and the United States had signed a treaty during the American Revolution called the Franco-American Alliance. And the French hoped that we would honor that alliance, that we would come to their aid and fight. But Washington instead issues what's called the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, saying that America is not going to get involved in the wars of the French Revolution. So this is again going on at the same time as Jay's treaty. That's why Jay was sent to England to smooth things over with England to make sure they knew we weren't going to honor the Franco-American Alliance. And of course, think about which party in America is going to be upset about us not following through on the Franco-American Alliance. And that, of course, would be the Jeffersonians. And the last thing with George Washington's presidency is his farewell address, a very famous farewell address. His and President Eisenhower much later in the late 1950s are the two most well-known of the farewell addresses. But Washington, in this case, is sort of a goodbye note, if you want to call it that way. He never actually gave it as a speech. It was more a letter. But what he did here in that farewell address is sort of gave his last advice to the United States. Might be one way of thinking about it. As he's retiring from the presidency in 1796, 1797, getting ready to go off on a burn and in retirement, he decides to let America know what he thinks he's learned over the course of all his experiences. He warns against two things. One is the dangers of political parties, and the fact that Jefferson and Hamilton disagreed on pretty much everything, and would continue to do that, as we'll see. People believed the political parties were dangerous. It made people think only one way. It caused people to be closed-minded. It caused people to hate one another unnecessarily. So imagine what Washington might think if he were to read some Facebook posts or Twitter feeds and that kind of thing today. He believed this was not a good thing for democracy. That's why he tried while he was president to kind of stay above it. You can see in the cartoon you have the two different political parties are pulling at the pillars that are holding up the United States, which actually says it's a little unclear here. It says united we stand, divided we fall. That if we allow these political parties to keep tugging at the base of our country, this could potentially be a very bad thing for the U.S. So you'll see from our consequent history after this, we don't really follow Washington's advice on that one. The second one, notice we wear permanent alliances. We do in fact follow. Washington believes it's really important to stay neutral, continuing that trend from the Neutrality Proclamation, which we just mentioned. And the United States signed an alliance with France in 1778 called the Franco-American Alliance. The next permanent military alliance the United States would sign would not be until 1949 after World War II when we sign on to NATO. So this one we do in fact listen to. So Washington got one or two right, I guess, if you want to think it that way. So let's do a couple of questions here. Here's a little quote from the farewell address. What is Washington's point of view? You can see in this quote. All right, so what you're seeing is a very famous quote. This is one most people typically cite when they talk about the farewell address. The great rule of conduct for us in regard to foreign nations is extending our commercial relations. We want to trade with you, but we don't want to have any political connection. We're not going to sign any alliances with you. So, what's the final developments? Let's see if we can answer this question. Let's see. I think that was a little too easy. Let's go on to the next one here. The central idea from Washington's address was brought into focus by the controversy of the French Revolution. So, time to start here. This was a little tougher question because a lot of these sound like they might be relatively good answers here. But the best answer out of those four is C, that these events that were happening overseas potentially divided the United States. And what he's talking about here really is two political parties. The Jeffersonians believe we should be helping the French. And there's a fact that the French actually create what was something called Jacobin clubs, which were clubs that were promoting the opposite policy of what the government was creating. Because remember, we don't have a tradition yet of a loyal opposition or a two-party system. It hasn't really happened yet with Washington. All right, let's try this one. This is a nice question. Washington's ideas most closely mirror the sentiments of American policymakers in which decade? So let's think about what's going on here. This is the classic which of these things does not belong here, right? So what's Washington saying? Don't sign political alliances with anybody. Be isolated. Be neutral. Which of those decades is the decade that we have America not being involved in other places in the world? Hopefully, we identified it as the 1920s. Of course, in the 1890s we have imperialism. 1940s is World War II. In the 1980s is Reagan and the Republican Party, or the United States being involved in a lot of places trying to stop the spread of communism. So let's do Adams very quickly here. Adams is sometimes referred to as the greatest number two. He's always sort of behind other characters in the American Revolution story. Maybe one way of looking at that. Adams deals with the same issues that Washington did. France wants us to join on in the war effort against England. France is angry because we were staying neutral and not following through on that promise. Jay's treaty made it seem like we were even closer to England, so that makes France even more mad. So what does Adams do? He's trying to figure out a way to not get involved in a war that potentially could be devastating for the United States. So what does he do? He sends a commission to France to try to smooth over the problems between the two sides. They're ignored. They're asked to give a bribe to the foreign minister before that can happen. And of course, the United States is insulted. This would happen. How dare you not listen? You can sit down and you want to talk with us about that. In the meantime, Adams tries to figure out what to do. But in the meantime, the French Revolution experiences another phase change. The French Revolution, the government changes quite a bit. And eventually, the whole thing is eventually negotiated out. But before that happens, there is what we sometimes call the quasi-war, which is an undeclared war. It's sort of a quasi is a word that means sort of, kind of, not exactly. That's a quasi definition of the word quasi for you there. So there actually is fighting taking place between Americans on the high seas and the French, although it's not actually clear as a war. In the meantime, of course, the Jeffersonians are promoting the idea that we ought to help France even more, and that leads Adams to sign on to these laws that are passed called the Alien and Sedition Act. So if you look at these, especially the second bullet point here, the president can import aliens who are suspected of having quote treasonable or secret leanings. So if we suspect you of leaning in the wrong way, they don't mean for specifically leaning here politically, and criticizing the government or the president is a crime. You can actually go to jail for this. So, which amendment of the Constitution is this a violation of? Which amendment would the opponents of this bill say is being violated by this law, that you could be deported for being suspected of having treason or secret leaning, or that you're criticizing the government and can actually go to jail? This is actually the text of that amendment, or that law rather. If any person shall write, print, utter, publish, or shall cause or procure to be written, printed, uttered, or published false, scandalous, and malicious writing or writings against the government or against any of these other things, you can be punished by a fine not more than $2,000 or be sent to jail for 2 years. So, our last question, Victoria Johansson, Jordan Henshey, I'm not sure if they got it right, but Mr. McGinnis' class apparently needs a sandwich because I shut them out, so they can get a sandwich as well. So apparently someone's getting breakfast out of all this. So the Jeffersonians, of course, are going to oppose this. Jefferson believes in individual liberties. Again, think about what amendment he might be referring to when he criticizes this law. And what they do, what Jefferson and Madison do, is they write a series of resolutions that are passed by 2 state governments called the Kentucky and Virginia Resolution, and it outlines this idea that the states created the national government. So here's one way to sort of think about it, right? The states' right side, the federal government derives its power from rights given to private citizens because the states created the U.S. Individual states had the power to negate a federal law. Now, this is a little bit later down the road. We'll talk about nullification, but the thinking here is very similar to the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson believed that individuals in the Declaration, he said individuals give up power to a government, and therefore those individuals can take that power back from government if it becomes destructive. So they basically take that argument and they expand it, and they say the states gave up some of their powers to have the national union. Therefore, those states can take back that power if the national government becomes destructive of its purpose. Now we get philosophy that we're going to continue talking about next week as we get into the Civil War, because that will become one sort of side of the story that some people believe the state should be more powerful, much like the Articles of Confederation, much like the Jeffersonians, of course, are going to argue here. And the Federalist side, of course, the other side, they disagree with that. They believe the national government is the national government, and that states don't have the right to override it. When you think about how that might work, if each state can sort of decide whether they want to follow the rules or not. A good example might be if your parents gave you a whole series of rules and you could decide which ones you thought were reasonable and which ones you thought were not reasonable. We could call that children's rights or teenagers' rights. How effective would those rules be if you could simply say, well, I'm not going to follow that one because I don't think that's really a fair rule? Food for thought. Our last subject, we'll do a little wrap up here for you. America continues to grow, of course, in this period. New forms of culture begin to develop after the revolution. We want to identify ourselves as not quite being English anymore. We want to be something different than that. That's the whole purpose of the revolution. So some examples of this in architecture, you'll see some examples like this, the layout of Washington, D.C., which is put together by Pierre L'Enfant. These broad avenues are sort of stretched out all over the place. If you've ever visited the National Mall, this little region here is a little confusing sometimes. The streets aren't always a grid pattern. That's done certainly on purpose. We want to create a national capital that's going to be reflective of our greatness. In artworks, you get things like John Trumbull, who paints this very famous scene of the sign of the Declaration of Independence, and all the different signers are put here in lots of different places. And of course, John Trumbull would post this on his Twitter page and ask people to tag themselves in it if there was Twitter, but there was, of course. So celebrating these great events that took place in American history. Little joke there for a little Twitter joke. Yorktown, of course, is the last battle of the American Revolution. We're going to celebrate that with these images, right? Images of Washington, the great first president of the United States in the year of the Revolution. This is a statue of Washington, and the Washington Monument eventually will be planned. All these things we're celebrating the early independent culture of the United States. In architecture, Monticello, which is Jefferson's home in Virginia, of course, takes some elements of ancient Greek styles. You can sort of see the Greek columns that are here, and he merges that a little bit with his own style. So sort of developing his own version of architecture here, a little bit different than the Europeans. This is also designed by Jefferson. You can see a similarity between this and his home. This is the famous rotunda at the University of Virginia, also designed by Jefferson. And again, you see this over and over again in the Boston State House in Boston, the Capitol building there, the dome, which is kind of similar to the dome you see here. This is actually the original design of the Capitol building. Of course, the dome part of it is a little bit different and a little bit bigger building than what was originally designed for. In the White House, James Holden, who was the architect that put together the plans for the White House, you can see sort of the rudimentary outlines of it here in this image. And Holden would actually come back to Washington to help rebuild the White House after it gets burned in the War of 1812, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Of course, you can get songs like this, Columbia being another word to refer to the United States. And the literature that we see, really stuff we talked about yesterday, so I can kind of go through that a little bit more quickly with you. Focusing around political writings by Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson. Certainly Benjamin Franklin is a writer who would be celebrated as well. Almanacs were not something that the British had. This is American development. So showing that we can have independence, and that will continue to grow into the early 1800s when we get there. Americans will continue moving westward, creating clashes with natives and European colonists. The remained European influence in America. We'll talk about that a little bit on Monday. And slavery expanded in the deep south and moved westward. A growing anti-slavery attitude grew in the north after the revolution. So in the Northwest Territory, the Northwest Ordinance actually outlawed slavery in the northwestern part of the young United States. And so you begin to get the separation between the anti-slavery or non-slavery sections of the country and the pro-slavery sections of the country. So again, this is a great little map that sort of shows you areas that are beginning to be filled in as the United States continues to grow. Definitely here along the Ohio River. I know Star mentioned this yesterday. We continue to hear about this. And by 1820, even further to the west along the Ohio River here, deeper into the more western region of the deep south here, also being settled at the same time. So let's do a couple practice questions here and wrap things up. So what trends are depicted here? But more importantly, how can we use this if we were thinking about DBQ? How can it show or the contribution of growth of regional attitudes about slavery? What does it tell us about that? So you're noticing that the dark line, the solid line, is the north, and the number of enslaved Africans brought to that region of the country basically stops in that 1771 to 1780 period. So while it goes down in the other regions as well, you can see in the upper south, as we sometimes refer to it, that it also is going to make its way down to zero. But in the Carolinas and Georgia, the deeper part of the south, you see that while it goes down, it doesn't completely end, and that will be a trend that we'll continue to see in America. So a quick overview, you might call this the Age of Washington. We started our story with Washington helping to start the French Indian War at the beginning of it, and we really ended it with the end of the influence of Washington, who will die in 1799. So his political career sort of matches period 3 kind of nicely. So America begins to colonial part of Britain, French Indian War, leads to increasing conflict between other countries and colonies. We get ideas about independence from a whole bunch of different areas. I talked about that 2 days ago. Americans begin to experiment with their own forms of government, both in state constitutions and the articles, and eventually the Constitution which replaces the articles. And Washington Adams begins to breathe life into the Constitution and create institutions to make that Constitution work. So think about what happens over the course of that period. We start as a colony of Britain, and we end up being a nation defined by enlightened ideas and defined by our experiences and gaining that independence and making the whole thing work. So the themes that we hit here a little bit: the power of the national government. There's a debate early on in the period between the power of the national government, the British government, and the power of the colonies. And that really is the root of the revolution. There's some experiments with the articles and the Constitution itself. The articles believes the national government should be more weak. The Constitution believes the national government should be more powerful. So essentially, it's that same argument happening here. The two-party system really is an argument over that same question: the power of the national government. The Federalists believe the national government should be powerful, and the Jeffersonians do not believe the national government should be quite so powerful. We saw that in examples like the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions and some of the events that we talked about today. Another theme is in the period establishing an independent presence in North America. At first, we're really part of the British Empire, and so there isn't really an independent presence in North America. But as we begin to resist and then eventually revolt against the British Empire, we begin to eventually declare an independent presence in North America and then win that independence in the American Revolution. And once the revolution is won, the question then becomes how do we preserve that independence and then increase it. So you have things like that treaty with Spain, for example, the Peace Treaty, that helps us to make sure that we have access to the things that we need in the West. And then defining democratic governments. So again, thinking about what does democracy mean? We start with the British tradition of salutary neglect, which then changes, where in other words, we're allowed to have our own democratic government. We kind of develop our own forms of that, things like House Burgesses and town meetings. But that changes after 1763. And then representation debate shifts to debates over natural rights. So the question over are we represented in the British Parliament shifts into a debate over what our natural rights should be. What is democracy actually supposed to look like? And then when we become a newly independent nation, we begin to question what that democracy should look like in a different way. How democratic should our nation be? Hamilton believes you can't always trust the masses, where Jefferson, of course, has a very different answer to that question. Does this include women? What about slavery? Slavery compatible with democratic government will be a question that we'll continue to deal in the period. So let's just do a couple quick questions here, and then we'll call it a day. So what's the difference between the two quotes that you see here, the two documents? I'm being told Emma Cole needs a shout out to Mr. Kish from North Royalton, Ohio. So there you go with that. So what's the difference between these two things? Hopefully, even just by looking at the titles, you can begin to figure out what the answer to the question is here. Of course, the articles believes that the state is more powerful, and the U.S. Constitution believes the national government is more powerful. So let's try a couple quick multiple choice questions. That explains the change that occurred between those two. All right, so what's changing between the Articles and the creation of the Constitution? So that's what this question is asking. And the answer is internal disunity. So earlier on, I asked you a question about which rebellion was a rebellion to prove that the Articles really were not all that effective. And the name of that rebellion, of course, is Shays' Rebellion, which Ms. Farr talked about yesterday. So it shows government was not effective. Let's try this one. So this one is a little tricky because we're asking you which thing would the Articles, the authors of the Articles opposed more so than the framers of the U.S. Constitution. Hopefully you got this one. Growth of the power of national government. Okay. Central to the contrast between these two passages is the debate over which, or the balance between which thing here. So hopefully, if you take a quick glance here, the answers here, hopefully you're recognizing that it should be A, centralized authority versus more local governance. And the theme I just reviewed with you just a second ago. One of the content of the U.S. Constitution sought to restore some of the protections by, and Ms. Farr talked about this yesterday, what's the thing that limits the power of the national government is the Bill of Rights, which is its purpose, the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. And which is the results most directly from the replacement of the Articles of Confederation with the Constitution. And of course, the best answer here is the steady growth in partisan debates about the nature of government. What do they mean by that partisan? We're talking about political parties here. Jefferson versus Hamilton, the first two political parties in American history. Continue that debate. So thank you again for watching. Hopefully you'll tune in again on Monday when we will start period 4, which is the Jeffersonian presidency. We'll do some work with the American Revolution. But a good chunk of that day will be focused on DEQ skills. So we're working more of those skills into our lessons each day. So we also have a surprise special guest on Monday, and he actually will start off our lesson on Monday morning. So hopefully you can tune in to see him as well. So thanks again for watching. Here's a question for you to think about over the weekend. We'll start next week with this. A quick shout out to Mrs. Wilson and Ms. Pop from Marcus Love High School. We'll shout out to you from the Twitter feed, and don't be afraid to tweet more questions at virtual APUSH. So the next question for Monday is to think about what ways were Jeffersonian Republican presidents Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe how are they similar to Washington and Adams, what we talked about today, and in what ways were they different. So I will try to frame Monday around that question, to do a little comparison work between the Jeffersonian presidents and the what you could call the Federalist presidents. So thanks once again for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you again next week. Have a great weekend. Good morning once again, everyone. Thank you for tuning back into at virtual APUS history here live on YouTube. We're very honored this morning. We have a guest with us that's going to do a quick introduction. I'll just introduce him very quickly. His name is Tim Bailey. He's the director of education at the Gilder Lehrman website. He's going to talk a little bit about some digital resources that are available to you and that you can use in helping you to prepare for the upcoming AP exam. We're also making the transition to some digital learning sites that he's going to mention very briefly here. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bailey from Gilder Lehrman.
Well, thank you, Scott, and nice to be here and talking to everybody. So I'm the director of education for the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. I taught for 20-some years before I took this job with the Institute. And some people may already be familiar with the Gilder Lehrman Institute and our resources. Hopefully you've been able to access our materials and all the different resources that we have available to you. The strength of the Institute is we have over 70,000 primary documents in American history, and that's what we built all our program. And we've done a lot. We do a lot of personal outreach around the country to teachers and development and such. And you also, some of the thing we may be best known for right now is we also developed the Hamilton Education Program, which travels with the musical around the country. And what we're current practice will be traveling again with the show. I may be in a neighborhood near you, hopefully, and continue the program with the show here in New York as well. And I'll tell you a little bit more about something coming up next year along those lines. But right now, I guess the most important thing for preparing for the is our website. It's ap.gilderlehrman.org. And if you go to that website, what you will find are a collection based on the tenure of the AP course. And each one of those is broken down into a segment that has videos, it has primary sources, it walks you through the period, it has support themes, and the most significant facts that you can use to review for the course. This website, if you haven't used it or you haven't been using it, you're in the minority because most AP students to study for the exam use this website. And so if you're not aware of it, you certainly should be. The other thing that we do on the website is we not only take you through the content of that area, we also take you through best testing practices. How do you take this? How is it structured? How is it put together? What does it look like? What should you anticipate? If you take the test? And so those test taking are also a major part of the website. So hopefully you have a great experience with that. And if your teachers know about the website, please let them. You might just want to ping your teacher and say, hey, do you know about the website? And can we get that around the rest of this is something we should really use. The other thing I would like you to get all your teachers to know if you don't know this is your school and affiliate with Gilder Lehrman. There are over 20,000 in the country, and if your school is not affiliated, it should, because what that will give you is access to all of our documents, all of our material. Your teacher can then have you access to timelines and just other material you can use. Not only to say for history in general, and do yourself go to the website and create a student account. So please visit the website, check it out. I think you find a ton of material that not only will help you with curiosity in general. And lastly, last thing I want to mention is along with the Hamilton Education Program that I told you that travel the country with the musical, we're creating a resource for schools next year. And so if you're a sophomore, junior going into next year, we're getting something called the Hamilton Education Program online. And that premiering in 2021, and that will give every school in America, middle school, high school, every student in the school the ability to participate in the Hamilton Education Program. All the materials, the lessons, the interviews with Lynn Miranda, the cast of the show, so on, will be able to access that. So if your teachers know about that, let them know, because your school signed up to get in the program and have a great experience. Because as Lynn said, the most important thing, the key thing that show has done is the education program. And with that, I will turn it back to Scott and good luck on the test.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Bailey. Thanks for stopping and talking about those great resources. Resources I definitely use as well. So thank you very much for sharing that with everyone. All right, so we're going to get things rolling here with our content for today. And our content, of course, is going to be about really a couple different things. We're beginning with the period 4 of the course. So last week we spent a little time reviewing through period 3 for you. So we're going to get into period 4 today and tomorrow. Actually, we're going to finish 4 and 5 this week. That's our goal. So again, our Twitter is @virtualapush. You can tweet questions to that. Ms. Farr, who is my partner in this endeavor, is manning that Twitter page today, taking questions. And I may throw some questions at you as well as we go. So I'm really looking at America and the world from 1800 to 1828. We're going to spend a little time looking at DEQ around that topic and hopefully give you some hints on some DEQ pieces, including contextualization and complexity. And then the Market Revolution, we'll try to make sure we get through some information about that important economic change that happens later in the lesson today. Right? So you'll write questions about ways America grow and develop in this time period. And at the end of the lesson, hopefully you'll realize America's role in the world continue to grow and develop while the economy underwent many changes. And tomorrow, Ms. Farr will pick up the story and talk about some of the democratic changes that are going on, as well as some other topics tomorrow. So the Jeffersonians, as we talked about a little bit last week, the Jeffersonian political party wins the election of 1800 and then goes on to win the next 5 elections. So we have 6 straight terms of Jeffersonian Republican presidents, all of them from Virginia, all of them following essentially the same political philosophy as Jefferson. So something to think about is how different is this than what life was like under the Federalist presidents, under Washington and under Adams. So Jefferson, of course, is a different style of things. So as we'll see in a couple examples here, and you notice the election actually is really interesting election. It's a very divided country that Jefferson wins. If you look at the bottom there, Jefferson and his vice presidential candidate Burr actually tied. So this goes to the House of Representatives. They actually voted multiple times before they finally decided that Jefferson would be president and Burr would be vice president, because we didn't have that quite sorted out yet. So the question was, when Jefferson revolutionized the country, Jefferson referred to his election as a revolution. He believed he was bringing the country back to the true meaning of what the American Revolution was really all about. So think about it as we go through this. It's really that different than what we've heard with Washington and with Adams' presidency. So really the 2 notable things for Jefferson, the main thing, of course, that most of you probably remember Louisiana Purchase, the brown segment on the map that you have here. Jefferson sent commissioners to buy just port city down here of New Orleans. They authorized them to spend up to $10 million to purchase New Orleans, and instead the French government offered to sell the entire thing to the United States for $15 million. So lots of advantages for the U.S. here, right? We get rid of the possibility of the French trying to take possession of that land, which is a good thing. The French will no longer be a threat on our border. We get total control of the Mississippi River. We gain control of the city of New Orleans, which is a port city for any of those farmers that are living out there. Plus, you get all this land that turns out to be some of the most fertile land in the world. You have the breadbasket of the United States eventually that we settled here as a result of that. So is this different than what the Federalists were doing? That's the question foremost in my mind as we think about this. So Jefferson purchases land, and that's not listed in the Constitution. So if you recall last week, we talked a little bit about that thing called the elastic clause. And Jefferson said that it's not in the letter of the law, It's not written in the Constitution. We shouldn't be doing it. And yet here is Jefferson actually going ahead and doing that, purchasing land, even though the Constitution does not specifically give him power to do that. So I would argue that's kind of a similarity to the Federalists. Of course, he sends out the famous expedition, Lewis and Clark, heading out to explore this new territory, figure out just what the heck it was that the United States actually purchased with that $15 million. And Jefferson deals with other foreign affairs. The Barbary Pirates seem to be a really popular topic among historians lately. With the Barbary Pirates, the Barbary states, or the states of North Africa, and the governments of those countries basically allowed pirates to attack shipping unless countries pay basically a bribe to those governments. So Jefferson has to deal with this, and he actually sends the Navy into action in a war that is not declared officially by Congress. So again, you can think about it as similar to what was happening with Adams and Washington. I would argue that this sounds a little bit like the Quasi-War that we talked about on Friday with Adams. In the Chesapeake Affair, where an American ship was boarded by a British ship, sailors were impressed. It was just off the coast of Virginia. So what does Jefferson do? He imposes an embargo. He tries to find an economic way out of the situation. Remember, we don't want to go to war with England or France because they're still at war, of course, in the Wars of the French Revolution. So the idea here was that we just won't trade with anybody anymore. The goal ultimately fails. The embargo does not work. It was a disaster politically. Jefferson actually uses some pretty strong-handed tactics to try to enforce that embargo, which sounds a little bit uncharacteristic of him. He does not typically like government power, if you recall from Friday. But here he was wielding that power for sure. So this is a real political cartoon. So what is the point of view of this political cartoon about the embargo? Just give it 30 seconds to kind of read through this. So you'll notice that the turtle here is biting on the gentleman that looks like he's trying to trade. And you see that the gentleman that's holding the barrel there says, "Oh, this cursed, oh, grab me." So they're doing a little play on words here, because if you take that word, "oh, grab me," and spell it backwards, of course, that is the word embargo. So this is the point of view of this, of course, as opposed to the embargo. So a group of people does not agree with what was going on with that embargo, this cutting off of trade with the rest of the world. So again, was it a continuity or change? Kind of actually think about that. So if you're watching this, not in the live window, you can pause here, or come back to a little bit later. But lots of different examples with my students in my classroom. Typically spend a little more time talking through some of these things. But the continuities here are some of the things I talked about. The Louisiana Purchase using applied powers, which is something that Jefferson didn't like when Hamilton did it. But of course, here he is doing that. So speaking of Hamilton, if you want to understand Washington's cabinet, cabinet battle #1 really talks a lot about the bank, which is a good thing. It's a great little version of that. So the Embargo Act is another thing we talked about here. So lots of continuities. You can make the argument that Jefferson really is not all that different than the Federalists. But then over here, of course, we have a whole bunch of things that are differences, changes that he makes. He's sending the Navy to fight the Barbary Pirates, which the Federalists, of course, had not done that. So Jefferson leaves the presidency after 2 terms. Remember, Washington set that precedent. So the other things we talk about in background, so I'll just go through the war kind of quickly here with you. So causes include things like the British were interfering with their shipping. They're impressing sailors, which does not mean, ooh, wow, I'm impressed. It means kidnapping, essentially. They're taking them into the British Navy, forcing them to serve, claiming that they were deserters from the British Navy, which of course is offensive to a nation that views itself as independent. Other causes, remember the British are the big bad guys in the Revolution. We tell that story as sort of a morality tale, right? The British are the bad guys and the Americans are the good guys, and of course the British are still up in Canada, and there's a belief that the British are stirring up Native Americans in the Northwest Territory there, the same region that we talked about with an important Indian rebellion back after the French and Indian War. And the British had not left those posts that you see here. They agreed to do actually in the treaty at the end of the American Revolution, and they agreed to do so again 11 years later in Jay's Treaty. So they're still there, they're still kicking around. Then you have a bunch of younger, more aggressive congressmen that get elected in 1812, and they want land, and they think that they can take land not only from the Indians here that you see in the image, but also Canada. There's this mistaken belief that Canadians were just waiting for the Americans to show up and turn them into another American state, and we're going to find out that that's not at all what happens in this war. So there's lots of reasons why we're stirred up about the British. Remember, Jefferson tends to be more pro-French in foreign policy, so there's some consistency there. Sadly, the city of Buffalo, where I live, was actually burned in the War of 1812, burned to the ground by the British. This was in retaliation for the Americans burning a town that was in those days known as York. Today it's called Toronto. Tough news for my locality in this one. And the British also burned the White House in that war. They attacked Washington, D.C., and successfully burned the White House down. You can see the image that's here during that war. So hopefully you're getting the sense here that the war doesn't really go all that well for the Americans, unfortunately, early on. But then the British tried to sail into Baltimore and to take that city, which was a much more valuable port city in those days. So they were stopped by Fort McHenry, and there's a very famous song that's written by Francis Scott Key as he watches this battle, and of course that becomes the basis of our national anthem. So our national anthem grows out of eventually this war, and so we're able to turn the British back. Important to remember that the British are also fighting a life and death struggle in Europe at the time. They're fighting against Napoleon, so they're not just fighting the United States here. So we'll skip the battle of New Orleans here, which is the most important turning point battle of the war, which ultimately comes really after the war is over. So one of the important effects of the war is this thing called the Hartford Convention, and what you need to remember about it is that it basically destroys the Federalist Party. The Federalists were not in favor of the war. That's one of the things that students often don't remember or misunderstand about this. Americans were not united in fighting the war of 1812. The Federalists, especially in New England, were willing to tolerate some of the abuses that the British were imposing on them. They viewed that sort of as a cost of doing business. So many of them gathered at Hartford, and they came up with a series of proposals that in retrospect seemed very unpatriotic, and they weren't being very supportive of the war effort. So the Federalist Party essentially dies out as a result of this meeting and this series of proposals. So we have a period we'll talk about just a little bit here called the era of good feelings, where there's only one political party. So you get political cartoons here, and of course what's going on is should you jump the Hartford Convention or leave or no leave. And you notice what's really happening here. They're leaping into the arms of this guy with a big red coat on. So of course that probably is the king of England. So are the New England colonies going to leave the Union potentially and rejoin the British Empire? Is kind of what the occasion of that cartoon is. So the treaty that ends the war, really nothing changes. The treaty is actually signed 2 weeks before the Battle of New Orleans. Jackson did not charge his cell phone the night before, so we didn't get the message that the war was actually over. And of course I'm joking because Jackson didn't have a cell phone, but had he, this battle never would have happened. But Americans tend to reverse the chronology on this, and because it's another story, right? We win the Battle of New Orleans and then the British sign treaty again. But the historical record is actually the opposite of that. And what happens? American nationalism grows. We've now defeated England the second time with a little bit of help from some of the European countries, of course. Our national anthem is written, and the question at the end of the war, did we get what we were looking for? And you notice here, not really. Freshman freedom of the seas, the British were not going to sign a treaty that agreed to limiting those things, or limiting their ability to interfere with those things. No land changes hands as a result of the war. And people that really end up losing here are the Native Americans, who in the Western theater, people like Tecumseh, who had actually allied with the British. Once the British again are removed or defeated, they end up losing more land to the United States. So moving on to beyond the war of 1812. So we're going to do this really more as an argument, thinking about this as an argument. The extent to which the war of 1812 increased nationalism. So we'll do the things that we're going to talk about in a second here. Are these examples of nationalism going up, or are the examples of us becoming less nationalistic or more separated into regions? Is the idea. So if my thesis is America emerged from the war of 1812, the greatly renewed sense of national unity, but the issue of slavery threatened to weaken this growth of nationalism. So that's going to be my argument. Let's see what we come up with here for some evidence for this, and we'll get to a DBQ work of that. So nationalism in the West, there's more white settlement as land was quote unquote cleared. Native Americans, again, one of the results of the war is natives are defeated and driven out, so there's more land now for white Americans, white settlement in that region. And Westerners expect the national government to do things to help them out. We'll talk about that in a little bit of detail in just a second with Henry Clay. So I would argue that in the West, nationalism definitely does increase. So we have more and more white settlers. We have people in the West tend to be more nationalistic anyway, because they really look to the national government to help them out with things as opposed to having some attachment to states, unlike which is what was really happening on the east coast of the United States. So these are all examples of an increase in nationalism. Again, you can see in the map here is the green colors that we're talking about in this era where Native Americans are losing land. The period after the war of 1812 is sort of that limeish green. You can see that this is the regions that we're talking about here. More and more Native Americans are unfortunately losing land to the American government as a result of this. Economic nationalism. In 1816, Congress charged the Second National Bank. They passed a protective tariff, and actually Congress also voted money for internal improvement. So let's go to that second bullet just for a second. Let's do this as a clear question. So here you have the Jeffersonian Republicans chartering the bank and passing a protective tariff. Is that something that the Jeffersonian Republicans originally supported? In other words, during Washington and Adams' presidency, did they support a national bank and a protective tariff? Ask that question on Twitter. Do that as a little poll. Okay. Now, Clay's American system. Henry Clay is a politician that I always jokingly call Where's Waldo over American history because he pops up literally everywhere. He's war hawk is elected in 1812. He helps negotiate the treaty against, which ends the war of 1812, and he'll be involved in all kinds of things that you'll see. We can work our way through period 4. So Clay comes up with this idea that we'll have a protective tariff, we'll have a second national bank, we'll federally fund internal improvements. And that's a fancy way of saying roads and canals. That the federal government ought to be building roads and canals that would connect the country together. Henry Clay eventually would be Abraham Lincoln's hero. Lincoln always looked at Clay as sort of political. This is where he got a lot of his political ideas from. Some of these things should be enacted again during the Civil War. Talk for another day. So that's the idea here. The Clay's American system, I would argue, is another example of nationalism. That if we can make America self-sufficient, we can have the regions of the country working together more closely. Everyone would benefit from this. The internal improvements would help people in the West. The tariff and the bank would help people in the Northeast. And eventually, the country would be more united. You can see the beginning of the building of roads here. The national road, for example, is this little gray line you see going across the middle of the map. In the state that I live in, we always in 7th grade, they spent a lot of time learning about the Erie Canal, which was actually built by the state, not by the national government. Because a lot of people weren't willing to believe or weren't willing to allow the national government to be that involved in the economy. Politically speaking, Federalist, as I mentioned before, Federalist Party's gone. So there's only one political party, so you don't quite have that nasty partisanship that we had back in the 1790s. And one of the key figures from this period is John Marshall. And the thing to remember with Marshall is that his decisions tended to strengthen the national government. So in my classroom, I always refer to John Marshall as sort of the last Federalist, because Hamilton was the great leader of the Federalists. Of course, he gets killed by Aaron Burr. Sorry for the spoiler alert if you haven't seen the musical or view that story about him. So Hamilton is gone. Of course, Washington dies in 1799, and John Adams goes off to retirement at Peekskill with his farm in Massachusetts. But Marshall is on the Supreme Court for 30-some years. He gets on the court in 1801 and remains there until he dies in 1830. So he's around for a lot. So Marbury versus Madison is the most important case where he decides that the federal government, the federal court has the right to declare laws unconstitutional, power called judicial review, and that is very much an increase in the power of the court. So the others, Culver versus Maryland, where he rules that the national bank is in fact constitutional. And congrats, all of you got that question right that I asked a few minutes ago. The Jeffersonians actually were opposed to the bank initially, and then of course they actually re-up it during Madison's presidency. So Culver versus Maryland, there's a lot of M's here, and Culver versus Maryland is the case about the bank, and lots of other cases. Gibbs v. Ogden is the steamboat case that one state can't create a monopoly over water that's actually shared by more than one state. Gibbons, the easy way to remember that one is Guy and Boat, GIB, right? Guy and Boat steamboat case. So politically, there's a nationalism here. We have a sort of general agreement on programs. You have John Marshall that's issuing decisions that are strengthening the national government. And the example of something that's not an example of nationalism, of course, is the Missouri Compromise. So in the Missouri Compromise, we have the rearing of that issue of slavery. So Missouri wants to come into the Union as a slave state, and it's going to throw off the balance between free states and slave states. So that's going to become an issue. It's also one of the first territories in this giant chunk of territory that we purchased, Louisiana Purchase territory. So what do? They come up with a solution. And guess who it is? Where's Waldo of American history? Henry Clay jumps into the fray here, and he creates the Missouri Compromise, or helps negotiate the Missouri Compromise. Missouri comes in as a slave state, Maine comes in as a free state, and then we draw this line across the rest of the Louisiana Purchase that will decide anything north of that will come in as a non-slave state, anything south of that will come in as a slave state. We seem to have resolved the issue of slavery, at least for now. And as far we'll get us into the next phase of that conversation a little bit later on this week. So this is the first of many of the compromises that Henry Clay will negotiate, thus granting him one of his many nicknames, the Great Compromiser. All right. And finally, the Monroe Doctrine. This is the statement by President Monroe, actually written by John Quincy Adams, but Monroe gets the credit here, that Europeans are not welcome to have colonies in the Western Hemisphere anymore. So this is a really good example of the U.S. kind of establishing its role in the world by saying it's not just North America that is our sphere of influence or our area of interest, but it's the Western Hemisphere. And Europeans aren't welcome to come here anymore and to create colonies. And of course, the United States reasserts that we're not interested in creating colonies in Europe or being involved in your political squabbles either. So in some senses, it's a continuation of Washington, but in another way, it's really expanding our sense of who we are, that we're the protector now of the Western Hemisphere. It's kind of the essence of this document. So let's do a little exam practice. Let's do some DBQ work. You can do some thinking here. So the other things have changed in U.S. foreign policy in the period. So let's say that this is your question. Brainstorm what you know about it. So I just spent a little bit of time reviewing some of the topics from that. Think about what changed and what didn't change. Remember, this is an extent to which, right? It was a fancy way of saying how much really changed in this time period, 1783 to 1828. So let's ask a short question here. Why would 1783 be the first date in this question prompt? Why would they choose that year? What happened in that year that might be the beginning of our story when we're thinking about this question? And consider what our thesis or argument might be for this. But remember, we want to let the documents drive our answer to these questions. So it may help us out. Contextualization. One way to think about contextualization is background information, right? So what was happening just before this time period in foreign policy? So Declaration of Independence is the answer for that. Revolutionary War. Another way of thinking of contextualization is to think about what's happening in other themes. So for example, if we can connect this to other themes in American history, might be another way for us to do that. So let's just practice some of the documents. This is what you're going to be doing on May the 15th when we're doing this exam. So think about the document. What does it say? What argument does it support? What argument does it suggest? And then can we do some sourcing on it? Can we think about what's the audience or what's the point of view or what's the purpose of this? So if you're with us on Friday, a couple of these documents might seem a little familiar to you. So let's get started with that. So here's the first one, and we'll start the timer, give you 40 seconds or so just to read through and think about what does this tell us about change in American foreign policy. All right, so when we look at this document, obviously it's the first one in our DBQ, and yes, the 1783 date is very intentional. That is the signing of the Treaty of Paris of 1783 that ends the American Revolution. So notice that the DBQ doesn't start with that. So that might be a great piece of outside information you could use to get going here, because we started off in 1793 with the document. So okay, so neutrality proclamation. Hopefully you remember from Friday, from whenever you studied it with your teacher, that Washington, of course, promotes this idea of neutrality, which is what he's talking about here. 1793 is when war breaks out in Europe between France and its neighbors. So what does the doc say? America's going to stay neutral in the wars of the French Revolution. What argument does it support? I think this is where we would start out with the neutrality argument, that we've won our independence in 1783, and Washington is here trying to maintain that independence in 1793, some 10 years later. What can I do to source this document? Well, what's the situation that Washington sits down and writes this? Europe's at war because of the French Revolution. So does that color, or does it help you to understand more deeply what this document is really all about? It's not like Washington sitting around board one day and decided to write a letter to declare our foreign policy this way, right? And the purpose is to show that America is not going to follow the Franco-American alliance, that we're not going to help France in a military way in the wars that are now breaking out in Europe. So this might be a starting point for us. So let's take a look at Doc 2. All right, this was a little longer, a little wordier of a document. So Treaty Greenbelt, Andrew was on Friday. We talked a little bit about this with Washington establishing relationships with Native Americans and taking some land away from them as a result of a battle called the Battle of Fallen Timbers. So that would be our historical situation for this. If we knew what would happen just before this, we could put this in context. So America has agreed to peace with the Native American tribes, what it says. And for argument, what does it show? America has settling land claims within North America. Obviously, this is a neutral thing if we're going to war with a Native American tribe, but this is a European country that we're dealing with here. This is a Native American groups that are on the western frontier of the United States. It's not with regard to Europe. So we might identify that Washington is following a little bit different policy here with Native Americans than the one that he's following with Europeans, just one example. Again, purposes to find lands remain in Native hands, which would not. That's really what a lot of the document was that I had a chance to read. All right, let's try this one. If you're with us on Friday, this will be very, very familiar to you. So time to start. All right. So this is a letter, obviously, from Jefferson to his buddy James Monroe. And Jefferson here is saying that a lot of people are really upset about this Jay's Treaty thing. And he says it has completely demolished the monarchical party here. That's hurt the Federalists. So this is an example of how a foreign policy issue becomes a political issue, which divides the United States. What does it tell us about neutrality? Well, Washington is trying to stay out of things, if you recall. Jay's Treaty is a treaty that's trying to smooth things over with the British, so that we can stay out of the war. And so what argument does support? Now Americans believe we should be so friendly to Britain. What Jefferson is saying is a lot of people are up in arms about this treaty, Jay's Treaty, that we should be helping France. And of course, the people that believe that are the Jeffersonians and the people that belong to Jefferson's political party here. So it shows that we're a little bit divided about this. It shows that Washington is trying to maintain neutrality. He's trying to make sure that we do all we can to avoid getting involved in war. And it's also a little bit leaning towards the British. That's what he's saying here. So he had obviously Monroe, who's serving as Minister of France. And remember, when you do sourcing of a document, the goal isn't for you just to say, well, obviously the was Monroe. Well, ask yourself the question, so what? Why does it matter? Well, Monroe is a political ally of Jefferson's. He's serving as Minister of France. That may change the way you interpret that document. So it's not just identifying, well, the point of view is this, but why does it work? Include that. So let's move on to the next doc here. We'll give you, if time started here, to read this document. All right, so we have a U.S. consul at Tripoli. So hopefully if you know a little geography here, Tripoli, of course, is in the modern-day country of Libya, North Africa. This is one of the Barbary states. And so what is this person suggesting about the Barbary states? Notice the dates. That's May of 1800, right? This person is saying that we're going to have some trouble if we don't pay the Pasha of Tripoli, if we don't pay those fees, basically the bribes or blackmail to them. What does support? America was willing to act to defend the rights of freedom of the sea. So he's arguing, this consul is arguing that we need to have stronger military presence in the Mediterranean. So the sort of situation of that, obviously the Barbary pirates are attacking ships, and that's why he's asking for help. He's saying we need to do some work here. Purpose to encourage the government to do that. And as we talked about a little earlier today, Jefferson actually does do that a little bit later. So we send our military into action, the U.S. Navy, to fight the Barbary pirates. So is that an example of neutrality or not? Thinking about the big picture of our question. So something to think about. All right, let's try this one. Start around this. How does this help our argument, or doesn't it? Actually, I'll make this a Twitter question. Why is there such a big drop off in 1808? Why would trade drop off so dramatically in 1808? All right, hopefully you're inundating Twitter with the answer to that question. So this is a chart that shows us about trade. So if we're looking at America's role in the world, obviously we're trading, and our trade is increasing over much of this time. We'll drop off here. But then we see this massive drop off that happens in 1808, which is the effect of policy that went into effect in 1807. And hopefully the answer to that question grabs you like, oh, grab me. So it shows pattern trade. It demonstrates that our trade was reduced a lot, and the answer, of course, is the embargo, which shows that. So this is Jefferson's attempt to maintain neutrality, at least in the arena of European wars in this case. So all right, document 6. Try to read this one. The timer started for you. So we have an exposition of the causes and character of the war between the U.S. and Great Britain. So this person is, of course, telling us why this happened. So he basically says America has been connected with France, and Britain has been less than friendly to the United States. The argument that supports is these are reasons why eventually America went to war with Britain as opposed to going to war with France. And so some examples here, point of view, is that England has been the enemy of America since going back to the American Revolution. He's putting this the War of 1812 in the context of what's happening in the relationship between the U.S. and Britain, going back to the American Revolution here. He certainly is also justifying why the United States went to war with Britain in that. We have one more document. Here's a little time here. All right. So document 7 here is John Quincy Adams, and he's talking about our role in the world. And if you recall, when I talked about Monroe Doctrine, I mentioned to you, that was actually John Quincy Adams' idea. So our argument of support, this is kind of similar to that first document, if you recall, where Washington was saying we want to trade with everybody, we want to be neutral. So it's reasserting that neutrality. Of course, we're after the War of 1812 here in this document a little bit later in the time period. This is the author of the Monroe Doctrine. It's as I mentioned, it's Quincy Adams' idea. It reiterates America's friendship and independence in the world. So we're trying to maintain that here. So these are the docs, right? We have neutrality proclamation, the treaty Greenville to natives, Jay Street letter from Jefferson, the Barbary pirates comments, the chart on trade, and then the cause of War of 1812 document that we spent a little bit of time. So remember the question: analyze the extent of change. How much change in American foreign policy? So what changed? First of all, we say out of the French Revolution wars, but then we became involved in a war with England, and then we returned to neutrality. So there's sort of a couple things here, a couple waves going on. So it's not, it's not a simple story, and history is a simple story. So we managed to maintain neutrality, but then we ended up getting involved in a war that was connected to those wars of the French Revolution. And then after that war, we go back to our policy of trying to stay neutral from European trouble. So we kind of see that here. And then there's some other things that are going on. We have wars that are happening with native people, and we are taking warlike actions against Barbary pirates. So we have some other examples where we're not really maintaining neutrality in those two situations. So if we want to add a little bit more to that story, let's stay the same. The desire to maintain America's independence. Some people refer to the War of 1812 as America's second war of independence, for example. We're trying to defend our trade. Conflict with Native Americans certainly does not change in this time period. That remains the same as well. It's the same policy that we see early on, and we'll see a little bit later tomorrow. So a little note about complexity, and we'll just kind of introduce this idea here, and we'll come back to it a little bit later. But this might help you to understand what the difference between a simple argument and a complex one is. So the column on the right-hand side here are some questions to ask yourself about your essay. Are you getting different points of view, different evidence? Can you account for why evidence is different? Does the essay sound like you know what you're talking about? Does it focus on multiple themes? Does it draw connections to other places? Now, please understand, for you to get complexity point in the exam does not mean you have to have every single thing in the list here. These are just some general questions to ask yourself about the idea of, is my argument more complex than others? So use the example that we just looked at. You might say, nothing really changed in American foreign policy. You could build a nice historical argument about that and talk through all the different evidence that we have here that proves that in fact is the case. But if you said something's changed, but some things didn't change, now you're more complex. You're showing multiple sides of the story here. So that's one way to try to get that complexity point, is to think about the multiple ways of answering this question and counting for that. And it's not just a paragraph you stick at the end of your essay, by the way. It's something you should carry through the whole thing of your essay. So hopefully these questions, if you ask them of yourself, might help you out. And like I said, we'll revisit this topic for sure in future DBQ lessons. So that's a little bit to wrap up the market revolution, is a series of economic changes in this time period. And so think about how the market revolution affect people in different regions of America. A northern factory owner is going to have a very different experience with some of these things than a southern plantation owner who is surviving off slavery versus a western farmer that's growing food to be sold. So some of the quick definition of the market revolution is the shift away from the earlier moral economy where people get to grow crops, produce goods for a market. So sort of a general, not making it for myself anymore, I'm making it to be sold. I'm also going to be purchasing things from that market. And this encourages us to be more specialized. I no longer have to be good at everything. The moral economy was kind of the household economy that you needed everything for yourself. So if the wagon broke down, you had to go out and fix it. And if the roof leaked, you had to fix that. And you grew your own food and you made your own clothes. The market revolution is beginning to shift away from that. So some of the factors of that industrialization, we begin to get the first sort of phase of industry where we have textile mills making cloth, most famously the Lowell system, where women can buy cloth instead of making it because it's so much more efficient that the cost of it actually is going down. So you probably see images like this where people are now working in factories. These machines are so big you can't fit them in your home anymore. It's actually more efficient. Right? Factory life, you may have heard that very famous story of the Lowell Mill girls who worked in that factory. They actually are one of the first groups of people that bond together to try to fight against a pay cut that takes place there. And this was pretty unique. Most of the time women were expected to not be in the factories or in the workplace. They were supposed to be in the home. But these young girls working in the mills are really sort of breaking out of that stereotype. So this is, I often share with my own students, this is the timetable of the Lowell Mill. So we're in this period here. So the first bell rings at 4:30 in the morning, and the second bell at 5:30, and etc. along the way here. Give you all the different times that the bells will go off. So if you're in a school that has a traditional bell system, it's very much designed like this Lowell Mills system. So these girls work long, hard days for sure. The third factor is what you would call inventiveness or Yankee ingenuity, as some people, some historians call it. The most famous person is, of course, Eli Whitney. I'll talk about him in a second. The steam power. You can get steam engines that begin to take over here. That we have the beginning of mechanization in a lot of different ways, and in farming too. You have things like mechanical reaper, John Deere steel plow, which are making agriculture even more efficient. So Eli Whitney's two contributions on the right hand side there, you have a working model of a cotton gin, which is going to make it a lot easier just to separate seeds from cotton. It actually makes slavery a lot more profitable, and we'll hear more about that later on this week. And then interchangeable parts, which you see on the left hand side there, the gun maker now basically made the same exact gun over and over and over and over again, and that really allowed us to do more factory type things. Factories rely on this idea of interchangeable parts. More on that a little bit later. Transportation changes. So roads and canals get built in this time period. We talked about the National Road a little bit before with Where's Waldo of American history. So see if you're paying attention, who is Where's Waldo of early American history? Tweet that question. Answer that question back to this far. So roads and canals are being built. For example, Erie Canal, of course, we talked about that being from Western New York. But then after 1830, the roads begin to be replaced with railroads. You can see the beginning of the growth of that industry that will continue along after the Civil War. And of course, these are driven by steam engines, so start connecting to the last topic we talked about. Communication, also the telegraph, is that era's version of the internet or texting. This allowed people to spread information much more quickly across much greater distances. It was revolutionary for that time period. So these changes are happening in that period and causing change. So you see the travel times here, how much it reduces. So it would take you 3 weeks to get to this line where we're now taking, in this case, 3 days. If you look over here, so showing you how much more efficient our transportation systems are becoming in that period. And again, you'll notice where most of those railroads are being built. It's not a whole lot of railroads in the south. It's mostly in the north and connecting the north to the west. So yes, where's Waldo? Henry Clay. A lot of you are getting that answer. It looks like so. Again, Erie Canal, Tri-Thief right over here in Buffalo. Of course, we talk about the Erie Canal a little bit more than maybe you do in your school. This is the telegraph, the original telegraph machine. So population changes that happened during that period. This is what we'll kind of wrap up with. And of course, we begin to see the process of urbanization, where people are beginning to gather more and more in the cities, leaving the countryside. That's a trend that will continue throughout the 1800s and into the 1900s. By 1920, more people actually lived in cities than lived in the country. When the country was founded in the 1780s, about 90% of Americans lived in the countryside. So we see the beginning of that process here with this. And of course, immigration, what they call international migrants, people like the Irish and the Germans coming in. So these sort of non-English groups that are coming into America. And as is typical of immigration in most periods, when we have this spike of immigrants, you get a spike in reaction to that. We'll talk about that very quickly here in just a second. So population centers, you can see the large city, the only large city in America was New York. The yellow, couple of the green ones here, Philadelphia and Baltimore. Notice what happens by 1860. Hopefully you see a huge difference here. We don't even have purple and blue size cities in this map because they just weren't that big. But by 1820, you can see that we have cities that are reaching up to 1 million people. Again, most of them located up here in the Northeast, only a handful in the South. And even some of these bigger cities out here in the Midwest, Chicago, St. Louis, and Cincinnati. So again, effective urbanization here. This is a little graph on German immigration going way up, as you can see in that time period. And of course, Irish, you can see the big spike here. And so what's the reason? Let me get our last question for the day. What's the main reason why so many Irish were immigrating to America in the 1840s? What's going on there? And the Irish that come to America, of course, we had this nativist reaction to it. There's eventually the formation of an anti-immigrant political party called the American Party, or the Know Nothings. This is a political cartoon that is, of course, criticizing the Irish for alcoholism. He's got a bottle of rum up here, and the possibility of violence because he's got a torch here next to a barrel of gunpowder. So this is a very stereotypical view of Irish immigrants that you see there. And we're not going to really have time to do a whole lot of practice here, but this is an old exam question, short answer question about this spike in immigration and asking why this happened and what were some of the effects of that happening, which we'll deal with a little bit later on this week. So thank you once again for joining us. I know we're running just a little bit over the time here for 45 minutes, but we'll come back again tomorrow. Tomorrow the topic is Andrew Jackson, some of the changes that take place with Andrew Jackson's presidency. So we're going to lead you off with this question: explain the point of view and historical context of this cartoon. So I'm guessing that many of your teachers share this with you. So just refresh your memory what that cartoon is all about. The cartoon you see on the screen there. Thanks once again for tuning in. I will be back with you live on Thursday. But tomorrow is, as I mentioned, Star will be taking over for tomorrow Wednesday, taking you through the rest of period 4. So thanks again for tuning in. Have a great day. Good luck with the historical question.
Hey, good morning. Hello, how are you? Greetings from Atlanta, Georgia. For today's first AP Virtual US History lesson, we're going to cover 8.1, the topic of conceptualizing period 8. Now, I'm going to go a little bit more in depth, but first, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ms. Farr, and I am at Cambridge High School in Milton, Georgia. That is by way of Atlanta. If you know anything about Atlanta, we are home of 1,000 Waffle Houses, as well as sports teams like the Falcons, the Hawks, the Braves, and Atlanta United. I'm super excited to join you guys, and hopefully you'll have this journey with me as we kind of cover the rest of the last periods of your classwork. So then we're going to jump into some review. So it's going to be myself and Mr. Scott Horton. We're going to be your virtual AP instructors for this AP virtual classroom. So let's go ahead and jump right in. So just like a normal classroom, I love to start off with a warm-up. And a warm-up, of course, just things that don't make so it really just depends on what you guys call it. But just to kind of give you an idea of where we're going with the lesson and things that you should already learn for your teaching. So since we're in period 8, this warm-up is going to kind of be an overarching idea. So let's talk about conceptualizing. First of all, conceptualizing is the skill that involves the ability to connect historical events and processes to specific circumstances of time and place, as well as broader regional, national, or global processes. So in other words, it is the big picture. Everything that has happened, everything that has been covered in U.S. history up until this point. So period 8 starts in 1945 and it goes into 1980. So here's our question: what do the following presidents have in common? Is Presidents Monroe, President Truman, and President Eisenhower. Now you may or may not have covered Truman and Eisenhower as of yet, but if you already covered Monroe, so kind of tie it all together and think. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about the question. Okay, so here's one possible answer that you can get. Each president had a doctrine that pretty much addressed how the United States would deal with foreign affairs. Now, although each president was in a different time, Truman and Eisenhower was more in the 20th century, Monroe, of course, was the 1820s, their responses will be a little bit different depending on the time period in which we're talking about. So the question is, if we're talking about the topic of conceptualization, how can you further elaborate on their policies in order to make a connection? Well, I told you guys to think about the big picture. So here's some way. Remember, the Monroe Doctrine addressed the idea of the United States as a very small country, still kind of finding its footing, and it basically just requested that foreign countries stay out of our hemisphere, and in return, we'll stay out of your hemisphere. At that time, he was trying to address the fact that there was a lot of additional colonization that was happening inside the Western Hemisphere. The United States was a big fan of countries getting their independence, especially the colonies, considering that we had just gotten our independence from Britain. So Monroe was trying to address those concerns. In other words, all those former European countries that were there, they do not need to stay and remain in the hemisphere. Allow those countries to operate as their own independent nations. When we look at the Truman Doctrine, when we talk about the Cold War tomorrow, one of the things you need to kind of think about is, what was he talking about? What was the need for the doctrine? We're talking about the spread of communism. We are talking about the fact that, how do we possibly stop communism from spreading? We're going to look at the policy of containment and what the United States response to that was. And of course, we look at Eisenhower and you're making that connection to both Truman and Monroe. Still dealing with foreign affairs, still trying to stop certain foreign countries from invading or coming into other countries without their permission. He's going to kind of continue that policy of containment, but his doctrine is a little bit more aggressive. And basically what he says is, while we will provide assistance, both political and economic, is what Truman said, Eisenhower says a country could come and request that a country could come and request economic aid and or military aid if it was like it's being threatened. So as you make your connections and think about what conceptualization means at this point, remember, it's a big picture. It's being able to make that connection. So if this were a question that you had on your AP exam and actually compare or to conceptualize to these presidents, even if you decided to do all three, there is a connection amongst all of them, even though they were presidents at different times. So let's look at a lesson overview for today, and let's kind of look at where we're going in this journey. So for conceptualizing period 8, here are your expectations. You need to understand change and or continuity with preceding historical development. So I kind of did that with you guys when I did the warm up, and I kind of talked about, going through Monroe, what his change, what his continuity was when we talked about with Truman, and also kind of talked about the changes in the fact of, at that point, the United States was just kind of staying in their hemisphere, but when Truman, Monroe, and Eisenhower, were presidents, we had already established ourselves as a world power, so it was on a more global scale. The other expectation is understanding similarities and or differences with contemporaneous historical development in different regions or geographical areas. When you look at the Cold War, you're looking at the different responses that each one had. As you start looking at even domestic issues within period 8, for example, you're going to learn about the civil rights movement, how those things differ from the North versus the Southern response. As far as skill, you're going to need to identify and describe a historical context or specific historical development or process illustrated by historical evidence. So remember, all these skills are things that you already pretty much learned. We're just going to kind of continue on and further elaborate as we take the journey in period 8. So what do you need to know about period 8? This is just an introduction. So when I'm talking about the skill of conceptualization, I'm introducing this to you. I want you to understand that this is picking up where period 7 left off. So of course, we ended period 7 with World War 1945, the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Now we're going to talk about what the world thinks was happening after this point. So I like to kind of say there's 6 things you need to know about period 8. And don't worry if you don't get it right now. I'm going to bring it back up and kind of really emphasize the important. But these are just kind of like the top 6 things that we'll definitely hear as myself and Mr. Horton go over our lessons. So number 1, the United States position itself as a global leader. What does that mean exactly? Well, it means that now that we have atomic weaponry, how does the world view us? Are we a threat? Are we a friend? We are talking about stopping the spread of communism. We want our nations to have the democratic nations. We want to kind of basically have them do more capitalism versus communism. We want to be seen differently than how we were viewed at the end of World War I, where we kind of made a plan that then we didn't actually, we weren't able to actually implement that plan. So we might have to do things a little bit differently at this point. The second thing is that initially there was major American support for anti-communist foreign policy. What does that mean, anti-communist? How does that look? When we're talking about the policy of containment and we're talking about how to stop the spread, how did that change? Why did some Americans actually start believing in the whole idea of the Communist Party? Because whether most people want to realize there were some Americans actually did support the theory of communism. And then also too, those American businesses that had foreign ties in various countries. What was their response? How did they feel being having those anti-communist feelings when they were having business ties with countries that were actually practicing communism? So how did that support change? Did it change? What was the connection? Because if you recall, there was also some situations where we had those anti-communist feelings, although they weren't really identified as communist feelings at the end of World War I. The civil rights activists energized a new nationwide movement for racial progress. The civil rights movement, of course, we're talking about the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s, but what a lot of people don't realize is that the civil rights movement had been a continuous thing. We are looking at the fact that the civil rights movement had started well before the 1800s. Well, actually, you can say that it started right at the beginning of Reconstruction. And so these movements, when you think about leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, Washington, Marcus Garvey, and of course, Period 8, we're going to be looking at Martin King, we're going to be looking at Malcolm X, we're going to be looking at whole organizations like SNCC, we're going to be looking at CORE, we're going to be looking at SCLC. How did that new movement make that nationwide thing? What was different from the 1800s, late 1800s up until now? For spurred by civil rights movements, other social movements advocated for their causes. We're going to see Latino movement, freight brokers, we're going to see Asian Americans now who have, felt some, they felt the pains of what happened with everything at Pearl Harbor and how their rights were stripped away and how they now want to come back and be recognized as the fact that they were American. We're going to talk about the Native Americans who have been in constant battle with the United States government for upholding promises that were made well before even the 20th century. And we're going to look at women's rights and the role of women, that transition from the Victorians to the 1920s women, and then of course the 1920s women into World War II, and how that made a factor of change at the end of World War II, where some women kind of wanted to become homemakers. You're looking at that transition from the 50s, and also you're looking at the fact that some women were wanting to have the same equal rights as men, equal pay, better jobs. And so that feminist movement is really going to kind of become important. And then of course you have your gay and your lesbian movements as well, wanting to have recognition, wanting to have those same rights, and the marches, pride, and things are going to start. So all of these are going to be spurred by the African American civil rights movement. And we're going to notice that there are a lot of similarities in how these movements are going to kind of mirror the things that happened with the civil rights movement that happened in the 50s and 60s. Number 5, in the 1960s, President Johnson's Great Society program attempted to use power of federal government to eliminate poverty and end racial discrimination and promote social justice. What does that mean? The Great Society program is a continuation of the New Deal that happened with FDR. You will notice the similarities and differences with that. You also notice that a lot of the Great Society programs that Johnson put in place and how he wanted to use the role of the federal government are still happening today. What was the part of the plan when he wanted to eliminate poverty? How did he use that to end racial discrimination as he signed some bills that ended, things like the Voting Rights Act? And then of course promoting social justice, not just for African Americans, but also for Native Americans. That was also part of the Great Society program as well. And then finally, in the 70s, the public grew increasingly distrustful of the government's ability to solve problems. Is it still a racial problem? Yes and no. But also we're looking at environmental problem. We're looking at the fact that we're going to have new government agencies that are going to be adopted at this time. And by this point, we have Richard Nixon who's in office. And what is he going to do? He's going to create EPA, the Office of Environmental Protection, the Environmental Protection Agency, excuse me. Well, what is their role? Their job is to protect some of the same things. And if you look at the EPA, some of this is kind of stemming from thinking about the big picture here. Think about Theodore Roosevelt and how he was trying to do conservation methods along with the Sierra Club. So kind of keep these in mind as you're going through period 8, and just kind of know that while these are not all the things that are going to be covered in period 8, we're going to cover even more than that. But these are kind of the 6 major topics that you can expect to definitely see during that time. So the question is, how do we get to this point? How do we get to the point where we are a global leader? We are on the brink of a Cold War that will last for decades. How did people come to see us as that world power? And then how is it that while we're dealing with these foreign issues, there's still domestic issues that are still kind of bubbling over well? So I like to kind of look at it as this. We look at World War I, the Great War. We had the introduction of new types of weaponry. We had chemical warfare. We also had the fact that America joined this war late. We were a major ally. We looked at the fact that we came up with a plan in order to bring nations together. We wanted to prevent another war from happening. So we were seen as great leadership. And then unfortunately, we were not able to join the League of Nations. However, we were still actually making loans to countries in order to help revitalize. So at this point, we are kind of looking at, we're kind of setting a trend for countries who are going to look for America as far as looking for economic aid, political aid. We also need to look at the Great Depression. It wasn't just an impact that happened here in America. This impacted the entire world. Remember, we were still providing economic aid to certain countries. More specifically, we were providing economic aid to Germany. However, when the stock market crashed and our economy began crashing, well, those loans had to stop. We also needed to get money back that we had put into the war from Britain and France and all those countries that we helped out were the allies. So now we're calling in all those payments because our economy is suffering. The Great Depression will lead to looking at leadership. The responses to the Great Depression from the Republican Party headed by Hoover and how FDR came in and came up with different programs called the New Deal, kind of exercising more strength in the federal government, providing more aid, something that was different. And again, the world is still watching because we are still being seen as a great world power and a great world leader. And then, of course, World War II is going to be the big one. The bombing of Pearl Harbor, the fact that we decided to join this war. At first, we were kind of saying hands away. We kind of looked at what happened. We're still in the middle of depression. Our country is still suffering, but World War II is going to be very impactful, not just for our country. It helped end the depression, but it also made changes for African Americans. It also made changes for women who came out of their kitchens in World War I and then kind of do it again, come together in World War II. And also the fact that we now have new weaponry with atomic weapons. And so once all this happened, and of course, the big thing is that countries that were at one point our enemies are now going to become our allies. That's all going to change at the end of World War II. So how do we get to this point where we're about to start the Cold War? The bombing, weapons, things that we had in our arsenal that we did not share immediately, but now the world knows because we had to use them to effectively stop a war. How is it that this Cold War, how is that going to impact us? How is it that we're going to be able to still have those same allies? And again, now those allies are now going to become our enemies, and there's going to be a whole system of distrust. And you're going to start to notice that people in the government are going to start kind of using that power, their power, in order to flush out those individuals that they feel are going to be bad for government. So let's look at guided practice as we're talking about the theory of contextualization. So I wanted to start off with this is an SAU issue answer question. And so we're going to kind of go through this each element and kind of talk about it and break it down one by one. So in the first part, you're going to explain one way in which United States involvement in world affairs changed from 1945 to 1960. So broad theory, again, we'll look at the one way the United States involvement in world affairs changed between 1945 and 1960. And this can also tie into the bell ringer that we had when we talked about Presidents Truman and Eisenhower because they're going to actually fall within this time period. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about it, and then I'm going to kind of go and tell you possible answers if you have. Okay, so like we said, we can talk about this. The United States established a new mutual defense treaties, such as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, in 1949, foreign countries. And again, when you start talking about the Cold War tomorrow, we're going to go more in depth and kind of talk about NATO and what its purpose was and how it was basically countries coming together to decide to defend each other and kind of forming that collaboration. Another thing you can mention is that the United States pursued a policy of containing overseas, whereby it sought to stop the extension of the influence of the Soviet Union and communism over foreign countries. And of course, this is going to come from a long telegram that happened with George Kennan and how he realized that communism exists. There's no point about in trying to, we can't go into another war now that Russia knows that we have these weapons. So let's just practice this policy of containing. And again, you will definitely understand more about containing tomorrow and why this policy was the most important because they were looking at fighting the Cold War and trying to suppress communism without having to actually wage another war. You can also mention the fact that the United States engaged in military interventions in foreign countries such as the Korean War from 1950 to 1953. Again, fighting the war. Now, when we talk about the Cold War, you're going to notice something. There was no actual fighting between the United States and the Soviet Union. It was for major world powers who were actually against fighting the Cold War themselves. But you will see that there will be U.S. intervention in other wars as they are trying to stop the spread of communism. And the Korean War is one of those examples. So you will see what I like to call various hot spots within the Cold War. And that Korean War will be one of them. And then you can mention the fact that the United States formed a permanent military establishment for national defense through the National Security Act of 1947. What did that do? What did that entail? How did other countries respond to that? And then you can also go and talk about how the United States provided foreign aid to help rebuild countries that were devastated by the Second World War programs such as the Marshall Plan. How do you plan to spend money? How do you get other countries to come in and spend money as well? What kind of economic aid did those countries need at the time? And then finally, you can look at the United States provided support for first the French in Vietnam and then later the South Vietnamese government. Of course, this will kind of lead us into what will be the Vietnam War, which was the longest, I guess, hot spot within the Cold War itself. So again, all of these are plausible responses if you want to briefly explain one way in which the United States involvement in world affairs changed between 1945 and 1960. So let's look at another question. Again, this is part of the strength question, so this will be part B. This is briefly describe one difference between the United States involvement in world affairs between 1945 and 1960 and the United States involvement in world affairs between 1918 and 1940. So look at what we're saying. We're looking at differences, and I gave you got two different time periods between 1945 and 1960 and then between 1918 and 1940. So take a few minutes. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and kind of look at this. Okay, so the United States avoided mutual defense obligations to foreign countries between 1918 and 1940. That was huge. Remember, we always had that policy of kind of, we're not going to get involved. We're going to kind of remain neutral. Those neutral acts that happened, that were put in place, neutrality acts. They basically just said, we go do business with countries that are not engaged in war, but we're not in war ourselves. So we're just going to kind of remain away from that. But between 1945 and 1960, we made pledges to foreign countries, basically just saying, hey, if you feel threatened, if you need economic aid, if you want to stop the threat of communism from coming into your country, we will assist you in any way possible. Now, when we say that for some countries we did provide military aid, but it wasn't at the expense of pulling the entire country into the war. That's not really going to impact us until we look at the Vietnam War. And you'll kind of see what I'm talking about when we get there. The second thing you mentioned, the United States refused to join the League of Nations after 1980. And although it was the brainchild of President Woodrow Wilson, Congress was more so upset with the fact that while yes, they agreed that something like that needed to happen, he kind of overstepped the boundaries of the presidency and kind of put us in a position where we honestly could not get involved with the League of Nations. So he did get permission from Congress. And so that was the reason why we just did, we refused to join. And of course, after 1945, it led to the formation of the United Nations. I think we learned by not joining the League of Nations that, of course, that was basically World War I was World War II was inevitable. I think we saw the threat. I think we looked at everything that happened from our non-involvement with the League of Nations and how all the blame was placed on the country. And of course, that country rose to power and came back and waged war in 1939 Germany. And we're looking at the fact that we do not want that to happen again. And so we're going to create the United Nations. We're also going to invite those countries to become part of the United Nations. And we're also going to help those countries that were most economically ravaged. We're going to help them the most. We don't want to have a repeat of what happened at the end of World War I to happen at the end of World War II. You can also look at that the United States insisted on debt repayments and placed restrictions on international loans in the late 1920s and 30s. Remember how I talked about how we get to this point? And I talked about World War I and for the warm up. And I kind of talked about since I went through the 6 things that we need to know. And I talked about World War I. That's what I'm talking about. We actually wanted to be repaid for our role and all the weapons, all the food, all the clothing, everything that we provided as far as aid and allies. We wanted to have repaid back. And of course, we did put those loans out to Germany with the idea of helping them rebuild and establish their economy with the Weimar Republic. And of course, they were unsuccessful because of that. They were not strong enough to actually implement the democratic government that we hoped they would do. And you mentioned while between 1945 and 1960, the United States provided foreign aid funds to help countries rebuild after the Second War. You'll learn more about that with the Marshall Plan. All this was again this whole policy of containment, which means that we're going to invest. We're going to help these countries rebuild back. We're not just going to give them loans, but we're not going to be the only country to put money into these to this. As United Nations, yes, we probably will put in a higher percentage, but we're going to get Great Britain involved. We're going to get France involved. All these different countries. We're going to need the United Nations. And we're going to talk about the spread of communism, how to stop that. Then we're going to need all kinds of work efforts and put the economic aid and the military aid involved as well. All right, and the final part of this, which is part C, briefly explain one reason for the difference between the United States involvement in the world affairs between 1945 and 1960, and the United States involvement in world affairs between 1918 and 1940. So same time period, but again, remember, make sure when you're doing SAQ, read the question very carefully to see this. I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to kind of think about it. Okay, so one possible answer is the disillusionment with outcome of World War I and long-term policy traditions of neutrality in foreign affairs led to a rise in isolationist sentiment between 1918 and 1940. So repeat that. The disillusionment with the outcome of the First World War and long-standing policy traditions of neutrality in foreign affairs led to a rise in isolationist sentiment between 1918 and 1940. And that kind of goes back to, again, us not wanting to get involved, even with the fact that World War II had already started, we still not going to get involved. We will still do country, we will still do business with countries. However, as far as the United States is concerned, we are isolating. We're isolating ourselves. We're kind of adopting that whole Monroe Doctrine idea again, which is, we're going to remain in our hemisphere at this point and let you guys handle your business in your hemisphere. The other fact you can say is while between 1945 and 1960, the U.S. intervention overseas was seen as crucial to preventing conflicts that could lead to warfare and protecting U.S. national security interests. You're going to see that, especially a lot when you go deeper into the Cold War. Look at us and as far as the Middle East, oil. You're going to look at everything that happens with the Suez Canal situation. So many different areas. We're looking at our involvement with the Korean War, and of course, a big involvement with the Vietnam War. So it's so many different areas in which the United States is our involvement is going to be seen crucial. And it's really kind of an expectation that we get ourselves involved with this because we are kind of seen as the leader in order to stop the spread of communism. And here's another possible answer that you can have. The government sphere of the spread of communism was principally focused on suppressing domestic political dissent between 1918 and 1940. So we knew that communism existed. This wasn't new. It was practiced as much as it was going to be after the end of World War II. But we wanted to kind of keep it here in the domestic issue, domestic dissent. We weren't kind of looking at it as a foreign. We kind of looked at it as how is it going to impact our government? How can we stop it here? You're going to really remember to kind of think about it when I come back and talk to you guys on Friday about the Red Scare. It's not going to be the first time that we've had that communism possibly rising within our country. It actually did happen at the end of World War I. So then while between 1945 and 1960, fear of the spread of communism abroad focusing on preventing foreign nations, especially in Europe, East Asia, from falling under Soviet influence and empowering communist government. Looking at the influence, the severe influence that happened the Soviet Union and how they're going to manage to get major countries like North Vietnam, also like China, how all those countries involved in communism. What can we do? Not just looking at the sphere of communism within our own nation, but looking at it on a much bigger impact. So again, that whole bigger contextualization, the big picture. We're no longer thinking of ourselves at this point. We're now thinking of the world. So we're kind of put on that whole big brother role. Or if you remember from the Roosevelt corollaries and the Monroe Doctrine, we're going to be seen kind of like as a policing power at this point. So I want to make sure that you guys really understand when I talk about the idea of contextualization and how you're looking at the big picture and how we're thinking about everything that's about to happen. That happened in period 7, the events I've mentioned that happened within that period and how it led us to this point. And of course, all these events have happened, are going to happen, that we're going to talk about within period 8 that will lead us to period 9. Let's kind of do a little check for understanding. So these are some multiple choice questions, and although you will not see them on your AP exam this year, it's still good to kind of keep our practice going. So with every multiple choice that you know, there is going to be a stimuli that you will have, whether it's a passage that you have to read or passages. You may be looking at a little cartoon, you may be looking at a picture. It could be various things, but kind of keeping along the idea of contextualization. Please take a few minutes and read this passage and then answer the question, and we're going to come up with the best response. So I'm going to give you guys a minute. Okay, guys, this passage is from the Southern Declaration of Integration. This happened in 1956, so this is during the Civil Rights Movement. It's very important to have passages, primary sources, secondary sources, that you make sure that not only do you pay attention to the words that are being said, but you also pay attention to when, the author, the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. So here is your question. The author of the quote most likely directly attacks which one? A, decision makers in each of the three branches of government. B, the desegregation of the U.S. military. C, the doctrine of states' rights. Or D, the efficacy of using federal power to achieve goal. All right, and the correct answer is D, the efficacy of using federal power to achieve states' goals. And the reason why is because they were talking about the fact that the federal government was actually trying to promote racial equality in public government on American public schools and other vital institutions. And more specifically, if you think about this is in regard, this is kind of a response to what happened in 1945 with Brown versus Board of Education, basically in desegregation with public schools. So that is why we kind of think about that and looking at it, why D is the correct answer for this response. All right, here's another one. All right, I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to kind of read through there. Remember, don't forget to look at the bottom to see the dates and to see what type of document it is. Okay, so this is the Drums Committee for the Menominee Indians in 1971, and don't forget that this is again a part of the Native American Civil Rights Movement where they were trying to fight for their social rights as well. And the correct answer for this is as number 2, the quote above is A, requesting federal power to end racial discrimination. B, raising awareness of prevalence and persistence of poverty. C, addressing issues of identity and social injustice. Or D, calling on the federal government to advance desegregation. The answer is C, addressing issues of identity and social injustice. And more specifically, this was kind of addressing ways in which the federal government were treating the Menominee Indians graciously and also unfairly. It was also condemning its refusal to consider the importance of the identity of Native Americans. All right, guys, we have one more question to go through as we kind of talk about this. This is the Huron Statement. So again, take a few minutes to read through. Okay, so this is 1962, the Port Huron Statement. This is Students for a Democratic Society. So again, kind of in the middle of various movements that were happening. So this question says the author of the book most likely A, condemned by the protest. B, was satisfied with the social programs of the Great Society. C, supported conservative tax policies and economic deregulation. Or D, assailed liberals for doing too little for racial injustice. The correct answer is D. And the reason why he believed that the liberal states had done way too little to solve the problem of racial injustice inside the American society. They were among the groups of very young white Americans who frequently put themselves in line to support the goals of the civil rights movement. So good job, you guys, if you got these all correct. And if not, don't worry about it. Remember, process of elimination. Pay attention to the dates. Pay attention to the time period. Again, the contextualization part of it. Think about the overall picture. Remember, I said 1962, so we're in the middle of the civil rights movement. We're kind of moving into a different era because we're under Kennedy's presidency and how his response will be. So those are kind of things you need to think about when you're answering your multiple choice questions. So let's kind of summarize and debrief everything that we got so far. All right, so here are key takeaways. Number one, the United States responded to an uncertain and unstable post-war by asserting and working to maintain a position of global leadership with far-reaching domestic and international consequences. Another thing you're going to get a takeaway from is that the new movement for civil rights and liberal efforts to expand the role of government will generate a range of political and cultural responses. And again, if you're going through period 8, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. And then post-war economic and demographic changes had far-reaching consequences for American society, politics, and culture. So again, talking about the scale of contextualization, the other thing is how to contextualize by using various stimuli. We looked at a couple of primary sources that we kind of looked at when we did this, and of course how to apply the scale of contextualization on your AP exam. We talked about again, if you had a question like a short answer question, we kind of went to go. And at the beginning, I kind of gave you an effort to a response question, how you be able to tie those in. And so our learning objective course is to explain the context of societal change from 1945 to 1980. We're going to go from not just dealing with domestic issues and kind of cabinet policy of isolationism, but now we're going to kind of go on a more global scale and start caring about other countries as well. So I told you guys I bring this back up and I underlined the things again for those 6 important things. So just very quickly, first thing you need to know, remember, the United States is a global leader. You're going to see that. It's going to be evident. You're going to see that more and more as we go through period 8. 2, American support for anti-communist policy. Definitely going to talk about that as you go through the Cold War tomorrow. And then I pick back up with you guys on Friday. We're going to talk about the impact it will have on a domestic issue as far as the Red Scare is going to go. 3, the civil rights movement for racial progress. And we're going to learn again, not just for African Americans, but from Latinos, Asian Americans, women's rights, gay, lesbian rights, and also for Native Americans, which kind of ties into 4. So other social movements advocate for their causes, kind of looking at the civil rights movement, the televising, how the impact that it made, how it led to federal legislation. Can they get those same results? Number 5, the Great Society program intended to eliminate poverty and racial discrimination and promote social justice. All of these things are going to be so pivotal. And you're going to see whether or not the Great Society did what it intended to do, or what type of impact it will have as far as the government is concerned. And then number 6, the public group distrustful of the government's ability to solve problems. We talked about things that we're dealing with domestically, or we talked about things that were foreign-wise. Definitely domestic as far as the environment. You're going to see that more often as we kind of go through this. We need an opportunity, kind of thinking about the idea of contextualization. You could, I know all you guys have camera phones and you have the ability to scan QR codes, but kind of go onto YouTube and watch this video. If there was ever a video that I think would contextualize period 8, everything that you guys are about to see and learn about, it would be this video right here. It's called We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel. And I want you guys to just take a look at that video on YouTube, and they're going to go all the years from 1945 up until 1980, and that's just the best example of contextualization I can give you guys so that you can see it on a bigger visual scale. So really quickly, let's kind of go through a brief exam practice, just kind of looking at this. During the years 1945 to 1980, the Cold War fluctuated between periods of confrontation and peaceful coexistence. Briefly explain one policy or action that led to this confrontation. So if you guys were to have this on your exam, how would you answer this? Here's some possible answers that you can look at. We're not going to really go, we don't really have enough time to go into these, but remember when you're looking at questions like this, if you're responsive to SAQs, it's always good to create a giant list, is what I like to recommend, because what you can do is once you get your list together, you can figure out which one you definitely know the best information about, so that you can answer the question effectively and make sure that you are, addressing what the question is asking. So here are 8 things that you can talk about when you want to talk about, the Cold War fluctuating between periods of confrontation and peaceful coexistence. All these things will kind of touch on that as you mentioned. Part B, briefly explain one policy or action that was promoted that promoted peaceful coexistence. And again, these are all things that promote peaceful coexistence. United Nations, SALT 1, SALT 2, Geneva Accords, Paris Peace Talks, and the kitchen debates. So again, kind of thinking along the lines of first create a list, let me see what I know, and then from there choose the one, or choose the one that you definitely know that you can probably give the best response to. And the reason why I like these questions why they're so hard is that it does give you the opportunity to pick and choose which way you want to go, which direction you want to go with this. So if you feel better about talking about the kitchen debates that Nixon had, feel free to go through that. Talk about the kitchen debates. If you feel like you're more better, you have more information with the United Nations, then you have that option. So you're not limited to anything, to any one specific thing. You have 6 different options. There's more options than this. I'm just giving you some options that you can decide from. And then finally, part C, one piece of outside evidence and explain how it's important to respond to either A or B. Make sure when you're doing an SAQ, if you have something and it says make sure that you read output, don't make the mistake of feeling like you have to answer part A and part B. Remember, it says either part A or part B. So you just have that option and you only just have one piece of evidence. And then here's the things that you can kind of talk about. If you want to talk about the nuclear arms race, you can cite NSC 68 or the National Security Report, Council Report 1950. Let's just say if you want to talk about the Korean War, you can talk about the Truman Doctrine. Remember we talked about Truman with our warm-up. Here's your opportunity to address that and how the policy of containment to create peace. For the Vietnam War, again, Truman Doctrine is still applicable here. You can also talk about how we rejected the terms of the Geneva Conference in 1954. So again, only one of those things, and I kind of selected some things that we can address part A or part B. So as we close, I want to give you something to think about. Tomorrow you will be taught by Mr. Ford, who's going to talk to you about the Cold War, and this is actually the beginnings of this period. I was just going to give you a brief introduction and kind of talking about contextualizing, which means taking up things from period 7 and taking them over to period 8. I want you to think about this question. What is the point of view of Presidents Truman, Eisenhower, and Kennedy with regard to the buildup of American armed forces? Think about that. Presidents Truman, Eisenhower, and Kennedy, and how their point of view with regard to the American buildup of the armed forces. I really appreciate you guys joining me today. I had such a great time. I hope that I taught you enough to kind of get you started with this period. And thank you for watching, and I hope that you'll be joining us again. Please make sure that you think about that practice question that I asked you. Think about the points of view of Truman, Eisenhower, and Kennedy when it comes to American buildup. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Today we're going to be talking about the Cold War from 1945 to 1980. And just as a quick introduction, we want to let you know that colleges wanted to make sure that we finish the course. That's why we're covering the remainder of the course, both period 8 and both period 9. But we're going to focus on skills, and those skills will be things that you can apply both to the stuff that we're going to work on today, and also, of course, the remainder of the course, which is what you'll be tested on when the exam finally does happen. Review sessions, we're already beginning to plan those, and the schedule for that will be coming out real soon. So make sure you tune in for those as well on YouTube. So my name is Mr. Horton. I'm Scott Horton. I teach in Williamsville, New York. It's just outside Buffalo. If you're familiar with the geography of New York State, we're in Western New York, home of the Buffalo Bills. And today we're going to talk about the Cold War, as I mentioned. So here's a practice question that Ms. Farr left off with yesterday, a question about Truman and the atomic bomb. So if you get a chance to do that, take a second just to read through that and think about why the president is making this statement. So a couple of possible answers here. I know you can't respond to me here live, but some of the possible responses are he cites Germany's attempt to build a atomic bomb. He references Pearl Harbor to remind Americans that Japan attacked us and mistreated our POWs. He also could be sending a message to other countries who might potentially be our enemy that we're willing to use the atomic bomb, which might be an additional purpose that's not listed on my answer key here. So really we're going to focus today on the scale of sourcing a document and thinking about the purpose, why someone would write something the way that they did. So if we overview, of course, Cold War, especially the early Cold War, we're going to talk about many things from Truman's presidency, will be the main focus, and then sourcing documents, specifically the purpose of documents, as I mentioned just a second ago. Then you should already know how America's role in the world changed. So period 7 really covers that change, starting with imperialism as the US begins to reach out to other places around the world by annexing the Philippines and going to war with Spain is a good example. World War I is in the middle of that topic, where the United States eventually gets drawn into that global war and involves itself, but then removes itself essentially from the world. And then World War II, where the US again takes a leading role in defeating the Axis powers in that war. So really kind of setting up where we are in Cold War after World War II. We'll talk about that role of the United States in that period. And then sourcing, of course, these are things we've done before, probably point of view especially, and it would just be something that I spend a lot of time talking about. So our overriding question, what are the ways America's efforts in Cold War changed over time, and in what ways did they stay the same? So we're thinking about the CCOT, historical reasoning process as we go through what we're going to talk about today. And at the end of the lesson, you should understand the variety of ways the US fought the Cold War. There are several answers to that question. So quick warm-up question, tying into all the things that have been happening in our world in the last 2 or 3 weeks. The COVID war. So one thing to think about with COVID is obviously an unprecedented change in our lives and the way we're doing things, including teaching you online on YouTube. Think about what are the things that you fear as a result of COVID. Give you about 15 seconds to think about that. You have to write down the top 3 things that you were afraid of because of COVID. So some answers you might have thought of, some things that might come to mind. Coronavirus can hurt us or our loved ones. Our lifestyles have had to change in response to COVID. There are many things we can do to try to help end it, but there are also many things we can't control about it. There are many unknowns, and we don't have similar experience to rely on. None of us have lived through the last time we had a major pandemic, which was after World War I. None of us have that institutional memory. So the reason that I start with that is because you can consider the Cold War to be a very similar thing. It was an unprecedented change in people's lives in that period. What were people afraid of? The Cold War was very much about fear. Cold War could hurt us or our loved ones, including the threat of nuclear war eventually when the Soviet Union developed nuclear weapons. Our lifestyles had changed in response to the Cold War. There are things we could do to try to end it, but there are many things we could not control about it. There are many unknowns, and we didn't have similar experience to rely on. We didn't have the threat of global nuclear war that could end life on the planet. So this is something that changed a lot of things for the United States in that period. And the US, of course, is going to take a leading role in that. So the definition of the Cold War. The Cold War is a political rivalry between the US and the Soviet Union after World War II. The Soviets, of course, are communists by this point. The US are not communist, they're a capitalist democratic nation. And there's a rivalry rivalry for influence between the two of them. Who's going to be really the leader of the world in a sense during the period post-1945? It's rooted in fears on both sides. The U.S. feared that the Soviets were trying to expand their influence into Eastern Europe and eventually into other parts of the world. The Soviet Union worried about the United States, as they called it, capitalist encirclement. They were going to be surrounded by capitalists and ultimately squashed through that. And it's fought in a variety of ways. We're going to look at some examples of documents in just a second here. Different ways that this was fought. Collective security is one. Nations banding together to try to stop the possibility of war, to defend themselves against the other side. Economic aid programs from both the U.S. and the Soviet Union. We're going to focus on the U.S. part of that. Diplomacy, signing treaties, for example, between the two sides, trying to calm those fears. Proxy wars is another, which means a war between allies, but not between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. So the reason we call this the Cold War is the U.S. and the Soviet Union never actually engaged in a war against one another. However, they did back allies in other places in the world where communism was fighting non-communism. You also notice the level of tension fluctuates over the course of time. This is one of the big ideas of the unit that the College Board, of course, emphasizes here, that there are times of really high tension between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. We'll cover a little bit more of those on Monday when I return for that lesson. But then there are times where things seem to ease off a little bit between the two superpowers. And the U.S. is now the most powerful nation on Earth. In 1945, the United States is the only country in the world that has atomic weapons, and the U.S. took a leading role in the world defending our way of life, democracy, and capitalism against what was viewed as the new threat, which of course is the communists. So the purpose of the document, just a quick review of that. The purpose of the document asks you to consider why an author created a document. What are they trying to accomplish? And a lot of times this goes beyond the obvious. I'll give you an example that I'm sure you've all studied. Gettysburg Address. Lincoln writes the Gettysburg Address as he was invited to come to a cemetery to dedicate that cemetery to the soldiers that died at the Battle of Gettysburg. That's a very simple, easy, very literal purpose of that document. But Lincoln takes that to a different level, and Lincoln actually adds some other things here. So you could argue that his purpose was to ask Americans to be dedicated to finishing the war. That the war, of course, was not over at that point, and successfully completing the task that the soldiers that died for at Gettysburg is one of the things that he does in that speech. He also uses the speech to identify the war, really, in a sense, contextualize the war as being consistent with American principles. That this is something that Americans had fought for before, liberty and liberty for all people, and of course extending that to African Americans eventually after the war is over. So there's lots of answers to the idea of the question of what was the purpose of the Gettysburg Address. A very literal one, but then if we think about it a little bit more, delve into it, there's other reasons that Lincoln, of course, writes that speech. Wonderful 2 minutes of American oratory. So let's practice a few. So here's the document, Truman Doctrine. The context of this is President Truman is concerned about Greece and Turkey are having trouble. They have communist insurgencies in their country, or they're at least viewed that way, and there's some concern about that. So the question I'm going to ask you to think about is 2 things. What's the point of view of the speech? What was the purpose of the speech? We'll start the timer. So some possible answers to that one. Truman, of course, defines the battle between the 2 different ways of life, as he calls it, the way of life of free institutions, representative government, and the opposite of that, of course, the low minority. He's really referring to communists there. So the United States fought communism through foreign policy, and so this is an example. It's called the Truman Doctrine, which eventually will become the bedrock of Cold War policy in the United States, trying to contain or stop the spread of communism. Is the idea of that. Other presidents eventually will have theirs, as you can see from my list on the screen. So the point of view, America needs to be responsible for helping people fight communism. Of course, he calls them internal insurgencies. The purpose of the speech explains to Americans why the U.S. is going to take on the role of containing communism. So in a sense, he's trying to set the stage here. You could argue setting the stage for increased involvement of the United States in the world post-1945. It's our responsibility to help people fighting communist subversion. Let's try another one. This is a speech by Winston Churchill, who was the Prime Minister of England throughout most of World War II. And the background of this, the context, as you can see on the right-hand side there. World War II ends with the Soviet Union control of much of Eastern Europe. They have liberated Eastern Europe during World War II, and of course they chose not to go home at that point. They remained in those countries like Czechoslovakia, the eastern part of Germany, Poland, etc. England and the rest of Western Europe were threatened by the increased power of the Soviet Union. And Churchill actually is concerned about this even during the war, that if the Soviets were to liberate Eastern Europe, they might not leave. So this is not something that probably surprised Churchill too much. So I have to say 2 questions again. What's the purpose of the speech? I'm sorry, not the same 2 questions. What's the purpose? And then think about, he's delivering the speech to an American audience. Does it matter? Would he change what he says here based on who he's talking to? So we'll start the timer. Okay, so another approach to fighting communism was collective security, which is essentially what he's arguing for here, or encouraging. Collective security means working together with other nations to preserve peace. Examples would be things like the United Nations, which was formed at the conclusion of World War II, formation of NATO, which happens in 1949, where the Western European powers signed a treaty, which is essentially a mutual defense treaty with the United States involved in that. So what's the purpose of the speech? Convincing Americans to participate in collective security. One of the things that Churchill recognizes here and actually makes an argument about here is that this is a threat to all people. They're non-communists, they're non-dictatorships. This is a threat to all free peoples of the world. He's trying to couch this in terms of everyone needs to be involved. And why does it matter that the speech was delivered to an American audience? Well, the U.S. he thinks is going to be an important partner, and they ultimately would be an important partner in the effort to stop the spread of communism to the rest of the world. Signing NATO is a great example of that. Eventually, the U.S. does dedicate itself to the defense of Western Europe against the possible threat of the Soviets. Kind of getting the audience there a little bit at the end, and audience and purpose sometimes are very closely related to one another. Another way the United States fought the wars, I mentioned before, through proxy wars, aiding non-communist nations against wars against communist nations, and Korea is a great example of that. Vietnam, which we'll get into a little bit more detail the next time, next Monday, when we revisit that topic, is a really good example of that as well. American forces fighting in countries against communist powers, but not fighting against the Soviet Union. So this is a press release from President Truman about Korea as the Korean War gets started. So let's think about, again, purpose. What is the purpose of this press release? Let's start the time now. Okay, so possible answers to this. Truman is justifying why the U.S. is sending our military into Korea. He describes the attack by the North Koreans across the 38th parallel into South Korea. He is explaining that the communists are now using military force in addition to other methods, as he calls them, to spread communism. He also is, of course, explaining what's happening. He's telling the American people about what's going on in Korea. And, of course, he's highlighting that it's the communists that are making the attack and that the Americans will be people being sent in to ultimately defend South Korea. Incidentally, South Korea, of course, is still being defended by the United States. The 8th Army, which was sent into Korea in 1950, remains there. All this other remain there to defend South Korea still to this very day, 2020, many years later, of course. So let's try a couple of additional ones to check to make sure you understood. So the next document will be a document about the Marshall Plan. And the context of this document is that some European nations were suffering economically because of World War II, and the United States here is going to provide a solution to that. So again, point of view of the speech, what's the purpose of the speech? Okay, let's see what you came up with here. So another approach to fighting communism was providing international aid to non-communist countries, financial aid. An example here is, of course, the Marshall Plan, which he's referring to in the document. The Point 4 program is another program where the United States actually gave financial aid to third world nations in an attempt to help them as well, something that was not, of course, referred to in this document. So the point of view of the speech, one of the things he mentions here is that economic instability can lead to political instability. So he is making a connection here between the idea of maintaining peace and maintaining economic stability for people in Europe. Purpose of the speech is, one purpose, of course, is to explain why the U.S. is investing large amounts of money into Europe, why it's important that the United States does that, what ultimately they hope to accomplish with putting a lot of money into Europe, which is maintain peace in that region of the world and really throughout the planet as a result of Cold War tensions here. The next document is President Nixon. Now, this is a little bit later in the Cold War, so it's 1973. The war in Vietnam has just wound down. Nixon has gone on 2 very famous trips to communist nations to try to ease the tensions in the Cold War through a policy he called detente. And so that's the background of the speech that you are going to see here. And so we talk about the post-war, you're talking about post-Vietnam war world here. So again, let's think about the same 2 questions. What's the point of view of the speech? What's the purpose of the speech? Okay, so the point of view is the United States is not withdrawing from its role in the world. Of course, he cites the trips to China and the Soviet Union in the speech. Of course, the United States has not been 100% victorious in the Vietnam War, so he's referencing that as well in the beginning part of the speech here. The purpose of the speech, it's an inaugural address, so of course, it's the beginning of the second term of the president, which is a standard practice among presidents. They give a speech to sort of introduce their next term or their first term. So there's lots of purposes here. I think you can argue. One is that he's showing Americans we've not been weakened by Vietnam, that we continue to pursue peaceful policies, for example. He's pointing out the successes of the policy of easing relations between the United States and the Soviet Union. As I mentioned before, he makes that very famous trip to China, and eventually also makes a trip to Russia to do the same thing, to sort of ease the relationship between the 2 nations. He also, a point that you probably wouldn't know without knowing the context of the speech, you could also argue that he's trying to distract Americans from the growing Watergate scandal, which is really beginning to take off at this point in 1973. So by pointing out foreign policy successes, people might pay a little bit bit less attention to some of the domestic issues that are going on at home. So that could also be a purpose of the speech. Of course, Watergate is not mentioned here. So let's debrief what we've been through here today. So what are some of the ways that America fought the Cold War? So collective security agreements. An example would be NATO. We mentioned a little bit ago. Another example would be the United Nations. Diplomacy by making statements like the Truman Doctrine, by signing defensive alliances or treaties like NATO. Another example. International aid, things like the Marshall Plan, which we've been talking about in one of the documents here. The Point 4 program, which is an economic aid program, and then proxy wars, the Korean War, and of course Vietnam being referenced here towards the end of that. So there's 4 different answers to that question. Different things the United States did to fight the Cold War. Other examples include things like the space race, the arms race, which we'll talk about a little bit in one of the later sessions. Using spying back and forth between the two sides, and already doing that, encouraging coups against unfriendly governments. There's lots of different answers here. We're going to keep it simple. So the 4 things are here. So we start with the question about change and continuity over time. So which of the things are things that changed over time? What are some things that maybe did not change over time? So we'll start with the changes. So initially, America wanted to contain communism in Europe. So when Truman gives the Truman Doctrine, he's talking about Europe, Greece and Turkey specifically. But that commitment to containment eventually spreads to other parts of the world. So Eisenhower, for example, spread the commitment to contain communism into the Middle East. As just a quick example. Fighting in Southeast Asia and Vietnam is another example of the growth of that commitment. Stopping the spread of communism in Latin America will be part of that story as well. But then you see the second statement there after that commitment is the commitment was questioned after the war in Vietnam. We'll get into that more in one of the later topics. But people begin to question whether or not the United States can, in fact, live up to that commitment to stop communism everywhere in the world. And that will be part of some of the changes that happened in the 1970s when we look at people begin to wonder about our place in the world and whether or not we can actually fulfill that commitment. America used many different strategies at different times in the Cold War. Its tensions went up and went down. So I think you could argue here that our policy changed in order to fit or meet the time, or the amount of tension. So there are actions that are more militaristic, like the Korean War, where we're actually sending troops into a battle or fight. The Cuban Missile Crisis, which I'll cover in one of the later segments. The Vietnam War. There are also times when we're trying to create peace with the Soviet Union. So there's a crisis in the Suez Canal in 1956, and Eisenhower actually tries to calm things down. He does not want to, of course, have war with the Soviet Union. Nixon's policy of the economy, which we talked a little bit about with the Nixon document there, the trips to China, the trips to the Soviet Union. And economic aid is another way the United States tried to do this by helping people in Latin America, people in Europe with financial assistance. The thing that students, at least some of my students, struggle with is what are ways that things did not change? What are ways things stayed the same? Again, there's some several answers for that question as well. American presidents remained committed to limiting the expansion of Soviet influence. So from Truman really through Ronald Reagan, one of the goals that does not change for the United States is the containment or stopping the spread of communism and the influence of the Soviets specifically. The second bullet, America was willing to use limited military actions to limit the spread of communism. Korea is a good example of that. Vietnam is a good example of that. And I use the word limited because, of course, we don't use nuclear weapons. We don't use the full force of American military might, but something less than that. And again, we'll talk more about that in detail with the Vietnam segment when we get there. America used economic power to attempt to influence the Cold War through things like economic aid packages, which we mentioned before. Our economy was at its peak in the period 1945 to 1960, and that will be a topic that I'll cover in a later segment as well. But using that economic power, which actually was something that the Soviets were very afraid of. The United States economy was so powerful at the conclusion of World War II. America relied on multilateral collective security arrangements to fight the Cold War. That's something that doesn't change through much of the Cold War. So there's some things that change, some things that did not change. And just keep in mind, sometimes the purpose of the document isn't immediately obvious. Don't always go for the literal translation of the document. So just skip ahead here to do a little bit of exam practice. These are a couple of multiple choice type questions that you might see. You'll recognize the document, I think, pretty quickly here. I'll give you about 30 or 40 seconds to try to answer this question. So this question doesn't really get too much into purpose. It's really asking us to sort of put this into the appropriate place here. So the Iron Curtain speech helped mark the beginning of which of the following developments, and this is one of the beginning phases of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. B is not the correct answer because the United States does not send troops into Eastern Europe. That probably would cause World War III, so that doesn't happen. And D, the argument here would be the Soviet Union is not the Soviet Union efforts to extend its influence to the countries of Western Europe. It's not the first time that's really happening. A is the best answer for this one. Same document, different question. Okay, we alluded to this one a little bit earlier when we talked about asking you to think about that question about the American audience. Why would he be saying this to an American audience? So the best answer before they're here, participation of Britain and the U.S. in an international collective security system. He's encouraging the United States to be part of the defense of Western Europe. It's really not about asking the United States to help support Britain's effort to keep its empire. Has nothing really. He's not talking at all about nuclear weapons being shared here, and they're not referencing Japan certainly at all in the Cold War. All right, here's our third question. Okay, so again, the purpose here, the best answer is C, that the purpose is to prompt or encourage the United States to help support democratic nations in Western Europe. Promising financial aid to veterans returning from the Second World War, that does happen, but that's not what Churchill was talking about. He's certainly encouraging that. And this is not a quotation, of course, about immigration, and it's not a quotation about labor unions at all. This is a Prime Minister of England encouraging the United States to help the non-communist nations of Western Europe. And last question. Okay, so the best answer here is A, that Churchill is, of course, highlighting communism as a authoritarian threat, as a threat to the democratic nations of the world. Certainly B is something that Winston Churchill would have done, but that's not the situation that is really referenced here in the document. He's not worried about communist subversion of the United States. That's something that you'll get into a little bit tomorrow with SFAR when we talk about that. And he's not encouraging us to directly militarily confront the Soviet Union in this. So A is really a good example of the Cold War here. All right. So just a quick public service announcement here. So if you are having trouble, if you know students are having trouble accessing the internet, there are people that are working on this very hard. It's cb.org/tech. I'll leave this under just for a second in case you need to take a photo with your phone, or if you want to jot that down here. So if you're struggling with connectivity, or if you know people are struggling with this, please check that site. You can reach out and help with that. So thank you very much for tuning in today. And I hope you'll join us again each day, 11 o'clock. We're going to be covering different topics, of course, and eventually getting into the question of the reviewing part of the course, which will, of course, be on the exam for you. And that schedule will be posted, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, sometime very, very soon on that website. So here's a practice question for you to consider for tomorrow's lesson. And the question is, what are the similarities between the Salem witch trials of 1692 and the Red Scare that followed World War I? So tomorrow's lesson will begin with an answer for this question. Hopefully we'll see you then, and hopefully you'll tune in again real soon. Thanks for watching.
Hey, good morning and welcome back. For today's topic for AP US History, we're going to talk about the Red Scare, which is topic 8.3 of period 8. So just wanted to reintroduce myself. If you've been with us for the last couple of days, my name is Steve Carr. I am at Cambridge High School, Georgia, by way of Atlanta. If you're new, then hey, welcome. I'm so happy that you're able to join me today. And again, we're going to talk about 8.3, the Red Scare. So yesterday, Mr. Gordon kind of took you into the depths of the Cold War and the impact it was having in America at the time. And so today I'm going to talk to you about something that was happening within the government itself and just how it was impacting American society and culture. So our lesson review for today is explain the causes and effects of the Red Scare after World War II. You've already looked at the skills of contextualization. You've also looked at the skills of sourcing and situation from yesterday. And with that, you had to look at the significance of the source's point of view, the purpose, the historical situation, the audience, including how might these limit the use of the source. And that's usually what you do when you're actually analyzing a document, for example, the Hebo method. So that was the situation of things that you kind of went through yesterday. For today, we're still going to continue on with sourcing situation. So the idea is to explain a point of view, a purpose, and historical situation, and or audience of the source. So let's get started. So our warm-up, Mr. Gordon kind of set the stage for you yesterday. He asked you to think about two events that happened in history. First, the Salem witch trial that happened in the 1600s, and then the home raid, the Red Scare that happened after World War II. So what would be a correlation between the two events? Well, when you think about it, the Salem witch trial started all because of accusation. And when those accusations proved to be true or false, it led to multiple people pointing fingers at one another. And from there, it created this hysteria. So you remember there were the deaths of 19 people were hanged, one person was questioned at, and at the end of the day, no one really knew if there was any true proof of witchcraft that was happening within the village of Salem. So then we fast forward to the home raids. This was after World War I. This was at the end. America was kind of distrustful of a lot of foreign immigrants because immigration was at all-time high at this point. And of course, there was a hysteria of who is actually for the government, who is not. So communism was actually starting to, anti-communist feelings were actually starting to develop even during this time. And it even got to the point where innocent people were told not, they were heard speaking foreign language, or they were of color, or they associated with certain people. Then of course they were accused of being communists. And so that same hysteria started once again. Friends began turning on friends, neighbors, the government was paying people to spy on people and to turn on people in. And of course, one of the biggest cases that happened during that time was the case of Thaco and Denzé. So if you look at the bottom of the slide, we really want to make sure that you guys, if you have any questions or anything like that, we want to answer your questions. So we want to make this very interactive. So if you could, at the bottom, if you have any questions, could you tweet at virtual APUSH, all one word, on Twitter. And I will answer some of your questions at the end. And my colleague is watching the Twitter channel, so he's able to answer questions as well. So let's go ahead and get started. So what do you need to know about the second Red Scare? Well, first of all, it was a period of intense anti-communist opposition. It happened between the 1940s and early 1950s. No one was safe. Rich, poor, everyone pretty much had had some sort of ties within this at this point. And the one thing I want you to notice as the correlation is happening is that many innocent people were accused of having communist ties. Now, just because a person believed in communism at the time didn't necessarily mean that they were practicing it in a format in which the Soviet Union was practicing it. However, that was not the common belief. The belief is if you liked communism, if you had any beliefs in communism, then you were a communist, you were against the American. And the other big thing, kind of thinking back to the first red scare and also back to the APUSH trials, trying to make that correlation, there was no solid evidence. So nothing was ever produced. And so as this hysteria starts, you're going to start to notice that there are people who are going to be brought in the forefront. You're going to notice that even as far as inside the government, like the government, even people who had high role or high positions inside the government, they have roles within the second red scare. So we have what are called internal threats. And I put that in quotations because, again, going back to my previous slide, some evidence was never proved. So these so-called internal threats, they were investigated, but some are actually not found to have proven true. So they created an organization called the House Un-American Activities Group, or HUAC, who were supposed to look at subversive activities, meaning anything where they noticed people were attending rallies or if they noticed they were hanging around with certain officials. We did have ambassadors that were here from the Soviet Union at the time. If they were attending certain events with those individuals, all that was being monitored. And of course, other things that were being monitored was the New Deal. If you recall, that was FDR's legislation that was still kind of being brought up, still being moved forward from World War II. And so if you were subversive, which meant that you did not conform to what society said, then you might be accused of being a communist. So think about it in terms of this. As a student, you hang around a certain group of students, and one of them is accused of doing something. So sometimes what happens is it's called guilt by association, meaning that you may or may not have done that, whatever crime it is, whatever they're being accused of, but because you're seen as being associated with an individual, they're going to automatically tie you into that. So what's going to happen? They're going to bring you a question. They're going to ask you the same questions that your friend was accused of. And that's pretty much what's happening during the second red scare. They said they investigated alleged communist infiltration, and it even went as far as the movie industry. Like I know a lot of people probably don't know this, but even Walt Disney himself was accused of having communist ties because of some cartoons that he was publishing. They believed were kind of actually giving hints to communism and rise of communism. And so they were known as the Hollywood 10, and they were actors, they were writers, they were directors, they were musical performers. All these individuals were called in order to testify as to whether or not they had any ties to the Communist Party or they knew anybody who had any ties to the Communist Party. Now, once you were brought in and asked these questions, you had one of two choices. You could either admit to communism and, of course, see what consequences were going to happen, or you could plead the fifth. And if you know anything about the Fifth Amendment, that basically means you have the right to incriminate yourself. If an individual pleaded the fifth or said that they didn't have communist ties, 9 times out of 10 they weren't believed, and so the investigation proved to be even worse. So not only did they investigate that individual, sometimes they would call family members, they would call friends. And with the hysteria that happened during that time, a lot of family and friends kind of turned on each other to kind of keep the lens focused off of them. So it's kind of like, if I give you somebody's name, will you then leave me alone? The same thing happened with Palmer Ray's, of course, if you recall way back with the Civil Trials, the same thing happened. The young girls, again, out of fear for their lives and being punished, they in turn turned in other people's names so that they can kind of get a heat away themselves. The most famous chairman was a future president by the name of Richard Nixon. He led a lot of the investigation, and eventually what's going to happen is that those individuals are going to be blacklisted, especially the Hollywood 10. They're not going to be able to work. People are not going to associate with them. A lot of people lost friends, family lost their jobs because of this. Some people ended up kind of being pushed back to whatever countries they came from. By the late 1960s, they actually renamed this organization to the Internal Security Committee. And of course, by 1975, it was abolished completely because of the fact that it was infringement on amendment rights. I mentioned blacklisting. I want to kind of go a little bit more depth with that, but what that means is that you don't have the opportunities. You don't have the opportunities for funding. You don't have the employment opportunities. And with this and kind of being singled out, a lot of people found themselves unable to work for many decades. There were a lot of famous people that were accused of being communists. And I just want to kind of do a pulse check. I gave you future President Nixon, but there was also a future president who was named during this second right there, who was part of the Hollywood 10. And if you go to Twitter, I want to see if anybody can get this. Can you guess this president? And I will give you a hint. He was president during the 80s. He was a B-list actor, and he will also be the future governor of California. So I want to see who's going to be the first person to go to our Twitter account and see if you can name that president. Okay, you haven't guessed yet. I haven't anybody, but that's going to be future President Ronald Reagan. He was actually one of the Hollywood 10 who was called in to testify. Okay, other aspect of the second red scare, so the Karen Act, also known as the Internal Security Act. This was also used to investigate people who were believed involved in un-American activities. And un-American activities could be anything such as criticizing the government leaders, talking about or having implications of giving praise to the Soviet Union, talking about communism and why it was good, actually being seen reading the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx. All of those items and things could be seen as un-American activities. And of course, if you were an alien, which means you were an immigrant who was possibly seeking to get American citizenship, you may be investigated as well. Especially if you did not speak English very well, if you spoke foreign language, if you decided to join what they consider to be subversive groups. A lot of times those individuals were denied opportunities to become citizens, or the process would be would take longer for them to actually become Americanized. And then, of course, even if you were a citizen and you became a naturalized citizen, you could actually be found to be expatriated, which means that you could actually have your citizenship stripped from you and you could be sent back to the country in which you came from. Congress passed this act, and it was a clear violation of many amendment rights. And Truman was actually against this. He did not feel like this was fair. He didn't feel like this was just about hysteria. He was not a fan of those individuals who were participating in the second red scare, and that was mainly because of the fact that he had enough to deal with the Cold War, with the foreign threats and everything that was happening. Also trying to contain communism and spreading to other countries. And so in his mind, I really don't feel like this is something that we should be dealing with or talking about here. But there are other things that we think about with red nuclear warfare. We don't need our country turning on itself because again, he knew for a fact that once that happened, that could prove to be potentially fatal for America if Americans were starting to turn against each other. But eventually, what's going to happen is the Supreme Court will step in, and the argument basically saying that the Karen Act, a lot of its provisions are unconstitutional. They did violate people's rights, especially when it came to expressing anything that came from the Bill of Rights. I mentioned to you guys that the red scare, no one was untouchable, and I told you that even with as far as government official, probably one of the most famous government officials that had ties with this was a guy named Alger Hitz. He worked for the U.S. State Department, and he was accused of being a suspected spy for the Soviet Union. And when he was questioned, he vehemently denied that he was actually a Russian spy. And so they basically said that while he was under oath, he committed perjury. And perjury is basically just that lying under oath. It was probably one of the most controversial convictions because of the fact that he was implicated by someone who actually is a spy. And in order, remember how I told you guys, a lot of times when people realize that they're about to get into trouble or they feel a certain amount of pressure on themselves, they will then turn to other people's names in order to get that stigma from them. That's what happened. This person was a actual spy, he was a Russian spy, and he turned informant. His name was Leader Chambers, and he actually turned over information that basically implicated Alger Hitz. And the one thing about it was that they did have a statute of limitations. And so what that means is that he could not be tried on certain things. The statute of limitations right now, so they couldn't actually bring any type of criminal charges against him. He could be tried for espionage, which is fine, but he could be charged with lying. And so unfortunately, for Alger Hitz, he was pretty much implicated in it. They did not have any true evidence against him, and so it ended with a hung jury, meaning that it was kind of like a tie. And then they retried him, and he was actually convicted. And what ended up happening is that he lost his job. Of course, he was convicted, and he was going to be sentenced. And the investigation really put a lot of pressure on the Justice Department, the State Department, as far as how many spies they might have in the government, and it actually made the government start looking at employees more so. But for some people, it actually turned to be very beneficial. For Alger Hitz, not so much, but for Richard Nixon, because of the fact that he was the lead investigator, he would actually ask a lot of questions and led that investigation. It brought a lot of attention to him and his party, and so therefore, in 1952, he's actually going to get the nod from his party to go ahead and be the vice president nominee during that time. Here's a good case. This is a case by the Rosenbergs. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of them, but they were actually Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, a Jewish couple who were accused of being Russian spies. And how their charges were brought about, I'm not sure if there was a neighbor group that actually turned over evidence from them, but it was a very, very highly controversial case. You had some people who did not believe that the government had enough evidence to convict the Rosenbergs, and other people believed that the Rosenbergs were guilty. However, they were found guilty of selling atomic bomb secret to the Soviet Union. And the reason why I bring this case up is because they were the first U.S. civilians who were actually convicted and they were actually executed of charges of espionage. And if you want to make a correlation, if you want to think about this in a big picture kind of thinking back to the skills that we're looking at as far as purpose and historical context point of view, remember you can tie this case to the Sacco and Vanzetti case. The two Italian immigrants who were here during the Palmer raids, the first red scare, who were also basically accused of being spies and actually being in a location where a murder took place. And because the victim, the actual people, the killers, spoke a different language, they were pretty much in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they too were found guilty, basically blamed for a crime they possibly could have not. Again, a lot of people did oppose the verdict. A lot of people felt like the Rosenbergs did not receive a fair trial. Same thing happened exactly on that day. A lot of the evidence against questionable. Again, kind of making those ties, you're going to kind of make correlation between what happened out of the second race here and the first race here, kind of what similarities. You also mentioned the fact that the evidence against both questionable. So then, of course, others believe that the value of information for the Rosenbergs pretty much was very small. And they felt like whatever punishment that was, what they did commit a crime, they did not deserve to be executed. And there was some talks or some they believe some proof that later that the Rosenbergs actually were indeed spies. They actually did sell information over to the Soviet Union. Now, whether or not it was top secrets, that's something that was still being investigated. Now, we talked about Richard Nixon. We talked about how he headed the House On-American Activities Committee, but I want to talk to you about one other person. And he probably, I would like to say, was the architect of the right there. And his name was Joseph McCarthy. And he has he's like some people, you have a name, you have a moniker, sometimes your name can be turned into a verb. And it's something known as McCarthyist. He was a Republican senator from the state of Wisconsin, and he supposedly became famous because he had names of alleged communists that were in the government, in the military, and the entertainment industry. So he kind of took what the House On-American Committee did, kind of took it a step further. And even with the Rosenberg case and the fact that they were found guilty and they were executed, people really became concerned. People really became terrified. The government started putting enact laws into place in order to kind of think about those threats. During the rest here, they also kind of talked about the possibility that the fact that the Rosenberg was selling atomic weapons, plans for atomic weapons. Of course, the Soviet Union was building weapons of their own, and they were planning to attack us. So now it was a huge threat. And so a lot of people really kind of came to believe McCarthy. And again, his tactics were not something that would prove to be very favorable. His methods were very suspect. He had a so-called list of between 57 to 205 communists that would be harbored by the State Department, which means they were kind of being favored or kind of being hidden, or that the State Department had knowledge of it and they were sharing that information. A lot of people kind of feared him. So it's kind of like that whole Machiavelli theory of is better to be feared, is better to be feared or loved. And in his case, he wanted to be feared. A lot of senators were threats of their jobs actually befriended him, not because they thought that he was a man of God, but because he had a lot of power and he had a lot of clout. And whether or not in his case people were actually innocent or whether they were guilty or not innocent, but it did actually allow him to be reelected. As far as a lot of his colleagues, they even though they befriended him, they saw him as short-tempered. He was extremely impatient. He was prone to fits of rage. When people would answer questions the way he wanted them to answer them, he would of course accuse them of being a communist. They were trying to hide something or they were nervous. And for a lot of Republicans, they kind of hid behind his behaviors. They kind of allowed him to be that loose cannon because again, they were purged. His ideology of communism basically helped him gain support, especially for the 1952 election. A lot of Republican senators were wanting to come up for re-election, and so at this point they were kind of looking at, let's let this guy do the job that we don't want to do. We don't want to be seen as a bad guy. We can stand behind him, allow him to be that loose cannon, and then what we can do is support him because he has the power, he has the clout, that he's allowed to do these things, and then we can support the American people. So they're feeding off of that, and that's usually what happens when you have a panic. Is you have one person standing in the forefront who maybe doing all the accusation, all the accusing, they're going to be that person who's going to kind of lead that charge, and everyone else kind of follow behind them. And once the fear and paranoia sets in, you get that support and you kind of get that momentum going. His tactics proved to be off of his downfall. His temper. He even went so far as using infiltration inside of one of the armed forces, the army, and this was a very highly televised hearing. A lot of his methods were suspect. He was known for losing cool, and unfortunately for him, that was also his downfall. Eventually, a lot of his senator colleagues decided that they had enough, that he was enough for the American time, that he was putting too much fear and paranoia into the American people, that they had other things to worry about. They worked their work concerns about what's happening over in Russia, also with the spread of communism, but they did not need that paranoia to happen here on American soil. So they voted to censure him, and basically that means they shut him down, they shut his investigations down, and they were looking at the fact that maybe he might not be fit to actually hold his job anymore. Eventually, he will be, shamed, and he will later false alcoholism. But again, McCarthyism is going to be kind of synonymous with the second red scare. And so when I talk about McCarthyism, I want you to think about it like this: it is an unfair or unwarranted accusation of being a communist or having communist sympathies. If you feel sorry for a country, or if you say, oh yes, I think that country should call the communist, or if you have sympathies for anybody individual who is a communist, that's known as having communist sympathies. But it's also underhanded. You can be intimidating, you can be a fear-mongering tactic, or to gain political gain. All that are seen as like a bully. And pretty much that's what McCarthy was. He was a huge political bully, and he took his power and he actually utilized that power for his platform in order to use those bullying tactics or to scare people into doing what he wanted them to do. So whether people admitted they were communists or not, if they did admit they were communists, he would find a way to twist their words and basically have them accusing the communists regardless. Many people refer to this as the second red scare, which is what that tie is into Abraham Lincoln, who was the architect of the first red scare. He was the attorney general. Again, he wanted to crack down on communism and anarchism, the violation of civil liberty. All those things are the similarities that you can see. If you were to have a question on your AP exam that talks about discuss the first red scare and the second red scare, talk about the similarities and the differences. And again, no solid evidence against those who were accused, and there were no significant convictions that were obtained. The biggest thing that happened out of the second red scare or as far as convictions is going to be the Rosenberg case because they were convicted and it was actually televised and they were civilians and they were actually executed. So I want to do a little bit of practice now that I give you some background information about coming out of this red scare, which is one of the aspects of the Cold War. So I want you to take a few minutes, and this is actually Joseph McCarthy's record that he went on. He took a record in 1950. So I want you to take a few minutes and read the question and we're going to answer read the paragraph and we're going to answer the question. Okay, so you read it. This, of course, is his statement himself, kind of talking about the State Department. And so, when you're looking at these options during the early 1950s, which of the following results from the systems expressed in the above? The answer is A. Public debates over proper balance between liberty and order. And basically, the reason why it's A is because during that time, the accusation that communists had infiltrated the government actually led to a lot of debates with various senators, various sectors of American society about how to strike that proper balance. And of course, the protection of civil liberties was very important. It's always been important, especially for the Department of Justice. They want to maintain social and political order. So they basically wanted to maintain that order and not eat into the hysteria at that time. All right, same exact excerpt, but a different question. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to look at the question, which is which of the following historical developments between World War I and World War II would the author of the passage most likely support? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so again, which of the following historical developments between World War I and World War II would the author of the passage most likely support? Your answer is going to be C, restrictive immigration quota. Now, what do you think about this? Remember, immigration, people were still coming over, people were still, from fallout from World War II, and at that point, immigration was not something that was favorable considering the countries depending on the value during that point. But another thing you also need to look at is that a politician would be obsessed with eliminating un-American ideas and activities. Communism was one of those, of course, and so Joseph McCarthy would definitely have been in favor of restricting immigration quotas in the 1920s had he been a Congress at that time. So he probably definitely would have agreed with Abraham Palmer as far as getting immigration and kind of limiting the quotas, especially during that time in the 1920s. All right, still checking for understanding. Hope you guys are still with me. See, we have a lot of great questions on Twitter that we're going to talk about later. But here's an example of a brief response question. We're going to analyze the political and social impact of the Cold War on American society between the years of 1945 and 1961. So what would be some possible responses for that? Again, kind of thinking about those skills that we're covering today and looking at sourcing. What would be some things, sources that you come up with? And again, keep that in mind, the social political impact of that of the war on society. You're kind of thinking about laws that would be made. That we talk about the second red scare. You could definitely make ties from the second red scare with the first red scare, even kind of making that together. You could look at the fact that the House On-American Activities Committee. You could also look at the various laws that were in place. If you wanted to look at the society between the years of 1945 and 1961, we're going to come back to this. You could look at how Americans responded, how the fear of communism and also nuclear weapons, how they created things like a duck and cover shelter, how they created bomb shelters on their homes during that time. You could also look at the fact that schools actually had drill and how they even had people who actually monitored the sides to see if they could tell when nuclear weapons were going to actually drop. And of course, news and all news media outlets are going to be massive. They're going to be huge. The outlets that American people are going to go to as they look at how the Cold War and how it played out during that time. So let's summarize. What would be the impact of the second red scare? And again, this impact can be tied into that question that we just had. You have the Karen Act, which of course looks at subversive activities. Of course, later on, it's proved to be unconstitutional. You could look at the House On-American Activities Committee, their investigation, the many people that they tried, the people that were part of that, Richard Nixon, or even one of the leaders of that, which will later catapult him into the political arena, becoming a vice president candidate in 1952. Of course, McCarthyism, which was huge. That pretty much would be the way you describe the second red scare. His tactics, the bullying, the fear-mongering, people using it for political gain in order to bully people to get their own agenda. You can look at the Smith Act, what it did for the American people as well as kind of feeding into that frenzy. I mentioned to you guys about bomb shelters in suburbia. Once the fear was there, once the threat of nuclear weapons, people kind of selling these weapons over to Soviet Union was put out there. People really wanted to prepare. I just mentioned this, the duck and cover drills in school, where students were doing these drills, like what will happen if you heard the siren, what do you expect to do to duck and cover? And of course, the idea is that everybody needs to conform to whatever society said. Everybody needs to act the same way there should be no questioning of any adults or anything like that. Just follow along with what everybody else is doing because that's how you prove your loyalty. And if you went against that, of course, we're probably going to be seen as un-American, and 9 times out of 10 might get used in communists. So what are our takeaways? We have American data policies and methods that were designed to expose suspected communism within the U.S. and even the party supported a broader strategy of containing communism. Our overview, we talked about point of view, we talked about purpose, we looked at the situation, we looked at the source. Of course, thinking about that speech that he said, why would he say those things? Why did he have to believe that the State Department was hiding people? And again, his own political agenda. He was again trying to push his agenda forward so that people would believe in his cause and what he was trying to do. And then the impact that the Red Scare had on the American people, the hysteria, the paranoia, friends looking at other friends, people actually being impacted by being able to employment, being used to being a communist. And our biggest learning objective is the cost and effects of the Red Scare after World War II. Huge impact on American society and what it would lead to in our thoughts, and how people would then again become to look at other people as being subversive activities and wanting people to conform to or prove their loyalty. So I'm gonna look at Twitter, see what we got going on. I have one question. One of the questions says, it says all the investigation like this cities are all over the United States. It primarily happened within Washington D.C. However, if there were charges that were brought in some cities, of course, they could probably have their own investigations. But the main ones for McCarthyism primarily happened in the D.C. area. Another question is from _2003. What consequences were imposed on those who were found guilty of communism? If you were an American citizen, you were actually not a naturalized citizen, then you could possibly be deported. You also had your citizenship stripped with Rosenberg. Once they were found guilty, they were actually executed. I think they were trying to make them like they were trying to make an example out of the Rosenbergs in order to prove that even civilians can be guilty of espionage as well, especially the Algiers case. It says another question is City. She says since there were two Red Scares, what was a time period where there was no scare and why was there no scare at that time? I wouldn't necessarily say there was no scare. The first Red Scare happened in the 1920s, and you remember what happened in the stock market crash and we went into the Great Depression. So people kind of went away from the Red Scare because they were busy concerned with what was happening with the American economy and finding jobs. And with the stock market crash, they just kind of turned away from that. With the second Red Scare, it kind of dwindled and kind of died down because there were other things that were kind of coming into play. You gotta think about it from that big picture, that contextualization part about what else was happening within the government. You have the civil rights movement, you have a lot of things that are being televised, and then you're also kind of looking at the news that was happening around another aspect of what Russia was doing as well. So I wouldn't say that the second Red Scare individually dies down towards the end of the Cold War. Like once we start getting into another hot spot within the Cold War, that's when some of that, a lot of the hysteria kind of dies down. We're gonna still continue to look at your questions and monitor them and answer them as quickly as we can. So I wanted to thank you guys for joining me today. I'm gonna do a little exam practice very quickly. Please look at the map. This is a Gallup poll, and it says which factor most likely led to a change in American sentiment about communism between 1950 and 1954. So I want you to take a few minutes to look at the chart. Okay, remember when you have charts, always pay attention to the dates and everything. So, which factor would most likely led to a change in American sentiment about communism between 1950 and 1954? It's going to be investigations of suspected domestic communist activity. And the reason for that one is because there were highly publicized investigations of domestic activity, and so that would pretty much have account for a lot of American concern about communism during that point. So, this is how the sentiment changes. This is how the anti-communist sentiment for Americans is really going to start to develop during 1950. These investigations will start to be into that area, and once that happens, people realize, those officials that were leading these investigations will see that, and they will continue to do that. All right, so something to think about for Monday. What does a strong economy look like? Think about everything that we talked about with the Cold War. Think about the Red Scare, the idea of communism spreading, that fear that was happening. How does the American government look? How does that economy look like? What does society look like during the time of fear and paranoia? And also, to look back at that map, at that chart, kind of look into kind of an idea of what does a strong economy feel like. Before we go, just again, quick public service announcement about device and internet access. Again, we know that maybe not all of you will have access to internet or a device, and we're working on solutions to help you get that way, to get you the best way to get your work to you. So if you need mobile tools or connectivity, or know someone who does, please reach us at cd.org/tech. Again, if you know someone who needs mobile tool or connectivity, or if it's yourself, please be sure to reach out to cd.org/tech. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. We will see you on Monday. Mr. Gordon will be back to talk to you about American society and economy after 1945. Thanks.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to virtual APUS history here live on YouTube. Hope you had a great weekend. Hopefully, everyone in your family's doing well. Just a quick answer to several of the questions we got over the weekend on Twitter. We're covering the remainder of the course because college requested that we do that. So in order for you to get college credit, this was the request that is being fulfilled by us making sure the remainder of the course is covered for you. So again, we're going to emphasize skills, and those skills will be the same skills that we tested on the AP exam this coming May. And those are all taken care of. So speaking of Twitter, over on the right-hand side here, you'll see we created a Twitter account. It's at virtual APUSH, and you can tweet any questions that you have during this presentation. While I'm presenting, Ms. Farr is going to be answering those questions as I did on Friday. So this makes it a little bit more interactive, and I'll do this again to make sure we answer all the questions that you have. So on Friday, the lesson left off with this question. The question was, what does a strong economy look like? What are the kinds of things that would be part of a strong economy? So potential answers to that question: there's availability of credit or disposable income that people can spend on goods that maybe they don't necessarily need, but goods they perhaps want. Increased investment in businesses, investment in stocks, etc. High consumer confidence. People believe that the economy is going to do well and continue to do well. People have good paying jobs, which means, of course, they have disposable income. They can use that disposable income maybe to invest. Cost of production is low, which means goods are more and more affordable. Just a couple of examples. Now, the reason that we asked this question is because the first half of today is about the economy after World War II, which was a very strong economy. And we'll check back on this list to see if we covered most of that during the course of the lesson. So there's the first topic is 8.4, the economy after 1945. And the scale we're going to look at here is using evidence to support an argument and interpreting secondary sources. So we're going to look at a historian passage at the end of this and see if you can connect some of the information that I'm going to cover here with you a little bit to that secondary source. This is a scale that, of course, gets asked in the multiple choice section, but also gets asked in the short answer question section of the exam. Can you read a historian's interpretation and suggest and explain how piece of evidence can be used to support that? So some things you should already know. The background of the story here is, of course, the Great Depression, which hits the United States in 1929 and puts the economy that had been doing very well in the 1920s. It had many of the characteristics that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. So 20s was a pretty good decade, and the 1930s, of course, was not a very good decade. The stock market crashed, and banks ultimately was run on banks, and people were unemployed. The Dust Bowl happens, all kinds of terrible things in that calamity. But World War II brings us out of that, and that's really sort of the background of this. That wartime production made the economy really hum, eliminated unemployment, and brought the economy to a situation where we actually had to have all kinds of people working because there were more jobs than people. Overall question: what caused the American economy to grow in the post-World War II period? That's the topic here, of course. So think about causes here as we go through. To the end of the lesson, you should understand how to use evidence to support a historian's argument. So some reasons why America's economy grew after World War II. One is this thing called the baby boom, and the baby boom, of course, refers to this large number of children that was born in the post-1945 period. And servicemen were coming home from World War II, and they wanted to have families. Of course, they had been over fighting the war and had to put off having families, including the person that you see here, which happens to be my maternal grandfather, and my mother and her three siblings. They're the classic baby boom generation. He fought in World War II. He actually got married the week before Pearl Harbor, and of course, ended up coming off the war after Pearl Harbor happened, and did not start having a family until after World War II. And so you see the 4 children they ultimately have. Here in this photograph, the GI Bill, which is a great assistance from the federal government, gave those returning GIs help in purchasing homes by helping them secure mortgages or helping them to go to college, which of course gives them the opportunity to make even more money in higher paying positions or jobs. So the GI Bill definitely helps. It's connected here to the baby boom, and this creates a demand for housing. Of course, there's not enough housing built in the United States. So we have one example of the growth of housing in the post-war period is Levittown. These are mass-produced housing. I'm going to show you a quick clip here. It's less than a minute. A time, it's a video that shows a house being built, and it's sort of time-lapse photograph almost in motion here.
The building of a house in one day is shown during the next 45 seconds by stop-motion photography. These are the 36 men who built this house.
can see very quickly how a house can be built through this idea of mass-produced housing. And of course, building houses as quickly as possible. They're based on a similar model, so you don't have these unique houses being built. They're very similar to one another. We'll talk more about that in the culture segment of today's lesson. In 1949, Levittown Company was producing over 149 houses per week, and that's a pretty amazing rate of house building. Many of those houses, most of those houses you can see on the screen, were built in distant suburbs. 85% of them you can see in the information here. And so urbanization saw many middle-class families, white middle-class families, especially leaving the cities, and that will be a topic that we'll cover a little bit here, but also be talked about tomorrow with the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s. Another reason why America's economy grew after World War II is economic productivity. Per capita consumption, that means per person consumption increased by 50%. There's a good reason for that. During World War II, there were not a lot of consumer goods. We were rationing important goods, and American industry was really focused more on war production, and that changes after 1945. Just to give you some example quick numbers here, over 6 million refrigerators were purchased in 1950 alone, over 14 million radios, over 6 million automobiles in just a single year. So American productivity is going up because American consumption is going up. In the 50s, America produced half of the world's manufactured goods. Our economy continued to hum along as it had during the later stages of World War II. Americans increasingly bought on credit, and 1950s is the first time that we see the introduction of what was called the Diners Club card or credit card, which gave people money to spend that they didn't really have, something that we continue to do in America today. By the end of the decade, 60% of Americans were middle class, so that means that people had money to purchase things like automobiles and refrigerators and eventually television sets, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Another reason is America's corporate growth, and America sort of went back to the era of mergers, very similar to the late 1800s, where you have the growth of trusts. So you have mergers of large companies, conglomerates, where companies were buying companies of different types. For example, Coca-Cola owns Lay's potato chips, so that is two different types of industries there, one owning the other. Increasing number of people who were white-collar managers, and this meant that people, these jobs became available to people. These jobs were higher-paying jobs, so that meant that people had money to spend. And large shopping centers were created in suburban areas to give people access to those goods that they might not have had before. And you can see this is a typical office situation in the 1950s, kind of wide open situation here. You can see, interestingly, in the front left there's women, and they seem to be segregated mostly from the men there on the right side of that image. This is a very famous quote from that era. It was good for the countries, good for General Motors, and vice versa. So as companies went, as companies did well, America did well, and that was kind of the thinking of the 1950s. Another reason America's economy grew after World War II was government spending, and this is probably the most well-known example of that spending. That is the interstate highway system you can see on the map here. Sort of highways where all those interstates were created. And the federal government spent lots of money on national defense as they had during World War II. Eisenhower, when he left the presidency, referred to this as the military-industrial complex, the defense industries that were building weapons that the military was requesting, asking for, spending money on, and of course we had to keep up with the Soviet Union, so building more planes, more bombers, more eventually more missiles, building up our space program. All those things are things that help to increase the economy. The government is investing in that. The other thing about the highway system is that it connects suburbs with cities. So you have people now who live in the suburbs that we saw a couple of slides ago, but make their way into the cities thanks to the highway system that you see here. And it's really connects the country to one another in many ways. Technology is another answer to this question: why America's economy grew after World War II. By 1960, by the end of the 1950s, 3/4 of all Americans owned at least one television set. TV serves as a medium for advertising. Of course, the radio had a similar effect in the 1920s, encouraging people to purchase goods, and that's going to continue here in the 1950s as well. This is a great photograph of President Eisenhower. He's the one sitting closer to the television set, and his wife Mamie, and they're watching election returns on the television. So TV became very much a focus of American households. In those days, though, there was no cable, there was no online streaming service. Television basically had 3 stations, and if the president was on, that's what you watched, because basically all 3 stations were showing that. Computers is another thing that really begins to take off, partially because of the federal government investing money into computers and computing industry. Government funded university research in order to try to stay ahead of the Soviet Union. So government investment into technology and also the commercial use of technology, which you see here, are also reasons why the economy grew after World War II. So let's try a couple of practice questions here and give you a historian passage in just a second. As you read through that and think about the historian's point of view, remember you can tweet your questions at virtual APUSH, and those questions should be being answered. So let's start with this question: what is the argument this historian is making in the passage? All right, time's up. So we'll get a chance to read through that, this passage. So some potential answers for that question: economic growth in the post-war period was very strong. Actually, talk about how it increases, accelerating in the 1950s and hitting, as he calls it, unimaginable heights in the 1960s. Economic growth changed how people perceive their lives, which is something we'll talk a little bit more about in the second half of today's lesson, the culture stuff. All right, so double check for understanding question. Same historian passage here. What's one piece of evidence that you could use to support this historian's argument? So think about the things we just spent a few minutes talking about. Can you connect that to what Patterson is saying? Here's what we'll start the timer for you. So thinking about this question, really the answer is the series of things we talked about at the beginning of the lesson here. The baby boom led to increased spending on consumer goods. American productivity increasing after World War II was another potential answer. And you wouldn't have to have all these. Any one of these should be good enough to get you credit on the exam as long as you connect it to the argument. That's a really important piece of the story here. Government spending, helping encourage home purchasing, moving to the suburbs, and building the highway system, etc. Maybe another potential answer. New technology, which is another answer that we talked about at the beginning of this. So lots of different answers to that question. Any one of those 4 would earn you credit, as I mentioned just a moment ago, as long as you connect it to the historian's argument. That's an important piece of that. Couple exam practice questions. So typical short answer questions. A graph, of course, of the birth rate in the United States. So I'm going to start the time here, give you a chance to think about what you might put for either one of those 2 questions. One, describe how one event or development contributed to the high birth rates. It's a causation question. Briefly describe one specific effect of the high birth rates. That's also a causation question. So we'll start the time. Okay, so let's check out some answers here. So for the first one, A, one specific historical event. Hopefully you talked about the baby boom, because that's really what this graph is showing you here. Especially the gray bars in the middle part of that demonstrate that increased birth rate during that period, 1945 to 1965. Soldiers returning home would be one example, or one answer to that. The GI Bill would be another answer to that question. These are reasons why the birth rate increased in the United States. Specific effect of that. What is the effect of the baby boom? There's again lots of possible answers to that. And I put just a couple of them here for you. The growth of suburbs, as families grew, increased demand for consumer goods is another effect of this. The more children there are, for example, the more products that there are, they're going to need to be purchased by people. Okay, so that's the first half of our lesson. We're going to move on here to the culture part of the lesson. And in this half of the lesson, we're going to look at topic 8.5, culture after 1945. And the skill we're going to try to focus on here is contextualizing, trying to understand how this fits into a larger picture. How do we frame this to understand where it sort of belongs in American history and the story? We're trying to make that connection with both economic and political things. So what you already know, you should already know something about mass culture from the 1920s. So hopefully your teachers, you got a chance to get through that portion of the course, the growth of mass culture in the 20s, including things like the radio, including things like movies, etc. And if you have a little bit of practice with the skill of contextualization, it seems to be a skill that many students struggle with. So if you struggle with that, please don't feel that you're alone, certainly in that. Overriding question for this half of the lesson: how is culture shaped by the Cold War economy? So here I'm trying to get you to think about what does the economy have to do with what's going on in culture? In other words, how does the cultural changes, how do they meet or match or fit in the overall economic story that I reviewed in the first half of the lesson? At the end of the lesson, you should understand the ways American culture is more homogeneous or more similar to itself, and the ways some Americans challenge what some people call the conformity of the 1950s, or homogeneities is the term that College Board or the AP seems to be using. So for the warm-up, I have a quick little quiz here for you. This is a quiz that comes from a long time ago. It was actually, these are questions that appeared on a home economics test, so we'll see how well you do. Hopefully you have a scrap of paper sitting nearby, and you can try to answer these questions. So here we go. A hot iron should be used when pressing a silk slip, a woolen sweater, a linen skirt, or a crepe dress. Question number 2: if at dinner your hostess spreads a whole slice of bread and eats it without breaking it, the most acceptable procedure for you would be to avoid eating bread, eat bread the same way she does, break your bread into 2 pieces and spread it as you eat it, break your bread into 4 pieces and spread it as you eat it. Question 3: a girl displays social sensitivity when she A, picks up her friend's trumpet and blows on it, B, wears a brim hat in a movie, C, remarks on another person's choice of food when eating friends, or D, makes opportunities for a shy person to share in conversation. Question 4: which of the following remarks will help a child form good food habits? A, no dessert young man, so you'll be every bit at dinner. B, eat the crust and they will make your hair curl. C, here's a small serving of beets, you may have more if you want them. Or D, I know little girls who become sick because they wouldn't eat their carrots. Number 5: which of the following is a good rule for the weekly cleaning of the bedroom? A, begin cleaning at the top. B, start sweeping at the door. C, be sure windows are closed to keep out the dust. Or D, straighten dresser drawers. Number 6: which of the following features in a child's clothes will tend to delay his learning to dress himself? A, large buttons. B, zipper fasteners for openings. C, openings in the back of the garment. Or D, kimono sleeves. Number 7: which procedure would be most likely to help a 6-year-old overcome the fear of the dark? Letter A, having played hide and seek at night. B, give him his own flashlight to use when he's alone. C, make fun of him before his friends. Or D, threaten punishment if he shows fear. I'm sorry about the picture blocking the question up there. Our last question: when a babysitter is engaged to care for a 2-year-old, the most suitable article for her to bring with her is A, a bag of marbles. B, blunt scissors. C, a jigsaw puzzle. Or D, a book of bright color pictures. Now, the answers quickly, don't get to the subject at hand here. The 5 more will make you nifty. So number 1, the answer is C. Number 2, the answer is D. Number 3, the answer is D. 4, the answer is C. Number 5 is A. Number 6 is C. Number 7 is B. And finally, number 8 is D. So one of the reasons I want to start with this is to get you thinking a little bit about the culture of the 1950s. So these were the acceptable things in the 1950s. And you also notice some gender stereotypes in some of these questions as you go through. So think about how do changes in the economy cause changes in society. And what we're going to specifically come back and revisit this question: how people dress. Does the economy change how people dress? Does the economy change where people live? Does the economy change how people get around from work back to home or to get from place to place? What technology people use or have access to? Does that economic change lead to some kind of change in society? So again, we're going to revisit those questions when we get to the end of the presentation here today. So we're going to look at how the culture of the 50s is connected to larger economic and political developments. We're going to try to contextualize the story of the culture of the 1950s. So some elements of culture in the 1950s. There was a trend of conformity to middle class norms in the period, which included, these are just some examples of things that people would argue makes American society more homogeneous. Define gender roles. I don't know if you noticed in the quiz, we went through the quiz questions just a few minutes ago, that the babysitter, for example, was assumed to be a girl, and the person serving dinner was assumed to be a woman. The hostess is a set of questions. So there were very defined gender roles. Men were supposed to be college educated, and they were supposed to be the breadwinners. They were to go to work, bring home the money to support the family, and of course, mom was expected to stay at home. And I use the term domesticity here on purpose. Hopefully that gets you thinking a little bit about the cult of domesticity, which occurred in the 1800s, a long time before. The change came about as a result of the market revolution. More on that a little bit later when we get to the review section of the course. Anti-communism, you saw a really great example of this during the presentation on Friday if you tuned in. To support communism is un-American, and we had really extreme versions of that with things like HUAC, with things like McCarthyism, the execution of the Rosenberg. So to not be American, to support communism in any way, was outside what was accepted or expected of people in the 1950s. Fear of the Soviets and belief that America would ultimately defeat them. There is an optimism in the 1950s that Americans would ultimately overcome the Soviet Union, that the Cold War would go in favor of the United States, and that's an important part of it. Christianity and faith in God, you see things like in God we trust, being put on money for the first time. Just a small example of that. And consumerism, living the American dream, having a house in the suburbs, having a nice car, having children, of course, and having all the latest appliances. Even though the Joneses is a very old way of saying that, it's an old saying. So what is the connection to economic change? So the growth of consumerism, you see here in this image a group of women, and they're at a Tupperware party, which is something that plastic, you may have some of these in your home someplace, plastic dishes that people would sell. So more and more Americans are purchasing products that others were purchasing. So consumerism means, of course, purchasing more products or buying goods, things that maybe you don't necessarily have to have, but that you want to have. And some examples, we talk about these in the economic segment of this: cars, household appliances like refrigerators, television sets, and of course Tupperware, which is almost stereotypically 1950s, as you see in the image here. These ones selling that. And of course, they're buying these things. Everyone's buying Tupperware, so of course you want to have Tupperware too. The baby boom is another thing we can look at. What's the connection to the economic changes? Many Americans were new parents due to the baby boom. There's lots and lots of babies being born from that 1945 to 1960 period. These are people that are moving to the suburbs at the same time as many other Americans. They often had similar housing, as we saw in the Levittown clip there, where they're building that house, which is a very standard house. They had similar parenting books. This is a very famous book in the 1950s by Dr. Benjamin Spot. You can see there at the bottom of this, I believe this is a 1950 version of that book. Over 19 million copies of that book sold. So this became sort of standard child raising advice book that people were reading. People encourage their children to engage in similar activities like little baseball or joining the Boy Scouts or taking piano lessons. Very typical similar things that a lot of people were doing, which of course makes culture a lot more homogeneous. People were doing the same thing. Growth of corporations, and here you see the very typical corporate outfit of both men and women. The men, of course, were the ones going to work in corporations. Very typical what they call the old gray flannel suit with the fedora top there. Very conservative dress, very conservative ties, as you see here. They were the breadwinners. Many Americans that were working in corporate America, that's the way they dressed when they went to work. And then on the right hand side there, you see the way women typically were expected to dress, even in sometimes in the home, being dressed up like that. Technology, again, another image of the television set here, a little grainy image on the actual TV itself. So technology, including the car, the culture of the car, grew during the 1950s. You begin to see driving movies because people now can use to go in their automobiles to watch movies, family vacations in the car, for example, driving restaurants. McDonald's gets started in the 1950s when he takes off as a chain across the United States. Again, these are things that many Americans were engaging in. So this is the homogeneousness or homogeneity of the 1950s. Television as well. If you've ever seen on, there's lots of stations that air these old 1950s programs, but one of my favorite is the Leave It to Beaver, which reinforces this idea of the father going off to work, and of course he comes home at the end of the day, and his wife's been home, and she's taking care of the children, of course, cleaning the house and make dinner. It's very representative of what many people thought was the ideal family in the 1950s, and television programs like that helped to reinforce that stereotype. This is what you're supposed to do. And of course, TV also served as an advertiser for consumer goods, as mentioned here on the slide. What's the connection to political events? So shifting gears here just a little bit, there's also a connection between cultural events, this culture of conformity, and political events of the 1950s. And a common fear of Americans was the threat of nuclear wars. I'm going to show you just a quick little clip from a very famous video that was supposed to train you on what to do in case there was a nuclear war.
He did what we all must learn to do. You and you and you and you. Be sure to remember what Bert the Turtle does to friends, because every one of us must remember to do the same thing. That's what this film is all about. Duck and cover. You have to know what happens when an atomic bomb explodes. You'll know when it comes. We hope it never comes, but we'll get ready. It looks something like this. There's a bright flash right in the sun, brighter than anything you've ever seen. If you are not ready, do not know what to do, it could hurt you in different ways. It could knock you down hard, or throw you against a tree or a wall. It's such a big explosion, it can smash in buildings and knock signboards over, and break windows all over town. But if you duck and cover, like Bert, you'll be much safer. You know how bad sunburn.
Okay, so you get a taste of that in that film. So in the 1950s, this is when they began to have what were called civil defense drills. They're similar to what you do in your school, I'm sure. These shelter-in-place drills. In the 1950s, you ducked and covered underneath your desk. People built homemade bomb shelters in their backyards because they were afraid of the coming of the atomic bomb. So this became sort of a fad in the 1950s. And of course, McCarthyism is a good example of that political connection that people all were experiencing, that anti-communist feeling, obviously to different degrees. But now, not everybody supported this. Some people challenged the conformity of the 1950s. I'm going to give a couple quick examples of that. So Jackson Pollock is the guy you see here on the right side of the screen, and so he is painting in a very, very non-traditional way. You can see the canvas is laid out on the floor there. He's actually spraying paint using his brush, kind of splattering it across the canvas, and the result is the color image that you see here on the left-hand side of the screen here. So this is not at all conforming to 1950s sort of this is the way we've always done it kind of thing. This is very much intending to go against that. And you can see the example here. This is called Convergence, which happens to be at our gallery in the city we're in front. Other people, intellectuals, challenged the conformity of the 1950s. People began investigating or wondering about whether this was a really good thing that everyone was acting in a similar way. Was this affecting people in the same way? So this is one example of that, the Lonely Crowd, which is a research study, and it basically talked about the ill effects of conformity, that people felt more and more of the pressure to try to get their neighbors' approval. They were afraid of being outcast. People were suppressing their individualism and their individuality, and that maybe this wasn't such a positive thing for the United States. So another challenge to that homogeneity or conformity of the 1950s. And finally, young people. Young people are known as the beatniks, and the beatnik group is a group that was not very happy with the society they found themselves in. They believed in individual expression. There's some great examples of poems, many of which I can't post on the screen here because of swear words that were in them, some of the subjects that they got into. But they questioned the conformity of the 1950s. They didn't like what was happening. They wondered about individual expression and what was happening with that. And many of the beatniks, especially Allen Ginsberg, would go on to be a very famous hippie in the 1960s. So in some ways, they're sort of a precursor or sort of a foreshadowing, if you will, of the counterculture. We'll get to that topic later lesson here. So beatniks were Jack Kerouac is one of the more famous of them. You can see the cover of the book that he wrote called On the Road. It's basically a story of him and his friends, and they get in a car, they drive across America, and they experiment with all kinds of things that would not have been acceptable to their parents, including drugs, girls, and things like that. So these are people that were kind of intentionally going against the conformity of the 1950s, the homogeneity of the 1950s. So to go back to our original question, how did changes in the economy cause changes in society? How people dressed was changed. The culture was changed because of economic change. People went to work wearing the same kinds of clothing. Where people live, they now live in suburbs. So a lot of people did live in suburbs, and culture again became more homogeneous. How people get around. Again, we talked about the highway system that was built here. The increasing number of American families that had cars is another example of that. Technology people use or had access to, especially television, certainly has a big effect on the culture of that period. The economic availability of the television makes a connection here to the culture and norms of the 1950s. So hopefully you're seeing some of the connections here between the social or cultural aspects of that era and the economic and political aspects of that era as well. So we check for understanding here. We're going to look at a little advertisement for Levittown houses. Just a minute to read through that advertisement, see if you can answer that question. So you gain some followers there on @virtual APUSH. Don't forget to tweet questions to that Twitter site. So advertising best provides evidence for which of the following developments in the 1950s. So this is an ad for those Levittown houses that we saw a little bit of that Clifton building. And best answer here, of course, is A, increased homogeneity in post-war society. Lots of people were able to purchase these homes thanks to things like GI Bill, better paying jobs, etc. Here's the second question. If using the advertisement most likely had limited appeal for which of the following groups? You can think about which groups would be benefiting from Levittown. And the best answer there is rebellious young people, D, who were not comfortable with conformity or with homogeneity. All right, little exam practice here. So we'll start time here in just a second. Read through this historian's passage. There's 3 questions. This is a very typical short answer question on the AP exam. What's the argument being made? What evidence could be used to support this person's argument? And what evidence could be used to refute or to go against this historian's argument? So we'll start the time here. Okay, there's a great question on Twitter here from Liliana, and she says, I have to write too much on SAQs. How can I concisely limit my word count while meeting the time constraint? That's a great question. So I have a hint that I actually learned from another teacher a couple years ago. She uses it's called IDC, identify, describe, and connect to the argument. So identify whatever your answer is, describe what that is briefly, and connect to the argument. 3 quick little things to do with each of the questions. So the argument being made by this historian, one answer to that question is that Americans were encouraged to conform to social trends in the period. And Elaine May's book basically talks all about that, and it's a very interesting connection between the cultural changes and the political idea of containment. What evidence could be used to support this argument? So most of the lesson today is evidence for that. Television, for example, reinforces the middle class idea of men being the breadwinner and women staying at home. She talks about that in the passage. And make sure you make that connection back to the passage, that IDC idea, identify, describe, connect it back to what the historian is arguing. So for example, if you just said television would support this, you probably aren't going to get the credit on the exam because it doesn't make the connection explicit. Make sure you write that out. And finally, what evidence could be used to refute this argument? So what's the other side of the story? Or if you want to disagree with this historian, what can we say? And we can say things like young people are just beating and rebelling against the expectations of middle class America. They're rebelling against that suburban sort of classic old-fashioned lifestyle. Let's try a different one. Okay, so this question really gets at the heart of contextualization. The question asks what connections is author making between the economic context of the period and its impact on culture. And William White was another one of those intellectuals that was questioning the impact of homogeneity. So here's a possible answer that the growth of corporations and conglomerations is being referred to in the first paragraph. He makes a link to the feeling of conformity or losing a sense of individuality within the new large business organization. He's questioning whether that's a good thing or not. In the middle paragraph, he says, more than ever, do we need to know how to resist the organization. He's talking about large corporations or companies for the corporate culture of the period. So that wraps up today's lesson. Thank you very much again for watching. We're going to do a quick practice question for tomorrow's lesson in just a moment. And we'll review the answer at the beginning of tomorrow's lesson. Don't forget to tweet those questions to @virtual APUSH. We try to answer those when we during the presentation for sure, but we'll also try to answer those questions later on if we need to do that. And also, if you know anybody's having trouble with technology getting access to this, please make sure you direct them to the site cd.org/tech at the bottom. And the college board is working on solutions to try to help you get access in order to help you out with that, to connect you with the resources that we're providing for the exam. So our question for tomorrow, practice question: what were the goals and strategies of Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Marcus Garvey with regard to civil rights? So hopefully this is a nice way to tie a little review for you. Go back and think about Booker T. Washington. How was he trying to accomplish gain civil rights for African Americans? How was W.E.B. Du Bois trying to help African Americans gain civil rights in American life? And Marcus Garvey in the 1920s, what was he doing to try to help African Americans gain civil rights in that period? So think about what were the goals and strategies, what they hope to accomplish, and what were they doing to try to accomplish that. In tomorrow's lesson, Ms. Farr is going to answer this question at the beginning and talk about those connections to the civil rights movement of the 1950s. So once again, thank you very much for tuning in to Virtual APUSH. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back to today's US history lesson. If you are just joining us today, my name is Ms. Farr. I am at Cambridge High School in Milton, Georgia, by way of Atlanta. And if you've been with us the entire time, I'm so happy to see you guys. So for today's virtual lesson, we are going to talk about the civil rights movement and other liberation rights movement that were inspired by the civil rights movement. Now, let me go ahead and give a caveat to everyone. I really wish I would be able to go kind of dig more in depth with the civil rights movement. But today I'm just going to kind of give a brief overview. But I will provide you with some resources that you can use to kind of help you understand the civil rights movement, the people that were involved, several of the events that took place, as well as the organizations that were part of this. But just for today, I'm going to kind of go through and give a brief overview for everything. So let's just kind of go and talk about the lesson overview. So for the civil rights movement, these are topics 8.6, 8.10, and 8.11. Our expectations today are we're going to explain how and why the civil rights movement developed and expanded from 1945 to 1960. We're also going to look at how and why various groups responded to calls for the expansion of the civil rights from 1960 to 1980. We're going to also look at how the transition from how it started in the 50s into how the transition from each decade, how the movement and the tone of the movement kind of changed. So we're going to explain how why various groups responded to calls from the 1960s to 1980s, kind of looking at those liberation right movements and kind of seeing how what African Americans were doing in the 40s and the 50s kind of inspired those other movements to come out. So from the last past few lessons, you guys have learned about sexualization, you have learned about various things such as sourcing and situation. So now we're going to kind of look at how these new skills about making connections, also to identify patterns among or connections between historical development processes. We're also going to explain how historical development processes relates to another historical development process. So let's just go ahead and get started with our warm-up. So when Mr. Ward last left off, he kind of talked about, for you to think about this, what were the goals and strategies of Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Marcus Garvey with regard to the civil rights movement? Now let me kind of set the stage a little bit. Everyone assumes or thinks that the civil rights movement kind of started with the groundwork of the Board of Education in 1954. However, civil rights was something that fought at the end of Reconstruction, so right around the election of other DAs, when a lot of African Americans who had gotten some rights and had acquired these rights back with the 15th Amendment. So now what's going to happen is you're going to start to see that when these rights kind of came about at the end of Reconstruction, when the Union withdrew soldiers, a lot of African Americans lost some of those civil liberties. And so this is when these gentlemen are going to kind of come about. And kind of think about this as you guys are listening to the lesson. Don't forget to tweet your questions to @virtual APUSH. So thinking about that, what were the goals and strategies of these three gentlemen? Well, first and foremost, let's start with Booker T. Washington. He had a strong belief that blacks could assimilate in the world of work while learning technical skills. He will also go on later to found the Tuskegee University, which is a vocational school which was set out to teaching African Americans how to have these certain skills that would make them invaluable to society. He realized that a lot of these free African Americans were former slaves, some of them already had skills that most people did not have, and so he felt that by doing hard work and just showing that they can actually be valuable citizens would be more valuable versus demanding rights. W.E.B. Du Bois, he contended that blacks should receive liberal arts education. He was the very first African American to receive a PhD from Harvard. He will later actually go on to teach at Tuskegee University as well as he will teach at a college in Atlanta. And the unique thing about him was the fact that he honestly felt that blacks should go ahead and demand their right, that they have nothing more to prove, that these were civil liberties that were put in place thanks to the Constitution, especially with the 15th Amendment and 14th Amendment. So therefore, there should be no belief that they should assimilate into the right of the world. And you have Marcus Garvey, who was actually not even born in the United States. He was from Jamaica. He had immigrated here, and he had believed that blacks should return to Africa. He had a movement called Garveyism. It was a very strong movement. He felt that during that time with blacks kind of returning to Africa, that they should pretty much just kind of go back to where their roots started from. He did actually build boats, and the theory was that all the African Americans that were in the United States at that time, they were going to get these boats to go back to African liberal societies. Unfortunately for him, he was actually arrested and he was pushed back to Jamaica. He was left broken, destitute, and those people who were part of that movement actually didn't return back to Africa. The movement slowly died down. So I want you to kind of think about these three gentlemen because we're going to see them kind of reincarnated again when it starts in the 50s and 60s. So here's what you need to know. All right, so let's just kind of talk about some of the organizations that were part of the civil rights movement that had major roles. The first one is going to be the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, known as the NAACP. One of the founders was W.E.B. Du Bois, and they were an organization that helped fight a lot of legal battles. They are very prominent. They had offices in major cities, especially in the South and some places in the North. Their jobs were to pretty much use the law against those who were trying to prohibit African Americans from having civil liberties in order to fight for justice. They had a lot of major cases, including Brown versus Board of Education, speed Kansas, and 1964. Other prominent people who were part of that organization would be Marshall, who actually argued that case and later go on to become the first African American Supreme Court justice. Then you have the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or the SDLC. Probably you've heard of this organization, or its president, which was Martin Luther King Jr. This was comprised of against various Southern Baptist churches, its leaders, because one of the things that they realized during the movement was that they wanted to get momentum, they wanted to get their message out there. That was going to be the church. The church was a staple inside a lot of African American neighborhoods. Ministers and preachers were seen as leaders in the community, and so they felt like they needed to capitalize on that and come about and use this organization. The SCLC probably had the biggest branch inside of Atlanta, Georgia. This was headquarters here in Atlanta, one of the biggest SCLC offices, which is where Martin Luther King was from. But they had them in places like Mississippi and Alabama, Birmingham would be a good example of that. And again, Tennessee, South Carolina, anywhere where there was injustice being done, the SCLC had offices there. Then you had the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, otherwise known as SNCC. They were not actually a part of the SCLC. They were mostly comprised of college students. Their portion of the movement is really going to kind of come in the latter part of the 60s, probably around 62, 63. They're going to kind of pick up where some of the SCLC did not come through. One of the biggest things that they were kind of known for was picking up freedom rides. When CORE, who was the first group who started the freedom rides, so they're going to kind of pick up that pace and kind of continue on. People like Diane Nash, like Stokely Carmichael, and you will notice that Stokely Carmichael will start off being nonviolent as you go deeper into his studies, and then he'll kind of turn away from that and kind of move into the Black Panther Party. And then of course I just mentioned CORE, which is the Congress of Racial Equality. One of its members was James Meredith, and again they were the group who kind of started the Freedom Summers with freedom rides, kind of going through testing the boundaries of Fourteenth Amendment in various places to see if African Americans were going to be denied their civil rights, and other things in the kind of range were going to be citizens, etc. So here's just some of the people, and again, like I said, this is just a brief overview. This is not even the beginnings of the amount of people who had an impact with the civil rights movement. Rosa Parks, the woman who was known for not giving up her seat on the bus. Interesting fact about that. While she was a secretary of the NAACP office inside of Montgomery, Alabama, she was actually not the first person they chose to actually do that. There was another young lady whose case they were looking at, because the whole premise behind this was they wanted to choose people who had their rights violated, who would be newsworthy, because that was important thing about the movement, was that they wanted to have direct action, but they wanted it to be televised, they wanted newspapers to write about it so the world will know what was happening inside these cities, inside the Southern states. So there was a young lady, she was 15 years old, and she was pregnant, and the exact same incident happened with her. Pregnant girl asked to give up her seat, and she refused, and she was arrested. And the NAACP thought her case was going to be a great kind of moniker, kind of like this is going to be the case that's going to set us apart. Unfortunately, when they looked at her police arrest record, the police wrote down that she had committed aggravated assault, and so therefore her case could not be used, which is why they decided to use Rosa Parks. So a lot of people don't even know about that young lady, but she was actually going to be the face of the movement at that time. Unfortunately for her, when they put down that she committed aggravated assault, that kind of went ahead, they had to go that case out the window. Martin Luther King Jr., you guys have probably studied him since elementary school. Leader of the SCLC will eventually become the face of the movement, especially during the 60s. Freedom riders, these are groups of people. They were college students, they were black, they were white, they were old, they were young, they were ministers, they were everyday common people, risking their lives, riding the bus, going through these southern cities, very dangerous territories of the shame marked upon, and again testing to see if they would receive service in certain areas that segregation was still being practiced. And they did this after the infamous 1945 decision of Brown versus Board of Education, which basically just said that segregation was illegal. Malcolm X, who would become part of the movement in the late 60s, kind of will remind you of Marcus Garvey. Honestly believed that fighting for rights right then versus trying to assimilate. He did not actually believe in desegregation. He thought that black and white should actually remain separate. His biggest things were fighting for their rights now, supporting black businesses within their own neighborhoods. And then later his mind will change once he does kind of take his pilgrimage back to Mecca, and he realizes that his tactics of by any means necessary kind of acts will actually kind of set the movement back. And also too, he did have a meeting with Martin Jr. No one knows what was said during that meeting, but it said that the meeting of the mind between the two gentlemen, they kind of came to an agreement and kind of understanding of each other. The Black Panther Party kind of modeled themselves out of many of the things that Malcolm X said by means necessary. Stokely Carmichael will later become a member of this. Bobby Seals, and also Huey Newton. And they were very big as far as laws. Pretty much kind of started based out of California. They were more aggressive. When they came about towards the late 60s, early 70s, they were a little bit more aggressive as far as their tactics. They did not believe in nonviolence. However, they did have a lot of drives where they read singles out to children. They also fed children during breakfast in the morning. So they did a lot of good, but they are going to be the target of J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI during that time. And then the Kerner Commission, I left that definition for you guys because this was a commission that was created by President Johnson. This was after Kennedy was assassinated. And this was happening around 1967. And there were a lot of race riots that took place during that time. So he wanted to know why. So he formed this commission to kind of go out to these various cities, especially up north, where a lot of riots were taking place, to find out exactly why these African Americans were rioting, what were the frustrations, and of course one of the biggest things they found out was due to economic opportunity. Unfortunately for African Americans, a lot of the work was ignored by Johnson in 1967, but that will all change in 1968. So here's some of the events that took place during the movement. Jim Crow laws that were established to kind of circumvent the 13th and the 14th Amendment, especially the 14th Amendment, which basically gave former slaves the right to citizenship, basically just said they didn't have civil liberties. Jim Crow laws were basically put in place in order to say, okay, we have to acknowledge that the 14th Amendment exists, but we don't have to coexist with it. So when you see pictures or you see movies where they have whites and they had one color whites and they had other colors, or they had waiting rooms where they had bathrooms, etc., this is where Jim Crow laws were coming from. Little Rock 9, this was after the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education, which is after that. This was the first group in Little Rock, Arkansas, to kind of go into Central High School and to integrate. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that on the first day. Governor Faubus actually sent in the National Guard to prevent them from doing that, and so Eisenhower has to intervene and basically had them escorted. And so every day they had to get, for the first year, they had to get military escorts into school every day. Brown versus Board of Education. So a little known fact about this is not just a single case. This is actually a class action lawsuit. It's actually 3 cases in one. It just so happened that Brown versus Board of Education, speaking Kansas, was the largest board of education, and so they're going to be kind of the face for this. And this is the case of Linda Brown, who could attend a school that was close by, but she actually had to be bused to a different school because of that. You have the Greensboro sit-ins, the case of the 4 young gentlemen who started this Greensboro, South Carolina, who went into a lunch encounter to see if they would get service, and they would actually set precedent for future sit-ins that would be more about the freedom riders. They would also do that. Yes, they were arrested. Yes, they were pretty much risking their lives, which they knew that. But again, this was kind of spark for more sit-ins to happen during that time. So the Montgomery bus boycott, which again started because of what happened to Rosa Parks. This took place for more than a year, and this was one of the biggest, I guess, one of the penultimate events for Martin Luther King with this. Unfortunately, you will see some kind of points in the movement where people kind of died down, but this was huge, where African Americans refused to ride the bus for a year, and they figured out other ways to kind of circumvent that by giving each other rides, by riding bikes, by walking, and of course they kind of made impact with that. The letter from the Birmingham jail when Martin Luther King was arrested in Birmingham, Alabama, was kind of a response to clergymen who had some questions for Martin King of why are you doing this? Why all the nonviolence? What do you want this? And as they're kind of going through and doing this, kind of looking at the fact that these were things that were happening. The valid bullet speech was given by Malcolm X, kind of talking about by any means necessary, looking at those things that were happening during that time, and again kind of talking about demanding your rights right then versus waiting for your rights to kind of, for them to kind of get it. The March on Washington, we know that, we've seen that, which I have a dream speech kind of came into place. And another fact about that, that was not the first time that March on Washington was proposed. Abel Randolph actually concept as part of the Brotherhood for the Travel Workers, which was done way back right before World War II, and that was actually stopped against FDR because he made some changes. So we talked about letter from the Birmingham jail. I want you to kind of look at this and kind of briefly read the excerpt when he's talking about answering the question of why direct action. Kind of think about his point of view, kind of think about why he decided to do this and why he was, kind of going on that path for advocates. So I'll give you a few seconds to read that. Okay, with King's excerpt from this, I want you to know that this was actually written on several pieces of paper that had to, be smoked outside the jail because King was not allowed to respond to any type of letters or anything like that. So people would come in to visit him, he would write his response out on those sheets of paper, paper towel, whatever he could find to draft this letter. Once they put it together, it would become known as a letter from the Birmingham jail. So basically, kind of talking about adopting the ideals of Gandhi, civil disobedience, kind of talking about that they have a moral responsibility to disobey, and that the laws aren't just that people have a right to fight for those rights. And this letter would actually inspire a lot more clergy to kind of answer. It's kind of like him saying, we need a call to action. You guys need to respond to this. And if you can't respond, then we're going to kind of go ahead and take actions in our own hand. We understand that you don't agree with us, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to fight for our civil liberties. And so I want you guys to kind of see this, that kind of talks about the March on Washington and where these words came from.
In the wake of Birmingham and the president's proposed civil rights legislation, Negro leaders announced a mass march to galvanize nationwide support for civil rights. For decades, this has been the dream of labor leader A. Philip Randolph.
Negroes want the same things that white citizens possess. All of their rights. They want no reservation. They want complete equality. Social, economic, and political. Full force under the sun. and stem and block and stop the civil rights revolution which is now underway.
Randolph first raised the idea of mass march in 1941 when he used this threat to encourage President Franklin Roosevelt to end segregation in federal government agencies and among defense contractors. 20 years later, Randolph's dream became reality. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom would be the greatest mass protest in the nation's history.
Freedom Now movement, hear me. We are requesting all citizens to move into Washington. We are pushing for jobs, housing, desegregated schools. This is an urgent request. Please join. Come to Washington.
Thousands set off for the nation's capital to show their support for civil rights. They came by car, by bus, by rail, from LA and San Francisco, from Cleveland and Chicago, from Jackson and Birmingham.
Okay, so you can kind of see that this movement sparked a lot of people to come out. As far as legislation, probably the biggest legislation for wins for the civil rights movement is going to be the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This was actually promised prior to Kennedy's assassination. Once he saw what happened with the kids in Birmingham, to the Children's March, and the use of water hoses and everything like that, he was actually going ahead and getting ready to sign this. But unfortunately for him, he was assassinated in 1963. And so Lyndon B. Johnson, who was vice president at the time, took over and went ahead and signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So it's going to be a landmark civil rights law that outlaws discrimination on the basis of race, color, nationality, religion, and sex, and prohibited racial segregation. So it pretty much did everything that Brown versus Board of Education did. But now this is actually a more solid law. And this was not the first time that Lyndon B. Johnson had tried to put a Civil Rights Act into place. He actually fought for one in the 1950s. Unfortunately, it did not pass. And of course, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which basically was a result of the infamous March in Selma, which basically made literacy tests illegal and also prohibited states from denying U.S. citizens the right to vote on the basis of race. And again, that whole Selma to Montgomery marches really did contribute to passing. Another major civil rights law that brings place that I didn't actually list, again, as part of the movement, is going to be the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which basically prohibits discrimination from people based on the basis of races for being able to be denied the right to fill out housing applications. So, like I said, this is just a brief overview of the civil rights movement for African Americans. I want you guys to take a minute and scan either the QR code or if you can take a picture with your phones of this website. This is what I call the ABCs of the civil rights movement. This is going to kind of take you through. And as you're kind of looking at it, if there are names that you don't recognize, feel free to Google or look at your textbook, your English textbook, and kind of look at some of those people, kind of look at the names and read about some of the events that they participated in. Again, this is just a small sample of the individuals who got a part of the movement. So I'll give you about 5 more seconds to take a picture. Okay, great. Now let's talk about other movements. So this is the other part of the topics we're going to kind of cover. So the civil rights movement again, it started in the 1950s and moved into the 60s and 70s, and it wasn't just about racial discrimination against African Americans. It was about racial discrimination against minorities such as Asians, Native Americans, Latinos. We're going to get into gay and lesbian rights, and we're also talk about feminism. And so this is part of the Latino movement known as the Great Growers. And I like to refer to this as a struggle in the field because we had a huge population of immigrants that were coming in from Mexico that found themselves in jobs that were pretty much, it was kind of like they were working in these great fields. They weren't treated fairly, they weren't paid fairly, they had disgusting conditions, and so they had their own leader. His name's Cesar Chavez, and he kind of talks about his efforts to organize the farm workers in the Central Valley of California. He's going to look at what the movement and Martin Luther King and Gandhi and kind of take those same ideas and form his own kind of movement. They're going to unionize. It's going to be a part. It's going to be himself and Dolores Huerta. They're going to be seen as two leaders of this movement. And one thing they want to talk about was they did the same thing. You're going to notice if you start to study this, they did strikes. They encouraged people to not buy a certain item. They only encouraged people to buy a certain fruit that was actually supported by their union. They had a certain seal on there. They were safe. Everybody else, they should kind of boycott that. They boycotted when they wouldn't go into work. They refused to work. They did fast. Cesar Chavez did major fast, kind of like Gandhi, kind of mirroring that, where until certain rights were heard by the government inside California to change the labor laws to make it fair, they would get fair wages, they would get fair treatment. They would have to work in harsh conditions where they were working around pesticides and weren't getting protected here. They were inhaling all these harmful pesticides that were getting into their bloodstream, causing them to get sick. And they too took the field. They were trying looking at the March on Washington, looking at the March from Selma to Montgomery, and they actually did a march from within their area all the way up to Sacramento, and it was taking days. During that time, they were taking the pilgrimage to Sacramento. Cesar Chavez was doing his own version of a fast, and he kind of talks about nonviolence, he talks about the importance of faith prayer, and of course achieving his goal, and he was very successful. So Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta would kind of be like the leaders of their movement, or the Martin Kings at that time. Other movements that we kind of noticed in would be the Old Power movement, and this was about Asian Americans, and this was actually stemming from everything that happened at the bombing of Pearl Harbor when these Japanese internment camps were built based on the executive order of FDR. The Japanese Americans, many who might have been first generation, second generation, who were born here, were placed in these internment camps and said they were there for their own safety. But of course, we later found out that they had civil rights that were stripped from them, especially with the infamous Korematsu versus the United States. And so during the 60s and 70s, they were going to actually fight for rights too. One of the biggest things they wanted to be known for was ethnic study program universities. They wanted to make sure that people understood their role inside history. For example, the fact that had it not been for Japanese immigrants, the Transcontinental Railroad would not have been built. And yet still, when you look at pictures from during that time, a lot of the Japanese immigrants that were here were not pictured, they were not photographed. You were looking at the facts of how they had those things as part of the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. They also fought about the end of the Vietnam War. During the 60s, it was kind of a tumultuous time, a lot of protests that were taking place, and also too, they were looking at reparations for anybody who was a part of the internment camps, who had the right stripped, who had their businesses that were vandalized. They pretty much Asian Americans who were on college campuses, especially in the states that were California on the West Coast, which is where a lot of Asian Americans immigrated from, over from Japan, from China, from wherever they came from. This was kind of be their first one settlement as they kind of went and moved and migrated further into the United States. But they wanted their curriculum expanded. They wanted to be a part of American history, and they were just so they deserved that. And so activists kind of looked at gentrification, about how their neighborhood was destroyed after World War II, about how the federal government did nothing to help Asian Americans when they came back to rebuild those businesses, about how they were still kind of discriminated against, how they had things breaking in their homes, their businesses, jacked home, things like that. And so this movement actually went well into the 80s. And so a lot of people, this is one of those movements a lot of people don't really know about, but it is a part of our history. And it was inspired because of what was happening with African Americans, and they realized that they too needed to fight for their own rights as well. Another important movement kind of going along with the Red Power movement, and this was referring to Native Americans. And the Red Power movement was something that really, when you think about it, you look back at everything that you know in history, it was fought well a long time ago. I would probably say given around some of the time when Andrew Jackson was president. Native Americans have constantly been trying to fight for the rights to maintain land. Things that were promised to them in various documents that were ignored to the point where they were pushed onto reservations. Some things that you gotta understand is that Native Americans were had the highest point of alcoholism because of this. They had pretty much all their identity stripped away from them. They pretty much were forced to assimilate. Children were taken away and sent to boarding schools. They were told that they could no longer speak their own languages, but they played a very pivotal role. When you think about it, for example, in World War II, the Navajo, their languages never been broken, and yet though they kept secrets and had a lot of things that were put into their language, and it's important that those Navajo translators actually made it because they actually held certain secrets that were very important and they had to make it to their destination. And so their movement had a dual goal. Number one, becoming American citizens being recognized, because even though when you think about it, you think about the different amendments that were in place, it did not include the Americans. They were just included all of that. And of course, sovereign rights of native nations. In other words, they wanted to be recognized for their nations. They wanted certain land back. They wanted to be able to speak their own language. They wanted those same civil liberties and rights that were put inside of the Bill of Rights to be applicable to them. And they wanted to also maintain that laws and culture that they had. And so their leaders include people like Dennis Banks, George Mitchell, Clyde Bellecourt. They're going to kind of convene in places like Minneapolis and Minnesota, and they're going to form the Indian movement. And they're going to kind of talk about the frustrations of discrimination, about housing, about poverty, about all the things that plagued Native Americans during that time and how to get those rights back. And so again, the Red Power movement is very important for Native Americans. So what they realized is that some things they were really going to have to get into, they got into positions of power. They all must be successful in getting a senator elected, and they are going to get several local positions and state positions as well. This is the gay liberation movement that happened in the 50s. That kind of talks about discrimination against gays and lesbians. Very successful movement. People like Harvey Milk was going to be a first elected official within local government. But a lot of these kind of talks about these organizations kind of talks about gay, lesbian, transgender activists who fought for criminalization, discrimination, things about sexual and gender identities. Some of these things that were started out in the 1960s where they pretty much had to hide their identities, and they did not feel like doing that. They also kind of talked about how they looked at a lot of the struggles that they had employed, some of the strategies, protest, litigation, so kind of using the things that happened within the civil rights movement, and also using some of the tactics of the NAACP to kind of avoid that. Probably one of the biggest things that happened during the gay liberation movement is going to be the Stonewall riot, which was a case of police brutality inside of a gay bar that happened inside New York City, and the riots kind of broke out, and so that kind of put them on the forefront as well. And again, it is going to be very, very successful. You are going to see a lot of the from the gay liberation movement kind of looking at people who are going to be able to serve in certain offices in order to fight for rights for lesbian, transgender, and gay rights for individuals. And then last but not least, women's rights. Feminism kind of coming back. Remember, it happened in the 1920s with the flappers. They kind of died down a little bit when women kind of take back those traditional roles. But the role of feminism still kind of continue on. People like Betty Friedan with the feminine speak, and then some pick up again in the 70s with Gloria Steinem. And during the 70s, they kind of talk about things that women were dealing with. Things like abortion rights, women's shelters, battered women who were in marriages where they were being, again, discrimination in that way. You're going to look at women who were trying to work pregnant. They look at rape laws. They look at domestic violence. They look at sexist stereotypes about how women were placed in certain jobs and were told that these were the only jobs they were going to be able to have. Kind of changing their role. And again, one of the good things about women's right is that you did actually have your first female superhero. Anybody can go to APUSH and tell me who's going to be the superhero that's going to come out because of all the things that happen with women's right. Now we got 30 minutes to see if anybody's able to guess it. All right, guys. So again, like I said, it's just a brief overview. This is not all, but I want to make sure that we mention all the different movements. So I want to make sure that we have some understanding. So let's do a little bit of guide practice. Okay, so take a few minutes and read this excerpt. This is from the Southern Declaration of Integration. This happened on March 11, 1956. So this is 2 years after Brown was Board of Education. So take a few minutes. Okay, and so which landmark development largely ended the possibility of support for the Army's goal is outlined above? The answer is B, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And looking at Twitter to see if you actually got it correct, the answer is actually Wonder Woman. So congratulations. It looks like Liliana Arias will be the first person to answer that correctly on Twitter. All right, guys, here's another question. Same excerpt, different question. The argument passage above is most clearly most clearly a demand for the reinstatement of Whitfire's historical development. Give you a few minutes. Okay, the answer would be C, Plessy versus Ferguson. Of course, you remember Plessy versus Ferguson is the case that basically said that segregation was legal. All right, let's check for understanding just to make sure we're on the same page. So if you have this question on your AP exam, it says some historians have argued between 1945 and 1980, African Americans made significant gains in social, political, and economic equality. And they told you to support, modify, refute this contention using specific evidence. I remember we're talking about the idea of sourcing. What were some things that you could say? Well, you could talk about Brown versus Board of Education, which of course means both social and political. Social because it did end segregation. Political because of the fact that again, it ended Plessy versus Ferguson, which basically says that segregation was illegal. You could use the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which again could be considered both social and political as well. I'm just kind of categorizing them in one group, even though they can kind of be applicable in two. You could use the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which of course ended voter discrimination. Again, it can be considered both political and social. And the Economic and Fair Housing Act of 1968. So again, just think about these categories down. It's not again they can be applicable more than one. They can go to both areas, but if you just want to go ahead and kind of categorize them, this would be some way you can do that. And again, we're talking about using specific evidence. Make sure in your essays that you are explaining what each of these did and the impact that it made. All right, so let's just kind of be brief. So these are your key takeaways to look up here about Reconstruction era promises not being failed, about civil rights activists, political leaders, kind of looking at some of the legal and political successes, talking about Martin Luther King and combating racial discrimination, looking at Latino American Indian and the Asian American movements as they contended demand for social and economic, and looking at feminist and gay lesbian rights. So overview, pretty much guys, we kind of talked about we did talk about African American civil rights in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. We looked at the other liberation rights for Latino, Asian American, and especially Native Americans, Asian Americans twice. I apologize. And we looked at the women and gay and lesbian movements. And so kind of looking at how all these groups responded and why they responded. All right, so if I had a way to analyze the civil rights movement, I would kind of go into the 7 steps right here that you can see here. Looking at the causes, desegregation, things that happened in World War II, things that would be considered the spark, the Montgomery boycott, one of those parts of Martin Luther King, what we consider the turning point of the movement, definitely police violence in Birmingham and the March on Washington. As far as democracy was achieved, no lynching, police violence at Selma, talking about the right to vote, what would be the results? You have the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act of 65. The final stages of what would be the movement for African Americans, but not quite, would be in 68 with the Fair Housing Act, the Kerner Report, and unfortunately we have the assassination of Martin Luther King. And what would be the effects? It would inspire other groups to go ahead and fight for their political and social rights as well. I had a couple of questions from Twitter, and I can't remember who asked that question, but yes, it was mistaken. It's actually North Carolina, not South Carolina. So thank you for that question. Gonna keep it moving, and I'll look at another question in just a moment. So here's another question. It says, for exam practice, between the 1960 and 1980 political debates sharply divided the nation, identify 3 examples of clashes of power between the presidency between 1960 and 1980. So we're looking at a series of presidents from JFK all the way up into Reagan. So here's some potential answers that you can look at. The number of presidents used executive power to carry out acts. JFK used federal troops to protect the safety of the civil rights activists and freedom in 1961 could be a very good example of that. And again, we're listing 3 examples of that. So I'm going to give you one for the sake of time. Part B, visual answers that explain how one of the 3 examples of Part A led to a change in power for the presidency. Again, kind of talking about the executive branch protecting civil rights activists, provided leverage needed for the movement to help affect real change, and kind of led to the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So major as far as power of the presidency, really kind of forcing that in order to kind of not just make laws, but also protecting those laws, making sure those laws are enforced. And last but not least is part of C, one long-term effect of the change, explaining Part B for the power of the presidency. We kind of talk about the nation's laws, particularly the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Those will be some major changes as far as the presidency is concerned. All right, really quickly, again, if you're having problems with the internet, somebody having problems with the internet or device issues, please check in at cd.org/tech. Let them know directly. There's also applicable to teachers if you have students that are complaining of issues or playing systems crashing. Please go ahead and contact College Board directly so they will know and they'll be able to take care of those things. All right, so something to think about for tomorrow. Kind of think about the point of views of Eisenhower and JFK as we continue kind of talking about the Cold War. Because remember, even though the civil rights movement was happening, Cold War still happening outside of the American government as far as foreign issues. Take a few minutes and scan this QR code. This will actually give you a very beautiful, great video that kind of goes more in depth with the civil rights movement. And remember, again, this is just a brief overview. I was not able to kind of go into it as because I would love to go into it with you guys, but I think this video combined with the ABC will really give you guys what you need to know about the civil rights. All right, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Have a great day.
Good morning again, everyone. Welcome to April. Happy April 1st. It's April Fool's Day, of course, if you're not familiar with that. Unfortunately, what we're living through isn't an April Fool's, but we're going to try to get through it as best we can anyway. Thank you again for tuning in to APUS History virtual version. Today we're going to spend a little time looking at another step forward in Unit 8. My name is Mr. Horton. I teach at Winslow South High School, just outside Buffalo, New York, home of the Buffalo Bills. And if you have questions, one of the things we've added to this since last Friday is a Twitter page at virtual APUSH. You can tweet questions that you have to that Twitter handle, and we'd be glad to answer those. Thank you to Cynthia Pickles out there who gave us a nice shout out on her Twitter just a little while ago, so just checking those over. So if you haven't been woken up yet today, good morning, Vietnam! This is a very famous movie about the Vietnam War, and of course stars Robin Williams. So good morning again to everyone. So the question that was left over from yesterday, or the review question I should say, was this question: the different point of view between President Eisenhower and President John Kennedy about the buildup of American armed forces. So let's give you a minute to read through those and try to see if you can identify the difference between the two. We're going to hit that topic a couple of times today. So if you look at the 2 documents here, Eisenhower, of course, in 1961 is leading the presidency, and his point of view is that the buildup of the military has been a dangerous thing, ultimately, that the connection between the military and defense industries and government-funded university research is what he's also talking about here, although he doesn't specifically mention that. But these are things, as he says, we must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. So he's kind of cautioning the United States, much like Washington would caution the United States way back when he left the presidency in 1797 with his farewell address. So Eisenhower's issuing a warning about the influence of that buildup of the military. On the other side here, John F. Kennedy, who's running the presidency in 1960, gives us the opposite point of view. We must step up crash programs on the ultimate weapon, submarines and missiles, etc., as he talks about here. So he's obviously advocating for a buildup of the military. And the context of that is, of course, very important. Kennedy wants to show that he's strong on foreign policy, so that's part of the reason why he's saying what he's saying here. So 2 presidents, obviously Eisenhower leading the White House and giving us this warning about the buildup of the military, and a young man trying to enter the presidency, giving us his point of view on that very same question. So we'll start with a quick warm-up question. This is a great Dr. Seuss cartoon. So you can figure out what the point of view about appeasement is in this cartoon. So of course we don't have a cat in the hat here, but we have something somewhat similar anyway. This is a great Dr. Seuss cartoon who got his start doing political cartoons in the 1930s, and this was of course one of them. So the point of view here is that appeasement is equal to weakness, essentially what his implication here is in this cartoon. So if you recall, appeasement is giving into a dictator with the thinking that by giving a dictator what they want, they'll be able to stop them from taking anything else. The specific reference, of course, is to Adolf Hitler in the 1930s in this cartoon. This is an important sort of way to set up what we're going to talk about today, because containment, as I mentioned in an earlier episode, is the opposite of this. Containment was the policy of the United States to step up and stand up against the expansion of dictators in this the Cold War period, of course, we're referring to Stalin. So the point of view here, of course, is that America should not be appeasing Hitler. We should be standing up to Adolf Hitler in the 1930s, which was not in majority opinion until much later in the decade, actually, not until really Pearl Harbor. So our overview for today, we're going to look at topic 8.7, topic 8.8, America's role in the world during the Cold War. We're going to focus on working political cartoons. You're going to see a lot of those in here as we talk about some of the specific examples of America's increased role in the world during the period, and then give you a political cartoon to think about what the cartoon is trying to tell us here, what is their point of view, which is really what the focus will be on a lot of these. And before we get into that, I just want to remind you to remember, with political cartoons, don't take things literally. There's often a lot of sarcasm and irony being used in cartoons. So keep that in mind as we go through some of the cartoons in a little while. But you should already know how America's role in the world changed from imperialism to World War II. In another episode, I talked a little bit about the early events of the Cold War, the Truman Doctrine, for example, the Marshall Plan, for example, the formation of NATO. So those are also backgrounds to the 1960s, which is really what we're going to focus on today, as the Cold War continues on in John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson's presidency. You should also know how to analyze arguments and secondary sources. We'll get to some secondary sources a little bit later in the presentation here. So the overriding question: how did America take on a leading role in the world during the Cold War? And of course, the Cold War during the 60s is the focus of this. At the end of the lesson, you should understand the ways America became involved and also how those events are reflected in some of the political cartoons that we'll take a look at. So if you're just joining us, we have a Twitter handle at virtual APUSH. You can go ahead and tweet questions through that. My partner in crime here, Ms. Farr, is manning Twitter today and answering questions while we're doing presentations. So take a couple minutes to read through these two documents, one from 1964 on the left and one from 1973, and see if you can figure out what the difference between those two documents is. So hopefully you get a chance to read through a little bit of each of those two things. The document on the left is 1964, and at the bottom, if you read at the bottom half of that document, it says that Congress approves and supports the determination of the President to take all necessary measures to repel armed attack against the forces of the U.S. So this is a very large grant of power to the President, to the executive, chief executive, at the beginning of the Vietnam War in 1964. And then when you look at the other document, which is just 9 years later, you can see that document is putting limits on the power of the President to wage that war. So one of the things hopefully you'll think about as we go through some of the Vietnam War stuff, which is the first main topic, is why this might change. Why would Congress sort of change its mind about how much power is granted to the President? Was Vietnam really the reason for that? I think you'll see that was. So two quick questions here for you on this one. What is the point of view of this cartoonist? What is the connection the cartoonist is making between Korea and the Vietnam Wars? All right, so our time's up here. So hopefully you noticed that on the in the cartoon that Uncle Sam, who of course represents the United States, is trying to plug the hole in the dike, which is holding back the water there. But as he's doing that, of course, there's another hole that springs in the dike in Indochina there, and you see this labeled communist aggression coming through that second hole there. So America's struggling to do the job of keeping back the two efforts at communist expansion in this period. And the connection, of course, is that the cartoonist is trying to make a connection between containing communism in Korea and containing communism in Indochina or Vietnam. And it's an important thing to keep in mind because I think American policymakers saw those two wars as very similar. And I'm going to make the argument that they are not similar in a lot of ways, and you'll see that as we talk about some of the things. So here's a short clip on the beginning of the Vietnam War.
The Gulf of Tonkin Incident, 1964, the Vietnam War. The Gulf of Tonkin Incident, or the USS Maddox Incident, is the event responsible for America's entry into the Vietnam War. Vietnam was divided into halves, North and South, ruled by separate regimes. But the United States were concerned that Ho Chi Minh and the communists would win the upcoming elections and were determined to stop the spread of communism. U.S. military involvement, however, had been minimal until 1964. President Lyndon B. Johnson had been training South Vietnamese mercenaries, sending them into North Vietnam to carry out acts of sabotage and gather intel. On July 31st, 1964, South Vietnamese commandos had attacked North Vietnamese targets in the Gulf of Tonkin. On August 2nd, 1964, American naval destroyers had moved into North Vietnam waters to gather intelligence on the enemy's naval strength. The USS Maddox was nearing the mouth of the river Delta when Captain Herrick noticed that they were being followed by North Vietnamese torpedo boats and had intercepted communications of their intention to attack, so he fired 3 warning shots. The USS Maddox was then fired upon by the enemy torpedo boats. Captain Herrick retaliated and opened fire on the torpedo boats, and with the assistance of U.S. jet fighters, hit all 3 enemy targets. The enemy boats had fired their torpedoes, but they all missed. The USS Maddox then retreated back into international waters. 2 days later, a second patrol was launched into the Gulf of Tonkin by the USS Maddox and the USS Turner Joy. When Captain Herrick reported that they were again under attack, Secretary McNamara and President Johnson agreed that retaliation was needed and the extension of the war was approved by Congress. However, Herrick sent a later message claiming that he was mistaken about the attack and that freak weather action may have led his men to overreact. The final part of the message read, "No actual visual sightings by Maddox. Suggest complete evaluation before any further action taken." Nevertheless, this was ignored by Johnson and his advisors, who continued on with the retaliation plan. On August 5th, Johnson made a public speech stating, "The determination of all Americans to carry out our full commitment to the people and to the government of South Vietnam will be redoubled by this outrage." Shortly after his speech, U.S. aircraft bombed North Vietnamese targets, torpedo boat bases, and an oil storage depot. America was now drawn into the Vietnam War. President Johnson made a speech via media to the American people to get their support for the war and described the attack on 2 U.S. Navy warships as a deliberate aggression. By late 1965, 200,000 American troops were on the ground, with more on the way.
Okay. So if you think about that, the document we started with, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that's exactly what this is in reference to. This incident takes place in the Gulf of Tonkin over the course of 2 days in August of 1964. And Johnson goes before Congress and asks for permission to fight back against what he called this act of aggression. So, and of course, Congress will then pass the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which President Johnson, in his always colorful way of describing things, referred to it as being like grandma's nightshirt because it covered everything, meaning it gave him power to do whatever it was he wanted to do. So the background of the Vietnam War, without getting too far into the weeds here, is that Vietnam had always resisted the control of outsiders, going back to the Chinese controlling Vietnam for almost 1,000 years. The French colonized the region in the 1800s. During World War II, the Japanese take over this region of the world as they did much of the Pacific Rim. And in the post-World War II period, the French return and try to reestablish their colony in Vietnam. So the French are trying to kind of go back to the way things were before World War II, and the Vietnamese people formed an organization called Viet Minh, which is a nationalist organization formed to resist foreign control of their country. So this is part of a greater trend that you'll see in the 1945 period. And in that period, there's what we call decolonization, that the colonial empires that have been created by European powers throughout the world in the late 1800s begin to come apart, and people in those places begin to resist. And this is an example of that. So the cause of the Vietnam War, put it very simply, the U.S. wanted to contain communism. This, of course, is a theme from much of the Cold War, containing the spread of communism. In this case, they saw Vietnam as the beginning of this Eisenhower referred to it, the domino that could knock over the rest of the dominoes in that region. Southeast Asia, he refers to this, of course, domino theory. And as I mentioned before, American policymakers read this very similar to Korea. The communist-backed forces have attacked the non-communist forces, and therefore the U.S. needs to step in and do something about that, like what happened in Korea. America was concerned that communists would win the upcoming elections in Vietnam. You saw that in the video that we just look at here. Ho Chi Minh, who was the leader of the communists, was very popular because he expressed not only communist but nationalist views that Vietnam should control its own destiny. Interestingly, Ho Chi Minh actually wrote a letter to President Truman way back in 1946 requesting American help in gaining their independence, and actually modeled the Declaration of Independence after the American Declaration of Independence. So there's some blurring of the line between whether this is a communist thing or a nationalist thing or some blend of both of those things. And of course, the Gulf of Tonkin attacks that we just saw about a minute ago. Now, as the war goes on, there are some questions about the war, so we'll give a minute to kind of try to figure out what the point of view of this cartoonist is. Okay, so time's up there. So one of the important things with cartoons, I think students sometimes forget to read the title or the caption of the cartoon because it often leads to some important clues in the cartoon. So here it says 9 blind men and a tiger. You'll notice that all around the tiger there's 9 different statements. Each of those statements seems to be an answer to what is going on in Vietnam. So the tiger is labeled communist aggression, and you see all around them there's all different answers to what that is. North Vietnam is expressing its independence, it's boundary dispute between North and South, it's a protest against U.S. imperialism, etc. So there's some confusion here, or some confusion about what the war really means. And is it a civil war between North and South Vietnam? Is it a civil war between communists and non-communists? What exactly is happening here is really the question that is being raised by the cartoonist here. So as the war drags along here, the video did a nice job sort of very quickly summarizing that. Initially it starts as an air war where the United States Air Force is bombing targets mostly in North Vietnam, and eventually in 1965, March of 1965, American troops are landed in Vietnam. Gradually, the troops' numbers will build up and build up and build up and build up. And unfortunately, victory doesn't seem to be anywhere in sight. These are 2 photographs of President Johnson in the Situation Room. You can see the total exasperation on his face, trying to figure out what the right thing to do is with the war. So there are 2 schools of thought. One is to go all the way and try to win the war, and the other is to withdraw completely. And somewhere in between there is where Lyndon Johnson ultimately ended up falling. So we would add some troops, and then we try to figure out a way out, and then add some more troops and figure out a way out. And things didn't seem to be going well. In 1968, there's a turning point in the war. That is what's called the Tet Offensive. It happens on the New Year's holiday in January, which traditionally in the war was a time of a ceasefire. You can see from the map here that these are major American military installations throughout South Vietnam that were attacked in January of 1968. So the federal government had been telling the American people that the war was being won. And in 1968, when this happens, it showed that, of course, the Viet Cong, the communist sympathizers in the South and North Vietnamese were not anywhere near defeat. They certainly were not anywhere near giving up. And so it began to make people begin to question what was really happening in Vietnam, how much longer, how much further was that going on. So in March of that same year, it's of course election year 1968, Lyndon Johnson stops the bombing campaign as he had several times before during the war effort. He would stop bombing and pursue peace talks, and those would typically not bear fruition, and they would go back to bombing and increase troop levels, and around the cycle again we would go. But at the end of a broadcast on March 31st of that year, Lyndon Johnson announced that he would not run for the presidency in 1968, and the main reason for that is the Vietnam War. He, of course, was bearing more and more of the blame for not making much progress there. So this is a political cartoon showing Lyndon Johnson. We'll get to the question that goes with that in just a moment. But the image in the upper left is a famous story about Lyndon Johnson. He loved to show off his gallbladder surgery scar, and you can see him pointing that out to reporters in the actual photograph. So that's one of the references in the cartoon that might make things a little bit easier to understand when we look at that cartoon. So two quick questions here for you on this one. What is the symbolism in the cartoon? So what are some things you notice there that might be symbolic important? And what's the message or the argument of the cartoon? And time is up. So for symbolism, hopefully you notice that his nose is quite elongated in this image, which of course is designed to evoke the image of Pinocchio, who didn't often tell the truth. And maybe you notice that the scar is shaped like Vietnam. So they're making a reference to this famous incident where Lyndon Johnson showed off his surgery scar. In this case, of course, the scar is shaped like South Vietnam. And one message or argument that you could infer from the cartoon is that the war is quote literally scarring Lyndon Johnson and his policies. It's hurting him and his presidency because the longer it goes on, the less support there seems to be for that war. So in 1969, when Nixon becomes president, he wins the election in 1968. There's some division among the Democratic Party over the issue of the war. And Nixon will eventually expand the war to Cambodia. So the image that you see here is him explaining that to reporters that we're going to send incursions into Cambodia to try to stop the flow of supplies into South Vietnam. And many Americans felt like that he was violating his campaign promise that he was going to end the war. Instead, here he was expanding that. So that led to even more anti-war protests. I'm going to leave that topic really to Ms. Farr. She'll talk about those things a little bit tomorrow. But Nixon promised to end the war through a policy called Vietnamization. What that basically meant was that American troops would be withdrawn and be replaced by Vietnamese troops. So America could begin the drawdown of American forces in that region. So that was his promise, and that's why people felt that he maybe had betrayed that promise. And the war eventually will end in 1973 with a peace agreement. Last American troops left Vietnam in March of 1973, and shortly thereafter is when the War Powers Act was passed. So that's the document that we started with, the second document that we started with. So give a minute to answer these two questions about a graphic about the Vietnam War. So hopefully you notice the trend here of an increase of troops from the year 1960 to 1968. So sometimes it's helpful to divide the chart or the graph up into different segments or pieces. So here if you drew a line all the way across the 1968 year, you can see that there's an increase up to that year. Each year steadily going up and up and up. And of course after 1968 there is a decrease from year to year. So kind of a nice bell curve here in a lot of ways. So that's the trend, of course, the increase in troops up until 1968. And so a question on the AP might ask you, why did American troop levels begin changing? Or what's the historical context behind this? There's two potential answers to that that I just covered in the presentation just a minute or two ago. The Tet Offensive caused Americans to question our involvement. You see 1968 is the peak of our involvement. That also was the beginning of that year was the Tet Offensive, which happens in January of 1968. And Nixon winning the presidency and beginning the policy of Vietnamization is another reason why that trend begins to go in the opposite direction that you see on the second half or the bottom half of the graph. So just to revisit that question, what's the difference between the two documents? The Gulf of Tonkin is at the beginning of the Vietnam War, granting President Johnson all the power he needs, all necessary measures, as it says here directly in the document, to repel armed attacks. So America could begin the bombing of Vietnam. America could send over 500,000 troops ultimately into that nation without congressional approval. And the War Powers Act at the end of that war, of course, is limiting the president's ability to do that. And the Vietnam War is a part of the reason for that. There was a growing concern about the extension of power of the executive branch of the federal government. So this is a way just to put limits on that in this thing called the War Powers Act. Kind of just talk you through those things. So, all right. So quick check for understanding here. Let's try a little cartoon that's not necessarily about Vietnam. So what is the role of the third world, Asia, Africa, Latin America, in the Cold War according to this cartoonist? And think about the symbolism here. So if you take a look here, this is a great cartoon. There's some really great symbolism in here. So on the left-hand side, you have Uncle Sam, who seems to be reaching around or putting his arms around all these different regions of the world. Africa is under his left arm, and of course his right arm is reaching into Asia there. And if you notice, there's a very small little bear here, which of course the bear typically represents the Soviet Union. But on the other side, you have the Soviet Union, the large bear here, and he is of course reaching into those very same places with little Uncle Sam sort of in front of the globe. So the implication of the cartoon is that these regions became areas of competition between the U.S. and USSR during the Cold War. In an earlier episode, we talked about the split in Europe between Eastern and Western Europe. So of course the Cold War then extends into these other places, and Vietnam is no exception to that. Korea is a good example of that we covered in an earlier lesson here. So we're going to take a look at one quick example from Cuba. Kind of short film clip here for you.
War, as the United States and Soviet Union faced off across the globe, each knew that the other had nuclear weapons capable of destroying it, and destruction never loomed closer than during the 13 days of the Cuban Missile Crisis. In 1961, the U.S. unsuccessfully tried to overthrow Cuba's new communist government. That failed attempt was known as the Bay of Pigs, and it convinced Cuba to seek help from the USSR. Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev was happy to comply by secretly deploying nuclear missiles to Cuba, not only to protect the island, but to counteract the threat from U.S. missiles in Italy and Turkey. By the time U.S. intelligence discovered the plan, the materials to create the missiles were already in place. At an emergency meeting on October 16, 1962, military advisors urged an airstrike on missile sites and invasion of the island. But President John F. Kennedy chose a more careful approach. On October 22nd, he announced that the U.S. Navy would intercept all shipments to Cuba. There was just one problem: a naval blockade was considered an act of war. Although the president called it a quarantine that did not block basic necessities, the Soviets didn't appreciate the distinction. In an outraged letter to Kennedy, Khrushchev wrote, "The violation of freedom to use international waters and international airspace is an act of aggression which pushes mankind toward the abyss of world nuclear missile war." Thus ensued the most intense 6 days of the Cold War. While the U.S. demanded the removal of the missiles, Cuba and the USSR insisted they were only defensive, and as the weapons continued to be armed, the U.S. prepared for a possible invasion. On October 27th, a spy plane piloted by Major Rudolph Anderson was shot down by a Soviet missile. The same day, a nuclear-armed Soviet submarine was hit by a small depth charge from a U.S. Navy vessel trying to signal it to come up. The commanders on the sub, too deep to communicate with the surface, thought war had begun and prepared to launch a nuclear torpedo. That decision had to be made unanimously by 3 officers. The captain and political officer both authorized the launch, but Vasily Arkhipov, second in command, refused. His decision saved the day and perhaps the world, but the crisis wasn't over. For the first time in history, the U.S. military set itself to DEFCON 2, the defense readiness, one step away from nuclear war. With hundreds of nuclear missiles ready to launch, the metaphorical doomsday clock stood at 1 minute to midnight. But diplomacy carried on. In Washington, D.C., Attorney General Robert Kennedy secretly met with Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin. After intense negotiation, they reached the following proposal: the U.S. would remove their missiles from Turkey and Italy and promise to never invade Cuba in exchange for the Soviet withdrawal from Cuba under UN inspection. Once the meeting had concluded, Dobrynin cabled Moscow, saying time is of the essence and we shouldn't miss the chance. And at 9 a.m. the next day, a message arrived from Khrushchev announcing the Soviet missiles would be removed from Cuba. The crisis was now over. While criticized at the time by their respective governments for bargaining with the enemy, contemporary historical analysis shows great admiration for Kennedy and Khrushchev's ability to diplomatically solve the crisis. But the disturbing lesson was that a slight communication error or split-second decision by a commander could have thwarted all their efforts, as it nearly did if not for Vasily Arkhipov's courageous choice. The Cuban Missile Crisis revealed just how fragile human politics are compared to the terrifying power they can unleash. War.
So two things going on there, two major events there. So 2 minutes to try to interpret this cartoon. Give a big hint to your question. So hopefully you notice that if you look very closely at this, that the cigar that has just exploded here is labeled Cuba and Castro. And of course, the Bay of Pigs is a reference in the cartoon, which is in this case literally blown up in his face. There's sort of making fun of a supposed CIA plot to kill Castro by inserting explosives into his cigars. There's a little context for you on the cartoon here as well. But the invasion of President Kennedy certainly embarrasses his administration, which is the main point of view of the cartoon here. Let's try this one. What's the point of view of this cartoonist? So if you look carefully at the cartoon here, the cartoon is suggesting that, of course, there's an arm wrestling match happening here. But if you look carefully, the free hands of each of those two leaders is hovered over a button, which is wired into the weapon that's sitting underneath the opposite person there. So this is a cartoon that refers to the Cuban Missile Crisis, the closest the world ever came to World War III. And thankfully, between those two, who are literally splayed out here in the cartoon, there was a peaceful resolution of that. This is a good example, again, of how the Cold War spread from beyond Europe. We talked about Vietnam and the decolonization of Vietnam, how that plays part in the Cold War. And of course, here in Latin America, Cuba is maybe the most famous example of a region in the 60s that becomes a Cold War battleground in many ways between the Soviets and the United States. And also, when implied the two men are locked in a struggle, they find difficult to find a way out of that. There doesn't seem to be a winner if both of them end up pushing the button here and launching a nuclear war, which thankfully didn't happen in 1962. So an example from Europe that happens during the 60s, watching a quick short clip here.
In the early hours of August 13, 1961, East
German construction workers, flanked by soldiers and police, began tearing up streets and erecting barriers throughout the city of Berlin and its surroundings. This night marked the beginning of one of history's most infamous dividing lines, the Berlin Wall. Construction on the wall continued for the next decade as it cut through neighborhoods, separated families, and divided not just Germany, but the world. To understand how we got to this point, we have to go back to World War II. America, Britain, and France joined forces with the Soviet Union against the Axis powers. After they defeated Nazi Germany, each of the victorious nations occupied part of the country. The division was meant to be temporary, but the former allies found themselves at odds over their visions for post-war Europe. While Western powers promoted liberal market economies, the Soviet Union sought to surround itself with obedient communist nations, including a weakened Germany. As their relations deteriorated, the Federal Republic of Germany was formed in the West, while the Soviets established the German Democratic Republic in the East. The Soviet satellite countries restricted Western trade and movement, so a virtually impassable border formed. It became known as the Iron Curtain. In the former German capital of Berlin, things were particularly complicated. Although the city lay fully within the eastern territory of the GDR, the post-war agreement gave the Allies joint administration. So America, Britain, and France created a democratic enclave in Berlin's western districts. While East Germans were officially banned from leaving the country, in Berlin it was simply a matter of walking or riding a subway, streetcar, or bus to the western half, then traveling on to West Germany or beyond. This open border posed a problem for the East German leadership. They had staked a claim to represent the communist resistance against Hitler and portrayed Western Germany as a continuation of the Nazi regime. While the US and its allies poured money into West Germany's reconstruction, the Soviet Union extracted resources from the East as war reparations, making its planned economy even less competitive. Life in East Germany passed under the watchful eye of the Stasi, the secret police whose wiretaps and informants monitored citizens for any hint of disloyalty. While there was free healthcare and education in the East, the West boasted higher salaries, more consumer goods, and greater personal freedom. By 1961, about 3.5 million people, nearly 12% of the Eastern population, had left, including many young professionals. To prevent further losses, East Germany decided to close the border, and that's where the Berlin Wall came in. Extending for 43 kilometers through Berlin and a further 112 through East Germany, the initial barrier consisted of barbed wire and mesh fencing. Some Berliners escaped by jumping over the wire or leaping from windows, but as the wall expanded, this became more difficult. By 1965, 106 kilometers of 3.6 meter high concrete barricades had been added, topped with a smooth pipe to prevent climbing. Over the coming years, the barrier was strengthened with spike strips, guard dogs, and even landmines, along with 302 watchtowers and 20 bunkers. A parallel fence in the rear set off a 100-meter area called the death strip. There, all buildings were demolished and the ground covered with sand to provide a clear line of sight for the hundreds of guards ordered to shoot anyone attempting to cross. Nevertheless, nearly 5,000 people in total managed to flee East Germany between 1961 and 1989. Some were diplomats or athletes who defected while abroad, but others were ordinary citizens who dug tunnels, swam across canals, flew hot air balloons, or even crashed a stolen tank through the wall. Yet the risk was great. Over 138 people died while attempting to escape, some shot in full view of West Germans powerless to help them. The wall stabilized East Germany's economy by preventing its workforce from leaving, but tarnished its reputation, becoming a global symbol of communist repression.
Okay, so again, another major issue that President Kennedy is going to have to deal with in the 1960s is Berlin in Europe, in the heart of Europe, actually in East Germany, as you can see from this map. So West Berlin becomes a sort of island of democracy and capitalism behind the Iron Curtain. So it's very important symbolically in the Cold War. And the question was, what do we do about that? So President Kennedy goes to Berlin, flies to West Berlin, gives a very famous speech at that wall where he says all free citizens of the world are citizens of Berlin. He's indicating to people of West Berlin that the rest of the world is with you. And he very famously says, "Ich bin ein Berliner," I am a Berliner, in that speech. And there'll be another very famous speech that takes place at that wall in the 1980s. I'll cover that one in a little bit later segment. I'm ready to go. So take a minute just to see if you figure out what the point of view of this cartoonist is regarding the Berlin Wall. All right. So hopefully you notice that, or this might be one potential answer for that. The cartoonist is using irony to point out the wall. It's really more about keeping people in than it is to keep people out. Many people died trying to cross that barrier. You can see the arms of people hanging down from the top of that wall there. And he's being ironic here. So again, remember when you look at political cartoons, you not take them literally all the time. And it's Khrushchev, who is the Soviet leader there, saying, see how many people are staying here? And of course, the intention there is to be ironic because people are staying because they're forced to stay there. So to debrief, how did America take a leading role in the world during the Cold War? Many different ways. Military intervention in Korea and in Vietnam. So we covered the Korean War in an earlier segment. Vietnam is the main focus of the first half of today. The quarantine of Cuba, and ultimately the showdown with the Soviet Union during what was called Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962. Assisting in support regimes were not always democratic. So the United States would support countries and leaders that were anti-communist, and whether they were democratic or not seemed to take a second seat. It really wasn't support. Resisting to take over Berlin. Again, we talked about today the Berlin Wall. For example, that financial assistance to non-communist nations. But we didn't talk about that specifically here. Aiding non-communist nations in places like Africa and in Asia through economic aid would be another way the U.S. would fight Cold War. We referred to that actually in an earlier segment. And competing in the arms and space race against the USSR was referred to in that opening document, the Eisenhower versus Kennedy documents. America's debated many aspects of these involvements as the 60s wore on. You'll learn more about these things as well tomorrow. But America's debated several things. One, to what extent should the United States build up its military industrial power? That was the topic really of the Kennedy and Eisenhower speeches that we looked at the very beginning of the lesson. How much power should the president be given in foreign policy? So again, a great example of that is the Gulf of Tonkin resolution that we talked about in comparison with the war powers resolution, where the president's power is being reined back in. That's a question that always is asked in situations. How much power should the president have? How much limit should be put on the power of presidency? And the nations in the Middle East and Africa, Latin America, how can we become our allies? There's different ways, of course, to do that. So let's try a quick practice here. I know we're going to the time limit here. So here's a cartoon for the Vietnam War. So notice he's attempting to go for that decolonization in Asia, but the best answer here, of course, is containment of communism. So that's what the pursuit of policy is here. The policy goal is to contain communism in Asia, not to decolonize it. Of course, the U.S. actually takes the opposite position in Vietnam. Okay, let's try this. So again, well, B looks like a good answer for this. Actually, the best answer is D, the debate over the Vietnam War. You see a soldier escalating up a staircase that leads ultimately off a cliff, and the other person there burying their head in the sand saying we should be completely out of that. So here's a good example where context is really important. So if you weren't sure whether this was Korea or Vietnam, if you're looking at copyright, it's the 1960s, and hopefully you would remember that Korea happens in the 1950s, not the 1960s. That would eliminate that answer. So understanding context of these things is important as well when you look at sources. Okay, let's try this question. It's actually a connection to the 19th century. All right, so this is a great question. I ask you to make some connections here. What's important is to keep in mind the theme. The theme of this cartoon is America in the world. What is America's appropriate role in the world? So being involved in Vietnam or not being involved in Vietnam is the essence of the question. So once you know that, I think it becomes a lot more obvious. A is the answer to the question. In the late 19th century, there were questions about whether the United States was justified in acquiring new territory, especially after the Spanish-American War, which we'll get to in a review segment a little bit later. But again, keep in mind the theme here that is happening there. So thank you again for watching us today. Hopefully you tune in tomorrow, where Inspire will take us into the Great Society and some of the student movement of that period. And we'll join us again as we air every single day at 11 a.m. right here on YouTube, of course. We'll leave you with a practice question, and the question is to think about what was the changing role of the federal government in the New Deal. So what was the changing role of government in the New Deal in the 1930s under Franklin Roosevelt? And I think you'll get a really interesting answer to that question tomorrow. So we'll review that tomorrow. Again, our Twitter handle at virtual APUSH history or APUSH, as it's typically known. Thank you again for everyone that tuned in today. Hopefully we'll see you real soon. Be well.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Tina Farrar from Cambridge High School here in Milton, Georgia, by way of Atlanta. If you've been with us this whole time, you know that my cohort, Mr. Gordon, taught yesterday. Today, my day. If this is your first time joining us, I welcome you. We're going to do a little APUSH discussion today. And for today, we're going to look at the Great Society and also look at society in the 1960s. And just real quick, if you have questions for us, Mr. Gordon is manning Twitter right now, so you can answer all your questions. You can follow us at virtual APUSH. So you can tweet your questions if you have anything. And of course, I'm going along with your questions I ask, and of course, ask the audience to kind of chime in as well. And of course, you can post your answers on there. So welcome, and let's go ahead and get started. So yesterday, we left off kind of talking about the Cold War, kind of the economy and the culture during that time. And Mr. Gordon kind of left you off with a question, kind of talking about the New Deal. And if you recall, the New Deal was a program that was instituted by FDR during the Great Depression that was based off the 3 R's, which was relief, recovery, and reform. And when he put those policies in place, that were some of the beginnings of trying to end depression within the United States. And while the New Deal did help with the Great Depression, it didn't actually effectively end it. What it ended the Great Depression was our entrance into World War II. So there's a correlation in why he asked you to kind of think about the New Deal and some of the programs, policies that put there. Because today we're going to talk about another great program called the Great Society that was by President Lyndon B. Johnson. And so if you were to take an AP exam and they were to ask you the question of do a comparison of the New Deal with the Great Society, these are the things you need to think about. So let's go ahead and jump into it with our warm up. And this is a actual secondary source, which is something that is common within your AP exam. You make a primary source, change a secondary source. But you know the difference between primary and secondary is primary is the person who's actually part of the evidence, secondary is someone writing about the evidence. And so this is from Bernstein in 1968. Kind of talk about toward the past. So take a few minutes and read through the passage and kind of talk about what the New Deal did do. And then we're going to answer these questions. And based on the two interpretations above related to the legacy of the New Deal, I want you to think about this. Actually, two passages. I'm only going to give you one. I want you to look at the main idea of the point that was made in this passage. Take a few minutes. All right, guys, so the main idea or the point of view that Bernstein was trying to make that you can basically, apostle answer could be this. He argues that the New Deal was not a transformative program because it left basic corporate capitalist system intact and entailed no particular redistribution or reorganization of power or income within the United States. It also failed to extend equality and accepted racial discrimination. So think about his interpretation. Remember, this is 1968, so he was talking about policies that were put in place during the 30s and also in the 40s. We're going to look at LBJ's attempt to kind of fix what the New Deal did not do. Looking at racial discrimination, you're going to see some of those in the New Deal within the Great Society trying to fix those, as well as trying to extend equality. All right, so let's kind of jump in and talk about our lesson overview very quickly. Number one, we already mentioned we're going to talk about the Great Society, which is 8.9, and then we're also going to talk about youth culture in the 1960s, which is 8.12. Your expectations for this lesson is look at causes and effect of continuing policy debate about the role of federal government over time. We will kind of go back and do some comparison of the federal government, the New Deal, and compare it to what the Great Society did. You're also going to explain how and why opposition to existing policies and values developed and changed over the course of the 20th century. Some acquired skills, things that you guys have already been working on, looking at claims and evidence and sources, and based on how you answer questions, kind of looking at the evidence, kind of making a claim, just making a claim with warm up as far as trying to figure out the main idea what the point with the author's argument. We're going to look at development processes. So for today, we're making connections. And so you will hear me reference the New Deal policies way back then in comparison to what the Great Society did. And with the skill of making connections, you need to explain how historical development or processes relates to another historical development process. So don't forget to use your questions at virtualenglish.com at virtualenglish. All right, so here we go. Let's jump into it. I'm going to show you this quick video that kind of gives you a good overview of what the New Deal was and what it intended to do.
$20 trillion. What would you do with all that money? You could pay off the national debt. You could spend $1 million a day for 2,000 years and still have trillions left. But could you end poverty in America? That was one of the goals of the Great Society, President Lyndon Johnson's ambitious plan to transform the lives of Americans. The Great Society is 50 years old. It's been a long historic journey, but are we at the end of the road? We'll start by traveling back to 1964, when America's prosperity and potential seemed limitless. But America had troubling age-old problems, like legal discrimination and abject poverty that could no longer be tolerated in the increasingly prosperous land of the free. So, in May of 1964, President Johnson made a big announcement.
The Great Society rests on abundance and liberty for all. It demands an end to poverty and racial injustice, to which we are totally committed in our time.
LBJ decided that the government, with its vast power and the might of the national treasury, would steer us towards a better place.
The challenge of the next half century is whether we have the wisdom to use that wealth to enrich and elevate our national life and to advance the quality of our American civilization.
Johnson's plan ended the South's Jim Crow laws, no more whites moving rush hours, colored water fountains, and sitting at the back of the bus. Landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the 1965 Voting Rights Act were tremendous achievements that did away with legalized racial discrimination. Today, we stand closer to being the colorblind society that Johnson envisioned, but we're still trying to level the playing field with affirmative action policies that themselves aren't colorblind. Another stain on America was extreme poverty. 50 years ago, millions of Americans were still shockingly poor. This meant life with no plumbing or electricity, and often going to bed hungry. Today, material living standards are a lot better, but now, the problem isn't having a shirt on your back or food on your plate. It's having things like a job, 2 parents, and avoiding crime and drugs that enable the poor to escape the poverty trap. LBJ also said, we are not content to accept the endless growth of relief rolls or welfare rolls. Entitlements were supposed to be a bridge to a better life, not sustain people in poverty. After 50 years of effort and an astronomical price tag, the official poverty rate hasn't changed, even if being poor doesn't mean what it did back then. And other problems affect today's poor. Divorce and separation have soared, and while only 8% of kids grew up without a father in 1960, today that number has nearly tripled. In America, for every working age man unemployed today, there are 3 who have checked out of the workforce altogether. We need to ask ourselves, has America become the Great Society that LBJ envisioned? Should we have traveled a different road? We'd like to hear from you. Leave your comments below this video and subscribe to learn more about the promise and the peril of the Great Society.
Okay, so let's talk about that and kind of think about those questions around again.
$20 trillion.
All right, so very quickly, the Great Society was a series of defense programs that were proposed by Lyndon B. Johnson. I'm going to call it LBJ for short. Expanding on Kennedy's Solve New Frontier proposal. If you remember, the reason why it was solved was because Kennedy was assassinated in 1963. So the vision that he had for the New Frontier was unable to come to fruition. So Johnson kind of took that over and really wanted to put that in the forefront. It aimed at advance civil rights and eliminate poverty. And a lot of people assume that with LBJ and the Great Society that this was something that he kind of took as far as ideas and programs from the New Frontier. But a lot of people don't know is that LBJ honestly didn't fight for the extension of civil rights way back in the 1950s. He actually proposed a civil rights act prior to that, but it did not pass. So this was something that he really wanted to bring to the forefront. So these are just some examples of the programs that the Great Society put into place. Medicare, federal health insurance program for Americans 65 and older, along with young people with disability, and that's something that we still have in place today. When you think about some New Deal programs, programs that were put back in the 40s, they're still actually applicable today. And so for those of you who are on Twitter, kind of think about when you learn about the New Deal and some of these programs and talking about Great Society, why don't you go ahead and tweet us and think about what are some of the ABC programs from the New Deal that kind of made its way over to the Great Society and are still evident today. And I'll give you a hint. One of them has something to do with bank, and another has something to do with emergency, state of emergency. All right, we have Medicaid, a social safety net program that provides health care for low-income Americans. We also have the Immigration Act of 1965, which basically repealed discriminatory practices of Quota Act of 1920. And remember, the Quota Acts were as a result of first red scare. I know that was a big question a lot of people asked, what's the difference between the first red scare and the second red scare? The first red scare was really trying to put a lot of immigration policies into place. So the Quota Acts of 1920 kind of put halts on that. And then this act, the Immigration Act of 1965, kind of overturned that. It allowed millions of previously excluded peoples to immigrate to the United States. They also had the development of the Office of Equal Opportunity. They oversaw the creation of Job Corps, program that's still evident today. That's really great for individuals who don't want to seek a general high school education program to actually do more of a trade. So instead of completely dropping out of school and getting a GED, they can actually join Job Corps and they can learn a trade and still graduate with a certificate and go right out into the workforce. So it kind of explains that about inner city and rural citizens. And then they have the Department of Urban and Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Cabinet level office created in 1965 as part of Johnson's value program. It oversees affordable housing and housing market with emphasis on creating and sustaining that. So as you're thinking about that and looking at it and seeing all of the transition, these are things that the Great Society put into place. And if you're looking at these, a lot of these are still here today. We still have HUD, we still have Medicaid, we still have Medicare, and we still have a lot of laws that have been a huge impact from the Great Society. One of the biggest things that we think about the changes in discriminatory, we have to kind of bring in the federal courts. And for quite some time, the federal court has really kind of not really had a lot to say. They had an impact as far as declaring New Deal programs being unconstitutional. But I have to bring in the Warren Court because this was during the time when the Great Society was really kind of, they would say this court really characterized the Great Society and the end of discriminatory practices. This was probably seen as one of the most liberal courts that ever that the Supreme Court that existed. And a lot of the laws that this court actually put into play have an effect on you guys right now. They affected political representation. They addressed several issues. And it's called the Warren Court because at the time the Chief Justice was Earl Warren. So usually that's how the Supreme Court is identified by whoever their Chief Justice is. That's how that court goes. And it talks about a lot of the rights and civil liberties that you guys have today. And so as he was trying to create this whole idea of ending discrimination and equality of all, I'm going to look at some of the things that the Warren Court kind of put into place. I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of some of the cases that the Warren Court had during the 60s. All right, so first one, this one happened in 1954. Brown versus Board of Education, Kansas. This is the case that overturned Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896. This basically said that segregation is going to be legal within the United States. Of course, this is the case that when you kind of 7 moments where the civil rights movement, you recall from our talk on Tuesday. Another case, Matt versus Ohio in 1961. That was a case where the police were looking for someone and they entered someone's home. They illegally searched. They did not have a search warrant, and they found some materials that were at that time illegal for that individual to have, and so they placed that individual under arrest. And so this case basically said it is illegal for any police official to search your house without having a warrant. Eagle versus Vitale, this is 1962, that talked about the separation of church and state and school. This particular case was where an individual who was of a different religion attended school that required prayer, and because that individual did not believe in having prayer or say necessary prayer, they actually exercised their right by quietly not actually participating, and they were kicked out of school, and it was brought all the way up to the court. You have number 4, Gideon versus Wainwright, a person who was arrested in a pool hall and could not afford legal counsel, and when requested to get legal counsel was told no, the court was denied that. And so now basically in 1963 it basically says that you have a right to legal counsel, you cannot afford one, and one will be appointed to you. Same with Escondido versus Illinois in 1964. We have Tinker versus Des Moines, the case where the students wore black armbands to protest the Vietnam War, and it was considered a violation of the school dress code. And so now they kind of talk about the differences in the speech. And then finally, a very important one, Miranda versus Arizona. I know you guys heard the Miranda rights where police, when they arrest someone, I don't know if you ever watched the show Cops, they always have to say you have the right to remain silent, and they say a whole paragraph. That is something that came about because of the Miranda rights, where basically if they don't read you the Miranda rights, then that actual arrest could actually be thrown out of court. So again, these are just some of the cases that the war heard during that time, but it still makes an impact just the same on you guys. I want to take a few minutes and kind of do a little bit of shout out. We asked for you guys to tweet out names of teachers that you guys think have really made a difference. So we got some guys, students we love you as teachers. You're watching. So Miss Hall, Miss Clicker. We also have PJ Palin from GP South. We have Christopher Rio, and then Miss Hall is actually from West Hill High School in New York. So hey, you guys, great, thank you. We really appreciate that you love your teachers. We also appreciate all the positive feedback and responses that we receive those individuals who say they love watching our videos. I also want to say a special thank you to Exit Vehicles and Constant Time for posting very positive tweet feedback. Again, thank you so much, and if you continue to post that, we will continue to acknowledge you because again, we want to make sure that we're making a difference and that you guys are really getting some value from this. All right, so let's look at the impact of the Great Society. Number 1, we have that he was able to extend the power of the federal government. This was something that was important. This power extension was not the first time the president had done that. Franklin Delano FDR did the same thing with the deal to the point where it was kind of argued that he was actually abusing the power of the federal government or push his agenda. And you really kind of saw that more so when he was trying to introduce a bill to introduce more justice inside the Supreme Court. It was called court packing them. You also have reforms that help create a new awareness of social problem, looking at the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, and then the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Also be something to look at when it comes to social awareness. You're also looking at debates over its effectiveness, and you did have some conservative backlash. You did have people who felt like Johnson, just like FDR, was kind of like a bully, was more so kind of pushing his agenda. You did have some conservatives that weren't really ready for the desegregation, they really weren't prepared for some of the programs of the New Deal, and so it kind of looked as though Johnson was kind of following in those same footsteps. But to his credit, Johnson was trying to create a fairness for all, and so this is kind of the thing that you gotta look at when you look at a comparison of what the Great Society did compared to what the New Deal did. The New Deal's attempts were let's end the Great Depression, let's do some relief immediately right now, let's look at employment. Did not address necessarily all of the racial discrimination that happened during that time. That actually kind of happened much later with a series of executive orders. Even still, there were some policies that were still discriminatory against minorities. With the Great Society, they looked to fix those. They also looked to kind of take care of various programs. So I'm not sure if anybody has managed to tweet out, I'm gonna check and see, but has anybody got one of some of the New Deal programs that are still in today? All right, so I just see somebody, I see Rochelle Kearney, I might not mispronounce your name, I apologize, but they have a Social Security Act, good job, that's great. Then I have John Villarreal, who says FDIC, that's the bank one I'm talking about. That's the one that basically says if the economy goes into recession or stock market crashes again, the bank ensures that your money is safe and that your money will still be there, which is not what happened to people during the Great Depression. And also, yes, the Social Security Act. Awesome. Somebody put in, I think Hardeshi Bank also mentioned the Social Security Act. So you guys are awesome. It looks like your teachers did an awesome job as far as making sure that you know your New Deal program. So again, we're gonna keep moving. All right, so let's HIPPO very quickly. HIPPO is what we use when we talk about looking at document analysis. This is something that you will do with your DBQ. And so we're gonna kind of give you a few minutes. And when I say HIPPO, in case you forgot, the H stands for historical context, the big picture, looking at it like that, looking at it at a bigger scale. Then we have the point of view, one of the P's. When you're looking at what is the author or the cartoonist in this person trying to say. Then you have the purpose. The purpose also important. You have the intent audience. There's your I. And then I always like to add an O because you're gonna get some outside source. So we're not gonna be able to do all of them. I'm gonna just choose one, but very quickly, just kind of select. I'll let you guys. Let's look at historical context. So take about 40, 30 seconds to kind of think about historical context. What is it saying? Okay, so if you were given this cartoon, and it would say, again, kind of looking at that question actually at the beginning, just do a comparison of the policies from the New Deal and the policies of the Great Society, and you look at the historical context. All right, so you see there's Lyndon B. Johnson, he is playing the piano, and you'll notice that the things that are in the air over here looks at defense appropriation, civil rights bill, Southeast Asia resolution, anti-poverty legislation, and then he looks at over here on the side, it says AAPs, the AA Congress. And so, the historical context, what are we talking about here? What is this little cartoon addressing? Well, it's talking about the fact that we're in the midst of not just the Cold War, but we're also in the midst of the civil rights movement. And when he's saying like defense appropriation in Southeast Asia, you can kind of do a comparison and say, well, while the New Deal didn't necessarily address those issues that were happening as part of World War II, they were mostly concerned about the issues that were impacting America itself. So they're looking at more domestic issues. Whereas the Great Society was having to deal with both issues, having to deal with the foreign and domestic issues. So you're dealing with the civil rights movement, which is why the bill and anti-poverty legislation and so forth. But you're also looking at the fight with the Cold War, and the fact that while Johnson was president, the issue with Vietnam was getting ready to heat up. He has to make some decisions as far as whether or not we're going to get involved, because the two previous presidents already indicated that they would not get involved with countries that were engaged in war. They will help stop the spread of communism by providing aid, but they meant economic aid or some kind of little aid, but they really did not want to give military aid if it was not necessary. So again, kind of thinking about the HIPPO, remember what that stands for. So as you're kind of going through and analyzing your document, if you're looking at DBQ, they give you many different methods that you can use. You only have to choose one. So you don't have to do HIPPO for every single document that you're looking at. You don't have to do all 5 of these. You can actually just kind of choose one. And my suggestion is choose your strongest one, the one that you know you guarantee it. If you want to try to point of view or purpose or intent audience, great, go ahead, because there are other areas in which you can that way. All right, so let's jump into the 60s and kind of talk about what we refer to as the influence society. When we look at the 60s, we kind of want to look at these 4 things. This is known as the Beatnik Society. This is a society of culture versus counterculture. Meaning you have those individuals who had fought in World War II, who were part of the 50s, who believe in the American dream, and now you have this group of individuals who are challenging the status quo. If you kind of remember when I was talking to you guys about how, during the end of the Red Scare, one of the ways that you can kind of prove your loyalty is to conform. Well, during the 60s, people decided that nonconformity was just going to be the way to go. And so you're going to see a lot of challenges. You're going to see this group that wanted to change the world kind of go out and see do things differently than what their parents did. And so the Beatniks are probably going to be one of the most biggest group. They're a part of the counterculture movement. They started in 1950. They had people like Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, were notable members, and they used criticism and they did about poetry, they did about art, philosophy, protest. There are a lot of things that happened during the 60s where people were kind of protesting. They were protesting civil rights. They were protesting what happened in the Cold War. Definitely going to be huge, dominant when kind of coming in protesting the Vietnam War as well. So the Port Huron statement, we're actually going to look at some excerpts from that. This is a 1962 manifesto by Students for a Democratic Society. They talked about expansion of democratic participation. Kind of talking about the new left, a liberal movement. They kind of take up a lot of the causes from the civil rights, looking at gender roles, so kind of that whole idea of feminism, the idea of class struggle, kind of looking at identity. So when we look at the excerpt from Port Huron statement, you'll kind of get an idea of the basis for the Students for the Democratic Society. You also have what's known as the free speech movement. Huge, large-scale student protests that kind of took place between 1964 and 1965. Started at USC and Berkeley, where students wanted administration to acknowledge students' right to free speech. They were kind of looking at the idea of not just thinking of kids, but the fact that these people are going to be voters. They have a right to kind of go out protest if they like. This was a part of the 1960 gubernatorial election where Ronald Reagan began his first foray into politics. And you recall, Reagan was one of those individuals that was part of that Hollywood 10 that were brought in during the Second Red Scare and blacklisted for a short period of time. And of course, the biggest thing that was kind of associated with the 60s was going to be the 3-day concert known as Woodstock, happened in New York in 1969, and it typified 1960s. You're talking about people like Jimi Hendrix, so many different artists, Rolling Stone, all these individuals who played here. And for the first time, what was so big about Woodstock was that it was a coming together of people all walking by that came to this farm in upstate New York to celebrate music for 3 days, and it's just really kind of come together as one. So the 60s, of course, was a day of pop culture, and so the poster that you see there kind of talks about some things that kind of were synonymous with the 60s, kind of like a decade of change. You'll hear a lot of phrases like "make love, not war," still using some of the phrases from the civil rights movement, like "we shall overcome." If you recall, the civil rights movement really started getting more momentum during the 60s, but it was a moment of civil unrest. They were angry. They were angry with the fact that discriminatory practices that were done inside the various states, especially in southern states. They were angry about the Vietnam War, and they were angry that they did not have a voice and they wanted to be heard. So a lot of people had to deal with war. A lot of them had to deal with the fact that they would be drafted or they will be drafted, and probably one of the biggest drafts that has ever been held in American history. And they're basically being told you have to go fight in the war, and we're not even sure what the war is about or even if we agree with it. So again, kind of talk about how you need to conform and you need to kind of go along with the status quo. Well, that didn't happen in the 60s, and so a lot of people didn't decide that they wanted to just drop out of school. It was just, life was working out for them, so they decided to have that dropout mentality. A lot of them refused to accept traditional values of society. Maybe they didn't want the American dream. They didn't want to get a college education, grow up, get married, have a wife, and 2 5 kids. I think of 5 as a dog horse, and live and go to work every day in the office and embrace it. They wanted to break away from that. They wanted to have freedom and they had individuality. And so they came up with the code of do wrong. And from there, they're really going to kind of think about the fact that America's lives and the youth is pretty much going to kind of adopt that style. So you're going to start seeing a clash. You're going to start to see that people are really going to start dressing differently. Music is going to change. Men no longer having that clean cut. They're going to grow their hair long. They're going to wear long and closed beads. It's really going to kind of be a transformation. And so they refer to it as counterculture. So counterculture just basically means thinking about how cultural society did exist during that time and how it's going to kind of change, kind of go against that. They're going to experiment. They're not going to see marriage as their end all be all. They're going to kind of think about the fact that maybe having multiple wives might be the thing for them to do. They're going to make choices that maybe consider the word taboo, or they're going to do things because they feel good. And so they refer to the 60s for some as a sexual revolution. They meant that they did as it pleased. They believed in living together without being married. They believed they lived in communes. They lived in blesses. It was also a culture where they tried drugs. Music works. They tried to say that music was that a lot of these individuals were kind of brainwashed. And again, you had a lot of big artists that came about during the 60s. Beatles, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, The Doors, Marvin Gaye, Christmas Stockers. And of course, a lot of the music that they sang in the 60s was not just about society, but it talked about a lot of the things that were happening during that time. You'll notice that a lot of the music during the 60s were talking about protesting the Vietnam War. They had massive period of time where the Vietnam War was at the forefront because many of them were affected by that. And so that whole idea of anything goes attitude, that was going to be the decade of it. So the psychedelic colors, the tie-dye, the lava lamps, bell bottoms, massive afros, braid, beads, all of these things came about during the 60s. And so we're going to watch this very brief video that kind of talks about the impact of the 60s.
The summer of 1968 caps off a series of intense confrontations between students and administrators on college campuses across the country.
The most dramatic of which was the occupation for several days of several buildings by student radicals on the campus of Columbia University in New York City. They negotiated over a variety of issues, including the university's support for the war effort through defense research and ROTC, and especially the university's plan to try to build new facilities in a neighboring park, one that had been used by the overwhelmingly black community of Harlem. The breaking up of the Columbia uprising radicalized many students who had not been involved in and not even supported the demonstration, but were outraged by what they saw as the excessive use of force.
The older generation had gone through the Depression, the older generation had gone through World War II, had difficulty in seeing these broader, more expansive definitions of a citizen's right. So, yeah, those were incredibly passionate times.
And Tom Hayden, one of the leaders of the radical students movement, SDS, talked about there being 1, 2, 3, many Columbias, and that we were moving from protesting against what they saw as the unfit use of power by the establishment to actually taking power for ourselves.
Closely related to the New Left is a youth culture that openly scorns the values and conventions of middle-class society.
Young people are seizing upon things that have been changing in the 1950s and start making them political and making them overt. It's the ambiguity and the mixed messages that provide the energy for people to try to experiment and understand and work their way out of these kinds of flaws.
By the 1960s, certainly counterculture becomes identified very heavily with San Francisco, with Los Angeles, as the rural communities. South Asian takes place in other places. This is very much as a Western phenomenon. The U gained great illustrations in San Francisco or Los Angeles. They have a different tone, a different flavor than things that take place in New York or Madison or New York City. But people loved or hated the 60s, doesn't associate much of it with the West. And even belief then creates reality, because people in fact want to be free to have different kinds of social experimentation, alternate lifestyles, to experiment in sexuality. Milton is coming to us.
All right, guys, real quickly, I want to give a shout out to Ms. Somerville at Hoosac Valley, Ms. Roseanne at Pioneer High School, Mr. McGrath at McFarland High School, Mr. Lee from Seneca Valley High School, and Mr. Gray at IH High School in Mississippi. So, your teacher, hey guys, teachers, we love you. All right, so let's do a little bit of guided practice. Remember I told you about Core statement, and I told you guys about the students for democratic society. Well, here is that statement. So here's the question. What future activity was least consistent with the sentiments expressed in the passage above? All right, so your answer to this question would be C, the emergence of neoconservative ideals and policies. Remember, the word least was capitalized, so everything else went along with the statement based off of what you know about the SDS, what their whole idea, their whole premise was, why they existed. So again, we're going to kind of check for understanding, just to make sure you guys are with me. So this is Lyndon B. Johnson's commencement address at the University of Michigan in 1964. He's going to kind of mention, talk about the society. So answer this question. Which of the following early 20th century group would most likely support the goals stated in the passage above? Okay, and the response would be progressive. Thinking about it, 20th century group progressives really wanted to change things. They really wanted to kind of fight all politics from the age. So they definitely would have agreed with some of the policies from the Great Society. All right, this is the same commencement speech. Question. Which of the following results from the effort described in the passage above? Give you a minute. Okay, and the response would be D, increased funding of social programs. Again, remember Great Society, kind of thinking about civil rights, kind of thinking about immigration, all those things. So again, kind of looking at this, thinking about the bigger picture and making those connections. All right, so let's debrief very quickly. So what would be, if you say there was a legacy of the Great Society, I would definitely say that these were some 9 things. So this is kind of touch on a few. Think about American liberalism. It's very high on President Johnson, especially you saw that evident with the war. I'll go ahead and touch on the fact that the elementary and secondary education act provided major funding for public schools. And of course, like I said, so National Endowment for Arts and Humanities use public money to fund artists and galleries. That still exists. The NEH, the National Endowment for Arts and Humanities, still exists today, and it still does a lot, especially for the education. And last, the Centers for Rates for Safety and Consumer Rights. So this would be a great legacy. This is basically saying that yes, this is had a huge impact. Despite a lot of criticism faced by the conservatives, they still kind of did a very good job in addressing some of the issues that were not addressed necessarily with the deal. As far as the 1960s, referred to as hippie culture. These would be some of the the things that was an impact of that. You have the age of Aquarius. You have rock and roll music, which still has an impact today. You have Eastern religions like Zen Buddhism. You have great different types of ways that people dress, the tie-dye, the military garment, the love beads, the Muslim shirt. The fact that this they kind of say was synonymous more so out west. They mentioned the Haight-Ashbury district in San Francisco. Still huge district. I actually had the opportunity to visit there a couple of times. I've been to San Francisco. It's actually cool if you ever go. But again, a huge impact from that. So our key takeaways once again, kind of bringing it back. The fact that liberal ideas found expression in LBJ's Great Society, which intended to use federal legislation and programs to end racial discrimination, eliminate poverty, and address social issues. The fact that young people in New York in 1960 and rejected many of the social, economic, political values of their parents' generation that were introduced. So basically, those baby boomers in the 1950s, they basically said, no, we're not doing that. We're going to do our own thing. Which kind of goes in with our overview about the fact that the Great Society was a series of domestic programs proposed by LBJ that expanded on the frontier from JFK and it moved to expand civil rights and eliminate poverty. And of course, other thing is counterculture movement in the 50s and early 60s emphasized art, philosophy, and social criticism. So I think we haven't looked at today. We have looked at causes and effects. We also looked at continuing policies. Those things are still impacted today. So let's do a little bit of exam practice. Before we do that, once again, I want to say thank you to Ms. Butcher from Edmond North High School, Mr. Enriquez from Santa Paula High School, Mr. Malls from Fairport High School in New York, Mr. Lally from Cypress Creek, Mr. Pickup at Skinny Atlas High School, Mr. Sylvia at New Bedford, Ms. King at West High School, and Mr. Harberton at Lower Bedford High School. Again, your students love you. We thank you guys. Really appreciate you shouting out your teachers. They work very hard. And I know that it's very difficult if you're not able to see them right now. So let's do this one really quickly. Let's kind of talk about the Vietnam War. What you're going to do is explain the main point that was made in the passage. So take a few minutes. Okay, so here is the possible explanation. It argues that the role of media in reporting the war in Vietnam, especially the television, changed popular perception of the war in the United States and shifted public opinion against the war. And one thing that you can mention, especially, is a lot of protests that will happen in the 1960s. Kent State would be a great example of that one. They were going to give you some observation. For the second time, I'm going to go through this one. This is another passage, and I'm going to explain the main idea in this passage as well. Same thing with the Vietnam War. So keep that, take that into consideration. Okay, possible response is it argues that while there were non-military constraints on the ability of our forces, especially the Air Force, to wage a successful war, the Cold War focus on nuclear weapons development created a problem for the U.S. in carrying out the war in Vietnam, which developed into a conventional war dependent upon air power and air technology. So again, these are just possible responses as you're looking at secondary sources that we're talking about Vietnam War. Very quickly, something to think about. If you really want to go more in depth with Great Society, take a few minutes again. This QR code is a great YouTube video that kind of goes more in depth with the Great Society, kind of talking about program impact and really kind of going over some more details as far as the intention behind those programs that LBJ kind of came up with. And for tomorrow, when you get this report, think about this question. Really at the point of view of a person who talking about the 60s. We're talking about the economic system of the 1960s. So thinking about everything we talked about, Great Society, the culture and counterculture, what is going to be the economic system underneath the American in America at that time. So I appreciate you guys shouting out your teachers. We appreciate the questions you've given us on Twitter. And as always, continue to follow us at Virtual APUSH and encourage your friends to continue to tune in. Thank you for watching. And if you're having any technical issues or know anybody having technical issues, remember it's cd.org/tech. Have a great day, guys.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday with Virtual APUS History. We're back once again. 11 o'clock is our magic hour. I wanted to do a few shout-outs from yesterday. We didn't quite get onto the program. Mr. Wilson from Hawaii, Lori Buck from ADMH, who is, according to this student, one of the smartest, most compassionate teachers. Mr. Markham from Panther Creek High School, Todd Hutchins, Bay City Western, Ms. Tram from Long Beach Polytechnical, Mr. Lee from Seneca Valley, Ms. Fonan from Summit K through 12, Ms. Prada from NPHS, who the student describes as tough but fair, makes history fun, Jim Morrison from Red Wing High in Minnesota, Mr. Button from Thompson High, and Mr. Weiser from Hanford West. So we'll shout out to those teachers and to those classes. Thanks to those students for reaching out. And we're getting a little shout out for their teacher. I'm Mr. Horton from Williamsville South High School in Williamsville, New York. Our school mascot is the Billy Goat, so we often say horns up. So horns up for the end of the week here on Friday. So today we're going to start out with what information I think a lot of people are looking for. Some information on the U.S. History exam for 2020. We'll update on what's going to be on here. So here's some information for you. The exam will be Friday, May the 15th. So that's a week beyond what the original test date was going to be at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So whatever time zone you're in, obviously will be scaled for that. So the exam is Friday, May the 15th. Of course, all the exams are going to be online and they will not last more than 45 minutes. So the format of the exam, the $1 million question that we've been getting on Twitter, is a modified DDQ. So you've been working on DDQ skills all school year long. You've been looking at primary source documents, you've been sourcing documents, you've been building arguments using documents, and that's what they're going to test with the DDQ. Obviously, a reduced number of documents here. Normally we have 7. Instead, the number of documents now will be 5 for this year's exam only. Focusing on what they typically call the core periods minus period 8. So periods 3 through 7. And what we're going to begin reviewing the course starting on Monday, April the 13th. So make sure you tune in then, because we'll begin the process of starting from the very beginning and going over all the material that APUS history covers. But the DDQ on the exam will only cover period 3, which starts in 1754, and goes all the way through the end of period 7, which is 1945. One of the things I was really excited to hear is that teachers will get a copy of all student responses. So I'll be able to see what my students wrote on the exam, just like your teachers will have the opportunity to see what you wrote on the exam. It'll be an interesting process for opportunity for teachers to review that with you. The rubric for this, at this point, I don't want to talk too much in detail about that, but it's basically the same rubric with a few adaptations, obviously because of the time change, the time requirement change that's there, but it's essentially the same skills. All the skills Ms. Farr and I have been working on over the course of the last week and a half. We've been doing this and we'll continue to do. By the way, she's on Twitter this morning, so if you have questions, please feel free to tweet them to Virtual APUSH, and she'll be answering those while we go through the next phase here of period 8. So the review question from yesterday, as you can see here, the document is a document from Lewis Powell, and the question was, what is this person's point of view about the changes of the 1960s? So Ms. Farr did a really great job yesterday, I think, in covering a lot of those movements that were happening in America, the Great Society changes, trying to make America a better place, to improve poverty, the civil rights extensions that she talked about yesterday, with the women's rights movement, the gay rights movement, the feminist movement. This person, though, has a little different point of view about that, and it really sets up what we're going to talk about, deal with today. So this person's point of view about those changes is that these are not positive changes, and they're concerned about what's happening. And really that's the subject of the day today, is to look at what's going on there. So quick review, quick recap. Always in my classes I talk about the progressive, what a progressive person believes. And generally speaking, progressives believe that government power should be used to solve social and economic problems. So if you remember back to Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, they were people that were advocating that the national government get involved in some cases state governments get involved in regulating the economy and helping people. Ms. Farr talked yesterday about the New Deal, which is a great example of a progressive or liberal program where government power should be used to solve social and economic problems. Things like the FDIC, the Social Security Administration, just to name 2, as examples of that. And then of course the Great Society is another example of a liberal or progressive program. But the other side of the story is the conservative side, and that is conservatives believe that people should solve their own social and economic problems without government. So a lot of what we're going to talk about today or deal with is conservatism, the rise of conservatism, sort of reaction against many of those changes of the 1960s. That'll be our focus for the day. So quick film clip to get started here on the environmental movement.
On June 16, 1962, as the elements of Silent Spring were being prepared for publication, the first New Yorker installment arrived on the newsstands, and with its opening paragraphs lured readers into a fertile world of plenty.
There was once a town in the heart of America where all life seemed to live in harmony with its surroundings. The town lay in the midst of a checkerboard of prosperous farms, with fields of grain and hillsides of orchards, where in spring white clouds of bloom drifted above the green fields.
The birds sing, and the woods are filled with living things, and it's an abundant, happy place. And then suddenly the residents discover the birds are gone and the animals have died and many of the plants have withered.
People start to get sick for reasons that can't be explained. Livestock have stunted offspring. Everything goes bad.
In the gutters under the eaves and between the shingles of the roofs, a few patches of white granular powder could be seen. Some weeks earlier, this powder had been dropped, like snow, on the roofs and the lawns, the fields and the streams. No witchcraft, no enemy action had snuffed out life in this stricken world. The people had done it themselves.
She creates an image of silence. What would it be like if you woke up in the morning and you went outside and instead of hearing birds chirp or sing, you heard nothing? And that's so amazing powerful, right? That just, it stops you in your tracks.
In the zealous quest for mastery, Carson argued, synthetic pesticides had been used indiscriminately, excessively, heedlessly, upsetting the delicate balance of nature and putting all life at risk.
She felt that proponents of widespread pesticide use were conducting an experiment with life itself without having done adequate testing or research to determine what the consequences might be, and that the citizenry weren't being informed because the proponents of pesticides were telling only one side of the story and the one that benefited their own interest. And so all these things are part of the Cold War consensus by which Americans lived. The benevolence of corporations, the authority of science. Well, Carson's challenging all of those things.
Okay, so something first to think about, a connection back to the progressive era. Theodore Roosevelt, one of his great contributions to the United States was an emphasis on conservation, and government stepping in as a good progressive would to solve social and economic problems here. So there was a series of laws passed in the early 1970s, including Earth Day demonstrations by the President to support Earth Week the following year, 1971, the Clean Air Act signed in 1970, which tried to regulate and clean up air pollution, the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency, a government agency dedicated to trying to clean up the environment and to protect the environment. So a question here, I won't put the timer on, but do you think a conservative president would support these things, or a liberal president or progressive president? Remember, progressives believe in using the power of the national government to solve social and economic problems, and conservatives believe that people should solve social and economic problems. So hopefully you're realizing, I almost gave the answer away there, that these government actions are really good examples of progressive or liberal things. But what you might be surprised to find out is that Richard Nixon, who was often considered to be a conservative president, passed these laws. And one of the things you'll notice as we complete the course here is that it's not always clear. Presidents that are conservative do some liberal things, and presidents that are liberal do some conservative things. So you'll see there's a little bit of inconsistency sometimes with some folks that are here. So take just a minute to read through the document from Richard Nixon about national energy policy there and consider how it might be connected to what you see in the graph. So on the left-hand side in that speech that Nixon is giving there, he's talking about an energy crisis. And you notice that they're trying to close down gasoline stations to limit people's consumption of that and creating a maximum speed limit. And he talks about energy independence by 1980 at the end there. And hopefully you recognize the connection between that statement in November of 1973 and the chart that you see there is the United States is forced increasingly to import oil. And that'll be an important theme really for the rest of period 8 and into period 9, the need for that raw material and how that will affect American policy decisions that you'll see here. So clearly the United States is more and more reliant on other places for oil, which is a problem that Nixon is trying to address in this statement here. So let's overview. We're going to talk about the environment, which we kind of reviewed at the beginning here. And more importantly, the main focus is 8.14, society and transition, the change away from the 1960s, heading into the final period of the course, which we'll get into next week. The scale is building argument, which you'll find, I think, very much ties in with what the exam is going to be. We're going to focus on DDQ type skills today to kind of get you ready for that. Things you already know. The topic obviously from yesterday, which is liberalism, which reached a peak in the mid-1960s. And started talking about the Great Society programs being examples of liberalism. The Supreme Court decisions, which are examples of liberalism, protecting individual rights at the expense of the national government with things like the Miranda case and Gideon case, the Brown versus Board case, etc. So the overriding question is, why did this happen? Why did conservatism rise in the 1970s? And hopefully you'll understand some of the reasons for that. America becomes more conservative for many reasons. We're going to talk about some of those a little bit. The first one is the loss in faith in the federal government. So one of the big events that happens early in the 1970s is the Watergate scandal. And I'm doing a very summary version of the story here. So there's a burglary at the Watergate Hotel, which is the headquarters of the Democratic National Party in 1972. It seemed like a minor story. In fact, the reporters that were assigned to report on it were basically beat reporters. They reported on small little crimes. And they ended up getting embroiled in this whole thing. So the two Washington Post reporters are Woodward and Bernstein, very famous names are connected to the Watergate scandal. And the reason they're famous is that they continue to write about the story and investigate the story. And the more they peel back the layers here, the deeper elements of the federal government were implicated in that. The more and more people eventually ended up testifying, and many of them went to jail as a result of their involvement in Watergate. So eventually, as it says in the first bullet point there, eventually there was a connection to White House characters, which is part of the story. The two reporters are aided by an unofficial source. One of the great political mysteries of the late 20th century was who, if that was, this Deep Throat, which was their code name for that source, was guiding the two reporters and giving them inside information to help them in their investigation. Eventually, Congress begins their own investigation of what was happening in Watergate, much like what we saw with President Trump. We saw in the impeachment proceeding of President Trump a lot of echoes of the things that were happening in Watergate, where there's investigations and questions about the actions of what the president knows and what the president does not know. And eventually, it was revealed that Nixon was actually taping conversations in the White House. And once that fact became known, then there became battle over turning over those tapes to the investigator. So the Robert Mueller of the Watergate scandal, which was Archibald Cox. So eventually, they are turned over. One of the tapes has a mysterious gap in the conversation, about 18.5 minutes long. That's what the cartoon is referring to here, that you can see on the right hand side. There's a little piece of the tape that's missing, and very creatively, the cartoonist is taking this famous statement from Nixon, "I am not corrupt," and removing the little segment that says "not," which of course leads us to imply that Nixon in fact was corrupt, which is what the cartoonist is trying to say. Tell us here. Eventually, there is a smoking gun tape that is revealed, and it's very obvious that the president is talking about ways to cover up the Watergate burglary, which he had claimed he had no knowledge of the cover for a long period of time. So very quick version of the story there. Typically, this might be a class period in your normal classes. If you're interested in more details about that, I think you'll find this to be interesting. You've lived through the impeachment process in your own lives. So give you a second here to scan the QR code, and this will take you to a really great video that kind of breaks the story down and gives you the a little bit more detail about this, so you can understand a little bit more in depth than what I explained here in about 2.5 minutes. So Watergate, what does this have to do with conservatism? Well, one of the things that happens is people begin to lose faith in the federal government. The government had lied about Vietnam, and what they claimed was progress in that war, and of course the test events showed that wasn't really what was happening. And then Watergate, which caused people to lose further faith in what their federal government was telling them. Economic problems in the 1970s as well. Inflation has been a big problem throughout much of the decade. 13% alone in 1979. The cost of foreign oil actually increases, and especially after what was called the Arab oil embargo in 1973. Countries around the world were angry at the United States for backing Israel in the Yom Kippur War, and they initiated an embargo against the U.S. So you see in the image here a line of cars waiting to try to get gasoline. So the cost of gasoline, of course, goes up, and that will cause problems, economic problems for the U.S. Huge deficits and high interest rates, especially the interest rates. If you're familiar with some economics here, it makes it more difficult for people to borrow money. It makes it less likely to borrow money. And in 1979, President Carter retreated to Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland, and consulted with over 100 leaders, came back from that meeting and gave a speech that basically is known now as a crisis and confidence speech, where he attributed all the problems in America to a lack of faith in our system. So all these things together are issues that the federal government seemed unable to solve. We couldn't bring inflation down. We couldn't effectively deal with the foreign oil dependency that we had. We couldn't bring down interest rates. And then the president goes on television and tells us that we just don't have enough faith, and that's the reason why things aren't happening well here, which does not go over well with a lot of people in the United States. And then Carter deals with a very serious foreign policy event. And I'm going to show you a quick clip to tell that story.
In the fall of 1979, protesters broke into the American embassy in Iran, took dozens of people hostage, and kept them there for a long time. This was the Iran hostage crisis, an episode that changed the course of American history. Let's take a step back. This hostage crisis didn't come out of nowhere. It was the culmination of several decades of bad blood between the United States and Iran. In 1953, the U.S. helped topple Iran's elected prime minister, replacing him with Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, also known as simply the Shah. The Shah was friendly to the U.S. interests, particularly when it came to oil. The Shah was about as popular in Iran as ants at a picnic. He was a brutal dictator, and his infamous secret police, the Savak, terrorized, tortured, and killed people. Opposition to the Shah grew and grew. In January 1979, he and his family left Iran on vacation, never to return. By the spring of that year, a religious leader, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, took power. This was the Iranian Revolution. Khomeini established a new government, an Islamic Republic. This new government, and the young masses who supported it, had no love for the United States. They staged demonstrations outside the U.S. Embassy in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Trouble was brewing. After leaving Iran, the Shah bounced around from country to country. But after a cancer diagnosis, he wanted to come to the United States to receive the best medical care. President Jimmy Carter didn't want to admit the Shah, but relented under pressure from a group of elder statesmen led by Henry Kissinger and Dave Rockefeller. The Shah arrived at the New York hospital on October 22, 1979. As Carter predicted, getting shelter to the Shah angered the Iranian revolutionaries a lot. So much so that on November 4, 1979, a huge mob of protesters attacked the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. Knock knock. Who's there? 3,000 of us, and we're mad as hell. The mob took 63 people at the embassy prison. Later, 3 more people were taken hostage at the Iranian foreign ministry, bringing the total to 66. 13 days later, the Ayatollah ordered the release of 13 hostages, leaving 53. Another hostage was subsequently released on medical grounds. From then on, the remaining 52 were there for the long haul. They were held in the same embassy complex where they once worked. No hostages were killed, but they were treated well here. Some were beaten with rubber hoses or hung over elevator shafts. Several were victims of a mock execution. Back in the States, the hostage crisis gripped the news center.
The Iranian president seized the American embassy in Iran.
The American government demanded the hostage release over the buffs. The Iranians wanted the Shah shipped to them. No, said the U.S. To drive the point home, the U.S. froze Iranian assets held in American banks, but still, the Iranians didn't budge. In April 1980, President Carter decided to try something different. He authorized a military rescue mission known as Operation Eagle Claw. But poor weather and mechanical failures doomed the mission, leaving America and the Carter administration embarrassed on the world stage. Carter was in an election, and his opponent, Ronald Reagan, pounced on him for being weak and ineffective.
Frankly, I don't think the president has done anything they couldn't have done 5 months ago.
When election day rolled around, the hostages were still being held captive with no end in sight. Reagan trounced Carter close. By the start of 1981, the Iranian government began to feel the pressure from the international community to release hostages. The Iranians and Americans went back to the bargaining table. In exchange for lifting the embargo, Iran agreed to release their prisoners. Just hours after Ronald Reagan took the oath of office on January 20, 1981, the American hostages were free from captivity. The hostage crisis lasted 444 days. It was a bruising period for the United States and for President Carter. And the housing market left on relations between the United States and Iran lingers to this day.
So there's a great little image there right towards the end of that video. The U.S. cannot do anything. So that's really the feeling of a lot of people in the United States that things just were not going well. There's a loss in Vietnam. There's an oil crisis. There is inflation that seems out of control. And then the Iranian hostage crisis, which of course the president attempts to do a rescue mission, and even that fails. So things were not going well for much of the United States. And that's why one of the reasons why conservatism grows. Government officials not telling the truth, seeing an ability to deal with economic issues, as I mentioned here in the second bullet point, kind of recapping the first part of this here. Perceived failures of Jimmy Carter, the Iranian hostage crisis, a failed rescue attempt, the crisis of confidence speech I mentioned just a few moments ago. And Carter is probably one of the most well-known people for doing much more good after his presidency. In fact, even to this day, he builds houses for Habitat for Humanity. So after his presidency in the 1970s, people viewed him as a failure, certainly. And that's why this is such a big deal. So in the 1980 Olympics, if you're not familiar with that story, I'm a hockey coach, that's part of the reason I like to just include this briefly. The United States hockey team defeated a Soviet team that seemed completely invincible. So it was a small victory after all those negative things that happened in the 1970s. So we're going to just do a quick shout out to student viewers from all week long: Zane from Richmond, Missouri, Cody from Enloe, Rushi from Winston Churchill High School, 3Z Ortega United High School, Archie Bonga from Westhill High School, Eva from Barnstable High School in Massachusetts, Denise Lopez from Over High School, Alexandra Rundgren from Severna Park High School, Edra Timmerman from Howell High School, Natasha Romero from Freeman High School, and Miss Constance Hines from Alonzo High School. Thank you all for tuning in every day, 11 o'clock. We really appreciate that. Hopefully, spread the word about what we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you again to all those students. We'll get some teacher shout outs at the end here. So what we're going to work on now is a DBQ to help you with that process of looking at documents, interpreting documents. And as we do this, I'm going to think about 6 documents to practice here. This is from a DBQ from an earlier exam. And as you look at these, think about what the document would offer as an answer to the question, why did conservatism rise? So here's the first one. We'll quote from Gary Goldwater. We'll start the timer. All right, so again, the question is to think about what would Goldwater's answer be to why conservatism rose? What does this document tell us about the story about conservatism rising in the United States? Gary Goldwater eventually would run against President Johnson in 1964. He is often considered to be the founding father of the modern conservative movement. So what does this document tell us? Here's a picture of Goldwater there on the right-hand side. So I highlight one of the key quotes here. Root evil is a government is engaged in activities in which it has no legitimate business. So the translation for that is that government is far too involved in our lives and spending too much money. He believes the national government has overreached its authority and is engaging in things that it really shouldn't be engaging in. So I'm going to ask you a quick little connections question here and let us decide whether you're right or wrong about this. The two original political parties in the United States were the Federalists and the Jeffersonian Republicans. Which of those two parties do you think that Goldwater sounds more like? So once again, Goldwater is saying here the national government is far too strong, it's far too involved in our lives and spending too much money and it needs to back off. So was it the Federalists or the Jeffersonian Republicans, do you think? Make a little connection here for you back to an earlier period in history. So one reason why conservatism rises, too much power in the national government according to this. So let's go on to document number 2. We'll start the timer here for you on that. Okay, so hopefully when you read through this document, you notice that the word reforms is in quotation, so you have to read that a little different, which many of the great reforms of past decades achieved as objectives might be one way of reading that. So what is this person telling us? He's an economist, Milton Friedman, and a simple translation here is that government programs, the New Deal, the Great Society, which hasn't quite happened yet, but he's certainly criticized those for the same reason, have not helped us progress individuals in a laissez-faire system have. So he talks about this at the very bottom of that document. All this is in the product of the initiative to drive individuals. So this is outlining a very distinct economic view of conservatives, that people should be doing these things and making advances in the economy and not government programs. This is essentially what this person is saying to us here. This was a little shorter, and this was a great document. All right, time's up there. So this is when my students typically read this document, when I go over with them in the past, I really love that last line about the typewriter being stolen. What does this tell us about conservatism? That's the question that we're really after here. Why conservatism rose? So this woman is a quick translation of that document. She's a hardworking person. That government is not really helping, according to her. Everybody else is getting assistance except for her. She refers to herself as a law-abiding citizen who feels she's discriminated against. I'm a widow. I work every day. I pay my taxes, but I can't even walk on the streets because they're unsafe, and I'm afraid of my own home. As she says here. So of course, this great line at the bottom. Sorry, this letter's not typed. Somebody stole my typewriter. So but you have here a person that feels like government programs have not benefited her. And so this is another reason why conservatism rose. Let's try the next document, document 4. Time's up there. So as you read through this document, this is sort of television evangelist. Obviously, he's a religious leader that you see here. And to translate this document, he actually gives us lots of different things here. Children are moving away from traditional values. Is sort of overarching connection between most of the points that he makes here. Television is teaching kids immorality. Children are disrespecting their family. Public schools are excluding prayer. You think about the Engel versus Vitale case that was reviewed yesterday. That's probably what he's referring to here. The drug culture of the late 1960s, early 70s. Government is teaching kids to be lazy. So he's got all kinds of criticisms here. That television and culture is moving in a non-traditional way, which is what he's suggesting. So another reason that conservatism rose is this social concern about the direction of American culture, the perceived casualness and disregard for tradition that many people were sensing in the early 1970s. And some students recognize this sort of irony of someone that uses television to spread their message. At the same time, he's complaining about television doing immoral things for our culture and society here. So this is more of a social or cultural point of view on things. Let's try the 5th document. So here you have the Republican Party platform in 1980, which of course they're running against Jimmy Carter. Hopefully you recognize the reference being made here in the document where they're talking about the insults the United States has faced, our embassies being burned. Hopefully that evoke images of the Iran hostage crisis from the clip I showed you just a few minutes ago here. So the translation here, a simple translation, America's lost international respect. President Carter has only made it worse. He hasn't done a whole lot. The invasion of Afghanistan here at the bottom, by the way, was an invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviets. The United States also does not really respond very strongly to, which is another reason they're criticizing Carter here. It's not the invasion of Afghanistan that's carried out by the U.S. in 2001. We'll talk about that a little bit next week. So some students make that, unfortunately, they can make that connection, which isn't an accurate connection. So this is the invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviets in 1979 that they're referring to here. So since America has sort of lost its prestige or power in the world is what this person is suggesting. There's another reason why conservatism rose. Now we have 5 reasons just from these documents alone to help answer our question. Our last document for today. Let's start the timer on this one. Okay, so here you have a member of a group called Stop ERA, and the Equal Rights Amendment is what that refers to. Of course, so here you have a woman that is opposed to the Equal Rights Amendment, and she's saying that women don't need to be liberated from the home. The home is what they love, and that they need to be actually liberated from the liberator. So this is a woman that is reacting or responding to the women's rights movement in the opposite way of what we would assume that. In other words, now women supported the Equal Rights Amendment, and she is standing up for a more traditional role for women. We believe mothers will stand up for the protection of our homes and children, she says in the last part of the document here. So again, sort of social cultural reason here. So here's the stem of the question. We spent a little bit of time looking at 6 or 7 different answers here. So the question asks, explain the reasons why new conservatism rose prominence in the United States between 1960 and 1989. Now, granted, we haven't gone as late as 1989 in the documents here, but we can still deal with this question. So take a minute and see what your preliminary thesis for this question be. How might you start approaching this question? So hopefully we're thinking about some of the things we've covered in the course of today's video. So remember, a couple things. Make sure your claim is defensible. It has to be historically defensible. So there's lots of reasons that we covered in the video today. Reaction against big government, which we heard from Gary Goldwater, and opposition to the women's movement, which is the last document that we looked at, and the rise of religious groups and people that were concerned about the lack of religion or the perceived casualness of American culture. Belief in free market economics, we saw a document about that. Desire to return to more traditional values, we saw a document about that as well. A more sophisticated thesis might indicate which of these factors is more important versus less important. So if you want to go to the next level with your thesis statement, that might be something to think about here. Maybe ranking them, saying this was the most important reason why conservatism rose in this period. Remember, don't do this. These are the don'ts on a thesis statement. Do not fail to make a claim. Do not fail to give reasons why conservatism rose, as the question is asking. And definitely don't restate prop. For a good example of that, conservatism rose in the period. That's what the prop tells us. So we're asking you to explain why that happens. Make sure that you do that. This is a couple examples of acceptable thesis statements. Those are what this first student does. The most important factors that contributed to the birth of new conservatism were desire for more reliance on free market capitalism, society oriented towards traditional morals and values, and a government that was strong on both foreign and domestic policy. Great thesis statement there. Outlining the 3 directions that probably the essay is going to go. The second student also does this. The 3 more important causes were the left activist influence on politics, the regular traditional family, and the effects of the counterculture in society. Therefore, resulted from a desire for a return to structure and order. Sort of framing all those things together here. Well, really nice thesis statements setting up what should be really good essays that they follow through. Again, I think you know what an acceptable thesis is at this point, but kind of pick a couple of those and don't need to really talk too much about that. Now, second thing to think about is contextualization. What is the background information we want to simplify this a little bit? And of course, we have to connect to the question. So we have about 40 seconds to think about that. All right. So contextualization is, again, we're trying to set the frame for the question. Where does it belong in history? So hopefully you're thinking about some of the things really that were covered yesterday. Reactions against the movements of the 60s. People were concerned about the hippies and the counterculture and the rise of drugs and the sexual revolution. Concerns about the Cold War and where the United States stood in the world in the 1970s especially. There were people that were worried about the overreach in their view of the federal government and things like the New Deal and Great Society program. So these are all the 1960s things are kind of background for setting up where this stuff comes from, the rise of conservative thinking in the 1970s. So complexity is the last piece we'll talk about here, and we'll get into a quick wrap-up for today. So complexity is, again, another point on the rubric. Can you corroborate, qualify, or modify the argument? This is taking the argument to the next level. So a corroborate version of this might be giving evidence from different themes, from different perspectives, or from different regions of the world, or different regions of the country, if you could identify those. So that might be one way to do that. We'll revisit this topic for sure down the road. Qualify is another way to do a more complex essay. Giving multiple ways conservatism rose, explain why some are more important than others might be a way of approaching that. And actually, a couple of these things we looked at had a little example of that in it. Or give ways conservatism did not rise. In other words, the other side of the story in the sense. So we're talking about conservatism became more popular, but here are ways it did not become more popular. Is qualifying that argument or modifying the prompt, which is making a slight change in that. And the danger here is that you don't want to get too far off topic. The question is asking about why conservatism rose, so make sure your essay focuses on that. You can make the argument that conservatism didn't really rise in the 1970s, and maybe give some examples of that, or that its rise wasn't as important as maybe some other developments in that period. But again, make sure that you are answering the prompt that they ask you as an important piece of that story. And we'll come back to this one a little bit later down the road. College Course also put together a video that helps explain complexity that should be coming out for you fairly soon. So quick check for understanding. So here's a historian that's providing an answer to why conservatism rose. So just give you a little bit of time here to read that, and we'll see what you think about the answer to this question. So some of the things that this historian cites: opposition to feminist and gay rights movements, so social movements of the late 60s, early 70s, support for school prayer, need for increased defense spending, the sense that the United States sort of lost its way in the world. And one of the things, of course, keep in mind is religious groups like the moral majority became more involved and more organized in politics. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on Tuesday when I cover the Ronald Reagan era here when we get to that. So to debrief very quickly, why conservatism grow? Sense of the national government growing too powerful is one reason. Belief that laissez-faire is more effective in government programs, or reaction against things like the Great Society and the New Deal. Some American social programs did not benefit them. Remember our famous example of the woman whose typewriter was stolen from the documents. Believe that young people were straying too far away from traditional values and or religion. So I saw some examples of that in the documents for sure. Sense of American power in the world was slipping. Opposition to the feminist movement specifically, we saw examples of that with the Terry Holt document. Less trust in government officials. Hopefully you remember the Watergate story, the inability to deal with economic problems of the federal government in the 1970s. And for the exam practice, we're going to actually move this because we're running short on time. We'll do this next week for sure with you guys. So remember, if you know anybody's having trouble with internet access or accessing a device, please send them to cd.org/tech. That way they can get some help with that situation. Obviously, the exam being online, we want to make sure everybody has the access that they're going to need to be successful there. With that, thanks for watching. Just a handful of other names here: Stephanie Benjamin from Franklin High School, Vanessa Sanchez, Hanford West High School, Tahia from Valley Stream Central High School, Liliana Arias from Skinny Atlas High School. My school's hockey team actually played their hockey team this year, so I know how to pronounce that. Vanessa Peralta, Hanford West High School, Angie Bedudo, Oswego East High School. Hopefully I said that one correctly. Sarah from Liberty High School, Chloe Presley from Hilton High School, Nika Holly Springs High School, Jim Morrison from Red Wing High School, Shu Yi from Pioneer High School, Jay from South Central High School, Ava Kuntz from Orange County School of Arts, and Nikki Modi from Thompson High School. All those are students that have tuned in every single day this week. We really appreciate you doing that. Please spread the word that we're going to continue doing this next week. We're going to wrap up the course for you, and then review begins the week after that. But next week we're still going to be focusing on those skills that will help you be successful on DBQ tech questions. So your question for Monday, is to explain relevant and insightful connections within period 8 and across period 8 to other periods. So over the weekend, think about how does all this stuff tie together within period 8. We started with Truman and the early Cold War, and we went through the Civil Rights Movement, and we talked about the Vietnam War and the change in the federal government's role in the economy with the Great Society program. Think about all those things. What's the connecting threads that you can identify in those? Ms. Farr will be back on Monday to talk through and to deal with most of those with you. So thanks again for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you next Monday right here at 11 a.m. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Hey, good morning. Happy Monday. It's Ms. Farr back with you guys, kind of picking things up from where we left off and having support who's going to be running our account today. So I want to say welcome back to those of you who've been tuning in with us from day one, and if this is your first time tuning in with us, welcome still just tonight. Just a quick reminder, I am at Cambridge High School in Nelson, Georgia, by way of Atlanta, and it's going to be your virtual APUSH lesson. Last week we left off kind of giving some shout outs to some students who were doing with us pretty much since the very beginning, and as I mentioned to those who said we left you off, please land it, waiting on our heads and our hearts. But I want to kind of make sure that I identify these 14 students. So Diaz Diaz of Paramount High School, Valari of South Forest High School, Cameron Baltram of Plainfield East High School, Anthony Prescott of Independence High School, Elizabeth of Burbank High School, Bolívar Campusano at McAfee Area High School, Brayden Summerford at Alabama Agricultural High School. We have Drew Pettit at David Park High School, Bella Barr at Forest Park High School, Curry at Basha High School, Linda at Long Beach Polytech High School, Alan Zhang at St. Clair High School, and Noah Calendaro at Kahlua High School. I apologize for pronouncing that. We got Sarah at Sun Valley, and we have Taylor Malinowski at Dover Sherborne High School. So thank you guys for tuning in all week. Hopefully you were here this morning with us and heard your name. For today's Twitter shout out, we're going to actually shout out your high school. So if you want to go ahead and kind of start leaving those tweets out there for us, again, support is naming the station, and so he will answer any questions that you may have, as well as kind of take a list and make sure that we got everybody accounted for. All right, so as usual, we're going to kind of talk about this is 9.5. We're going to talk about change in continuity and kind of wrapping up period 8. And the thing about it is kind of a reminder that you do have a modified DBQ that is going to be your 8 exam. It's going to be 5 documents instead of 7, and one of the ways that you can earn points, you know, you earn points if you reference outside source outside your documents, but now because of the new way of distributing points, you can earn 2 points if you reference 2 outside sources of information. So for example, if your DBQ would come from period 6, it is a good idea that you do know some information from period 8 or 9 because you can use one example from period 8 and another example from period 9. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so here's our question. This is actually an AP exam question. This is a DBQ question, so we're going to work on that because since your exam is a DBQ question, we're going to talk about some methods and things that you can use when you're looking at a CCOT type of question and ways in which you can actually fall well under DBQ. So the question is to analyze the political and economic impact of the Cold War on American society between the years of 1945 and 1961. So what does this mean exactly? All right, so you have 2 things that you got to look at. You got to look at the political and you got to look at the economic impact. You're also paying attention to the time frame that they're giving you. So very specific, 1945 to 1961. So you're looking at the end of World War II. You're also looking at the moments when the Cold War was kind of at its beginnings. You can reference in the Korean War. You can also mention some things that were kind of happening as far as political within certain the civil rights movements that were happening in the country. And also too, you can kind of reference some presidencies and how they respond to things like Eisenhower, like Truman, and like JFK. Now this is a cutoff though. So if you're going to bring outside information at this point, you know, Vietnam War would actually probably be a good example. Let's just kind of talk about things that you can do as you answer this question. So really quickly, this is change continuity over time period 8. You're going to explain the extent to which the events of the period from 1945 to 1980 reshape national identity. Some of your required skills is you already learned how to make connections. We're going to continue on that today. You also look at the skill of contextualization. And so for now, we're looking at argumentation. So you need to corroborate, qualify, or modify an argument using a diverse and alternative evidence in order to develop complex arguments. So kind of keep that in mind when you're looking at a CCOT and you're looking at the theory of argumentation. So first thing I recommend that every student does is you have the question, you know what the question is. Before you even look at your documents, make a list. So they gave you the time frames, right? They told you the times of the Cold War, they told you from 1950 and they told you from 1961. So let's go ahead and start starting out by making a list of things that could possibly be that you think that you know about. So from 1950s, you can mention the arms race. You can talk about the baby booms. You can talk about suburbia and changing role of women. You can talk about again Truman, Eisenhower, 2 presidents, how did they respond to things. You can mention the Korean War, the start of the space race. You can talk about pop culture of the 1950s, you know, the emergence of rock and roll music, the teenage movement, the idea of 40. You can mention Brown versus Board education, and you can remember civil rights. And so kind of thinking back to that question about the economic and political, which how do some of these things rate, where would they fall in regards to that whole theory as you're looking at this thing about the question. Now I'm not asking you at this point to actually do anything as far as I remember this, but as far as I can go out and kind of discuss these things individually. But these are certain things that happened during the Cold War in America during the 1950s. So there's a kind of start of what you need to know. All right, so let's bring in the 1960s. We got the civil rights movement still happening. You have Kennedy. I brought LBJ because he is evident within the 1960s. The smoke of the 60s kind of talking about the fact of all the different movements that happened, all of the you know the 60s and how it was the age of culture and counterculture. You have the Vietnam War. You also have the second wave of feminism, and you also have the election of 1968. So do we have some things that are out of time frame? Yes. Remember, you do get to earn points on your DBQ for any evidence that you bring from working from outside of this time period. So you get to earn 2 points for that. So if you mention or talk about something with the election of 1968, there could be your points right there if you mention that kind of tied into what it is you're supposed to be doing. And I like to bring in the 70s because, again, that's that relevance outside the information. That's where your other 2 points are coming in at. This is where you kind of make some correlations. If you're going to the civil rights movement, for example, and talk about the political impact that it had, you talk about the acts that came about from it. You can mention the fact that how the civil rights movement will lead to other liberation movements such as Asian Americans, such as Native Americans, such as gay, lesbian rights, and women's feminism. You can mention the oil crisis. How do we get up to that point? What was happening as far as things that were happening in other countries in the Middle East, Afghanistan, etc. How do we get into the oil crisis? If you remember, before, kind of talked about the Iran hostage situation. I think it was Jimmy Carter, and how later to lead to his demise as far as not being elected for a second term and being a one-term president. So all these things are ways that you kind of tie in to kind of help answer your DBQ question. So the first thing you do when you have a DBQ question before you look at the document is, number one, give yourself a list to see what you know within those time period, even outside, even prior to, even afterwards. Once you kind of get that list together and kind of put it together, the second thing I recommend is going back to the question, looking at the 2 categories, because you have one paragraph that discusses the economic part, you have another paragraph that discusses the political part. So go ahead and categorize these things so that you can see, okay, this would be more political, this would be more economic. If you have a category outside of the asking, remember, just stick to the prompts and kind of go from there. Okay, now that you have your list together, it's time to take the next step. Your next step would be to actually look at your document. Remember, the DBQ is about making the documents work for your argument. What a common mistake that a lot of students do is that they commonly try to write the entire DBQ based around what the documents say, and it should be the other way around. You should already have an idea of what your argument is going to be based on your list things that you know. And then the documents there are just support. They're there to support your argument. And so for argument's sake, go ahead and look at your documents, and then you're going to start to put what is known as the HIP method. So kind of going back again, here's our list, just review again. So we're going to kind of pick out some economic things. We talk about some European changing role of women and about how you kind of make a comparison of that to the comparison of what happened in the 1920s about consumerism. And now they have a new area of people that they can kind of pull into as far as teenagers. That's a new market. So you look at the role of women and how they went from going back to the home and the things they wanted to buy from that point. If you want to look at some of the political side, you use Robert's Rules of Education, which will translate services, which basically just say, hey, is segregation is legal inside of school, and you can kind of go from there. So again, we are looking very, very good in regards to how we kind of use this in the 50s and the 60s. Again, still tying up. You can look at the Vietnam War, the impact that it will possibly have, even though it doesn't happen much later. You can kind of look at how Kennedy responded in regards to some of the things of the Cold War about how he had his policy of the new frontier. His focus was more so on space race versus really trying to assure that mutually assured destruction. And the biggest thing right here is the civil rights movement. And of course, this is going to be where you kind of make those outside points where you kind of talk about tie into a period. So let's do a little bit of guided practice. Now we're going to look at some of our documents and look at some ways that the documents can kind of help you guys as you're making your argument. Because remember, you got to give yourself a brief introduction. I know the question was asked if they repeat the question in the prompt and they list out does that count? Yes, you can repeat the prompt. However, when you're listing out your items as far as you can't just simply say there were many economic and political changes that happened in the United States from the Cold War from 1945 to 1961. You will not get a point for that. You need to be more specific. You need to talk about some of the things that are being impacted. You mentioned things like there were many political changes such as many different acts that put in place that ended discrimination for African Americans, such as the Civil Rights Act. There were many different economic changes that impacted such as the growth of consumerism with baby boomers and also with the teenage generation. The more specificity you have, the better it is. And don't forget, your thesis statement does not have to be one sentence. It just has to be multiple sentences, so they must be continuous. And that's why I actually recommend that you do have multiple sentences to make your thesis statement. At least 3, so that it kind of all ties together. What you're going to list are your examples to help your argument, and then in your paragraphs, you're going to talk about how those examples that you listed support your argument. So that's where you're going to provide your detail. A lot of students assume that because they listed in their thesis statement that they're kind of giving away or they can't, there's something they have to write about within their essay, and that's not true. All right, so again, kind of going along with reminding the question again. So from 1945 to 1961, political and economic impact of the Cold War on American society. So let's look at our first document. So I'm going to give you a few minutes. This is the National Defense Education Act, and this is from 1958. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to read this. Okay, so reading through this document and looking at it, this is something that Congress kind of brought out in 1958. This is kind of the start of the arms race. We were looking at, to give you a little bit of historical context, we were looking at the ability of doing space exploration. So they're really kind of putting a little bit more emphasis into, the math and the sciences. And there are several things that you can take out of this. Number one, this can be considered both economic and political. Political because of the fact that it is an act. This is a law that's going to come in place. They're talking about defense. They are mentioning the fact of, mastery of modern techniques. They're talking about scientific principles, and new techniques, and new knowledge. So basically what they're admitting to is that there is a need for people to go back to school to learn these items, to acquire this new knowledge in order to understand those complex scientific principles and also those new techniques. In other words, we're looking at the ability to possibly launch new technology into space. What is that technology going to be used for? Is it going to be used as for spy methods? Is it going to be used to ensure that, as we're kind of looking at the growth of communism as it's happening over inside of Europe, what are these things going to be used for? Now, I said they can be used for 2 different things. The other part of this is if you look at the sentence right after nation where it says this required program that will give assurance that no student of ability will be denied an opportunity for higher education because of financial need. There's your economic aspect of it. Using that then, if you in order to be able to afford something to go to college to these programs, you have to be able to, be able to afford it, and that scholarships were on the basis of certain needs. And basically what this is saying is that it requires that no student of ability will be denied an opportunity for higher education because of financial needs. It will correct as rapidly as possible the existing balances of our educational programs, which led to an insufficient proportion of our population educated in science, mathematics, and modern languages and training technology. So there's your step. So what would be, if you're looking at this, I gave you the historical context. I'm talking about the fact that we're looking into the space race, we're looking into exploration. So there's historical context. We looked at the purpose of this. The purpose of this again is to correct, if you look at it, to correct the insufficient portion in the population. They wanted to create opportunities for students to be able to have education inside science, inside math, inside modern languages, inside technology. So they're looking at this a new movement. We have never had much advancement in this area. We realize there's disproportionate, so we're trying to fix this. So you look at this document, you will write out these notes beside it. Remember on your exam, you can't put notes on your exam. You can't write out notes beside that. That's not where your actual essays come from. You just kind of write out this, write out beside it, make your notes, and kind of pay attention to where you're going. And remember, documents can be used for one category. Now, your analysis part is coming in is when you are thinking about the purpose, or you're thinking about the point of view, or the intended audience of this, or the historical context, which is what we kind of talked about. We talked about the purpose, we talked about the historical context. The intended audience would be pretty much Americans who are seeking, or those people who they feel would need to go ahead and make those advances to science, math, and modern languages. So they're looking at the generation of students who may have left high school, those who may have been able to go to college, but they can afford it. Hey, here's an opportunity to go to college. Are you good in math? Are you good in science? Did you score well in aptitude test? Hey, here's an opportunity for you to take that knowledge and to put it forward, so that we can kind of start this journey as we're looking at space exploration and possibilities of it for America. Now, when you analyze the document, analysis does not mean that you write statements from the document. That is actually addressing. That means that you understand the document. You're writing an excerpt from the document. A lot of students make a comment and say, when they analysis is, I'm going to just write a sentence from it, I'm going to reference it. No, you're addressing it. You're not actually analyzing it. Analyzing it is looking at the deeper meaning, which is where that hidden method kind of comes in, and you really got to understand it. Remember, I told you only have to do one. So if you choose to do historical context or intended audience or point of view or purpose, that is fine. You only have to do one. And we're going to kind of take it and look at it again with another document. This is document number 2. This is the Treasury Secretary George Humphrey, and this is his testimony before House Subcommittee in 1955. So go ahead. Okay, so this is George Humphrey, a testimony before House Subcommittee in 1955. A lot of people may look at who the audience will be automatically say, well, it's House Subcommittee. Yes and no. He is actually, the intended audience is bigger than just House Subcommittee. But what they're looking at, when you think about your picture here, we're talking about analysis, is the interstate highway system. And of course, we all know that the adoption of the interstate highway system was something that happened under Eisenhower. And, his idea was that he wanted to connect the country. He wanted the ability for people to be able to travel with ease from state to state. And so with this kind of came a little bit of, you have to go through permission because he wanted to take federal funding and spend it in order to create this highway system that we have today. And so he had to go for House Subcommittee to kind of talk about the reasons behind that. Kind of talk about the idea of efficiency, he talked about safety, he talked about reduced time delays, about ways in which you can, if you build this highway system, that means that a person who was living in California could travel to the state of Texas with ease, vice versa. He also kind of talks about the fact that the goodwill intentions would get together on a plan for starting their highway system. It was a very intricate system. He was saying that this is not just a small scale, this is not just state to state, but this, just something that happens with interstate, but this is on a larger, broader scale. And of course, you could use this as, yes, political, but if you're thinking about the O in like the HIPPO method, just outside information, think about what this document can mean, because this document too could actually fall into both categories. And I say this economically because once the interstate highway system started getting built, what did you start to see being developed? What are you going to start to see new businesses in? You're going to start to see motel. People who travel from state to state may not want to take do it all one day. They need places to stay. So you're going to see places like Howard Johnson's that are going to develop, along with hotels, restaurants, diners, places that families can do a quick stop in to get meals. And then of course it's going to be the burden of what happens once they get to a location, what are they going to look for? This is of course the brainchild is going to happen around this time at Disney World in Disneyland in California. Now people have a reason to travel. It's not just let me get on Route 66 66, but of course that's probably one of the more famous ones from this interstate system. But taking Route 66 from one end of from the east coast and going all the way over to the west coast. So there's your economic part of that. And there's your outside information, and there you can actually gain a point when you look at it from a bigger standpoint. So don't just think about what the documents are being written for. Yes, it is a testimony. He is explaining why it's necessary. Basically, he's saying we need permission in order to build this highway system. We need the money, we need this something to prove this, but it's going to be on a bigger grand scale of things. And I basically just kind of gave you an example right then of how you can take one document, look at it, think it's political, but thinking about everything you know, thinking about that list that you created, and being able to tie it together so that you can make that idea so that it all kind of comes together. So there's some things from those two documents right there that you're looking at. Those are some examples of your changes. We're looking at the changes of continuity over time. There's two changes. One, the change in interstate commerce is happening. You're looking at that change of how they look at both states have to handle their own highway system. Now he's talking about a whole federal system. This one before that, the education act, looking at going into STEM, looking at those areas in which they wanted to try to have growth, and of course they wanted to not deny those people to have economic opportunities, the ability to have to go into those venues should they choose to. All right, so really quickly, I want to see what's going on Twitter. We got a lot of high schools. So we got Wilson High School, Hudson High School in Massachusetts, George Washington High School, Thompson High School, Northeast Magnet in Wichita, North Point High School, Bel Air High School, Bolton High School, Baton Rouge Magnet, Howell High School in Michigan, Crystal Ray in Kansas City, Colonial Ford High, Uhari Charter Academy. We have Crystal Central Kitsap in High School, Lamar High School in Arlington, Texas, Southern High School, Westall High School, St. Clair High School, and Calhoun High School. All right, so hey, thank you, we appreciate it. We are really appreciative. Hopefully your teachers are here and they know that you guys are really tuning in and really kind of giving your schools a shout out. All right, so let's check for more understanding. Well, actually, I kind of gave you. All right, so I gave you a different question. Still kind of looking at CCOT, which is some historians have argued that between 1945 and 1980, women made significant gains in social and economic policy. You can support, modify, or keep this contention using specific evidence. All right, so here's some examples that you could use. You can use Roe versus Wade, 1973. This basically said that women have a right to choose. And something else you kind of look at the fact that now you look at Roe versus Wade today, but actually modifying that depending on state by state. There has been a lot of changes in the Roe versus Wade, including the person who was the defendant Roe, and that's not her name, that was actually sued that she used for the purpose of this, who now came out much later and spoke out against abortion. You just have education amendments, like the Title IX Act of 1972. You could look at women's participation in political parties. People like Shirley Chisholm, the first African American to actually run and actually win and become a Congress. You could look at the way that Gloria Steinem also inspired other people in her magazine to kind of look at women getting into politics and running for not just local offices, but offices on a larger scale. You can kind of see women who are president. And it's not going to be actually the first time that women have actually made those attempts. But especially between 1945 and 1980 with the way of feminism, this is definitely going to kind of see that contribution there. You're going to see protection from employment discrimination for women, where they cannot be denied the ability to apply for a job or to be fired from a job because they have a baby. Their job is actually protected. Of course, if you're looking at that, if you want to kind of talk about outside information, even argue with this, you can kind of talk about FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act, which basically says if a person has a baby or she adopts a baby, or a woman has a baby or she adopts a baby, she can't get up to 12 weeks of unpaid leave and her job will still be protected. Reform for rape laws, abolition of laws requiring a witness to corroborate a woman's report of rape. That was something that was synonymous back then. Women can actually go make a charge, and their investigation has to. She doesn't have to have a witness to corroborate to say whether or not that what she was saying is either true or false. Criminalization of domestic violence. You saw an increase in domestic violence, especially at the end of World War II, with certain couples, and especially after Vietnam War, Korean War, because of the types of nuclear weapons that were being used, or the types of weapons that were being used, PTSD. There's a lot of things that were happening during that time that made domestic violence, especially for women, illegal. And of course, that will change much later. We kind of look at domestic violence doesn't just happen to women; it also happens to men as well. So they're running for schools that sought to counter sex and stereotypes of women. So all these things are great examples that you could use when you look at a question like this, where it talks about how historians have argued between 1945 and 1980 women have made significant gains in social and economic equality. So after again, there's your list. You made a list of all different things. Now you figure out, is it social or is it economic? Once you figure out whether it's social, economic, or both, then remember you're gonna have your opening paragraph, which has your thesis of multiple statements. You're gonna have one paragraph that talks about the significant things that are social. You're gonna have another paragraph that talks about significant things that are economic. And again, you're gonna also kind of identify whether or not you support that. You're gonna modify that, or you're gonna refute it. Supporting it basically says yes, I believe it's the same. Modifying it might mean something as simple as a date. I don't believe that women made significant gains between 1945 to 1980. I believe those gains came from 1980 to 1970 to 1978. And to refute it basically just means that there are no historical gains that women pretty much have not their change. There is nothing. It's not a change in position whatsoever. So you're gonna look at, and you possibly could address some of the things that change, some of the things that say the same. Again, your continuities. And one big continuity definitely you can mention is feminism. The feminism wave is still alive today. It was alive in 1945. It's still present in 1980. It's just that the goals and what people were fighting for feminism might possibly change from that time. All right. So just to do a debrief and summary, we definitely know that if nothing else over period 8, it was an era of contradictions. It was an era where you saw a lot of changes. We saw people who wanted to go to the forming, and you had people who were saying let's not form. You had a period that started off looking at African Americans and believing in segregation, to a period where they believe segregation is considered not illegal, not just in school, but also in public places. You look at the fact that this is going to be an era where there's a fear of communism and also nuclear annihilation, weapons of mass destruction from both sides. Who can build nuclear weapons? Who can put those weapons where? We're looking at the idea of this economic prosperity, especially in the 1950s under Eisenhower, kind of wanting to take things back to the way things were in the 1920s. The rise of consumerism, credit cards, Tupperware parties. You also have new consumers that you can purchase who can buy from you, the teenagers. You're also looking at the war on poverty. And so as you think about those changes, those continuities, as you're looking at that question, think about all these things and about how pivotal it was during period 8 and how you saw the end of World War II. You saw so many transitions just were happening within America, not just on the foreign side as far as dealing with the Soviet Union and dealing with communism, but also looking at domestic issues that we're dealing with. Changes that needs to happen with the civil rights movement, the liberation, laws that need to be reviewed, even just the rise of businesses. And we talked about, talked to you about the man in the great final suit, people buying homes in these leaded towns, and that whole American dream and that adoption, how some people really started doing that up until the 60s, and in the 60s something happened. It was all about free love, it was all about living in communes, it was all about making love, not war, and protesting, and letting your hair grow long, and wearing different types of clothing, and how long is that going to last? We're going to be out, you protest, no longer are they going to accept just being a part of society. They're going to conform, they're not going to conform, they're going to be in that counterculture. The transition of music, you think about rock and roll, you think about how if you use Elvis as an example and how his music transition, and then you went that to something like Jimi Hendrix, the Doors, the Rolling Stones, all of that kind of contributes to this era of contradictions. And so your key takeaways is that our national identity became more inclusive and socially free, but less confident as far as the role as world power. We looked at the Bay of Pigs situation and the idea of the Cuban Missile Crisis, how that could potentially start World War III. Had that not happened the way it happened, you're also looking at the fact that not only are we still got an enemy in Russia at the time, but also too our relationship with Cuba is now severed because of the fact that they had nuclear weapons that they were holding on to, that they could possibly fire upon us. You're looking at the fact that the cover generations, how people built shelters in their homes, all those different transitions. So if nothing else, you're looking at this, we responded to an uncertain, unstable post-war by starting working to maintain a position of global leadership with far-reaching domestic and international consequences. And of course, we kind of discussed some of those. We been looking at all last week. We talked about the role of the civil rights movement and the efforts to expand world government, which generated a range of political and cultural responses. We talked about post-war economic and demographic changes that had far-reaching consequences for American society, politics, and culture. And so again, our learning objective is looking at this period from 1945 to 1980, period 8, how it reshaped our national identity, and it really truly did. All right. So no questions from Twitter, but again, kind of want to go out there again and shout out these high schools: Mulberry High, Cherry Creek High School, Canford West High, Sherwood High School, Maryland, Southbridge High, Oakton High, Carthage High, West Michigan Academy of Environmental Science, Penn Island Secondary School, Middle Place High School, the Penn Homeschoolers, and Ardrey Kell High School. So again, thanks for tuning in. We're going to finish this off with a little exam practice. Still kind of going back to the original question, which is analyze the political and economic impact of the Cold War on American society between 1945 and 1961. We'll get one final document. Again, kind of going along with that DDQ practice. So this is President Franklin Roosevelt message to Congress in 1945. Okay, guys, so again, you're analyzing this, you're looking at, would this be political, would this be economic? Some people automatically, because they say the message to Congress, think, oh, it's political. Well, if you look at it, even within the first sentence, he's talking about economic trade and about opening up trade within the world. So if you recall, prior to this, we had kind of went into these whole different isolationist policies, and basically where we said that we weren't going to basically engage in trade with countries that were involved in war, that we were neutral. So there were several neutrality acts that were in place before we entered World War II, prior to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And so now that, this is 1945, we're pretty much at the end of the war, we kind of go away from that. This is one of the ways that really kind of helped us, really kind of pull us out of the Great Depression, because, the neutrality acts kind of limited us. But with this, what Roosevelt is basically saying, kind of going along with this whole idea of the concept of New Deal. And remember, the 3 R's: recovery, relief, and reform. He's thinking long term. And the long term means we're going to have to do some foreign investment. It is going to be beneficial for America to invest in those foreign markets. We need to open up trade throughout the world. We don't need to penalize countries that were once our enemies. For example, we're looking at Germany for those possibilities. We don't need to punish those countries. What we will do is try to continue to promote capitalism, because this is the way we can be communism, is to kind of promote more capitalism, and looking at free trade, looking at exchange rates, and kind of looking at the economic principle. If you look at what he said, establishing principle of economic cooperation as a foundation for expanded world trade. So again, the principle of economic cooperation, in other words, we're not looking at war, we're looking at how can we benefit by us opening up, allowing and going into other countries and investing in their foreign markets and allowing them to invest in ours. We're basically looking to both of our economies. How is that going to be beneficial? So that can be, if you want to look at it from a political side, yes, you have to look at it for the fact that he does have to get permission from Congress in order to do that. He does have to create a series of laws and put those in place. So yes, that could be political, but it too can also be an economic impact as well, because we're trying to establish our role as a global world leader. So this is where America's really going to try to assert itself as a world power. All right, guys, so something to kind of think about as you think about when you're moving forward, Mr. Horton on tomorrow. We're going to be moving into period 9, which kind of picks up more so with the Reagan presidency, kind of looking at trickle-down economics and those things and how looking beneficial to government. You're also going to kind of possibly talk about leadership coming to the end of the Cold War. What does that look like? And also too, you're thinking about all those different skills that we look at today or practice for our GDQ. So again, we want to thank you guys for tuning in. And remember, if you're having problems with technology or someone's had problems with technology, please go to www.cd.org/tech and let them know whatever issues that you're having. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday with virtual AP US History. We're back once again. 11 o'clock is our magic hour. I wanted to do a few shout-outs from yesterday. We didn't quite get onto the program. Mr. Wilson from Hawaii, Lori Buck from ADMH, who is, according to this student, one of the smartest, most compassionate teachers. Mr. Markham from Panther Creek High School, Todd Hutchins, Bay City Western, Ms. Tram from Long Beach Polytechnical, Mr. Lee from Seneca Valley, Ms. Fawnin from Summit K through 12, Ms. Prada from NPHS, who the student describes as tough but fair, makes history fun, Jim Morrison from Red Wing High in Minnesota, Mr. Button from Thompson High, and Mr. Weiser from Hanford West. So we'll shout out to those teachers and to those classes. Thanks to those students for reaching out, and for getting a little shout out for their teacher. I'm Mr. Horton from Williamsville South High School in Williamsville, New York. Our school mascot is the Billy Goat, so we often say horns up. So horns up at the end of the week here on Friday. So today we're going to start out with what information I think a lot of people are looking for. Some information on the US History exam for 2020. We'll update on what's going to be on here. So here's some information for you. The exam will be Friday, May the 15th. So that's a week beyond what the original test date was going to be at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So whatever time zone you're in, obviously will be scaled for that. So the exam is Friday, May the 15th. Of course, all the exams are going to be online and they will not last more than 45 minutes. So the format of the exam, the $1 million question that we've been getting on Twitter, is a modified DBQ. So you've been working on DBQ skills all school year long. You've been looking at primary source documents, you've been sourcing documents, you've been building arguments using documents, and that's what they're going to test with the DBQ. Obviously, a reduced number of documents here. Normally we have 7. Instead, the number of documents now will be 5 for this year's exam only, focusing on what they typically call the core periods minus period 8. So periods 3 through 7, and what we're going to begin reviewing the course starting on Monday, April the 13th. So make sure you tune in then, because we'll begin the process of starting from the very beginning and going over all the material that APUSH history covers. But the DBQ on the exam will only cover period 3, which starts in 1754, and goes all the way through the end of period 7, which is 1945. One of the things I was really excited to hear is that teachers will get a copy of all student responses, so I'll be able to see what my students wrote on the exam, just like your teachers will have the opportunity to see what you wrote on the exam. It'll be an interesting process for an opportunity for teachers to review that with you. The rubric for this, at this point, I don't want to talk too much in detail about that, but it's basically the same rubric with a few adaptations, obviously because of the time change, the time requirement change that's there, but it's essentially the same skills. All the skills that Ms. Farr and I have been working on over the course of the last week and a half we've been doing this, and we'll continue to do. By the way, she's on Twitter this morning, so if you have questions, please feel free to tweet them to virtual APUSH, and she'll be answering those while we go through the next phase here of period 8. So the review question from yesterday, as you can see here, the document is a document from Lewis Powell, and the question was, what is this person's point of view about the changes of the 1960s? So Ms. Farr did a really great job yesterday, I think, in covering a lot of those movements that were happening in America, the Great Society changes, trying to make America a better place, to improve poverty, the civil rights extensions that she talked about yesterday, the women's rights movement, the gay rights movement, the feminist movement. This person, though, has a little different point of view about that, and it really sets up what we're going to talk about, deal with today. So this person's point of view about those changes is that these are not positive changes, and they're concerned about what's happening. And really, that's the subject of the day today, is to look at what's going on there. So quick review, quick recap. Always in my classes, I talk about the progressive, what a progressive person believes. And generally speaking, progressives believe that government power should be used to solve social and economic problems. So if you remember back to Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, they were people that were advocating that the national government get involved in some cases, state governments get involved in regulating the economy and helping people. Ms. Farr talked yesterday about the New Deal, which is a great example of a progressive or liberal program where government power should be used to solve social and economic problems. Things like the FDIC, the Social Security Administration, just to name 2, as examples of that. And then, of course, the Great Society is another example of a liberal or progressive program. But the other side of the story is the conservative side, and that is conservatives believe that people should solve their own social and economic problems, not government. So a lot of what we're going to talk about today or deal with is conservatism, the rise of conservatism, sort of reaction against many of those changes of the 1960s. That'll be our focus for the day. So quick film to get started here on the environmental movement.
On June 16, 1962, as the elements of Silent Spring were being prepared for publication, the first New Yorker installment arrived on the newsstands, and with its opening paragraphs lured readers into a fertile world of plenty.
There was once a town in the heart of America where all life seemed to live in harmony with its surroundings. The town lay in the midst of a checkerboard of prosperous farms, with fields of grain and hillsides of orchards, where in spring white clouds of plume drifted above the green fields.
The birds sing and the woods are filled with living things, and it's an abundant, happy place. And then suddenly the residents discover the birds are gone and the animals have died and many of the plants have withered.
People start to get sick for reasons that can't be explained. Livestock have stunted offspring. Everything goes bad.
In the gutters under the eaves and between the shingles of the roofs, a few patches of white granular powder could be seen. Some weeks earlier, this powder had been dropped, like snow, on the roofs and the lawns, the fields and the streams. No witchcraft, no enemy action had snuffed out life in this stricken world. The people had done it themselves. She creates an image of silence. What would it be like if you woke up in the morning and you went outside and instead of hearing birds chirp or sing, you heard nothing? And that's so amazingly powerful, right? And just, it stops you in your tracks.
In the zealous quest for mastery, Carson argued, synthetic pesticides had been used indiscriminately, excessively, heedlessly, upsetting the delicate balance of nature and putting all life at risk.
She felt that proponents of widespread pesticide use were conducting an experiment with life itself without having done adequate testing or research to determine what the consequences might be, and that the citizenry weren't being informed because the proponents of pesticides were telling only one side of the story and the one that benefited their own interests. And so all of these things are part of the Cold War consensus by which Americans lived. The benevolence of corporations, the authority of science. Well, Carson's challenging all of those things.
Okay, so something first to think about, a connection back to the progressive era. Theodore Roosevelt, one of his great contributions to the United States was an emphasis on conservation, and the government stepping in as a good progressive would to solve social and economic problems here. So there's a series of laws passed in the early 1970s, including Earth Day demonstrations by the president to support Earth Week the following year, 1971. The Clean Air Act was signed in 1970, which tried to regulate and clean up air pollution. The creation of the Environmental Protection Agency, a government agency dedicated to trying to clean up the environment and to protect the environment. So a question here, I won't put the timer on, but do you think a conservative president would support these things, or a liberal president, or progressive president? Remember, progressives believe in using the power of the national government to solve social and economic problems, and conservatives believe that people should solve social and economic problems. So hopefully you're realizing, I almost gave the answer away there, that these government actions are really good examples of progressive or liberal things. But what you might be surprised to find out is that Richard Nixon, who was often considered to be a conservative president, passed these laws. And one of the things you'll notice as we complete the course here is that it's not always clear. Presidents that are conservative do some liberal things, and presidents that are liberal do some conservative things. So you'll see there's a little bit of inconsistency sometimes with some folks that are here. So take some minutes to read through the document from Richard Nixon about national energy policy there, and consider how it might be connected to what you see in the graph. So on the left-hand side in that speech that Nixon is giving there, he's talking about an energy crisis. And you notice that they're trying to close down gasoline stations to limit people's consumption of that, and creating a maximum speed limit. And he talks about energy independence by 1980 at the end there. And hopefully you recognize the connection between that statement in November of 1973 and the chart that you see there is the United States is forced increasingly to import oil. That'll be an important theme really for the rest of period 8 and into period 9. The need for that raw material and how that will affect American policy decisions that you'll see here. So clearly the United States is more and more reliant on other places for oil, which is a problem that Nixon is trying to address in this statement here. So let's overview. We're going to talk about the environment, which we kind of reviewed at the beginning here. And more importantly, the main focus is 8.14, society and transition, the change away from the 1960s, heading into the final period of the course, which we'll get into next week. The scales building argument, which you'll find, I think, very much ties in with what the exam is going to be. We're going to focus on DDQ type scales today to kind of get you ready for that. Things you should already know. The topic obviously from yesterday, which is liberalism, which reached a peak in the mid-1960s. We started talking about the Great Society programs being an example of liberalism, the Supreme Court decisions which are examples of liberalism, protecting individual rights at the expense of the national government with things like the Miranda case and Gideon case, the Brown versus Moore case, etc. So the overriding question is, why did this happen? Why did conservatism rise in the 1970s? And hopefully you'll understand some of the reasons for that. America becomes more conservative for many reasons. We're going to talk about some of those a little bit. The first one is the loss in faith in the federal government. So one of the big events that happens early in the 1970s is the Watergate scandal, and I'm doing a very, very summary version of the story here. So there's a burglary at the Watergate Hotel, which is the headquarters of the Democratic National Party in 1972. It seemed like a minor story. In fact, the two reporters that were assigned to report on it were basically beat reporters. They reported on small little crimes, and they ended up getting embroiled in this whole thing. So the two Washington Post reporters are Woodward and Bernstein, very famous names who are connected to the Watergate scandal. And the reason they're famous is that they continue to write about the story and investigate the story. And the more they peel back the layers here, deeper elements of the federal government were implicated in that. More and more people eventually ended up testifying, and many of them went to jail as a result of their involvement in Watergate. So eventually, as it says in the first bullet point there, eventually there was a connection to White House characters, which is part of the story. The two reporters are aided by an unofficial source. One of the great political mysteries of the late 20th century was who, in fact, was this Deep Throat, which was their code name for that source who was guiding the two reporters and giving them inside information to help them in their investigation. Eventually, Congress begins their own investigation of what was happening in Watergate, much like what we saw with President Trump. We saw in the impeachment proceeding of President Trump a lot of echoes of the things that were happening in Watergate, where there's investigations and questions about the actions of what the president knows and what the president does not know. And eventually, it was revealed that Nixon was actually taping conversations in the White House. And once that fact became known, then there became battle over turning over those tapes to the investigators. So the Robert Mueller of the Watergate scandal, which was Archibald Cox. So eventually, they are turned over. One of the tapes has a mysterious gap in the conversation about 8.5 minutes long. That's what the cartoon is referring to here that you can see on the right hand side. There's a little piece of tape that's missing, and very creatively, the cartoonist is taking this famous statement from Nixon, "I am not crook," and removing the little segment that says "not," which of course leads us to imply that Nixon was crook, which is what the cartoonist is trying to say. Tell us here. Eventually, there is a smoking gun tape that is revealed, and it's very obvious that the president is talking about ways to cover up the Watergate burglary, which he had claimed he had no knowledge of the cover for a long, long period of time. So a very, very quick version of the story there. Typically, this might be a class period in your normal classes. If you're interested in more details about that, I think you'll find it to be interesting, and you've lived through the impeachment process in your own lives. Just give you a second here to scan the QR code, and this will take you to a really great video that kind of breaks the story down and gives you the a little bit more detail about this, so you can understand a little bit more in depth than what I explained here in about 2.5 minutes. So Watergate, what does this have to do with conservatism? Well, one of the things that happens is people begin to lose faith in the federal government. The government had lied about Vietnam, and what they claimed was progress in that war, and of course the test showed that wasn't really what was happening. And then Watergate, which caused people to lose further faith in what their federal government was telling them. Economic problems in the 1970s as well. Inflation is a big problem throughout much of the decade. 13% alone in 1979. The cost of foreign oil actually increases, and especially after what was called the Arab oil embargo in 1973. Countries around the world were angry at the United States for backing Israel in the Yom Kippur War, and they initiated an embargo against the U.S. So you see in the image here a line of cars waiting to try to get gasoline. So the cost of gasoline, of course, goes up, and that will cause problems, economic problems for the U.S. Huge deficits and high interest rates, especially interest rates. If you're familiar with some economics here, it makes it more difficult for people to borrow money. It makes it less likely to borrow money. And in 1979, President Carter retreated to Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland, and consulted with over 100 leaders. Came back from that meeting and gave a speech that basically it's known now as the crisis and confidence speech, where he attributed all the problems in America to a lack of faith in our system. So all these things together are issues that the federal government seemed unable to solve. We couldn't bring inflation down. We couldn't effectively deal with the foreign oil dependency that we had. We couldn't bring down interest rates. And then the president goes on television and tells us that we just don't have enough faith, and that's the reason why things aren't happening well here, which is not over well with a lot of people in the United States. And then Carter deals with a very serious foreign policy event. I'm going to show you a quick clip to tell that story.
In the fall of 1979, protesters broke into the American embassy in Iran, took dozens of people hostage, and kept them there for a long, long time. This was the Iran hostage crisis, an episode that changed the course of American history. Let's take a step back. This hostage crisis didn't kind of over. It was the culmination of several decades of bad blood between the United States and Iran. In 1953, the U.S. helped topple Iran's elected prime minister, replacing him with Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, also known as simply the Shah. The Shah was friendly to the U.S. interests, particularly when it came to oil. The Shah was about as popular in Iran as ants at a picnic. He was a brutal dictator, and his infamous secret police, the Savak, terrorized, tortured, and killed people. Opposition to the Shah grew and grew. In January of 1979, he and his family left Iran on vacation, never to return. By the spring of that year, a religious leader, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, took power. This was the Iranian Revolution. Khomeini established a new government, an Islamic Republic. This new government, and the young masses who supported it, had no love for the United States. They staged demonstrations outside the U.S. Embassy in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Trouble was brewing. After leaving Iran, the Shah bounced around from country to country, and after a cancer diagnosis, he wanted to come to the United States to receive the best medical care. President Jimmy Carter didn't want to admit the Shah, but relented under pressure from a group of elder statesmen led by Henry Kissinger and David Rockefeller. The Shah arrived at the New York hospital on October 22, 1979. As Carter predicted, the shelter of the Shah angered the Iranian revolutionaries a lot. So much so that on November 4, 1979, a huge mob of protesters attacked the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. Knock, knock. Who's there? 3,000 of us, and we're mad as hell. The mob took 63 people at the embassy prison. Later, 3 more people were taken hostage at the Iranian foreign ministry, bringing the total to 66. 13 days later, the Ayatollah ordered the release of 13 hostages, leaving 53. Another hostage was subsequently released on medical grounds. From then on, the remaining 52 were there for the long haul. They were held in the same embassy complex where they once worked. No hostages were killed, but they were treated well either. Some were beaten with rubber hoses or hung over elevator shafts. Several were victims of a mock execution. Back in the States, the hostage crisis gripped the news center.
The Iranian voted seized the American embassy in Iran.
The American government demanded the hostages release, but were rebuffed. The Iranians wanted the Shah shipped to them. No, said the U.S. To drive the point home, the U.S. froze Iranian assets held in American banks, but still, the Iranians didn't budge. In April 1980, President Carter decided to try something different. He authorized a military rescue mission known as Operation Eagle Claw. But poor weather and mechanical failures doomed the mission, leaving America and the Carter administration embarrassed on the world stage. Carter was in an election, and his opponent, Ronald Reagan, counts on him for being weak and ineffective.
Frankly, I don't think the president has done anything they could have done 5 months ago.
When election day rolled around, the hostages were still being held captive with no end in sight. Reagan trounced Carter, folks.
By the start of 1981, the Iranian government began to feel the pressure from the international community to release hostages. The Iranians and Americans went back to the bargaining table. In exchange for lifting the embargo, Iran agreed to release their prisoners. Just hours after Ronald Reagan took the oath of office on January 20th, 1981, the American hostages were free from captivity. The hostage crisis lasted 444 days. It was a bruising period for the United States and President Carter. And the ugly market left on relations between the United States and Iran lingers to this day.
So there's a great little image there right towards the end of that video. The U.S. cannot do anything. So that's really the feeling of a lot of people in the United States that things just were not going well. There's a loss in Vietnam. There's an oil crisis. There is inflation that seems out of control. And then the Iranian hostage crisis, which of course the president attempts to do a rescue mission, and even that fails. So things were not going well for much of the United States. And that's why one of the reasons why conservatism grows. Government officials not telling the truth, seeing an ability to deal with economic issues, as I mentioned here in the second bullet point, kind of recapping the first part of this here. Perceived failures of Jimmy Carter, the Iranian hostage crisis and failed rescue attempt, the crisis of confidence speech I mentioned just a few moments ago. And Carter is probably one of the most well-known people for doing much more good after his presidency. In fact, even to this day, he builds houses for Habitat for Humanity. So after his presidency in the 1970s, people viewed him as a failure, certainly. And that's why this is such a big deal. So in the 1980 Olympics, if you're not familiar with that story, I'm a hockey coach, so that's part of the reason why I'd like to just include this briefly. The United States hockey team defeated a Soviet team that seemed completely invincible. So it was a small victory after all those negative things that happened in the 1970s. So we're going to just do a quick shout out to student viewers from all week long. Zane from Richmond, Missouri, Cody from Enloe, Rushi from Winston Churchill High School, 3Z Ortega, United High School, Harshki Manga from Westville High School, Eva from Barnstable High School in Massachusetts, Denise Lopez from Hoover High School, Alexandra Rundgren from Suburban Park High School, Edra Timmerman from Powell High School, Natasha Romero from Freeman High School, and Miss Constance Hines from Alonzo High School. Thank you all for tuning in every day, 11 o'clock. We really appreciate that. Hopefully spread the word about what we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you again to all those students. We'll give some teacher shout outs at the end here. So what we're going to work on now is a DDQ to help you with that process of looking at documents, interpreting documents. And as we do this, I want you to think about the 6 documents to practice here. This is from a DDQ from an earlier exam. And as you look at these, think about what the document would offer as an answer to the question, why do conservatism rise? So here's the first one. We'll quote from Gary Goldwater. We'll start the timer. All right, so again, the question is to think about what would Goldwater's answer be to why conservatism rose? What does this document tell us about the story about conservatism rising in the United States? Gary Goldwater eventually would run against President Johnson in 1964. He is often considered to be the founding father of the modern conservative movement. So what does this document tell us? There's a picture of Goldwater there on the right-hand side. So I highlight one of the key quotes here. Root evil is government is engaged in activities which has no legitimate business. So the translation for that is that government is far too involved in our lives and spending too much money. He believes the national government has overreached its authority and is engaging in things that it really shouldn't be engaging in. So I'm going to ask you a quick little connections question here and let Ms. Farr decide whether you're right or wrong about this. The two original political parties in the United States were the Federalists and the Jeffersonian Republicans. Which of those two parties do you think that Goldwater sounds more like? So once again, Goldwater is saying here the national government is far too strong, it's far too involved in our lives and spending too much money and it needs to back off. So is it the Federalists or the Jeffersonian Republicans, do you think? Make a little connection here for you back to an earlier period in history. So one reason why conservatism rises, too much power in the national government according to this. So let's go on to document number 2. We'll start the timer here for you on that. Okay, so hopefully when you read through this document, you notice that the word reforms is in quotation, so you have to read that a little different, which is many of the great reforms of past decades of achieved objectives might be one way of reading that. So what is this person telling us? He's an economist, Milton Friedman, and a simple translation here is that government programs, the New Deal, the Great Society, which is, hasn't quite happened yet, but he certainly would criticize those for the same reason, have not helped us progress individuals in a laissez-faire system have. So he talks about this at the very bottom of that document. All this is in the product of the initiative to drive individuals. So this is outlining a very distinct economic view of conservatives, that people should be doing these things and making advances in the economy and not government programs. This is essentially what this person is saying to us here. This was a little shorter, and this was a great document. All right, time's up there. So this is when my students typically read this document, like, with them in the past, I really love that last line about the typewriter being stolen. What does this tell us about conservatism? That's the question that really after you hear why conservatism rose. So this woman is a quick translation of that document. She's a hardworking person that government is not really helping, according to her. That everybody else is getting assistance except for her. She refers to herself as a law-abiding citizen who feels she's discriminated against. I'm a widow. I work every day. I pay my taxes, but I can't even walk in the streets because they're unsafe and I'm afraid in my own home. And she says here. So of course, this great line at the bottom. Sorry, this letter's not typed. Somebody stole my typewriter. So, but you have here a person that feels like government programs have not benefited her. And so this is another reason why conservatism rose. Let's try the next document, document 4. And time's up there. So as you read through this document, this is from a television evangelist, so obviously he's a religious leader that you see here. And to translate this document, he actually gives us lots of different things here. Children are moving away from traditional values, is sort of the overarching connection between most of the points that he makes here. Television is teaching kids immorality. Children are disrespecting their family. Public schools are excluding prayer. You think about the Engel versus Vitale case that was reviewed yesterday. That's probably what he's referring to here. The drug culture of the late 1960s, early 70s. Government is teaching kids to be lazy. So he's got all kinds of criticisms here. That television and culture is moving in a non-traditional way, which is what he's suggesting. So one reason, another reason that conservatism rose is this social concern about the direction of American culture, the perceived casualness and disregard for tradition that many people were sensing in the early 1970s. And some students have recognized this sort of irony of someone that uses television to spread their message at the same time he's complaining about television doing immoral things for our culture and society here. So this is more of a social or cultural point of view on things. Let's try the 5th document. So here you have the Republican Party platform in 1980, which of course they're running against Jimmy Carter. Hopefully you recognize the references being made here in the document where they're talking about the insults the United States has faced, our embassies being burned. Hopefully that evoke images of the Iranian hostage crisis from the clip that I showed you just a few minutes ago here. So the translation here, very simple translation, America's lost international respect. President Carter's only made it worse. He hasn't done a whole lot. The invasion of Afghanistan here at the bottom, by the way, was an invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviets. The United States also does not really respond very strongly to, which is another reason they're criticizing Carter here. It's not the invasion of Afghanistan that's carried out by the U.S. in 2001. We'll talk about that a little bit next week. So some students make that, unfortunately, they make that connection, which is an inaccurate connection. So this is the invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviets in 1979 that they're referring to here. So since America has sort of lost its prestige or power in the world, is what this person is suggesting is another reason why conservatism rose. Now we have 5 reasons just from these documents alone to help answer our question. Our last document for today. Let's start the timer on this one. Okay, so here you have a member of a group called Stop ERA, and the Equal Rights Amendment is what that refers to. Of course, so here you have a woman that is opposed to the Equal Rights Amendment, and she's saying that women don't need to be liberated from the home. The home is what they love, and that they need to be actually liberated from the liberator. So this is a woman that is reacting and responding to the women's rights movement in the opposite way. What we would assume that, in other words, now women supported the Equal Rights Amendment, and she is standing up for a more traditional role for women. We believe mothers must stand up for the protection of our homes and children, she says in the last part of the document here. So again, sort of social cultural reason here. So here's the stem of the question. We spent a little bit of time looking at 6 or 7 different answers here. So the question asks, explain the reasons why new conservatism rose prominence in the United States between 1960 and 1989. Now, granted, we haven't gone as late as 1989 in the documents here, but we can still deal with this question. So take a minute and see if you, what your preliminary thesis for this question be. How might you start approaching this question? So hopefully you're thinking about some of the things we've covered in the course of today's video. So remember a couple things. Make sure your claim is defensible. It has to be historically defensible. So there's lots of reasons that we covered in the video today. Reaction against big government, which we heard from Gary Goldwater, and opposition to the women's movement, which is the last document that we looked at, and the rise of religious groups of people that are concerned about the lack of religion or the perceived casualness of American culture. Belief in free market economics, we saw a document about that. Desire to return to more traditional values, we saw a document about that as well. A more sophisticated thesis might indicate which of these factors was more important versus less important. So if you want to go to the next level with your thesis statement, that might be something to think about here. Maybe ranking them, saying this was the most important reason why conservatism rose in this period. Remember, don't do this. These are the don'ts on a thesis statement. Do not fail to make a claim. Do not fail to give reasons why conservatism rose, as the question's asking. And definitely don't restate the prop. For a good example of that, conservatism rose in the period. That's what the prop tells us. So they're asking you to explain why that happens. So make sure that you do that. This is a couple examples of acceptable thesis statements. Those are this first student does. The most important factors that contribute to the birth of new conservatism were desire for more reliance on free market capitalism, society oriented towards traditional morals and values, and a government that was strong on both foreign and domestic policy. Great thesis statement there. Outlining the three directions that probably the essay is going to go. The second student also does this. The three more important causes were the left activist influence on politics, the break of the traditional family, and the effects of the counterculture in society. Therefore, resulted from a desire for a return to structure and order. Sort of framing all those things together here. Well, really nice thesis statements. Send out what should be really good essays that they follow through. Again, I think you know what an acceptable thesis is at this point, but kind of hit a couple of those, and I don't need to really talk too much about that. Now, second thing to think about is contextualization. What is the background information? We want to simplify this a little bit, and of course we have to connect to the question. So give about 40 seconds to think about that. All right. So contextualization is, again, we're trying to set the frame for the question. Where does it belong in history? So hopefully you're thinking about some of the things really that were covered yesterday. Reactions against the movements of the 60s. People were concerned about the hippies and the counterculture and the rise of drugs and the sexual revolution. Concerns about the Cold War and where the United States stood in the world in the 1970s especially. There are people that were worried about the overreach in their view of the federal government and things like the New Deal and Great Society program. So these are all the 1960s things are kind of background for setting up where this stuff comes from, the rise of conservative thinking in the 1970s. So complexity is the last piece we'll talk about here, and we'll get into a quick wrap up for today. So complexity is, again, another point on the rubric. Can you corroborate, qualify, or modify the argument? This is taking the argument to the next level. So a corroborate version of this might be giving evidence from different themes, from different perspectives, or from different regions of the world, or different regions of the country if you could identify those. So that would be one way to do that. We'll revisit this topic for sure down the road. Qualify is another way to do a more complex essay. Giving multiple ways conservatism rose, explain why some are more important than others might be a way of approaching that. And actually a couple of these things we look at, a little example of that in it. Or give ways that conservatism did not rise. In other words, the other side of the story in the sense that we're talking about conservatism became more popular, but here are ways that did not become more popular is qualifying that argument. Or modifying the prompt, which is making a slight change in that. And the danger here is that you don't want to get too far off topic. The question is asking about why conservatism rose, so make sure your essay focuses on that. But you can make the argument that conservatism didn't really rise in the 1970s, and maybe give some examples of that, or that its rise wasn't as important as maybe some other developments in that period. But again, make sure that you are answering the prompt that they ask you as an important piece of that story. Yeah, we'll come back to this one a little bit later down the road. College Board's also put together a video that helps explain complexity that should be coming out for you fairly soon. So quick check for understanding. So here's a historian providing an answer to why conservatism rose. So just give you a little bit of time here to read that, and we'll see what you think about the answer to this question. So some of the things that this historian cites: opposition to the feminist and gay rights movements, so social movements of the late 60s, early 70s, support for school prayer, the need for increased defense spending, the sense that the United States sort of lost its way in the world. And one of the things, of course, keep in mind is religious groups like the moral majority became more involved and more organized in politics. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on Tuesday when I cover the Ronald Reagan era here when we get to that. So to debrief very quickly, why conservatism grow? Sense of the national government growing too powerful is one reason. Belief that laissez-faire is more effective in government programs, or reaction against things like Great Society and the New Deal. So American social programs now benefit them. Remember our famous example of the woman whose typewriter was stolen from the documents. Belief that young people were straying too far away from traditional values and or religion. So we saw some examples of that in the documents for sure. Sense of American power in the world was slipping. Opposition to the feminist movement specifically, we saw examples of that with the Terry Holt document. Less trust in government officials. Hopefully you remember the Watergate story, the inability to deal with economic problems of the federal government in the 1970s. And for the exam practice, we're going to actually move this because we're running short on time. We'll do this next week for sure with you guys. So remember, if you know anybody's having trouble with internet access or accessing a device, please send them to cd.org/tech. That way they can get some help with that situation. Obviously, the exam being online, we want to make sure everybody has the access they're going to need to be successful there with that. Thanks for watching. I just have a handful of other names here. Stephanie Benjamin from Franklin High School, Vanessa Sanchez, Hanford West High School, Tahia from Valley Stream Central High School, Liliana Arias from Skinny Atlas High School. My school's hockey team actually played their hockey team this year, so I know how to pronounce that. Vanessa Peralta, Hanford West High School, Angie Gududo, Oswego East High School. I hope I said that one correctly. Sarah from Liberty High School, Chloe Presley from Hilton High School, Mega Holly Springs High School, Jim Morrison from Red Wing High School, Shu Yi from Pioneer High School, Jay from South Central High School, Ava Coons from Orange County School of Arts, and Nikki Modi from Thompson High School. All those are students that have tuned in every single day this week. We really appreciate you doing that. Please spread the word that we're going to continue doing this next week. We're going to wrap up the course for you, and then review begins the week after that. But next week we're still going to be focusing on those skills that will help you be successful on DBQ tech questions. So your question for Monday, is to explain relevant and insightful connections within period 8 and across period 8 to other periods. So over the weekend, think about how does all this stuff tie together within period 8. We started with Truman and the early Cold War, and we went through the Civil Rights Movement, and we talked about the Vietnam War and the change in the federal government's role in the economy with the Great Society program. Think about all those things. What's the connecting threads that you can identify in those? Ms. Farr will be back on Monday to talk through and to deal with most of those with you. So thanks again for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you next Monday right here at 11 a.m. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Georgia by way of Atlanta, and my partner in crime, Mr. Horton, is manning our Twitter page. So if you have any questions during the lesson throughout, remember you can tweet us at virtual APUSH, and we'll do our best to answer your questions. One quick shout out very quickly. We asked a question yesterday about gases on DBQ, and some responses kind of came in a little bit later. So Ms. Chloe, she responded with two. First was to evaluate the extent to which utility economic policy impacted politics of society in the 20th century, and then she came with another guess of how the Civil War time period influenced the social, political, and economic changes in development. So thank you for those guesses as we keep moving. And don't forget, as we're kind of going through learning the additional content for period 9, we are definitely going to help you guys out with the skills that are going to be needed for you to be successful in this year's DBQ. So let's jump into our warm-up. This little cartoon should be familiar. This is what Mr. Horton left off with. And you have to look at the picture. It says, "Late is being depicted, and what is the artist's point of view?" So I'm going to give you about 10 seconds just to review it for a second. Couple of quick reminders. You're looking at DBQs, you're looking at especially for political cartoons. Make sure that you pay attention to all the little minute details. You'll notice that this is actually depicting the Iran Contra scandal that Mr. Horton kind of brought yesterday. He's on the video clip. You'll notice he is shredding documents, which was one of the things that happened during the whole scandal. They were calling prosecution was trying to find that information, and Alden North claimed that he was instructed by his superiors to give him certain documents that would actually implicate himself or other individuals who were being tried for this. And so you'll notice that the American flag is also being shredded at the same time. But in this case, instead of the documents, he's actually doing the lead the people. So this is kind of implying that he is shredding up the Constitution. So basically, he's clearly violating federal law. So the artist's point of view here, when it says some documents were shredded, which is actually a quote from Oliver North, what he's basically saying is that he pretty much the federal government was implicated inside of this, and that there were individuals besides Oliver North because he had to indict his orders somewhere. He was told to do something that basically violated the Constitution, violated the offices. Of course, as Mr. Horton mentioned, while he and other people were indicted and actually found guilty, Ronald Reagan was president at that time, did not. But the idea was, did he have prior knowledge to this, and did he have information that implicated him as knowing? Kind of related that to what was the Watergate scandal, and that led to the resignation of Richard Nixon. So really quickly for our lesson overview, we're going to talk about the end of the Cold War. We're in kind of like the final stages. We're going to kind of go through a lot of changes, kind of talk about changes that were happening in the Soviet Union, as well as changes that were happening inside the United States. And then we're going to talk about the impact on our economy. So this is going to be 9.3 and 9.4. Our expectation are you look at the causes and effects of the end of the Cold War and its legacy. You also look at the causes and effects of economic and technological change over time. So again, you're looking at causes and effects, you're also looking at CCOT. So kind of a reminder, you guys have already learned about claims, evidence, and sources, what that means, how you look at evidence as one just looked at. Look at the claim that's being made, the point of view, so then cite the evidence from content and knowledge that you've already acquired. And then of course, contextualization is always that giant big picture. What's happening at this, what's going on in the world at this time, both foreign and domestic within the United States. And so we're still looking at development processes, which is extremely important. And within DBQ, this is one of your areas we definitely have to our points. We corroborate, qualify, or modify an argument using diverse alternative evidence or to develop complex argument. This is one of the harder points of complexity for students to earn. And so when it says that we corroborate, qualify, or modify, you're basically either going to change it, you're going to agree with it, or you're going to disagree with it. And you're going to have to use alternative evidence, meaning something beyond the document, meaning something that the documents don't have, but you know that actually does prove your point of your argument. All right. So one of the important things we mentioned, SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, and this is pretty much a rendition of what they wanted the Strategic Defense Initiative to look like. It was proposed by Reagan in 1983. He had just taken office at the time. We're still looking at space exploration. We still had those dreams. We're still kind of not really in a competition with Russia, but this new deal for SDI was the theory that they could launch like these weapons, not really weapons, but kind of like monitors. And from space, if there was a nuclear weapon that was launched into the atmosphere, they would have the ability to destroy that before it actually landed in its intended destination. That is a name from Star Wars, which was a big, huge movie franchise that was starting out during that time. The first one, Star Wars, already came out. And so we just kind of looked at it that way because of the fact that they were going to launch this technology into space and give a better perspective versus just level 7 passengers and everybody kind of standing looking inside, see what's happening. It was a nuclear shield. It was supposed to be, or state shield that was supposed to be a nuclear attack. And of course, it was kind of going away from what called bad or mutually assured destruction. In other words, if Russia and if Cuba, who also had nuclear weapons at the time, decided to launch a weapon, we would have enough time to proactively be proactive versus reactive. A lot of the soft roll cover drills that were done in the 50s and 60s, none of them be pertinent at the time because of this whole SCI situation. It was a good idea in theory. Unfortunately, the system was never deployed. And for Reagan, he realized that there's a lot of changes that are happening. Leadership is also changing inside of Russia. They went through several different premiers, and he realized that maybe this current premier might be someone that he could actually do a little bit more, have a little ability to end this Cold War so that everyone can kind of go back into the business. And so I refer to this as the Cold War thaw because it never, although it heated up between the United States and the Soviet Union, it never actually ever came to fruition. The only kind of, I guess, definitely hot that almost potentially started World War III would definitely have been that Cuban Missile Crisis. So at this time, we see Soviet leadership under Mikhail Gorbachev, and he was a little bit different than his predecessors, whereas they were more focused on communism. Gorbachev really kind of saw that capitalism was more so something that they could model inside of Russia or Soviet Union. And so he came up with these two theories. They were called glasnost and perestroika. Glasnost means openness, meaning being more open to trade, being opening up those markets, really kind of looking at the ideas for what's happening out in the global trade. And perestroika was a complete economic, political restructuring. Meaning we're not going to do the whole idea of communism, which is, of course, you remember, communism was the rise of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, and that there is no systemic ownership. Everybody owns everything. Of course, the way that communism was being practiced by Russia, it was actually true communism. And so what he decided to do, glasnost and perestroika, once he kind of introduced that and realized that there were other situations happening within this country that he needed to fix, it kind of led to the Cold War kind of he was a little bit more warmer, he was a little bit more welcoming, and in comparison to his predecessors, he did hold several summit meetings with Reagan, especially during his second term. And basically what they decided to do was to reduce nuclear arms. They already started doing this with SALT 1 and SALT 2 under Nixon, but this is going to be a major start. And this was called the Strategic Arms Reduction Start, and it happens in the 90s. And basically what they decided is that there's no point in them continuing to try to build nuclear weapons. They already at this point had one of the most biggest bombs that ever existed, which was the H bomb, and that was definitely going to have mutually assured destruction. And so by now they're looking at reducing the nuclear arsenal to 50%. Mikhail Gorbachev has already indicated to Reagan that he's more concerned about raising the economy side of the Soviet Union versus trying to attack the United States. So again, the relationship between the two is kind of fine. I want to give you guys 10 minutes to scan this QR code. If there's ever a really cute way that you want to understand Cold War and just where we are up to this point on, this one to Dr. Seuss's, and I always get talked with when I say this, the Butter Battle. It's a really, really cute cartoon that talks about the use of the zoo, and basically they are trying to outbuild weaponry. And this was actually an allegory that Dr. Seuss created in relation to what was happening with the Cold War. And you guys take a look at that when I ask questions on Twitter about the ending and why you think Dr. Seuss ended the book the way he ended. So just give me a second for you to scan that QR code. All right, so besides the changes in the Soviet Union and the fall of communism, we're also going to realize that the Soviet Union is actually going to change their name. They're going to go back to being called Russia once the end of the Cold War happened. But another big significant thing, the big symbol, the whole Iron Wall that was mentioned by Winston Churchill in 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall, which was huge. In the speech that Reagan gave, he basically asked Mr. Gorbachev to tear down the wall, and of course it will culminate kind of the end, the beginning of peace. Later, it will actually come down on November 9th, 1989, and it will for the first time combine both East and West Germany and kind of go back to that plan that was originally created at the end of World War II, where they wanted to raise the economy inside of Germany. Of course, what happened afterwards with, at the end of that, how Stalin did not want to do that, and he wanted to keep the East and the West separate from each other, and he felt like it was well within his right to kind of do that, especially since Berlin fell into his part, he was supposed to be responsible for that area. So as we're looking at the fall of the Berlin Wall, we're really starting to see the transitions. We're really starting to see that Russia no longer concerned with the United States as far as nuclear weapons. They're looking at trying to really kind of build their economy and kind of come back from the economic decline that they had been suffering under the past leaders. Other things are happening. While we're not really kind of fighting or engaging inside wars, we are looking at situations that are happening outside of the United States. One of the biggest areas after Reagan's presidency was in North Africa and Libya, where they had alleged involvement of a bombing at a Berlin club that injured American soldiers. Now, by this time, even though we have weapons of mass destruction, Reagan does not use those weapons of mass destruction. Nor does he want to engage in any type of war. He's really kind of concerned about turning the economy around, really kind of doing what's called trickle-down economics, or you will hear about it tomorrow, known as Reaganomics. And he's looking at the fact that he does need to do something. He looked at the mistakes that were made by Jimmy Carter during the Iron Hostage situation. He did not want to have a situation that's going to cause a big mark on his presidency. So he decided that yes, he is going to authorize the bombing around targets inside Libya. But he was very forthcoming with the American government, with the American nation on his address. So he made quote, when our citizens are attacked or abused anywhere in the world or on direct orders of hostile regimes, we will respond so long as I'm in this office. In other words, he will not be in the business of negotiating with any type of terrorist threats against the United States, against soldiers and citizens alike. He will respond in time. This was mentioned yesterday. You guys watched a wonderful clip. Mr. Work did an awesome job setting that up. And I want to kind of bring this back up again because this was our warm up, but also because this had the potential of leaving an ugly mark on Reagan's presidency, the Iran-Contra affair, and how even though we weren't supposed to be selling weapons to governments that were engaged in hostile takeover, there was the fact that there were some individuals who were secretly selling weapons to Iran, basically in a negotiation to release American hostages that were held inside Lebanon. While this was also going on, you also had another group that was inside Nicaragua, and the idea that you did have people who were inside the federal government who were also selling weapons. So basically, selling weapons to real groups who were using it in order to engage in hostile takeovers over their governments. Again, both of those were illegal, and a lot of people were indicted, including all the North, we saw in the beginning of that political cartoon. And of course, while they were looking to see what Reagan knew and gave the possibility if he had any dealings with this, as it turns out he was never actually brought, no charges were ever brought, but they were thinking that it might have led to a peace process. The charges were brought against Oliver North and several others. They were inside the president's administration, and many of them had lost their positions as a result of this. And so again, this is kind of a potential ugly mark, and also could have been possibly starting an additional continuing on to the Cold War. But fortunately, they were able to narrow it down and go ahead and kind of end their involvement with the situation. And then we have this, the Cold War. Now, by this time, Reagan has left office. His vice president George H.W. Bush, the first Bush, came into office, and this was huge. This happened in 1990. And ironically, I remember this very vividly because I was actually in the 6th grade when the Cold War happened, and my father actually was part of the Cold War. And this was responding to an Iraqi dictator, Saddam Hussein, who had invaded Kuwait. And I can remember as a kid watching this on the news and kind of wondering, like, why would a massive country like Iraq invade this little small country? But he invaded the country of Kuwait. He was trying to gain control of the oil fields because a lot of the world's oil supply was done in the Middle East, and Kuwait had a lot of oil fields within that. And Saddam Hussein wanted to control the market on the oil fields. He especially wanted to kind of control foreign trade. He felt like a lot of governments that were coming into the Middle East were kind of taking advantage, and so he wanted to put a stop to that. And so for 6 weeks, from January to February 1991, the United States led this whole coalition. It wasn't just us; it was 34 nations that began kind of an intensive bombing campaign. They bombed Iraq. They did several different operations. It was known as Operation Desert Storm, and of course, kind of fighting back, kind of pushing Saddam Hussein and back into Iraq in order to try to keep Kuwait safe. Eventually, though, it does come in the ceasefire in 1991. Hussein did agree to have a ceasefire agreement, and he did release Kuwait from underneath Iraqi control, and he pulled back the soldiers. But of course, one of the things that we were concerned about was in order for them to engage in this type of attack, did they have any weapons of mass destruction, or did they have plans on having any weapons of mass destruction? And so this is going to kind of start a whole situation where the United States is going to start looking at Saddam Hussein as being a potential world terrorist, especially since the fact that he did attack Kuwait, and again, trying to control the oil supply. This situation actually will continue on for well throughout the rest of Bush's presidency, all the way up to Clinton. It's not actually even going to be resolved until his son, George W. Bush, comes into office. So you'll see that it's going to be a continued. So he's going to actually become like public enemy number 1 for the United States as a result of this Cold War situation. So while we are in the Cold War and the Soviet Union has now fallen and now became Russia, they've now implemented things that are going to be more into capitalism and trying to build their economy. What does that mean for America? How is our economy going to change? What are some things that we're putting into place? And so we're going to look at the topic of globalization and what that meant and what they were trying to do with globalization. And this is more so going to happen in the presidency. George W. Bush was only president for a term. The Gulf War situation and of course having to raise taxes in order to send people over to fight this war ended up causing him to be a one-term president. And so we're trying to still rebuild our economy because of this and everything that happened with the Cold War and just all the initiatives that we put in place with building these weapons of mass destruction. So Clinton is looking to change things around with this whole theory of globalization. So what is it? First of all, it's a process of technological, economic, political, and cultural changes. It makes us more interconnected and more interdependent. In other words, open markets for everyone. There's going to be trade not just with the United States and us as a countries, not just with the UN countries, but pretty much a whole global thing where we're going to basically go down to South America, Australia, New Zealand, China, and really kind of make that more interconnected, intricate place. Going over into the continent of Africa and trading many countries there, such as South Africa, Zimbabwe, etc. It is not new. They had those developments well before then, but of course in the 90s, because everything that happened in the 90s is when things going to be accelerated. And it is one kind of talk. It's going to start a debate about globalization because now what what we're looking at is a lot of jobs that were pretty much only that was actually held by Americans are now going to be taken to foreign countries because of the idea of the accessibility of a cheaper workforce. And so you have some people who are going to say that globalization was great for them because they were able to buy cheaper parts in other countries, or to build things like automobiles, factories going to do the same thing. You will have that type of advantage as far as companies being able to rebuild themselves with currency. But the disadvantage is it eventually leads to some unemployment for a lot of people. And so it has been kind of seen as an uneven effect with people in industry, and how some countries were able to take advantage of this more so than other countries. And so here's a question for you guys on Twitter. Think about everything I talked about with globalization, just kind of giving a brief overview. And looking at that last bullet point with the fact that it's uneven, how some people in industries and countries benefit more. Globalization could be compared to what other economic system that was driving our country before it actually became our country. So while I watch this video, I'm going to see if you guys can guess what I'm talking about on Twitter.
Globalization, a catch-all term that redefines many of the rules of an earlier, much simpler economic order.
There's globalization of the media, so that you can see the same messages in different countries of the world. There's globalization in terms of money, with financial flows, in which computer links can make billions of dollars change hands instantly. There's globalization in terms of migration, with people moving from country to country. So there are a variety of different things going on.
Globalization is a very complex process, and there are several sets of actors involved in it. There are the nation states, and they are more active according to their power in the international system, so obviously the US is most active, but there are also corporations, which are bigger and more multinational, operating in more countries, particularly first no owns a local store.
I think one of the big trends that's really contributed to what has come to be called globalization is deregulation. This notion that government should be interfering in any way with corporate decision making. That is a global phenomenon that varies in extent and nature from country to country. So by default, almost if the government take a back seat, that means the corporations can do what they please. And so I think we have seen a lot more of that. And you put that together with things like lower transportation costs, cheaper communications, plus the lack of any restriction and most countries on capital movement, you get what we come to globalization.
While its impact may be intensifying, globalization is really nothing new.
There's been more globalization than many people understood back in the 1950s, 1900. In fact, when we begin to look at the data on things like integration between different parts of the world, investment in different parts of the world, trade between different parts of the world, we find that the world was pre-globalized 100 years ago. So it's not all that different in some ways. People have been migrating for years, money's been changing hands, but it's accelerated in the 1990s and afterwards. And there's been a new speed to it.
Every society is connected one way or the other to every other society. And the dramatic increases in communications and transportation technologies so that capital can literally move the speed of light around the world. People can travel the world in one day. You can pile containers on ships and bring cheap products from Asia to the United States. So everything that happens around the world has an effect on the United States. And the person everything the United States does, it's not a power move, has an effect on the world elsewhere.
Globalization is nothing if not controversial. It can certainly be very positive for multinational corporations, as well as for some individuals. But for others, particularly ordinary working people, it can be very threatening.
The more people are empowered as individuals to be able to get a good job or to travel around the world, the easier it is to embrace globalization. If your experience of globalization is that you lose your job, then you experience it not as an exciting opportunity to travel around the world, see different things, and make your fortune, but as losing something that worked for you in your local community or in your country. And that's going on all around the world. The people have worked often for hundreds of years to make the community viable, only to see its major industry move away.
With the available cheap labor pool now expanded to include the far corners of the world, there's often very little financial incentive for U.S. employers to hire domestic workers.
You have a problem with your computer, you make a phone call, you're probably going to talk to someone in England, talk to an American, someone there is much less. And middle class jobs are increasingly exported, so if you have complicated tax returns, you're probably going to be done overseas by someone who works for $10 an hour instead of $50 an hour. If you want your plans drawn for your building, it's very likely they're going to be drawn in Lucas Hungary, because they're in the United States. If you have insurance claims, it's a good possibility that insurance claims will be processed overseas by workers who work for less. Even very high wage people like radiologists with computer technology, their x-rays and MRIs can be sent overseas and interpreted for a third of the price they're going to be interpreted in the United States.
It's described as a race to the bottom in which each country, each poor country is pitted against the other. And a company in the United States can say, well, if you want to do it cheaper for us, we'll go to the next country. We can always get it cheaper. There's always somebody else who's willing to sell their labor for less. So they just are, like nomads seeking out the best deal they can get in the most oppressed workforce.
All right, so just kind of looking at the globalization and the impact that it would have. Congratulations, Jenny, Boulevard, Campuzano, and Nikki Modi for guessing correctly. If you compare globalization of what I'm talking about to a system, it would definitely have been mercantilism. There are a lot of people that guessed the economic exchange. And the only reason why it was not economic exchange was why there are European countries that didn't benefit. When it talks about labor force, everything was forced. So it wasn't as if they went to the country and said, hey, we're going to pay you. It was you're going to work for us and you're going to be our slave. And once that slave labor entered within America, then they realized that Africans would actually get another labor force they get. And so they again started the whole slave trade. But mercantilism definitely because they were actually paying the colonists some money. It just wasn't a lot of money. And they were taking advantage of them by basically saying, you have to ship us your goods and your raw materials. We will then make it here and it should actually be buy. So again, that's why globalization is best fit with mercantilism versus economic exchange. With the rise of globalization, what did that mean? The collapse of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War in 1991, and the world became more interconnected. It also meant that those countries that are part of the communist blocks, they're now actually going to integrate into the global market. So yeah, no more communism is kind of being whittled down. This is not to say that communism will not be practiced in certain countries. It's just that it's starting to more countries start to see more benefits of globalization versus continuing to practice communism. The one country that still continues to practice communism, which still does exist today. Cuba will still apply it, and also North Korea will still continue on. You'll have technological advances such as mobile phones. I know that's ironic considering that you guys always want a mobile phone, but me growing up, and I was born in 77, I'm 80s, baby. We did not have cell phones that were really available. We didn't have smartphones. So cell phones and internet really kind of came about as I started going into college in the late 90s. All that kind of connected to everybody else. So World Wide Web, links, devices, all these things are byproducts of globalization. So there's your good part of it, of course, but it also mentioned was that labor force was also being taken advantage of. Some other things that were impacted by globalization, something called the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA. Brainchild Bill Clinton, which basically had free trade agreements between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. It was signed in 92. And basically it removed a lot of barriers, a lot of people, goods, and services. You had countries, you had a lot of companies inside the country that were starting to look into different areas where they can actually build factories, looking at those places, kind of looking at migration between borders. Russia have a factory in the United States versus costing $1 billion to run. I can go this factory down in Mexico and only money for maybe $2 billion. With free trade, open market, it did lead to a lot of job losses. And so it is going to kind of throw us into a recession a little bit. Not a depression, but a recession. You're going to start to see a spike in unemployment. You're going to start to see a lot of companies that existed at the beginning that are no longer able to keep up with the supply and demand of the markets, especially when other companies coming out and because they invest more in markets where they have more labor, they're able to take their products faster, cheaper, and kind of go into those different sectors. And so for some parts of it, what NAFTA was intended to do was it was supposed to increase economic growth prosperity within America. However, not everyone saw the benefit of the NAFTA agreement. And so we did have some dissension within Congress. They did not like what this was doing to the economy at the time. So what are our dark sides? We've already kind of heard a little bit in the video. Globalization, again, will lead to greater prosperity for some places and not necessarily for all. You will talk about the exploitation of sweat factories. I don't know if you guys kind of heard about the doing journalistic, underground journalism, sometimes talking about sweat factories, about how certain products are made inside of these places in other countries where the conditions are horrible. And that should kind of remind you of another time period where they talked about employment, about how the conditions were bad, about how they were mistreated, how they were 12+ hours a day, poorly ventilated areas. Again, put it on Twitter, CBS, which period I'm kind of talking about, which is the topic I'm talking about. But what did globalization do? Thanks to the World Wide Web, it led to a system of terrorist networks that use the conditions created by globalization to enhance their own influence, promote hate culture, and record videos and put them out there to group, which will of course lead us into what we know as 9/11 attacks. With the increased internet of the world, you have people who are looking at international finance and you look at the fact that possibly, would we be lately coming into another Great Depression? But what was known as the Great Recession of 2008, 2009, that compacted everything that we were fighting with as far as over foreign countries, war at this time with the impact of the Gulf War and how it's going to continue on. So even though globalization connected us, it did successfully help us end the Cold War. It did have some serious consequences. It had a lot of horrible impact that led for a lot of American. And we're still seeing some of that impact. Our country has pretty much kind of had some ebbs and flows, but globalization is going to be something that is going to continue. We are going to continue to be interconnected with other countries because it is important for us to be able to keep those markets open. So let's do a little bit of guide practice. All right, so this is a quote from Mikhail Gorbachev during his time, kind of talking about the fact that in the Cold War. So look at it and answer that question, which is which U.S. foreign policy was most consistent with the goal articulated in the statement above? All right, and so the correct answer will be detente in 1970. If you remember, detente was that policy by Richard Nixon, who wanted to kind of pull back as far as the amount of weapons that we were actually producing at this time. I hear from my partner, a lot of you did guess correctly when I talked about the dark side of the globalization that we compared to. And if you guessed it was age, you are correct. All right, same quote, different question. Okay, in the spirit of time, I'm going to try to go ahead and answer this one. The correct answer is Mark Belliosov's rhetoric. The question is, early in his presidency, Ronald Reagan's relationship with the Soviets was marked by Belliosov's rhetoric. In other words, just kind of, it's just a lot of rhetoric, really kind of looking at the impact, and really kind of talk about how we could possibly end this war. And you look at Gorbachev saying, let's not talk about who won it, or let's not even fuss about it. Let's just look at, is both our interests to go ahead and end this war so that we can kind of move forward. And then we should try to look at cooperation. What do we want to look at cooperation? We're not trying to promote this country is better than that country kind of thing. All right, just for understanding, very quickly, this is talking about globalization and begins in 1999. This is a secondary source. Okay, so the question is, since 2000, which of the following economic phenomena is most consistent with the argument in the passage above? And the correct answer is D, economic instability and major policy changes. All right, same passage, same question, which is, oh, sorry, it's actually the question before. All right, so let's just kind of talk about our key takeaways. Number one, we know this is the end of the Cold War. We know that this will lead to new diplomatic relationships. We talked about new U.S. military and other options for peacekeeping intervention. The other thing that's a big major takeaway is that economic productivity increase as improvement. We're also looking at the foray to the digital world. It also allowed for increased American participation inside of world economic opportunities. These things that you take from this lesson is the end of the Cold War with the fall of the Berlin Wall. That was kind of definitely is a huge signal to the end of the Iron Curtain that existed during that time. The situations that were happening in the Middle East and also in North Africa, the movement of Libya, and the Middle East, kind of talking about Libya, Kuwait, and also the Iran-Contra situation. That also kind of brought in its own thing, the Iran-Contra affair, and how it potentially put a huge black mark on Reagan presidency for those that recall. And of course, the impact that globalization will have as far as putting us into another global market at the same time still had a dark ugly side. And so the running objective was explain the extent to which events of the period from 1945 to 1980 reshape national identity. I mean, in other words, where are we in America? Where does America stand at the point going forward? Where do we go from here? Now that the Cold War is over, now that we're engaging in globalization, now that we have NAFTA, where do we go from here? So very quickly, here is a potential question that you could have, even if this is part of the VQ, says that some historians have argued that conservative victories during Reagan's presidency marked an enduring shift in American politics from 1980 to 2008. Support modifier review this connection using specific evidence. Many of you can kind of think about everything you learned in the last couple of days since we started period 9 and even the end of period 8. Okay, very quickly, here's some possible things you can say. During his first term, he was aggressive, also threatening, materialistic tone in speeches and policy. The strategy was escalation of rhetoric and military action. Some considered it to be a return to brinkmanship. Brinkmanship that basically was talking about mutually assured destruction. And that's why that was kind of a different comparison to how Gorbachev was talking in his speech in 1990. And then, of course, you can say this. During the second term, he began moderating aggressive rhetoric with the Soviets and basically had overture. He remained firm on a strong U.S. military presence, so he also sought opportunities for more dialogue and diplomatic. So again, this were some things that you had. This part of the part of the question. These answers didn't have documents kind of go into that. These are things that you could look at. Remember, we were talking about creating a list and kind of going through it in the mind of your knowledge before you even look at the documents. All right, so something to think about for tomorrow. I asked this question before, and I'm going to begin. Is what is our role in the world today? Really kind of think about that. And don't forget, very quickly, there's still having issues with technology. Or what it is, go to cd.org/tech. And as always, thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience with technical difficulties. I'll see you guys on Friday. Georgia, by way of Atlanta, and my partner, Mr. Horton, is manning our Twitter page. So if you have any questions during the lesson throughout, remember you can tweet us at virtual APUSH, and we'll answer your questions. One quick shout out very quickly. We asked a question yesterday about guesses on the DBQ, and some responses kind of came in a little bit later. So Miss Chloe, she responded with two. First was to evaluate the extent to which the Gilded Age economic policy impacted politics of society in the 20th century, and then she came with another guess of how the Civil War time period influenced the social, political, and economic changes and development. So thank you for those guesses. As we keep moving, don't forget, as we're kind of going through learning the additional content for period 9, we are definitely going to help you guys out with some skills that are going to be needed for you to be successful in this year's DBQ. So let's jump into our warm-up. This political cartoon should be familiar. This is what Mr. Horton left off with. And you have to look at the picture. It says, what even is being depicted, and what is the artist's point of view? So I'm going to give you about 10 seconds just to review it for a second. A couple of quick reminders. When you're looking at DBQs, you're looking at especially for political cartoons, make sure that you pay attention to all the minute details. You'll notice that this is actually depicting the Iran-Contra scandal that Mr. Horton talked about yesterday. He's on the video clip. You'll notice he is shredding documents, which was one of the things that happened during the whole scandal. They were calling prosecution trying to find out information, and Oliver North claimed that he was instructed by his superiors to give him certain documents that would actually implicate himself or other individuals who were being tried for this. And so you'll notice that the American flag is also being shredded at the same time. But in this case, instead of the documents, he's actually doing those of the people. So this is kind of implying that he is shredding up the Constitution. So basically, he's clearly violating federal law. So the artist's point of view here, when it says some documents were shredded, which is actually a quote from Oliver North, what he's basically saying is that he pretty much the federal government was implicated inside of this, and that there were individuals besides Oliver North because he had to got his order somewhere. He was told to do something that basically violated the Constitution. It violated the offices. And of course, as Mr. Horton mentioned, while he and other people were indicted, actually found guilty. Ronald Reagan, who was president at that time, did not. But the idea was, did he have prior knowledge to this, and did he have information that implicated him as knowing? Kind of related back to what was the Watergate scandal, and that led to the resignation of Richard Nixon. So really quickly for our lesson overview, we're going to talk about the end of the Cold War. We're into kind of like the final stages. We're going to kind of go through a lot of changes, kind of talk about changes that were happening in the Soviet Union, as well as changes that were happening inside the United States. And we're going to talk about the impact on our economy. So this is going to be 9.3 and 9.4. Our expectation, you're looking at the causes and effects of the end of the Cold War and its legacy. You're also looking at the causes and effects of economic and technological change over time. So again, you're looking at causes and effects, you're also looking at CCOT. So kind of a reminder, you guys have already learned about claims, evidence, and sources, what that means, how you look at evidence as one just looked at. Look at the claim that's being made, point of view, so then cite evidence from content and knowledge you've already acquired. And of course, contextualization is always that giant big picture. What's happening at this, what's going on in the world at this time, both foreign and domestic within the United States. And so we're still looking at development processes, which is extremely important. And within DBQ, this is one of your areas we definitely have to our points. We cooperate, qualify, or modify arguments using diverse alternative evidence or to develop complex arguments. This is one of the hard points of complexity for students to earn. And so when it says that we cooperate, qualify, or modify, you're basically either going to change it, you're going to agree with it, or you're going to disagree with it. And you're going to have to use alternative evidence, meaning something beyond the document, meaning something that the documents don't have, but you know that actually does prove your point of your argument. All right. So one of the important things we mentioned, SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, and this is pretty much a rendition of what they wanted the Strategic Defense Initiative to look like. It was proposed by Reagan in 1983. He had just taken office at the time. We're still looking at space exploration. We still had those dreams. We're still kind of not really in a competition with Russia, but this new deal for SDI was the theory that they could launch like these weapons, not really weapons, but kind of like monitors. And from space, if there was a nuclear weapon that was launched into the atmosphere, they would have the ability to destroy that before it actually landed in its intended destination. That is the name from Star Wars, of course, the big, huge movie franchise that was starting out during that time. The first one, Star Wars, already came out. And so we just kind of looked at it that way because of the fact that they were going to launch this technology into space and give a better perspective versus just levels in the passage and everybody kind of standing looking inside to see what's happening. It was a nuclear shield. It was supposed to be or space shield that was supposed to be a nuclear attack. And of course, it was kind of going away from what called bad or mutually assured destruction. In other words, if Russia or if Cuba, who also had nuclear weapons at the time, decided to launch a weapon, we would have enough time to proactively be proactive versus reactive. A lot of the South African cover drills that were done in the 50s and 60s, none of them be pertinent at the time because of this whole SDI situation. It was a good idea in theory. Unfortunately, the system was never deployed. And for Reagan, he realized that there's a lot of changes that are happening. Leadership is also changing inside of Russia. They went through several different premiers, and he realized that maybe this current premier might be someone that he could actually do a little bit more, have a little bit of ability to end this Cold War, so that everyone can kind of go back to the business. And so I refer to this as the Cold War thaw because it never, although it heated up between the United States and the Soviet Union, it never actually ever came to fruition. The only kind of, I guess, definitely hot that almost could have potentially started World War III would definitely have been that Cuban Missile Crisis. So at this time, we see Soviet leadership under Mikhail Gorbachev, and he was a little bit different than his predecessors, whereas they were more focused on communism. Gorbachev really kind of saw that capitalism was more so something that they could model inside of Russia or Soviet Union. Apologize. And so he came up with these two theories. They were called glasnost and perestroika. Glasnost means openness, meaning being more open to trade, being opening up those markets, really kind of looking at the ideas for what's happening out in the global trade. And perestroika was a complete economic and political restructuring, meaning we're not going to do the whole idea of communism, which is, of course, you remember, communism was the rise of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, and that there is no specific ownership. Everybody owns everything. Of course, the way that communism was being practiced in Russia, it wasn't actually true communism. And so what he decided to do, glasnost and perestroika, once he kind of introduced that and realized that there were other situations happening within this country that he needs to fix. It kind of led to the Cold War kind of, he was a little bit more warmer, he was a little bit more welcoming in comparison to his predecessors. He did hold several summit meetings with Reagan, especially during the second term. And basically what they decided to do was to reduce nuclear arms. They already started doing this with SALT 1 and SALT 2 under Nixon, but this is going to be a major start. And this was called the Strategic Arms Reduction SART, and it happens in the 90s. And basically what they decided is that there's no point in them continuing to try to build nuclear weapons. They already at this point had one of the biggest bombs that ever existed, which was the H bomb. And that was definitely going to have mutually assured destruction. And so by now they're looking at reducing the nuclear arsenal to 50%. Mikhail Gorbachev has already indicated to Reagan that he's more concerned about raising the economy side of the Soviet Union versus trying to attack the United States. So again, the relationship between the two is kind of fine. I want to give you guys 10 minutes to scan this QR code. If there's ever a really cute way that you want to understand Cold War and just where we are up to this point on, it's going to be Dr. Seuss's, and I always get talked with when I say this, The Butter Battle. It's a really, really cute cartoon that talks about the use of the zoo, and basically they are trying to outbuild butter. And this is actually an allegory that Dr. Seuss created in relation to what's happening with the Cold War. And you guys take a look at that when I ask questions on Twitter about the ending and why you think Dr. Seuss ended the book the way he ended it. So just give me a second for you to scan that QR code. All right, so besides the changes in the Soviet Union and the fall of communism, we're also going to realize that the Soviet Union is actually going to change their name. They're going to go back to being called Russia once the end of the Cold War happened. But another big significant thing, the big symbol, the whole Iron Wall that was mentioned by Winston Churchill in 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall, which is huge. The speech that Reagan gave, he basically asked Mr. Gorbachev to tear down the wall, and of course it will culminate kind of the end, the beginning of peace. Later, it will actually come down on November 9th, 1989, and it will for the first time combine both East and West Germany and kind of go back to that plan that was originally created at the end of World War II, where they wanted to raise the economy inside Germany. Of course, what happened afterwards with, at the end of that, how Stalin did not want to do that, and he wanted to keep the East and the West separate from each other, and he felt like it was well within his right to kind of do that, especially since Berlin fell into his party, he was supposed to be responsible for that area. So as we're looking at the fall of the Berlin Wall, we're really starting to see the transitions. We're really starting to see that Russia no longer concerned with the United States as far as nuclear weapons. They're looking at trying to really kind of build their economy and kind of come back from the economic decline that they had been suffering under the past leaders. Other things are happening. While we're not really kind of fighting or engaging inside of wars, we are looking at situations that are happening outside of the United States. One of the biggest areas that happened during Reagan's presidency was in North Africa and Libya, where they had alleged involvement of a bombing at a Berlin club that injured American soldiers. Now, by this time, even though we have weapons of mass destruction, Reagan doesn't want to use those weapons of mass destruction. Nor does he want to engage in any type of war. He's really kind of concerned about turning the economy around, really kind of doing what's called trickle-down economics, or you'll hear about it tomorrow, known as Reaganomics. And he's looking at the fact that he does need to do something. He looked at the mistakes that were made by Jimmy Carter during the Iron Hostage situation. He did not want to have a situation that's going to leave a big mark on his presidency. So he decided that yes, he is going to authorize the bombing around targets inside Libya. But he was very forthcoming with the American government, with the American nation on his address when he made, quote, when our citizens are attacked or abused anywhere in the world or on direct orders of hostile regimes, we will respond so long as I'm in this office. In other words, he will not be in the midst of negotiating with any type of terrorist threats against the United States, against soldiers and citizens alike. He will respond in time. This was mentioned yesterday. You guys watched a wonderful clip. Mr. Working awesome job setting that up. And I want to kind of bring this back up again because this was our warm-up, but also because this had the potential of leaving an ugly mark on Reagan's presidency, the Iran-Contra affair, and about how even though we weren't supposed to be selling weapons to governments that were engaged in hostile takeover, there was the fact that there were some individuals who were secretly selling weapons to Iran, basically in a negotiation to release American hostages that were held inside Lebanon. While this was also going on, you also had another group that was inside Nicaragua, and the idea that you did have people who were inside the federal government who were also selling weapons. So basically selling weapons to real groups who were using it in order to engage in hostile takeovers to overthrow governments. Again, both of those were illegal, and a lot of people were indicted, including Al Gore, who we saw in the beginning of that political cartoon. And whereas while they were looking to see what Reagan knew, again, the possibility if he had any dealings with this, as it turns out he was never actually brought, and no charges were ever brought, but they were thinking that it might have led to an impeachment process. The charges were brought against Oliver North and several others that were inside the president's administration, and many of them had lost their positions as a result of this. And so again, this is kind of a potential ugly mark, and also could have been possibly starting an additional continuing on to the Cold War, but fortunately they were able to narrow it down and go ahead and kind of end their involvement with the situation. And then we have this, the Cold War. Now by this time Reagan has left office, his vice president George H.W. Bush, the first Bush, came into office, and this was huge. This happened in 1990, and ironically, I remember this very vividly because I was actually in the 6th grade when the Cold War was happening, and my father actually was part of the Cold War. And this was responding to an Iraqi dictator, Saddam Hussein, who had invaded Kuwait. And I can remember as a kid watching this on the news and kind of wondering like, why would a massive country like Iraq invade this little small country? But he invaded the country of Kuwait. He was trying to gain control of the oil fields because a lot of the world's oil supply was done in the Middle East. Kuwait had a lot of oil fields within that, and Saddam Hussein wanted to control the market on the oil fields. He especially wanted to kind of control foreign trade. He felt like a lot of governments that were coming into the Middle East were kind of taking advantage, and so he wanted to put a stop to that. And so for 6 weeks, from January to February 1991, the United States led this whole coalition. And it wasn't just us; it was 34 nations that began kind of an intensive bombing campaign. They bombed Iraq. They did several different operations. It was known as Operation Desert Storm, and of course, kind of fighting back, kind of pushing Saddam Hussein and back into Iraq in order to kind of keep Kuwait safe. Eventually, though, it does come in the ceasefire in 1991. Hussein did agree to have a ceasefire agreement, and he did release Kuwait from underneath Iraqi control, and he pulled back the soldiers. But of course, one of the things that we were concerned about was in order for them to engage in this type of attack, did they have any weapons of mass destruction, or did they have plans on having any weapons of mass destruction? And so this is going to kind of start a whole situation where the United States is going to start looking at Saddam Hussein as being a potential world terrorist, especially since the fact that he did attack Kuwait, and again, trying to control the oil supply. This situation actually will continue on for well throughout the rest of Bush's presidency, all the way up to Clinton. It's not actually even going to be resolved until his son George W. Bush comes into office. So you'll see that it's going to be a continued. So he's going to actually become by public enemy number one for the United States as a result of this Cold War situation. So while we are in the Cold War and the Soviet Union has now fallen and now became Russia, they have now implemented things that are going to be more into capitalism and trying to build their economy. What does that mean for America? How is our economy going to change? What are some things that we're putting into place? And so we're going to kind of look at the topic of globalization and what that meant and what they were trying to do with globalization. And this is more so going to happen in the presidency. George W. Bush was only president for a term. The Gulf War situation and of course having to raise taxes or to send people over to fight this war ended up causing him to be a one-term president. And so we're trying to still rebuild our economy because of this and everything that happened with the Cold War and just all the initiatives that we put in place with building these weapons of mass destruction. So Clinton is looking to change things around with this whole theory of globalization. So what is it? First of all, it's a process of technological, economic, political, and cultural exchanges. It makes us more interconnected and more interdependent. In other words, open markets for everyone. There's going to be trade not just with the United States and us as countries, not just with the UN countries, but pretty much a whole global thing where we're going to basically go down to South America, Australia, New Zealand, China, and really kind of make that more interconnected and interdependent place. Going over into the continent of Africa and trading with many countries there, such as South Africa, Zimbabwe, etc. It's not new. They had those developments well before then, but of course in the 90s, because everything that happened in the 90s, things going to be accelerated, and it is going to start a debate about globalization because now what we're looking at is a lot of jobs that were pretty much only made that was actually held by Americans are now going to be taken to foreign countries because of the idea of the accessibility of a cheaper workforce. And so you have some people who say globalization was great for them because they were able to buy cheaper parts of the countries or to build things like automobiles, factories going to do the same thing. You will have that type of advantage as far as companies being able to rebuild themselves with currency, but this advantage is going to lead to some unemployment for a lot of people. And so it has been seen as an uneven effect with people in industry and how some countries were able to take advantage of this more so than other countries. And so here's a question for you guys on Twitter. Think about everything I talked about with globalization, just kind of giving a brief overview and looking at that last bullet point with the fact that it is uneven, how some people in industries and countries benefit more. Globalization could be compared to what other economic system that was driving our country before it actually became our country. So while I watch this video, I'm going to see if you guys can guess what I'm talking about on Twitter.
Globalization, a catch-all term that redefines many of the rules of an earlier, much simpler economic order.
There's globalization of the media, so that you can see the same messages in different countries of the world. There's globalization in terms of money with financial flows, in which computer links can make billions of dollars change hands instantly. There's globalization in terms of migration of people moving from country to country. So there are a variety of different things going on.
Globalization is very complex process, and there are several sets of actors involved in it. There are the nation states, and they are more active according to their power in the international system, so obviously the US is most active, but there are also corporations, which are bigger and more multinational, operating in more countries. Typical person no who owns a local store.
I think one of the big trends that's really contributed to what has come to be called globalization is deregulation. The national government shouldn't be interfering in any way with corporate decision making. That is a global phenomenon that varies in extent and nature from country to country. So by default, as the government take a backseat, that means the corporations can do what they please. And so I think we have seen a lot more of that. And you put that together with things like lower transportation costs, cheaper communications, plus the lack of restriction in most countries on capital movement, you get what we have globalization.
While its impact may be intensified, globalization is really nothing new.
There's been more globalization than many people understood back in 1950s, 1900. In fact, when we begin to look at the data on things like immigration between different parts of the world, investment in different parts of the world, trade between different parts of the world, we find the world was pretty globalized 100 years ago. So it's not all that different in some ways.
People have been migrating for years, money's been changing hands, but it's accelerated in the 1990s and afterwards, and there's been a new speed to it.
Every society is connected one way or the other to every other society. And dramatic increases in communications and transportation technologies so that capital can literally move the speed of light around the world, including travel one day. You can pile containers on ships and bring cheap products from Asia to the United States. So everything that happens around the world has an effect on the United States. And first, everything the United States is not a power move, has an effect on the world elsewhere.
Globalization is nothing if not controversial. It can certainly be very positive for multinational corporations, as well as for some individuals. But for others, particularly ordinary working people, it can be very threatening.
The more people are empowered as individuals to be able to get a good job or to travel around the world, the easier it is to embrace globalization. If you're experiencing globalization is that you lose your job, then you experience it not as an exciting opportunity to travel around the world, see different things, and make your fortune, but as losing something that worked for you in your local community or in your country. And that's going on all around the world. The people have worked often for hundreds of years to make the community viable, only to see its major industry move away.
With the available cheap labor pool now expanding to include the far corners of the globe, there's often very little financial incentive for U.S. employers to hire domestic workers.
You have a problem with your computer, you make a phone call, you probably would talk to someone anyway, talk to Americans, some Americans, much less. And middle class jobs are increasingly exploited, so complicated tax returns probably going to be done overseas by someone who works $10 an hour instead of $50 an hour. If you want your plans to run off your building, it's very likely they're going to be drawn in because Hungary, as they are in the United States. If you have insurance claims, a good possibility that insurance claims will be processed overseas by workers who work for less. Even very high wage people like radiologists with computer technology, their x-rays and MRIs being sent overseas and interpreted for a third of the price they would be interpreted in the United States.
It's described as a race to the bottom, in which each country, each poor country, is pitted against the other. And a company in the United States can say, well, if you don't do it cheaper for us, we'll go to the next country. We can always get it cheaper. There's always somebody else who's willing to sell their labor for less. So they just are, like nomads seeking out the best deal they can get in the most oppressed workforce.
All right, so just kind of looking at the globalization and the impact that it would have. Congratulations, Jenny, Boulevard, Campusano, and Nikki Moli for guessing correctly. If you compare globalization of what I'm talking about to a system, it would then have been working. We had a lot of people that guessed the economic exchange. The only reason why it was not the economic exchange was while there were European countries that didn't benefit. When it talks about labor reform, everything was forced. So it wasn't as if they went to the country and said, hey, we're going to pay you because you're going to work for us and you're going to be our slave. And once that slave labor ended with the Americans, they realized that Africans would actually get a better labor force they get, and so they began to start the whole slave trade. But mercantilism is definitely because they were actually paying the colonists some money, it just wasn't a lot of money. And they were taking advantage of them by basically saying you have to ship us your goods, your raw materials, we will then make it here and it should actually you can buy. So again, that's why globalization is best with mercantilism versus economic exchange. With the rise of globalization, what does that mean? The collapse of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War 1991, and the world became more internet. It also meant that those countries that were part of the communist blocks, they're now actually integrated into the global market. So yeah, the war communism is kind of being blown down. This is not to say that communism will not practice certain countries. It's just that it's starting to more countries start to see more benefits of globalization versus continuing to practice communism. The one country that still continues to practice communism, which still does exist today, Cuba will still apply it, and also Korea will still continue on. You'll have technological advances such as mobile phones. I know that's ironic considering that you guys always want a mobile phone, but me growing up, I am born in 77, I'm 80s baby. We didn't have cell phones that really available. We didn't have smartphones. So cell phones and internet really kind of came about as I started going into college in the late 90s. All that kind of connected everybody else. So World Wide Web, links, devices, all these things are byproducts of globalization. So there's your good part of it. Of course, they also mentioned was that labor force is also being taken advantage of. Some other things that were impacted by globalization. Something called the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA, brainchild of Bill Clinton, which basically had free trade agreements between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. It was signed in 92. And basically it removed a lot of barriers. It allowed people, goods and services. You had countries, you had a lot of companies in countries that were starting to look into different areas where they can actually build factories, looking at those places, kind of looking at migration between borders. Watch out after the United States versus costing $1 billion to run, I can go to this factory down in Mexico and only went for maybe $2 million. With free trade, open market, it did lead to a lot of job losses. And so it kind of throw us into a recession a little bit. Not a depression, but a recession. You're going to start to see a spike in employment. You're going to start to see a lot of companies that existed at the beginning that are no longer able to keep up with this large demand in the market, especially when other companies coming out, and because they invest more in markets where they have more labor, they're able to make their products faster, cheaper, and kind of go into those different sectors. And so for some parts of it, what NAFTA was intended to do was it was supposed to increase economic growth prosperity within America. However, not everyone saw the benefit of the NAFTA agreement. And so you did have some dissension within Congress. They did not like what this was doing to the economy at the time. So what are our dark sides? We've already kind of heard a little bit in the video. Globalization, again, will lead to greater prosperity for some places and not necessarily for all. You will talk about the exploitation of factories. I know you guys kind of heard about doing journalistic, underground journalism, sometimes talk about factories, about how certain products are made inside of these places, in other countries where the conditions are horrible. And that should kind of remind you of another time period where they talked about employment, about how the conditions were bad, about how they were mistreated, how they were 12 hours a day, poorly insulated areas. Again, put on Twitter, CBS, which period I'm talking about, which is a topic I'm talking about. But with globalization too, thanks to the World Wide Web, it led to a system of terrorist networks that use the conditions created by globalization to enhance their own influence. Promote hate culture and record videos looking out there to groups, which will of course lead us to what we know as 9/11 attack. With the increased financial independence of the world, you have people who are looking at international finance and looking at the fact that possibly, would we be coming into another Great Depression? But who was the Great Recession of 2008, 2009? That compacted everything that we were fighting with as far as over foreign countries, war at the time with the actual Cold War, and how it's kind of continuing on. So even though globalization connected us, it did successfully help end the Cold War. It did have some serious consequences. It did have a lot of horrible impact that led for a lot of American. And we're still seeing some of that impact. Our country has pretty much kind of had some ebbs and flows, but globalization is going to be something that is going to continue. We're going to continue to be interconnected with other countries because it is important for us to be able to keep those markets open. So let's do a little bit of guide practice. All right, so this is a quote from Mikhail Gorbachev during his time kind of talking about that in the Cold War. So look at it and answer that question, which is which U.S. foreign policy was most consistent with the goal articulated in the statement above. All right, and so the correct answer would be detente in 1970. If you remember, detente was that policy by Richard Nixon, who wanted to kind of pull back as far as the amount of weapons that we were actually producing at this time. I hear from my cohort, from my partner, a lot of you did guess correctly when I talked about the dark side of the globalization, what he compared to. And if you guessed it, you are correct. All right, same quote, different question. Okay, in the spirit of time, I'm going to go ahead and answer this one. The correct answer is Mark Bellius's rhetoric. Question is, early in his presidency, Ronald Reagan's relationship with the Soviets was marked by Bellius's rhetoric. In other words, just kind of, it's just a lot of rhetoric, really kind of looking at the impact, and really kind of talk about how we possibly end this war. And you look at Gorbachev was saying, let's not talk about who won it, or let's not even fuss about it. Let's just look at is both our interests to go ahead and end this war so that we can kind of move forward. And we should try to look at cooperation. We want to look at cooperation. We're not trying to provoke this country is better than that country. All right, just for understanding, very quickly, this is talking about globalization. It begins in 1999. This is a secondary source. Okay, so the question is, since 2000, which of the following economic phenomena is most consistent with argument in the passage above? And the correct answer is economic instability and major policy changes. All right, same passage in question, which is, sorry, that's the board. All right, so let's just kind of talk about our key takeaways. Number one, we know that it's the end of the Cold War. We know that it's leading to new relationships. We talked about the U.S. military and other options for peacekeeping interventions. The other thing that's a big takeaway is that economic productivity increase as improvement. We're also looking at the foray to the digital world. I also allow for increased American participation inside world economic opportunities. These things that you take from this lesson is in the Cold War with all the Berlin Wall. That was kind of definitely a huge signal to the end that aren't organized during that time. The situations that were happening in the Middle East and also in North Africa, the movement of Libya, and the Middle East, kind of talking about the Libya, Kuwait, and also the Iran Contra situation. That also kind of brought its own thing, the Iran Contra affair, and how it could potentially put a huge black mark on Reagan presidency for those involved. And of course, the impact that globalization will have as far as putting us into another global market at the same time still has our ugly side. So one objective was explain the extent to which events of the period from 1945 to 1980 reshape national identity. In other words, where are we in America? Where does America stand at the point going forward? Where do we go from here? Now the Cold War is over. Now that we're engaging in globalization. Now that we have NAFTA, where do we go from here? So very quickly, here is a potential question that you could have. Even if this is part of the DQ, says that some historians have argued that conservative victories during Reagan's presidency marked an enduring shift in American politics from 1980 to 2008. Support modifier review this connection uses specific evidence. Many of you can think about everything you learned in the last couple of days since we started period 9 and even the end of period 8. And very quickly, here's a possible things you can say. During his first term, he was aggressive, but also threatening, materialistic tone in speeches and policy. The strategy was an escalation of rhetoric and military action. Some consider it to be a return to friendship. Friendship that basically was talking about mutually assured destruction. And that's why that's kind of different comparison to how Gorbachev was talking in his speech in 1990. And then, of course, you can say this. During his second term, he did moderate his aggressive rhetoric, so he was basically like overture. He remained firm on a strong U.S. military presence, but he also saw opportunities for more dialogue and diplomacy. So again, this word, things that you had, this part of the DQ part of the question, these answers didn't have documents kind of go into that. These are things that you look at. Remember, we were talking about Reagan list, kind of going through it in the mind when you're not before you even look at the documents. All right, so something to think about for tomorrow. I asked this question before, but is what is our role in the world today? Really kind of think about that. So don't forget very quickly, there's still applications with technology. If you go to cd.org/tech. As always, thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. I'll see you guys on Friday.
Hey, good morning once again, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to AP Virtual History. I'm College Board on YouTube. My name is Gordon from Waynesville South High School, just outside of Buffalo. If you're just tuning in for the first time, Buffalo is experiencing snow this morning. We're expecting it to be 60 degrees on Sunday. So that's our weather reality here. If at any time you have questions during the presentation, please tweet them at Virtual APUSH. You can see on the screen there. I'm also going to ask a couple questions during the presentation today that my partner in crime is far from just outside of Atlanta. She's going to be answering those questions for you. So that's kind of how we roll. So thank you again for tuning in this morning. So a quick warm-up question that we left off with yesterday was a question about what is America's role in the world today. Hopefully, we had a little bit of time to think about that over the course of since yesterday. And so there's lots of answers to that. Is America still a military leader in the world? Is America still an industrial leader in the world? Is America still a moral leader in the world? Those are all kinds of questions that we're going to hopefully tackle today, because those are the questions that presidents of the period really after the Cold War ended had to figure out what's the next step for the United States. What they had to deal with. So we're going to deal with that a little bit. So our overview is really America since Ronald Reagan. So we're going to pick up with the presidency of President George H.W. Bush, and we're going to way through President Obama. We left out President Trump, because traditionally the current president is not on the exam. This is going to be focusing on sourcing, especially political cartoons. And I did some work with that a couple sessions ago. We're going to kind of revisit that, maybe add a little bit more detail there for you. And then tomorrow, we'll be wrapping up period 9. We begin our review segment of this show. We're going to call it that. Starting on Monday, so we'll start with period 1 on Monday. So things hopefully you already know. Earlier this week we spent some time looking at the rise of conservatism, what conservative ideas were that we got their start in the 1970s. We spent some time with the presidency of Ronald Reagan, who in many ways is fulfilled some of those conservative promises in the United States, and we're going to do after that. So I noticed yesterday on the Twitter, a lot of people were asking questions about contextualization. So my contextualization for today's presentation is the presidency of Ronald Reagan and the rise of conservatism. So in one way, contextualization is sort of the background, or we're trying to help you understand where today's story fits in the overall story of the picture of what we're doing. So the overall question is what are the challenges that face America since 1988, and hopefully at the end of the lesson you have a much better grasp on looking at political cartoons. So some keys to understanding political cartoons, things to think about as we go through these, and I'll try to remind you of this as we go into them a little bit. These are five different things for you to think about when you look at political cartoons. Symbolism is the first one. Obviously symbols are used to stand for other things there, and again, understanding the context of things will help you to understand what those symbols stand for in the political cartoon. Exaggeration, you'll see this in several of our examples where something is overly exaggerated, and there's a reason for that. The cartoon is just trying to draw your attention to that. Labeling, read the label, and the one's not listed here is read the caption too. Those are important. Sometimes I'll help you to understand just exactly what it is the cartoon is trying to make you understand. So and they label things to make sure it's absolutely clear a lot of the time. Analogy, I'll make some comparisons between things. You'll see a really great example that I think in just a second. When we take a look at that. And then irony. I mentioned last time we looked at political cartoons. You have to be careful taking things at face value in cartoons. A lot of times things are put in there to be ironic. So let's try one. So here's a modern political cartoon. What are the symbols in this political cartoon? The labels make it clear. What's the analogy that's being made here? Time to start for you. So when we look at this cartoon, you see some healthcare workers, and they're lifting up what looks like a flag. And of course, the flag is the label. So I think that helps to clarify exactly what it is that they're, who these folks are. If you didn't get it from the machinery that's there in the IV bag. And what's the analogy? We're making a connection here to an important symbol from American history. Hopefully you identify that. If you haven't identified that, of course, they're talking about this very famous picture from Mount Suribachi, where the Marines who stormed that island in February 1945, and they finally reached the summit of that Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima. They raised the flag, and this very famous photograph was taken. So in the lower right-hand part of the screen, you see the actual photograph of the Marines doing that, and then in the upper left-hand corner, you see the Marine Corps statue, which celebrates that very important moment in that. So they're playing on this image in the cartoon, which is what they want to think about. So these are heroic people who have done something. In this case, in February 1945, they've overcome these terrible odds. And when you look at a cartoon, that's kind of the analogy that this cartoon is trying to make. These are people that are heroic, and they're trying to win this battle against this outbreak of COVID-19 that we're all dealing with. So we're going to start with just some information here, just a little bit. So George H.W. Bush becomes president in 1989. He's elected in 1988, and so in domestic policy, a couple of things I think are important about him. He makes a promise during the campaign, very famously saying, "Read my lips, no new taxes." Very conservative idea. We're not going to raise taxes, we're going to lower them. He will come to regret saying that, as we'll see, because he eventually has to raise new taxes in order to try to cover the deficit, and that will get him some hot water with people that he promised not to do that. The American Disabilities Act was commonly referred to as the ADA. That is a law that made that forced public buildings to be accessible to people that were handicapped, people in wheelchairs, for example. Immigration Reform Act, we're talking about immigration a little bit later in the presentation. And the SNL crisis was actually referred to a couple days ago, savings and loan industry, which was a crash of that industry during his presidency. So a couple of good things here, and a couple that again would be criticized for. On foreign policy, I know Ms. Farr talked a little bit about the Persian Gulf War yesterday. First Persian Gulf War, we don't have to call it because there's going to be another one, which we'll see. But Persian Gulf War, which happened starting in 1990, the actual war itself begins in January 1991. I remember because I was working at a local department store at the time, had the radio going, and I remember the DJ coming on and telling us that the show had started, was ready to put. And as Ms. Farr mentioned yesterday, this was one of those wars that you could tune in every single night to CNN and see exactly what's going on. It's probably the widest war in history at that time. So this war goes very, very well, goes very quickly. Now a lot of casualties for the United States, and that makes George H.W. Bush very, very popular in the U.S. He also was president during transition from the end of the Cold War. Communism falls while he's president, as Ms. Farr talked about yesterday. Soviet Union itself collapses in 1991, and that really is the end of the Cold War. And the questions that he begins to deal with are the questions that we'll see with really the rest of the president's years. But well, now what? I mean, during the Cold War, it was pretty clear the United States was the leader of the free world, and we were going to contain communism, and we had to resist the influence of the Soviets. But once the Soviets are gone, the question becomes, well, what's next for the United States? Noriega is arrested. He's leader of Panama at the end of the decade, very similar to interventions in Latin America that President Reagan had engaged in during that time period. So some of that shows the outcome of that war. The blue area here was the buildup of Allied troops in the period of the fall of 1990. And eventually the air war began in January. The ground war, sending troops actually into Iraq to cut off the Iraqi supply lines in Kuwait. Happens in February of that year, and within 4 or 5 days, the ground war is basically over. So very, as I mentioned before, very, very successful. Of course, one of the issues here you'll notice all over the map is major oil fields, and you can see these little oil derricks here. They're all over the place. And of course, this is an important part of the story. Kuwait controlled the valuable resource of oil, and we sort of hinted at the importance of that a couple days ago. So let's try a political cartoon. Think about the symbols, the labels, the analogies being made here. So hopefully you're recognizing the symbol there of these soldiers lifting up a flag, which we started the lesson today with taking a look at. In this case, the cartoonist is giving us a different message, and they're lifting up a sign that says ExxonMobil, which of course is an oil company. And so the Iraq Memorial here is soldiers lifting up the story of ExxonMobil. So the cartoonist is criticizing a war that he apparently views as a war about oil, and is questioning what the purpose of that war, as many people did in the 1990s, was a war for just for oil. And we'll see that again a little bit later. And the Cold War, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, so we don't have to spend a lot of time here on that. Another cartoon for you to think about, with this, we'll get the time started. Got the symbols, what's labeled here, is anything exaggerated here? Okay, so in the cartoon, of course, we see the Berlin Wall with a huge hole smashed in it, and of course, the thing that has smashed the hole in it is a footprint with Ronald Reagan's name on it. So we see a couple of things. I think the Reagan label is a really important one there. So what this cartoon is trying to tell us, and of course, the implication is that Reagan is the reason why the wall came down. Reagan gave a very famous speech at the Berlin Wall. He was president, famously challenging Gorbachev, the leader of the Soviet Union, to tear down this wall. This cartoonist is suggesting, of course, that Reagan is the reason why eventually the Berlin Wall, which is the symbol of the Cold War, did in fact collapse. So again, it's a good exaggeration here, certainly some good labeling this one. Moving on to President Clinton. So Clinton kind of broke this up into two sides. So there's a couple of mistakes he makes early on. You could argue politically he makes a couple mistakes here. I'll explain that. So the don't ask, don't tell policy. The reason I call it a mistake is because Clinton didn't go far enough to make advocates of gay rights happy, but he went too far to make people that are opposed to gay rights happy. So he ended up creating a policy that seemed like nobody was really happy with. Healthcare reform, the attempts to create a healthcare system in the United States. We'll come back to that issue a little bit later on. And he has a reversal in 1994 midterms. We'll talk about the contract with America in more detail in just a few moments. So a couple of mistakes I think he argues for stumbles coming out of the gate early on in his presidency. He also has some successes early on. The Family Medical Leave Act, which protects people's jobs in situations where they have to take lengthy periods of time off for medical leave, for example. The Brady Bill, which created a national background check on a waiting period for his handguns. You see the image in the middle of the slide here is Clinton signing that law. And next to him is James Brady, who was a secretary to President Reagan, and he was actually wounded in the assassination attempt that happened against Reagan early on. So Clinton likes symbolism of these kinds of things. So the bill is named for him, and of course he was president when it was officially being signed there. Trying to balance the budget, raising taxes on the wealthy, cutting spending. So raising taxes on the wealthy, of course, would be something that conservatives would be opposed to. Cutting spending, that would be something that liberals would be opposed to. So Clinton tries to find sort of a middle ground between those two positions. And Clinton was president when the dot-com boom hit. What that means is the internet became commercially available to people in the mid-1990s. The economy really took off and did very, very well during the 1990s. And as always happens, Hoover is a really good example from the past. Whoever's president, if the economy goes well, they typically get the credit, and if it doesn't, they take the blame. So this is no different than that. So this is the internet really taking off in the 1990s. So NAFTA, I don't want to talk a lot about that because I know it was covered yesterday. It was that free trade idea that America, Canada, and Mexico basically opened their borders. And Clinton advocates for this to be passed again. It's not necessarily a liberal program. It's more something that liberals were against, especially labor union groups. We'll get into that in just a second here. But so as I mentioned a couple of sessions ago, the presidents here aren't always 100% liberal or 100% conservative. So let's try to look at the cartoon again. So what is the point of view of this cartoon? Can I put labels here, symbols? Okay, so hopefully you notice some symbols in the image here, labels. He's standing in front of the factory. Hopefully you notice that the door, that the gate is locked behind him. It's chained closed. There's a closed sign, of course, on that gate as well. Labor Day, which is a day that typically is used to celebrate the American worker. You see Labor Day is not being held in America this year, according to the sign, but it's going to be held in Mexico. This is a criticism of NAFTA, that jobs might potentially be transported to countries outside the United States because labor costs typically cheaper there. So here's an American worker that's obviously unemployed, has lost his job as a result of this. So this cartoon is criticizing, of course, NAFTA. So that would be a context of this historical situation, understanding exactly what the reference is in this cartoon. All right, the country of America. This is Newt Gingrich, who was the leader of a group of Republicans in the House of Representatives that ran on a platform you'll see here on the screen, and they ended up winning victory by sweeping many conservatives into office in 1994. And you'll notice some things are very similar to the conservative beliefs we talked about before. Things like increasing defense spending, being opposed to abortion, being tough on crime. These are all things welfare reform, cutting back on social program spending. So these are not anything really new. They date back into the 1970s and 1980s. And so Newt Gingrich, of course, becomes a leader of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, becomes the Speaker of the House, and particularly a cartoon of the country of America here. This sort of research of conservative thinking here. Think of symbols and labels. There's something ironic here. Okay, so the title of this is Betsy Ross Gingrich, which I think is important to understand what's happening here. And hopefully you recognize the symbolism of Betsy Ross, who is famously known for knitting or sewing the flag way back in the Revolutionary era. And so you have Newt Gingrich, who is, of course, the leader of the Republicans, as I just was talking about, sewing a knitting flag that says Contract with America on it. But the threads for that, of course, come from the social safety net for the poor, things like welfare, for example. Might be something this cartoonist might be referring to here. So what's the point of view of the Contract with America? They're clearly criticizing this policy as being hurtful to the social safety net, is what the message the cartoonist is trying to share with us here. America becomes more of a peacekeeper in the world, and this is part of the story. Certainly defending Kuwait during President George H.W. Bush's presidency is part of that. President Clinton authorized bombing in Serbia as a reaction against ethnic cleansing, which was happening there. Ethnic cleansing is a really euphemistic way of talking about genocide. Different groups of people were being herded into camps and ultimately killed as a result of their ethnic background. So let's take a look at this cartoon. Think about, again, symbolism, labels, and irony, perhaps. So this cartoon, you see some gravestones. The gravestones, of course, are labeled with all kinds of examples of genocide that's occurred in the past. Of course, the largest one being the Holocaust, right in the middle there. Next to the Holocaust in this cartoon is Bosnia. You see it's labeled there 1992 and 1995. So what's the point of view of this cartoon? This cartoon is suggesting that we always say never again, and yet it happens again and again and again. You seem to forget those lessons of history is kind of the point of view. This cartoon is suggesting that we keep saying never again, but we need to follow through on that a little better. All right. Now, Bill Clinton was impeached as well. He was impeached on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice. He was acquitted by the Senate in February 1999. There were no votes to convict him of that. It was only the second impeachment of a president in American history, at least at that point. Of course, President Trump has been impeached, as you all lived through. Well, question for Twitter here. So if you know this answer, who is the third president, the other president that was impeached in American history? Not Clinton, not Trump, but the other president that was impeached in American history. So if you know the answer to that, go ahead, feel free to go ahead and tweet that to @virtual APUSH. We'll try to do interactive things here. Clinton was impeached for encouraging people to lie when they go to office, and you see the bottom here some of the central figures of that impeachment. The woman on the left, lower left, is Linda Tripp. She actually passed away yesterday morning. Just read the news this morning. So, but there's all kinds of elements of the scandal, which we don't need to get into a lot of the depth of that. So let's think about what the point of view of this cartoon is. Get the timer started here for you. All right, it's great symbolism. This one's a good exaggeration too. Of course, you have Nixon on the left there, and he's got the long pointy nose, which we saw a couple days ago if you came in and were watching. And Forseti was the first person to answer correctly on my question just a moment ago. I'll get to the answer to that in a second. Give a little more time. The other president was impeached. So you see Nixon here, and he's like just a word of experience. And then you see Bill Clinton, who typically the bulbous nose is pretty typical of cartoons of him. It's a cover up that will get you. And of course, we have President Trump saying what cover up. So point of view here is trying to connect these three presidents. And a lot of you answered that Nixon was the other president that was impeached, and that actually is not true. Now, the impeachment proceedings were beginning when Nixon resigned from the presidency, so he's not the answer to my question. Although he's included here because he most likely would have been impeached. In fact, Barry Goldwater, who was a senator at the time, went to the White House and told Nixon that he could count on Congress voting to actually go ahead and impeach him, but never got that far. So he's not the answer. So the connection here they're trying to make, of course, is that the point that's trying to be made here is it's not really the original crime that seems to be the thing that gets these guys in trouble. It's the attempt to cover it up afterwards, and they're sort of hinting this at Donald Trump, of course, and of course, it's critical of the president, as many cartoons typically are critical, and we'll see that again in a couple of other examples. So congratulations to those of you who got the answer right to my question, and the correct answer is Andrew Johnson, way back in 1868, after the American Civil War during the Reconstruction period. He was the first ever president to be impeached a long, long time ago. So, and within my lifetime, I've seen two impeachments of presidents, so it doesn't happen all that much. So moving on to George W. Bush. So George W. Bush, one of the issues with him becoming president was the election of 2000, which was a very, very controversial election. That ultimately resulted in a Supreme Court decision to stop recounting ballots. So I'll show you one of the reasons why it became so controversial. This is called the butterfly ballot, which they used in Florida. So if you look at the image here, okay, we have the Republican and the Democrat, right, green on the left-hand side here, and Libertarian, etc. And on the right-hand side, we have Reform, Socialist, and Constitution, etc. So many voters, it appears, went into the voting booth and looked at this and said, okay, let's say I want to vote for Al Gore, so that's 2 down, 1, 2. So everybody take a look at the screen here. If you actually did that, you voted for the second vote down. Here's my first vote, or first place to vote, my second one. I'm not actually voting for Al Gore. I'm actually voting for Pat Buchanan. So the way the ballot was constructed seemed to be awfully confusing to people. And this became one of the contentions in that election was how do we figure out if people actually incorrectly voted or voted inadvertently for the wrong person. This is one of many pieces of the controversy. These are called chads, these little pieces of paper. And some people suggested if the little piece of paper was still on, then maybe we should count that vote. Got a little bit crazy. So here's a little cartoon about the 2000 election. So if you figure out the point of view here, this one's pretty good. Of course, you see it's very easy to vote for President Bush in this cartoon, very straightforward line. Of course, if you want to vote for anybody else, it was pretty complicated. So if we go back to that ballot, that butterfly ballot, of course, this cartoon is criticizing that. If you want to vote for George W. Bush in 2000, pretty easy. It's the top one. You're going to make that vote every single time here. Now, so President Bush, when he becomes president, he does some of his domestic policies, a tax cut, which actually sounds familiar. Conservatives, of course, like tax cuts or promote tax cuts, and George W. Bush does the same thing here. There's a recession that hits in 2007, 2008, along with the failure of the housing market and bank failures. There's a movie that really tells the story about a lot of economics teachers out there use it called The Big Short. Tells the story of that. But the thing that I think George W. Bush mostly remembered for is this event.
September 11th, 2001. A day of grief. A day of courage. This is how that day unfolded.
She said, plane just flew through her face. I said, you gotta be kidding me. Saturday Piper covers some clown was flying down the river.
At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston, with 92 aboard, traveling at a speed of 470 miles per hour, strikes the North Tower of the World Trade Center complex. Within minutes, officials coordinate the citywide emergency response.
Their base of operations is a state-of-the-art command center located on the 23rd floor of 7 World Trade Center. With one tower in flames, the tragedy is only beginning. It is 9:03 when United Airlines Flight 175 with 65 aboard, traveling at the speed of 590 miles per hour, smashes into the south tower of the World Trade Center. This aircraft strikes the corner of the south tower. It rips a diagonally shaped gash from the 84th to the 78th floors. The south tower lasts only 56 minutes before it succumbs at 9:59 a.m. The dust cloud billows upward for blocks. Victims stagger away. At 10:28, the television mast atop the north tower spears straight down.
Once the collapse started, there really wasn't any way to stop it. It was just going to go all the way down once it got started.
Chaos in New York City. Power is down in Lower Manhattan. Phone lines jammed with more than 230 million calls. Hundreds of firefighters trapped in the towers. Hundreds more raced to the scene.
An absolutely devastating attack against the United States. And in many ways, this answers the question about where the United States would go next now that the Cold War is over, that we would become a leader in the war against terror. So there's attacks on the World Trade Center. There's actually a plane that crashed into the Pentagon that same day. Nearly 3,000 people dead in those attacks. And of course, this launches the war against terrorism and the war to try to find the effort to try to find Osama bin Laden, who was in the lower left-hand corner of this screen here, who was the mastermind of those attacks. So Bush is, of course, president. This happens in the most Marxist presidency. Fairly famous image here of New York firefighters, New York police officers heading down to that scene to try to rescue as many people as they can from the debris from those 220-story high towers that collapsed as you saw here. So let's try this one. See if we can get the analogy that's being provided here. So of course, you see the symbolism of the two towers in the background there, much like what we saw in the video clip just a second ago. But down the lower right-hand part of the screen, we have these images of naval ships that are also burning and collapsing here. So the connection this cartoon is making, of course, is to Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941, the day that President Roosevelt famously said would live in infamy. This attack against the United States that absolutely changed everything for America. We became involved in the war against Japan, against the Nazis. So the cartoonist here is trying to draw a connection here between those two events. Another day that would live in infamy, September 11th, 2001. So one of the reactions by the federal government to that attack was something called the Patriot Act, which gave government surveillance powers to find terrorists. And you see some of the examples of the things here. Sneak and peek search warrants, which allow authorities to search home or business without immediately notifying people, being able to wiretap things much more easily, expanding the scope of wiretaps. So this is a good example of, in situations of wartime, the federal government oftentimes or sometimes will limit people's civil liberties. So here's another question for Twitter for you. And Andrea, American Girl 26, actually gave the reason why President Johnson was impeached. So great job on that last question. So our true question on this is, can you think of another example of a wartime abridgment of civil liberties, another example where civil liberties were limited by the government during a war? There's a couple correct answers for that one, so we'll see what you come up with on Twitter for that one. So the point of view of the cartoon here, of course, is the person that you see here is mourning the Constitution, and this is expressing some concern about the loss of civil liberties as a result of the Patriot Act, and that's really what this cartoon is all about. I don't want to give you two things to cut at the same time, so hopefully you have some answers to that first question that I have there. Okay, so Afghanistan eventually was invaded by the United States in an effort to try to find Osama bin Laden. That happens in 2001. In 2003, Iraq was invaded in connection with September 11th, which the president tried to connect Osama bin Laden to Saddam Hussein. There's a question about if there's any tie between those two things. And the war dragged on, as typically, as unfortunately this did, and the longer the war dragged on, much of Vietnam, the more questions that were raised about what was happening in that war. Were we winning the war? Were we getting anywhere? And where the heck was this bin Laden guy? Another one of the unfortunate tragedies of that war is the exposure of mistreatment of prisoners that was taking place in some places by American servicemen and members of the CIA. These are some of the images that appeared on the news of terror suspects being mistreated, waterboarded in the lower left-hand corner here, for example. This guy being forced to stand on a box, and there's a little tough to see in the image here. There's actually wires running to the person's fingers that you could administer a shock if their arms fell too far down on the side. So people responding to my earlier question about World War II. Great job. Hopefully you're thinking of things like the relocation sites for Japanese Americans. So here's a political cartoon. What is the point of view of this cartoon? Of course, you see here, this is President George W. Bush. He has the big ears there. Of course, cartoonists love to do an exaggeration a bit here. But it's the president telling us that this government is not torturing people. And hopefully you see in the background that shadow, of course, is a reflection of this image that I was just talking about just a moment ago here. So there's a clear connection to the symbolism of that. And the point of view, of course, is that maybe the government is not necessarily telling us the truth about what's going on in those places. So President Obama, he was elected in 2008, our first African-American president. He runs against, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner here, John McCain and Sarah Palin. She's the first female vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party. I remember I talked about Geraldine Ferraro a couple days ago, who was the first Democratic woman to make it onto the ticket as vice presidential candidate. So Barack Obama inherits these wars that we were just talking about, and he promises to draw down the war and actually remove some troops from Iraq. But then later in his presidency, he decides to increase the troops in Afghanistan to try to increase security for them. And then lately in his presidency, there seems to be an increasing reliance on drone strikes, which are unmanned aircraft, which puts less American servicemen at risk as a result of that. And he also, during that period, there's a series of uprisings in the Middle East. The U.S. decided to aid the rebels in Libya. There, so again, America sort of finding a new role for itself here in the world. And Obama proved a raid that ultimately ended up leading to the killing of Osama bin Laden, was named Operation Geronimo. And the image that you see here, large image, is President Obama. You see him sitting here at the time, then Vice President Joe Biden sitting there, Secretary of State at the time Hillary Clinton, and they're watching the raid unfold in the Situation Room. And it's a great photograph of that during that administration. So kind of watching, you just look at the looks on their faces, how they're intently staring at the screen to see what's happening there. So let's try again. What's the point of view of this cartoon? What's labeled? What's exaggerated? Of course, we see Obama here, and the exaggeration is his ears as well. The cartoon is really honed in on that. But what's the cartoon trying to say to us here? That it seemed like by drawing down troops, he was criticized. By putting more troops in, he was criticized. And no matter what it was he was doing in the war in Afghanistan, that he was going to be criticized for that. So quick shout out to Forseni Colsetti, Alan Jang, Liliana Arias, Gail Cody, Caleb Book, Andrea Seth, Joby, Rhiannon Diamond, Felicia Zhang, Deacon Tucker, Shuji, I believe, Jenny Marianne, and Hershey Banga for. I'm going to correct the answer for the civil liberties question I asked a little bit ago. With President Obama with domestic affairs, a couple things that happened here is a bailout of the financial industry, which started under President Bush, and also a bailout of General Motors, trying to help out that. But the most famous thing that Obama was known for is known as the Affordable Care Act, or sometimes known as Obamacare, which extended health benefits to 30 million Americans. So this is, in many ways, if you think back in a little connection here, Bill Clinton tried to do this, and Obama also was able to get that passed. So try again. What's the point of view of this cartoon? So hopefully you recognize this looks like a pill bottle here in the middle of the screen, and a side effect is typically a negative effect that's connected with taking the drug. So in this case, you have many of the side effects or the criticisms that people have of Obamacare. This is what would happen. This was socialism, the government getting too involved in our social lives or in the economy. That would cost a lot of money. That would pay for abortions. Just a couple examples of things that are pointed out here in this cartoon. So kind of going to move through this a little more quickly here. So a couple other quick trends just to mention. There's two of them. One is immigration, and one of the things that happens in the last unit of American history here really is a change in the trend of immigration. So if you take a look at the chart that's here, we have different years: 1960, 1970, 1980, etc. What's the change that's happening here in this cartoon with immigrants? And hopefully you notice that green, which is Europe, which is 75% of the immigrants in 1960, is down around 10% of the immigrants in 2003. And what's the group that grows the most here? The Americas. We're talking about Latin America, the rest of the hemisphere, the Western hemisphere. The other group that grows quite a bit is Asia in the purple lines that you see there. So lots more people coming from the Americas and from Asia, really after 1965, when the immigration laws were changed as a result of to get rid of some of the things that were put in place in the 1920s to try to limit immigration here. So we see a different group of people integrating into the United States, and we've seen this trend before. There also is an increased cultural influence in the Sun Belt, or the American South and the West, because people continue to shift there. So not only immigrants coming in, especially from Mexico and Latin America, into southern parts of the United States, there's also a shift. I'll show you a map of that in just a second, of people leaving the Rust Belt, where I live, in upper northeast here, into that region as well. So there's population moving around here. And debates over immigration continue in our own time. Even the 2016 election, there was part of that. And so here's the map I was talking about. People leaving. You can see it in my state, New York. There, the purple one is one of the ones that lost the most people. You can see where people are going out to the south and out to the west coast. 30% gains at dark green. So Florida and Arizona have states that seem to gain the most people here. And those regions tend to be more conservative. So that's part of the reason for the rise in the direction of us moving into a more conservative direction in our politics. So what's the point of view of this cartoon? I'll just make a note. This is from 2006. This is not a current political cartoon. So I love that the fact this cartoon is from 2006 really shows that this is an issue that didn't just start yesterday. This is something we've been talking about. And of course, the point of view, you have a construction worker here who's asking Uncle Sam, where am I going to be able to find people that will work cheaply to build this border wall? And of course, they're pointing out the irony of using cheap labor, especially from countries that might ultimately be negatively affected by the building of a border wall. And the last thing for today, and really we've done practice throughout, so we don't need to do practices at the end here, but environmental concerns and environmentalism as an issue continues. And I talked about this a little bit with Nixon's presidency, the beginning of things like the EPA, and that continues to be a debate. So let's do this last one here. So what's the point of view of this cartoon from 2015? This is a Tom Tolles cartoon. He's pointing out that fossil fuels, the guy on the left there is toasting. He's celebrating that climate change action has been delayed for 30 years in 2015. And the person on the right, you might notice he has some ice sculpting tools there in his apron. And he's offering to put an ice cube that he's referring to as what's left of Greenland, of course. So Tom Tolles here, of course, is criticizing. Tolles actually began his career at Buffalo News, a local newspaper here, now works for the Washington Post newspaper that you've probably heard of before. And with Tom Tolles cartoons, you always have to look at the bottom because that's supposed to be the cartoonist there. And of course, he's making an additional little remark there. It helps get rid of the evidence. And we'll toast that, of course, putting the rest of Greenland, the last little chunk of ice that might be left if climate change continues, is the point of view of this cartoon. So today, I'm going to skip over the practice here because we're running a little short on time, which is great. Thank you again for watching. We hope you'll tune in again tomorrow. Tomorrow we wrap up with Unit 9. And again, we'll begin reviewing on Monday. And we'll review the answer to this next question starting tomorrow. So the answer to that question is explain the relative significance of the changes in America after 1980 on American identity. Which of the changes that took place were the most important is what this question is asking about American identity. So relative significance, which is most important, which is least important. So all the things we've talked about over the last week in period 9 here, which one are the most important in changing who America sees itself as? Military leader, industrial leader, moral leader, which one? So think about that for tomorrow. Thanks once again for tuning in. Sorry we're just a touch late here today. And hopefully we'll see you again real soon. Sign off. See you soon.
Good morning. Happy Friday. As I like to say, at the end of the week is the last day. For those of you who've been with us all week, welcome back. If this is your first day, just a reminder, my name is Ms. Farr. My partner in crime is Mr. Horton, and we're tag teaming this for APUSH. I'm at Cambridge High School in Milton, Georgia, by way of Atlanta, home of the Braves, the Hawks, and every kind of bird type of situation when it comes to a mascot that you can possibly think of. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it today. This is the last unit that we'll cover for period 9 before we will jump into next week, which will start our review. So if this is your first day tuning in and you're wondering when we're going to start reviewing periods 1 through 7, that will actually start on Monday. And I'm going to jump us off on Monday with period 1. So I'm very happy to have you guys back, and we're going to hop right into it. As always, we usually start off our lessons with a warm up, and you guys kind of got a glimpse of the warm up from yesterday. Also, don't forget, Mr. Horton, my partner in crime, is in our Twitter page. So if you have questions or anything that you want to ask about the lesson, and I will kind of give you some questions today throughout the lesson, please make sure that you put that information onto our Twitter account, which is @virtualapush. Before we get started, I do want to give a couple shout outs to some wonderful teachers who have been either tuning in with us every day, they have emailed us, they have tweeted, they have responded to questions, they have been so gracious in their feedback, and they have been very appreciative of all of our hard work that we're doing here to help you guys prepare. So thank you so much to Alina Yanitz, Constance Hines, Kevin Moley, Christine Tram, and Patrick Galogli. I apologize if I messed that name up, but we thank you so much. It's such a blessing when we get feedback from colleagues from around the world who are appreciative of everything that we're doing. And so please continue to tune in. Please invite your students to continue to tune in. And as always, we continue to give them shout outs as well. And our students have been really, really gracious in saying thank you for their teachers and all the hard work they've done, and calling some of you guys some of the best APUSH teachers they've had. All right, so here's our question, which is explain the relative significance of the effects of change in the period after 1980 on American national identity. Now I want you to kind of think about something. Let me say this. The period after 1980, which is now on American national identity. What do we call this period? We're currently still in the middle of this era. We're talking about 40 years later after 1980. We're currently in the 23rd century. But how do we look at this and identify this? Like, what do we call this? It doesn't have a name, like the Gilded Age or Progressive Era, the age of imperialism. But how would you guys identify this age? So I'm kind of going through wrapping things up here. Tweet your responses to Ms. Horton about if you could definitely give this era a name. What would you call it? And kind of look at some of the significant changes and impacts that we've had until this point. All right, always we're talking about causation. We're going to explain the relative significance of effects of change in the period after 1980 on national identity. We've been working on sourcing and situation. We've been working on conceptualization. Today we're going to be working more on the skill argumentation. This is very important when it comes to argument DQ because you need to corroborate, qualify, or modify an argument by using diverse alternative evidence in order to develop complex arguments. So that means using your documents as well as using some outside information in order to assist you so that you can go ahead and get that information in order to help your argument. So let me know. We can kind of look at period 1980 going forward. There's a lot of important things that happened in this era, and it's impossible to kind of create a timeline that will kind of pull everything in. So I kind of just pulled out some important dates of just big pivotal things that were kind of global. In 1980, we saw the election of Reagan, which is very important because his election kind of led to the end of the Iran hostage situation. In 89, we saw the end of the Cold War. We saw the thawing with Perestroika and Glasnost. The fact that Soviet Union was now turning into more capitalism versus communism. We also saw with Gorbachev, who later go on to win a Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts in with the Cold War, and also followed the Berlin Wall. We saw the emergence of the Persian Gulf War and the fact that how we got involved with the situation with Iraq and Kuwait and the fight for American oil fields. In 1995, we saw the Oklahoma City bombing. That was the first type of bombing that we actually saw that caliber with a situation where it was kind of like a cold movement. And this guy decided that he wanted to bomb a couple of buildings. And I remember that because I was actually a senior in high school about to graduate when the Oklahoma City bombing occurred. We saw the infamous election of Bush versus Gore. And this is the first election that I actually voted in. And the controversy of the hanging Chad, if you're not voting for Gore, who you're actually voting for, and the fact that this went actually to a Supreme Court case before Gore conceded to Bush. We saw the 9/11 attacks, and Mr. Ward did a very good job yesterday of going through that and having to think about where I was during that time when I saw that. And I was actually in the classroom at the time. I was actually working in radio and television. So I can remember passing by and seeing the building, blow up the planes and everything, and thinking, is this real or is this like a movie situation? The Great Recession of 2008. I don't know how many of you guys even remember, you might be too young, but we actually went through the gas crisis. And this is not the first gas crisis that we actually had been through. But there was a point where because everything that was happening with the war on terrorism and the fact that we were fighting so many different entities within the Middle East, the oil prices in America had went up, and they also started rejecting certain oil, so that it actually did lead to a gasoline crisis. And just you having to go to gas stations and there was no gas available. And if you actually saw a gas truck, you actually followed that gas truck to fill your car because everyone was so afraid that they would run out of gas. In 2008, we saw the election of President Obama, the first African American to be elected to office. And then in 2011, we saw the introduction of the Affordable Care Act, where it was a universal health care system. And he was the actual first president to actually get passed through the Senate and the House of Representatives. He's not going to be the first president to actually try that. Clinton actually tried to do universal health care plan. Unfortunately, his plan did not actually come to fruition. And I think that was actually some residual kind of leftover from what happened with NAFTA. So if you look at all the dates and kind of things, I kind of just breeze through almost 40 years of things that happened inside this period. Again, it's not everything, these are just some highlights. So let's kind of talk about another thing and look at conservatism. Now, we talked about the age of conservatism around the Nixon era, and we talked about how Barry Goldwater became seen as the leader of the conservative movement. Conservatism was going to come back. So they kind of see a little bit of decline during after Nixon's incident, and of course, with Ford and then with Carter and Reagan. Conservatives were always there, but once you kind of got leadership like Gingrich in place, that's really going to kind of bring it back to the forefront. And again, they're going to believe in a traditional societal value. They want to see a reduced role for government. And kind of thinking back to that question that Mr. Horton asked you, conservatism now will be compared to which political party that first started out in the early republic. Would it be Federalist or would it be the Jeffersonian Democrat? Who would be looking at a reduced role for the government? Kind of thinking about that. So please answer support while I'll continue to go through it. We looked at Reagan's victory and the era of conservatism, how to cut taxes and deregulate industries, talking about Reaganomics and trickle-down economics. They believe that liberal policies were pretty much ineffective, and they also kind of continued debates over free trade and power of government and social reform. We saw a lot of social reforms that came about in the late 70s and moving into the 80s, and these social reforms are still going to be at the forefront. Now you're looking at health and the rise of the AIDS epidemic that's going to happen in the 1980s. The role of feminism, that whole glass ceiling, that's going to be a huge part of it. Equal pay, women kind of taking on those roles. It's just a plethora of social reforms that we're looking at. Also with the gay lesbian community and their acceptance, again, more laws are going to be more in argument in favor. And things such as Title IX and people with disabilities, all of these are going to be social reforms and kind of looking at the impact that the government had at the time. We're looking at new technology as well. The fact that things that weren't available then are now going to be available. Cell phones, computers, the World Wide Web. I know you guys are thinking, was there ever a time when nobody had a smartphone? Yes, there was. I actually grew up in an era where we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have the World Wide Web. We had to do everything. You had to actually physically go into the library and you had to learn something how to do decimals. It wasn't as simple as typing in something to the computer and having somebody being able to find a book that quickly. You actually had to know and understand how to do decimals work. Think about COVID-19 and everything that we're going through. How would our world survive if we didn't have computers, World Wide Web, and Google, and all those things that we get our information from, and all those different social media platforms? What would that look like? How do we know the information and all the warnings that the CDC and the World Health Organization issue out in order to kind of get countries to be aware of what's happening and how that we can kind of flatten the curve of this pandemic? The fact that you have access to information. Never before did we have things like Google Maps or Waze. If you wanted to go to someone's house, you actually had to have a map. You had to write down directions. You actually had to know how to read a map in order to find that. Now you just type in an address, hit start, and it'll guide you step by step until you return and give you better directions than before. We're looking at the fact that manufacturing union membership will decrease in some sectors. While there are still unions that still exist today, for example, teachers, plumbers, all those different types of things. But a lot of the organizations that did have union membership, they're going to kind of decrease and eventually going to go away. And then we're going to see stagnant wages for the middle class increase. The fact that economic inequality is really going to be brought to the forefront. A lot of people say that Reaganomics had a lot to do with that because his idea was give tax rates to those who are in this who are the rich upper class, and then they will then funnel their money back into the economy. But some of the other classes felt that the taxes were unevenly distributed because of the fact that they had to pay more taxes. So technology does play a huge role. So as you're thinking about what name we give this era, think about technology and the information you have. Think about this, the conservatism role. Is conservatism still here today, or are we going to be more liberal? Then we look at demographic change, the rise of immigration, the fact that we had shifts in population, which will have cultural and political consequences. We're starting to see that eventually there was a theory that Spanish will actually be spoken more in the United States and actually will become primary language, and English will become secondary language. We're going to see migrants come more from Latin America and also Asia. That's going to increase dramatically. And then of course you have intense debates about diversity, about gender role, about family. Back when we talk about traditional family where man worked and woman stayed home, she took care of children. Now we're seeing more two-income families. And as a matter of fact, the majority of the families that exist in America today cannot survive without two-income. The cost of living has majorly increased. And what has that impact on it? When you think about it, all the availability, all the technology, things like that, cars, everything that you have to afford in order to have what is considered to be a good way of life now requires for you to have more than one income. So even still in some income families, you have members of the family who work multiple jobs, meaning that they have their normal regular job, but they also have side jobs that they do in order to earn additional income. So that demographic change does play an impact in that as well. And then of course we talk about the New World Order. This is something that Reagan promoted, especially about after the Cold War, about interventionism, about the fact that the United States will intervene if they feel like there's a threat to our well-being. And of course, Reagan not really opposed communism. He did it in speeches, he did it in his diplomacy. The military interventions that happened, of course, built up weapons, but pretty much it was a lot of money that was going into the Cold War. We saw an increase in military spending. We saw an increase in trying to deal with economic issues of trying to keep communists going into other countries. And so now what we're trying to figure out is, now that this war has ended, where do we stand as a country? Are we still being seen as a world power, or are we being seen as a nuisance? You have a lot of different countries that sometimes don't really like the power of America, or they don't see us as a threat. I'm looking at some of the answers here, and it's been very interesting. Liliana Arias, she's the first person to answer that question correctly, so I appreciate that. And as far as the names that we will give for this era, we talked about digital reformation, America's dynamic era of the global age. So very interesting names that we kind of give this era. And kind of remember that as you're going through and thinking about your GDP possible responses of, what the period 9 ever given name, what the period 9 be known as. We have to look at the shifts that happened with the attacks on 9/11. When you think about it, as a traveler, I've seen tremendous changes, especially like the airport with security. Prior to 9/11, we didn't have TSA. Your family could actually walk you to the gate. You could carry your luggage. You didn't have any of these restrictions about everything has to fit court size bag, can't have anything over 3 ounces, those types of things. There's certain things work out, bottles of water, things like that. 9/11 pretty much changed all of that. We talked about lengthy controversial military efforts with Iraq and Afghanistan that started in the Bush era and continued well into the Obama era. The fact that we were targeting Saddam Hussein and later Osama bin Laden is going to be the target. Remember, Saddam Hussein has been on our radar since the Gulf War. So way back in the early 80s, he was kind of in the radar then. And of course, it continues on. This war on terrorism again will lead to the oil crisis and the oil crisis that happened. And of course, the war on terrorism, talking about civil liberties, tapping into people's cell phone, being able to listen to conversations. Whether you guys realize it or not, but this war on terrorism is still in existence today. They are trigger words, things like if you type something in an email that will consider to be a threat, Homeland Security does have a right to come to your home and question. So you have to be especially careful about what you put out there in your digital footprint. Those types of things are all residual effects of what happened with 9/11. And then we talked about U.S. dependence on fossil fuels. The fact that we're continuously being dependent on fossil fuels that come from the Middle East. Things are happening with all the fossil fuels that we're using. Are we doing a climate shift? The fact that the polar ice caps were melting, or they're still melting. The shift in the environment, what erosion, so many different things are still happening that we're paying the price for all the decisions that were made, in those periods that happened prior to that. And then of course the fact is we've already passed into the 21st century. Are we still considered a superpower now? Like, do other countries see us as that superpower that we were at the end of World War II? All right. So one of the things I want you to kind of keep in mind as we kind of go through our guide practice is the fact that all of those things are contributions to this era. And when we talk about causation, we're looking at things that happened that caused us to be where we are now. And we look at the situation with the climate. All of those things that happened, fossil fuels, the use of land, the dependence on oil, not looking for alternatives, fuel alternatives, could be something that we could say that would lead to climate change. So when you're thinking about causation, it is things that happened in the past that lead us or has led us up to the point that we're at now. And so as you're kind of thinking about that, we're going through our guide practice. Those are very important things because again, we're not done with this era. We're still living in it, and there's no telling when this cut off this era will be, and there will be a period change. But we know that we're going to get there eventually. All right. So here's a question. This is from George W. Bush. This is the State of the Union address that happened in 2002. And so the question I'm going to ask is: the sentence expressing the answer above most contribute to which of the following? So I'm going to give you a few minutes to read the paragraph and think about the question. Okay, guys, and so again, the sentence expressing the answer above most directly contributes to the following, and the answer would be D. The U.S. led invasion of Iraq. Remember, when you're looking at things, make sure that you're reading everything verbatim, that you're actually kind of looking through. When you're doing your documents analysis inside your GPQ, remember that you are allowed. Well, this time you won't do this online, but normally you're able to kind of write some notes out. So as you're kind of thinking about your GPQ, kind of think about that, go through that. Kind of write some notes out to yourself about things that could possibly lead to these potential answers. And of course, there's always some possibilities. I know that when I gave the question to students, the first thing they said was, "Hey, the national sense of the Cold War over." Well, we already established that the Cold War already ended. There was no need for a national sense of the Cold War to be over because we started focusing on different things once the Bush administration came about. However, that all changed with the Gulf War, and so that's why we're looking at the U.S. led invasion of Iraq, because they're going to be the focal point during this time. It started way back then, and it's going to continue on with W. Bush. So it started with his father, and it's going to continue to be W. Bush's focus in 2002. And of course, that's really going to be more in the prevalent and forefront focus because of the fact that things that happened with 9/11. All right, so this is an Interior Secretary James Watt. This is an interview that he did for the U.S. News and World Report. So the question you answer is: the question above was most likely response to the conservative call for. So remember, we're talking about conservatism during this time, about how it's really coming to the forefront with the election of Reagan, also with Gingrich kind of leading that. Remember, conservatives did not like the fact that they did not want to have a strong central government. The government had too much power. Liliana Arias, of course, had correct with the fact that they would have been Jeffersonian Democrats because they didn't want to have a strong central government. So kind of keep all that in mind as you read through the response and answering that question. Okay, in response to this question would be B, decreased regulations on industry such as oil production. And again, kind of looking at the fact that he was talking about environmental protection, drilling in the outer continental shelf. He's mentioning the fact of the 2 oil spills they had since 1970. That was a huge controversy that's still being fought today. And of course, he's talking about the Mexican offshore well that went up until 1979. And so, kind of looking at what he's basically saying, you can kind of ascertain that he's basically talking about oil drilling and about the fact that all of this was kind of precipitated from the Exxon Valdez situation that happened with the oil spill that happened, and how I think that's still being in legislation today. I think they're still kind of working on selling that as well. I know that Mr. Horton has asked us for universe about what do you think are the most important changes that's happened in 40 years. I'll give you your answers. I'm going to acknowledge some of those responses to the end of the lesson today. All right, so let's go ahead and check for understanding, just to make sure that you guys really kind of understand what's expected of you, because normally with this period, it's usually on your 5% of your exam, so it usually will come in the form of like a multiple choice question. But what we want to be able to have you to do is that I know we've got a lot of questions about complexity and about how you're able to do that. So if you're able to pull from a period even if you're able to pull from the question came from something that happened in period 6, and you're able to recall something that we talked about in either period 8 or 9, that can kind of help you if you word it correctly and do it correctly, you kind of get that complexity. All right, so yesterday you guys went through little cartoons, and I really want to kind of reiterate what little cartoons are and what they're meant to be. We're going to actually do little practice of little cartoons. So make sure you understand as you're looking through it that little cartoons always try to communicate powerful ideas. They're often use humor in order to make a point. So don't try to look at them and be so literal. That's why we always say make sure that you pay attention to everything that's in the drawing. For example, if you're looking at some of her blocks and he's talking about the situation at Watergate, there was one very good one of Nixon having a trail of tapes and bones that had names on there, and the dog that was following him actually looked at it. The bones actually had names of all those people who were indicted inside of Watergate, and actually lost their position. So remember, they also try to use humor to make a point. So they also try to incorporate important events and people in the period as an easy way to understand formats that help you kind of understand or be able to relate, even if you don't really kind of read well. So if you're looking at this little cartoon course, this is just kind of looking at the election that happened with this past election. You can kind of see it. There's a reference here to Donald Trump. You'll see that he says, "Luke, I'm your front runner." And here you see the elephant, which is a symbol for the Republican Party. Kind of using that montage from the Star Wars when Darth Vader informed Luke that he was his father. And of course, the elephant is not kind of saying Luke. There's a humor in it, but basically what he's saying is that he is the candidate that will be front runner for the Republican Party for the election. Here on this side, you'll see this is Hillary Clinton. You'll see the differences. You'll see Bernie Sanders posters. You see all the different things that were used as campaign slogans to burn. And Hillary saying, "Girls, when you get done running over a guy who's way too over you, I can use a little help." Here, basically just trying to say that she's going to be the Democratic runner for this election. So again, using humor and kind of those things as a way to kind of communicate or help you relate or understand the event that's about to happen. So think about everything I talked about with the past, kind of going through the rest of period 9. I'm going to give you a little cartoon to give you a few minutes to see if you can understand the historical context of what's being conveyed here. So I'll give you a few minutes. All right, so you see there's a Statue of Liberty. You notice what she has in her hand is a gas nozzle, and you'll notice that her light has went out. And so she's basically getting ready to start her light, and so she's putting gas into the light. So the historical context could be anything. We could mention the oil prices that happened. I remember I talked to you guys about the fact that during the Great Recession, we did kind of go through any oil prices where the oil was not coming in. We were getting it from the Middle East because of the war they were fighting terrorism. And so as a result of this, the oil prices kind of went up astronomically. Gas prices went high in a very short period of time. And then also, too, the types of oil that were being shipped, they had to have went through so many refineries that there were certain states that were not accepting oil so steadfastly. So we had gas stations that were actually running out of gas. And so this is what the historical context is talking about the oil prices that happened during the Great Recession. And if you were to think about it, I told you guys it's not the first time that we had oil prices. Time back, if you remember, or maybe your teacher may mention it, can anybody think of a time period who was president when we went through the first oil price? Or if you give me the actual decade. Just give me the decade, don't work too. You don't have to necessarily be president. So we're talking about 2000. Yes, we went through the second oil crisis, but anybody can remember when we went through the first oil crisis. Switch your answers to important. That'll be phenomenal. See who comes first. So remember, kind of looking at the context, looking at her face, paying attention to all the symbols. Kind of looking at, okay, this is oil. Kind of thinking, okay, this is 1980, period 9. What would have been the context of this? And it's basically just talking about the Great Recession that happened. All right, here's another one. And this one actually has a question. So it says the effects depicted in the little cartoon above can best be ascribed to what? I'll give you a few minutes. See if you can figure this one out. All right, looking at this little cartoon, you'll see that this is actually rated. He's pushing a lawnmower that says tax cuts. If you look in the back, you'll notice that these are actually missiles, and of course the mushroom here says deficit. And the one is saying, look here, while we slept, this nice man entered our front yard. And of course he's saying, what is in the backyard? So what the effects of depicted in the cartoon above can be best described to what? Think about this. All this in the back. So it would be a large U.S. military buildup. Remember Reagan, the tax cuts, and also kind of looking into the whole SCI situation. This is what that thing's depicted. And again, kind of pay attention, because sometimes what political cartoons will do is it will put names or country on symbols like these. It may not be big or kind of apparent when you first look at it, but if you look very closely at it, you can kind of see those depictions there. So great job, you got the answer right. All right, so let's just do a quick debrief and summary. So 5 things I want you guys to remember about period 9 and nothing else. Number 1, that Reagan's victory in 1980 was a defining moment for a new conservative movement that had gained strength in the 1970s. Remember, they were considered to be the silent majority, so they were referred to during the when Nixon was actually in office. The second thing is that increased military buildup and more certain foreign policy as Reagan administration sought to end the Cold War. Thinking about the SCI strategic defense initiative, the Star Wars thing about how they would put technology ways in order to track missiles that they can actually stop in the United States. You look at advances in science and technology soared to new heights, especially in the 90s. Developments in digital technology and the birth of the internet revolutionized the economy and transformed the world. We also entered into a new era of globalization. Globalization is not something that's new to us; it's just a new type of globalization. I remember we talked about comparing globalization to mercantilism, about how some countries utilize other countries in order for them to benefit, or the definition of mercantilism, where you have these pieces of parcel land or places or settlements exist for the permission of other countries. So kind of thinking along that way, and also kind of remembering that smartphones, World Wide Web, all that stuff did not exist until we got into the 90s. You also look at the United States continue to see large shifts in demographics and population. Are we new to the whole shift in demographic population? No, we've always seen trends in immigration that's happened. It's happened early. We've had several immigration acts that have been put into play, but now we're really going to start to see that immigration now with these shifts is going to cause more intense debate over social issues like race, gender, family structures, and diversity or lack thereof. And if you're looking at the things I'm telling you, remember these are all causes and effects. And then finally, the conflict in the Middle East increase that will be an effect. Why? Because of the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. You also have the United States engaged military action against Afghanistan and Iraq. And another big thing is that the war on terrorism presented new challenges for U.S. leadership, which led to changes both domestic and foreign policy. Talking about countries that we no longer deal with after terrorism. I told you about some of the domestic changes. I told you about how, especially like an airport with TSA, all those things that you guys have to go through now, taking off your shoes, etc. We did not have to do that prior to the 9/11 attack. So all of those are effect of what's caused by the September 11th attack. So we're looking at the scale of causation. Remember, causation always leads to an effect, and that effect can be either positive or it can be negative. It just really depends on what the situation is. So key takeaways is the relative significance of changes in the period after 1980 American national identity. The thing about it is we're still trying to figure that out, but I think that the biggest thing that most of you have figured out is that our national identity is really incumbent upon technology. That is pretty much what runs our country right now. That is how we disseminate information out. This is how we're able to fire. When you think about social media, how you're able to keep in contact with people that you went to school with that didn't exist prior to later. You think about it like almost into the late 90s or actually to the 2000s. You think about things like Facebook, you think about Twitter, you think about Snapchat. All those things precipitated because of the need for people to want to be able to reach out to people more. So now you're able to have friends that are located in various countries, which would not have happened prior to now into the digital age. So again, I think our national identity is really heavily incumbent on digital age. So I like those guesses of those individuals who basically say that we're probably in the digital age or the age of technology. We already kind of talked about conservative movement, about policies, political structures, kind of moved to the 80s, moving on. We talked about the 21st century and how we're in a different century now, and about the technological and economic changes and move forward. And of course, the biggest thing is that the end of the Cold War will present challenges as far as our role in America are going to be seen as American power, which is what we kind of world power, and that's what we're really trying to focus on. And so again, the learning objective is look at a lot of events, and you guys are supposed to answer, but which major events do you think from even from 1945 to 1980, and then of course 1984 really kind of reshape our national identity. Again, I kind of told you a brief overview. So very quickly, if you want to take a picture of this QR code, or if you want to take a picture of the link there with your phone, so you can scan it. But I call this ABC period 9, which will go more people that you kind of look up on your own and kind of make some association when it comes to period 9. All right, so let's do an exam practice. We're going to look at a short answer question very quickly. I'm really kind of talking about conservatism here, and so we're going to answer all 3 parts. So the question is, the resurgence of political conservatism in the 1980s and 90s emboldened conservatives in their efforts to reshape American society. So for part A, you're going to say, briefly explain one economic goal that conservatives were able to achieve in the 1980s or 1990s. So if you're going to answer this question, you're going to focus in on either one here. You look at the 1980s or the 1990s. Not have to worry about those. So take a few minutes. Okay, so possible responses, you can talk about wanting to reduce taxes, wanting to limit coal entitlement, specific entitlement, wanting to deregulate businesses. So those are the potential answers that you can come up with as far as those changes. So part B says briefly explain one social goal that conservatives were able to achieve during the 1980s or 90s. So here's the thing, to keep you on track, if you focus on one year for part A, try to make sure that you maintain that for part B. You can kind of switch out if you choose to, but sometimes you can kind of get confused. But usually that's why I'm kind of talking about making a list of things that you know. So kind of looking at social changes here. So this will be something that you know that you kind of keep in mind. Remember, you only need to do it for the 90s or the 80s or the 90s. You don't have to do it. All right, so you can talk about the fact that they sought to establish a social morality through government. They wanted to eliminate those liberal reforms from the 60s and 70s and reverse what they would consider to be the moral decay. So looking at those things that happened during the 60s, remember about culture, counterculture, the early love, the communes, those types of things. Those will be those liberal reforms they want to try to reverse or to consider as you're looking at the moral decay. All right, so then here's part C. Remember, same question. Remember, when you're doing a short answer, even though it's not a big section, so you kind of understand this because they all kind of correlate. Remember, it needs to be very brief, no more than 3 to 4 sentences and not even 4 sentences. You can answer 2 or 3 that are actually better. Part C says provide at least one specific piece of additional evidence to demonstrate how conservatives were able to implement the economic or social goal that you discussed in part A or part B. So again, you're only looking at one specific additional piece of information that you discussed in part A or part B, not both. All right, so here's something you can talk about. You can say conservatives successfully passed a massive tax cut in 1981 under the administration of Ronald Reagan. You can also talk about in 1996 about how the Republican controlled Congress successfully passed the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, known as welfare reform. You also mentioned like 1982 there was conservative agitation, because conservative agitation, the United States ratified the Equal Rights Amendment, which was ban discrimination based on gender. That was something that again during the feminist movement under Gloria Steinem they were trying to get the amendment passed. And then you can also talk about how because pressure from conservative administration adopted the National Policy raising military revenue gays to openly serve. And kind of think about everything so we're not talking about that backlash that suffered from the National Tell about how while it may have had good intention at the way it's going to have issues. All right, so something to think about as we continue to move forward. We'll start reviewing period 1 through 7 beginning on Monday. We'll cover things that will be on the 2020 APUSH exam. Keep in mind that for the first period we will cover the DBQ skills, but remember period 1 was going to be 5% of your exam anyway, so there would not necessarily have been a DBQ that would have been applicable to period 1 as well. So our schedules will be a little different as you see because I come on every day. So I'm going to start us off on Monday period 1 and then you may see support Monday on Tuesday and Wednesday and I'll come back Thursday and then support will be on Friday. So thank you for tuning in. We always appreciate it. Thank you teachers for your love and support. We appreciate it as well. We will continue our journey as we make sure that your students are ready for this exam. And again, if you have any questions, make sure you guys are at a virtual APUSH. And remember, if you are having technical difficulty or you know someone who is, please make sure you reach out to Callboard. It's ed.org/. All right, guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on Monday. Have a good weekend and happy Easter. Good morning, APUSH community. Welcome back for those of you who have been joining us for the last 2 weeks. If today's your first day, then welcome. We're going to start our exam review. So Mr. Horton and myself will actually start doing periods 1 through 7 for the next 2 weeks up until the final day. If you have not had an opportunity to work with me before, my name is Ms. Farr. I am at Cambridge High School in Georgia. That is by way of Atlanta, Georgia, home of the Hawks, Falcons, and all those other teams that have birds and mascots. Also home of Atlanta United. Okay, so as I mentioned today, we are going to go ahead and start and begin working on our review of periods 1 through 7. Because these are some of the things that you should kind of expect as you go through your exam that will be taking on the 18. As always, we usually start off our units with a warm-up. And don't forget, for those of you who are new with us, if you have any questions, Mr. Horton is in our Twitter page at virtual APUSH. If this is your first time, you'll see a couple reminders on my slides. So anytime I ask a question or if you guys have a question, he is available to give those responses. All right, so this time, because it's period 1, this is just a small percentage of your exam. We wanted to go ahead and kind of start off with some skills that's going to be necessary for you to be able to understand how to analyze documents, pull information from documents. So this is a passage. This is a form of answer question. And although you will have a DBQ, it is still good to get this practice, get these skills practice out of this because you will have some passages that will serve as your documents and you need to understand the complexity of it and how to analyze it, what information you will find. So if you go ahead and take a few minutes and you're going to be reading this to answer the following question. Which of the following resulted in the differing worldviews of American Indians and Europeans as illustrated in the excerpt above? Okay, so we're starting off in period 1, which is 1491, and we're kind of talking about the idea or the concept of the point of view as far as how Native Americans saw Europeans and what Europeans saw Native Americans. And so we're talking about different worldview. You're looking at an event that could happen where, of course, as you know, everybody, 3 people could be in the same place, see the same event, have 3 different points of view or perspectives. And so in this situation, this is one of those results. So if you look at the passage, this is kind of talking about Native American heritage, the OJ heritage. It's just kind of talking about the things that he noticed and results of this. And so your answer would have been D, debates over how American Indians should be treated and civilized. And we're kind of going through talking about that. So kind of think about the Europeans and their motives, why they opted to do what they were doing. Of course, maybe they were going to kind of go through the whole idea of the regimes. And if you're in University, you can go ahead and please tell me what those regimes stand for. I really appreciate it. Mr. Horton will let me know who's the first person to come up with a response. But they use that as motivation. What you're going to find out is that those regimes are going to kind of take a turn. And each nation is going to interpret that very differently. All right, so let's talk about period 1. So we're talking about 1491, 1607. We're going to touch on some highlights. I'm not going to touch on everything, but I'm going to provide you guys with something at the end that's going to be a tremendous help for you as you prepare for your exam. We're looking at different skills. We're looking at the fact that we talked about contextualization. We talked about that for periods 8 and periods 9, which is the picture. We're going to look at developments and processes. Kind of talk about how things happen, what's the process, how they come about, and then we're going to talk about claims and evidence and making connection. And of course, the biggest thing is argumentation. All these are going to be extremely important when you're actually writing a DBQ, especially with contextualization argumentation, because developments, process, and claims and evidence sources are things that you're going to pull out in order to help make those connections between your argument. So it all kind of layers onto it. So if you look at what you need to do, you identify and describe, and identify a historical concept, and identify and describe a claim, identify patterns, and of course make a historically defensible claim. All these are going to be extremely important when you're thinking about your DBQ and how you're going to set your thesis. And Lillian R. seems to be a superstar. She rocks it. It seems like almost every time you ask a question, she actually got the answer correct. The regimes stand for God, gold, and glory. All right, so what do you need to know? Well, here's a map of the Native American peoples really in North America. And we kind of talk about how European explorers came this way. Now, we know they were looking for trade routes for spices. They know, that, remember from world history, that going around the southern tip of Africa seemed to take too long, so they wanted to produce different routes. Of course, one of the biggest trade routes is the roads and overtaken, and so they wanted to kind of go the short route. So sailing out west was kind of the thing to do. And when you look at this map, of course, most European explorers thought that they had discovered these lands. But the reality is that these lands were already inhabited. So they were kind of divided up into these different regions that you can see on this map here. So if you were shown a map in your exam, or this is part of one of the questions they told you to kind of use this to analyze it, one of the things you take away from this is the fact that there were regionals, of course, depending on which region, each Native American nation is going to have different abilities. There's going to be different needs as far as communities. And sometimes that none of these Native American communities ever converge with each other. So they kind of all have their own separate identity. And there were reasons why they settled where they settled, and also too why Europeans targeted those specific areas. So let's talk about each of the specific areas. All right, starting with the Southwest, kind of looking at this region, kind of starting by the fact that populated in about 700 BCE. We're looking at the different tribes, Pueblo tribes such as the Ansazi, the Mongolan, the Hokan, very big in farming regions. Navajos and Apaches are pretty much going to kind of also be dominant in this region. Very big region as far as they primarily hunt together. And the biggest thing about this is that a lot of this area was kind of deserted around their TCE, and it was due to crop failures. And of course, when Europeans first came here, we're looking at the fact that this area is going to kind of be people who resist Pueblos. Kind of going back to the map, talking about the Southwest. We're looking at areas that had a lot of desert. So parts of Mexico, looking down here, and parts of Texas, looking at the borders, Mexico, Nevada, all in here, kind of keep that in mind. So each area, even though it was populated at one time, will have something that as Europeans kind of get there, they're going to be looking for as they're kind of going through it in search of refugees. In the West, you're going to have various groups of Native Americans. Many of them going to have resources based on allocation, based on resource allocation, also climate. Pretty much it was a big hunter and gathering. Also fishing. A lot of people kind of stayed in areas where there was a lot of water, such as Columbia and Colorado rivers. Because of the fact that the temperatures can be so different and unpredictable, gathering can sometimes hunting can be very, very challenging for them. It did provide ample food and a lot of training. And some of these Native Americans, instead of kind of being nomadic, they actually established what are called sedentary villages, which means that they actually had permanent settlements that they were there during time where the hunting and gathering occurred certain seasons, and they would leave and go to different areas and then come back. Kind of going back to that once more. Looking at the West, kind of looking at kind of over here, like in the Great Basins, California, Northwest Coast, kind of over in this territory right here. All right, Northeast, they primarily did agriculture, so kind of more farming type of thing. They did this from 200 BCE to 500 BCE. They had something that was called three sister farming. So squash, beans, and corn are going to be pretty much going to be a part of their dominant diet. This is going to be a very big important to the Europeans because once they come into contact with these Native American tribes and they come to the whole system of system farming, it's going to be a great part of trade of a future system that we're going to kind of talk about that really had an impact. They had more permanent villages. They also had larger communities. They mostly were in the Ohio River Valley. And you might hear the Ohio River Valley kind of come back up, especially if you're talking about the 7 Years' War or the Understanding War, and also too, kind of talking about with the settlement and colonization inside of British North America and how the colonies went over to the Ohio River Valley because of its richness. A lot of fur trading that happened in this area. A lot of the French are going to be kind of looking and targeting this part. Probably the biggest one is going to be the Iroquois League as far as the Americans. They had like 5 different Iroquois speaking groups, and pretty much they kind of had a connection or community. And so this is where you're going to kind of see the first time where you see powerful tribes that come together that spread out, but they're also going to kind of work in a network. So kind of like smaller versions of smaller cities within that area. And I'm going to go back up to the map again. So think about the Northeast and this territory. And if you remember when colonial settlements kind of started around this area, this is where some of your troubles. So all these Native Americans were here in this territory. And of course, that's going to kind of change tremendously once the Europeans come in contact. All right, and then we have the Southeast, North America, which was agriculturally different, as well as had various different Native American tribes that were living in this area. The Mississippian culture was very dominant in the Southeast. They had a lot of wealth. They also allowed, they to come in and kind of build these mounds and also have organized urban centers. So you're starting to see like where in certain areas it was kind of nomadic, like they moved wherever the food source moved. The other thing would be for them is that they had more organized urban centers, which means that they had more kind of like a city type situation. You come to this area, you can do trade. If there was any kind of business that needs to be handled in urban cities. They actually had what were called a lot of tribes. They had people who were called chiefs. Of course, the chiefs would come together, they would have meetings. Later, of course, this would be a group that's kind of major alliances, especially talking about the Jamestown settlement. And of course, they are probably going to have longer, being more civilized than all the other Native American tribes. And mainly because of the fact that they were a little bit more socially accepting of Native American, of Native American tribes, but also European integration, they were a little bit more accepting of that. And so as a result of that, they are going to kind of become a pivotal part of a lot of trade. Going back up to our map, kind of looking at this area here. So this would be the area that I actually live in, down in Georgia, Florida, the Carolinas, parts of Mississippi, Alabama, over into parts of Louisiana. All right, then we have the plains. This group was very sedentary and very nomadic. They pretty much, because their diet was like depending on things like buffalo and other animals that moved seasonally. So they would stay in the plains during summer, spring and summer, and they would probably move out. These Native Americans also moved they farmed corn, they also hunted together. They had very diverse lifestyles, very healthy diets, which of course was kind of a big thing for them because of the fact that they had to be able to move very quickly in order to keep up with their food source. The biggest thing for them was that when Spanish colonizers first arrived in the plains and brought horses, it kind of disrupted a lot of the agricultural norms. Of course, it kind of intensified the competition. And then of course, what's going to end up happening is that you're going to start to see a shift as more and more Europeans start to colonize and come within the Americas and start to push the Native Americans away. So we start off on the East Coast, and as they decide to settle further and further into the inland, then push the Native Americans from their normal habitats and they're kind of forward. So you're going to have people from the Northeast and the Southeast kind of moving over into the plains area and kind of intersecting with that. And not to mention you have Spanish conquistadors that are in the southern region that kind of come up. So these Native Americans are going to find all this open space of land they once had before, where they had the ability to do their trade and hunt together and be able to have those diverse communities and find themselves being almost isolated off. All right, so we're going to watch a very short video that kind of talks about what's going to happen once the Europeans actually make contact. So it's going to be the start of a system that is going to forever change, where we call it the overall meets the new world. The land was worked by peasant farmers who were allowed to cultivate small plots for their own use in exchange for labor they owed to the landowner. Transportation became easier because the Europeans introduced wheeled vehicles and the large strong animals needed to pull them. Donkeys became a common sight throughout the countryside. Europeans also introduced the plow. This made it easier to cultivate lands where they could grow wheat and other crops that they had brought with them to the Americas. As you can still see in remote mountain areas, horses were used to trample the wheat to separate the grain from its husk. Sugarcane, originally domesticated in India, was introduced to the Caribbean islands. Ruins of 16th century sugar plantations can still be seen in the Dominican Republic. Life also changed in Europe and other parts of the world because American plants such as potatoes, corn, and tomatoes were taken back across the oceans to Europe, Africa, and Asia. This spread of domesticated plants and animals on a worldwide basis is referred to as the Columbian Exchange. Unfortunately, diseases also spread because people were traveling back and forth across the oceans. Native American populations had no immunity to Eurasian and African diseases, and their numbers decreased dramatically. European plantation owners in low, hot, tropical regions needed laborers who were resistant to the newly introduced tropical diseases. Africa provided a source for this labor as large numbers of Africans were forcibly shipped to the Americas to spend their lives as slaves. Meanwhile, Spanish towns and cities in the Caribbean region had to be fortified against English, Dutch, and French pirates who wanted to share the wealth of the Americas. In the 17th century, the French, Dutch, and English established colonies in Caribbean areas that had not yet been settled by Spain or Portugal. Struggles for freedom from colonial rule began in the early 19th century. By the 1820s, most of Latin America was independent from Spain and Portugal. New nations were established, each to create its separate history. Okay, so we're going to talk about, go into more details about the Columbian Exchange. Of course, this is going to be what we talk about the New World, especially the Old World and the New World. So very quickly, we have a little cartoon there that kind of depicts that. Let's kind of talk about that for a second. I'll give you a few minutes to kind of read and ascertain kind of all the information, kind of see what you see here. Okay, so one thing you'll notice, of course, is that there's two individuals that are depicted in this little cartoon. So of course, the big historical context is that this is depicting the Columbian Exchange. How do you know this? Because of the fact that you look all around, you notice over here under the American it has New World, and over here with the conquistador or European explorer it has Old World. He's saying, the child asked you your tobacco, sir, in exchange for this fancy mystery jar. Okay, so one thing you need to kind of look at, especially when you're seeing this, is the fact of what is the mystery jar? Whatever's in this mystery jar, of course, is going to cause harm, because that is a word, kind of like, do not take, may cause issues, problems with that. The other thing you'll notice is that over here under the American they have things like vanilla, corn, tobacco. So these are all things that were indigenous to this area. That was a major part of the Columbian Exchange, where they products that they took from the New World, took it straight back to the Old World, and these are things they brought over, such as olives, onions, peaches, grain, and livestock. And so this exchange, basically what you're seeing here is that with this exchange is going to be the death of Native American societies. And we think about the Columbian Exchange, of course, he got his name from Christopher Columbus, who came up with this concept when he was given credit with being the first person to discover the New World or the Americas. And of course, what we do know in history is that Christopher Columbus is not actually the first person to discover the Americas. Those of you Twitters, if you can tweet in response to this question, what area did Christopher Columbus actually discover? It wasn't actually the Americas, it was actually a specific place. You go ahead and tweet that out to Mr. Word, and he'll let me know his response. But the main thing you need to understand is that the Columbian Exchange was massive, it was huge. It was a transmission or an interchange of plants, animals, diseases, cultures, human populations, including slaves, and technology between the New and the Old World. It greatly benefited Europe and Asia while simultaneously bringing catastrophe to American Indians, populations, and cultures. And so what you're going to see is as the demise of the Native Americans is going to happen during the Columbian Exchange, you notice that the Europeans are not going to have to find another sword once they realize how beneficial the Columbian Exchange is going to come to their countries. And so they're kind of looking at it as we are looking for refugees, and because all these products are there already available, we can take them back to the markets. We are actually selling that part of the refugees, which is the actual gold part. All right, so as European expansion starts to happen, we start to notice that there are lots of systems and things that are going to take place, things that are going to forever change the Americas and Native Americans in their way of life. Probably one of the biggest impacts of documents that had an impact on that is going to be the Treaty of Tordesillas, because initially in the beginning of European exploration, it was primarily Spain and Portugal who were kind of going to be the first to lead this charge. And with the Treaty of Tordesillas, it basically was right between these nations 1494. So they basically decided that it was going to divide the world into half. So everything on one side of the world would be just for Spain, and the other side would be just for Portugal. Spain actually did get everything over to the west with the exception of one. There's one country, and it's the only country inside South America that speaks Portuguese. So if I can tell me the answer to that question, who's the only Portuguese-speaking country inside Latin America or South America? I'll give you a little bit more specific. But of course, actually it kind of doesn't decide, but it will be Brazil. And of course, Christopher Columbus, who actually was an Italian, will kind of sail under the banner for Spain, and he will kind of go down and discover his portion of the Americas and kind of there. Then you have the group known as conquistadors. They were soldiers and explorers in Spain, Portugal. They were the ones who primarily settled inside Latin America. And remember, Latin America includes the Caribbean islands, it includes South America, it includes Central America, all the way up to Mexico. So that's why we say that those countries are called Latin Americans, because their influence primarily is going to be from Spain and from Portugal. Once they settled there, and many of those American tribes saw their demise, then they said it was called an encomienda system. Very still illegal system that was established by the crown, where conquistadors and other officials came over and started making permanent settlements under the theory that they were going to civilize all the American tribes. They were given a set number of American Indians in which they could come in and extract from a tribe, and then of course they were forced to do things like convert over to the Catholic faith. They put them into this very sophisticated system, a class system, where they kind of built like a kind of a pyramid based off of race, and that's pretty much how that society was built. Then you have the repartición system, which replaced encomienda, which basically just says that any Native Americans that were living in Native villages were legally free, but they could not, they had to kind of stay away from those different territories that were already occupied by Spanish or Portuguese settlers. And then of course, while everything was happening down into Latin America initially, you start to see that drawbacks when you kind of come up to the North American part. So this is where you see the colonies of the British North American colony. Now, ironically, Britain was not actually here first. France had actually got there, but they weren't looking for permanence. They were kind of looking into kind of going into for trade and kind of come out. They started establishing more dominance, more so kind of like in that plains area and down from like from downward Louisiana starts up kind of all the way up to Canada. But for the British North America, the biggest company that's going to kind of happen is going to be based off of the Virginia Company. And of course, this was named after Elizabeth. Elizabeth was on the silver queen, and they were joint stock companies that basically provided charters. And what they did was they kind of gave the charters to go ahead and start making settlements. Congratulations to Owen Falk, who actually got that question about the only Portuguese-speaking country inside of South America, which is West Pacific. And so now you have the meetings of these nations, and the Dutch are going to kind of come in and stuff. They're going to kind of primarily stay in the Caribbean area along with the French because of the sugar cane. And so now you have the convergence of all four of these different European nations contacting the Native American. And it's going to cause significant changes. And as the video said, they explained about colonial exchange. While things were great for these European nations, it was not so good for the Native American population. And so you start to see Native Americans population start to be decimated under the whole idea of the concept of colonial exchange. And so what ends up happening is they need to find another source of labor. And so this is also too a part of the colonial exchange. So now we're going to talk about a new type of labor source that's going to be used via the colonial exchange into first the Caribbean and West Indies, and it's going to kind of merge and make its way over into British North America. And then of course it's going to be a very big labor system.
When descendants of the early American colonists travel back to the old country in search of their heritage, they travel to Europe. That is where most will go, but not all. Some will go to places like this, prisons on the west coast of Africa. It is often thought that these two very different places of origin produced a dominant, distinct white culture and a subordinated, distinct black subculture. Actually, the New World transformed both groups as they jointly invented a new mind, a new voice, and a new identity. The American mind, the American voice, and the American identity. In May of 1607, 3 ships carrying 105 settlers arrived in Jamestown, Virginia. Jamestown would become the first English settlement. 12 years later, a Dutch ship arrived. On board were 20 African blacks. They were indentured servants, and they were for sale. The black experience in America was about to begin. For the next 200 years, the history of America is primarily the history of whites from England and black from Africa and the West Indies. It would be a history that would inexorably move the people of the Atlantic seaboard toward the founding of a great new nation. A nation divided by color. However, in the early days, skin color was not as important as religion in determining who had rights and who didn't. Christians had rights, others did not. Some blacks were slaves, but many were indentured servants, as were many whites. As indentured servants, both could work, save money, and become free in Jamestown Colony.
There were a variety of ways in which a black in this early period and throughout slavery could gain their freedom. For example, they could serve in the local militia, fighting against Indians and sometimes fighting against other Europeans, and that would be a way to gain one's freedom. In the colony of South Carolina, later than Virginia, we have the instance where blacks can gain their freedom by working for European entrepreneurs and going into the wilderness, learning Indian languages, and acting as agents for white colonial salesmen. So that would be a way. If you did some extraordinary service for the community, for the colony, you could also win your freedom. And in some cases, it was possible when slaves were able to make money, and sometimes slaves were, they could work on their own depending on how their master responded to that kind of pressure. They could work on their own and gain enough funds to buy their freedom. So even though you have the institution of slavery, there are 3 or 4 ways that blacks can gain their freedom right up until the Civil War.
Okay, so very different as far as how Africans were treated in British North America in comparison to the Caribbean islands, because unfortunately they weren't able to earn their freedom. So the first thing you need to understand is that African society pretty much had organized societies, and they had everything that was around their family. They often had a society that was very patriarchal, meaning that they were pretty predominant by men. And then of course once the slave trade kind of started, that pretty much kind of changed how African society would be treated. If you notice, one of the biggest things about these slave trades is the fact that it kind of started off on the coast of Africa, and they kind of went into the interior. They also did trade with things like guns, they traded gold, different little things, weapons, things like that, with African tribes, and kind of got them involved in the slave trade. And what the difference was is that when those African tribes who did trade with European merchants in exchange were prisoners, what they thought prisoners were, they had no idea what they were actually participating in. They had no idea that it would be just something separate as the slave trade. And so it began in the 1400s. It pretty much disrupted all of African societal structures as more Europeans started to infiltrate the Western African coastline, drawing more and more people inside of it, and more people were sold into slavery. The first stop, of course, on this thing was called, kind of like what they refer to as this passage, the Middle Passage, which is a voyage from Africa over into the West Indies. It was the hardest part of the voyage. And so you start to see changes in the slave trade was going to become very inhumane as they start to realize that they're losing more cargo because they treated them as cargo because of the conditions they were in. They were stopped in the West Indies first. They were working into forced enslavement sugarcane plantations and tobacco plantations that were already Americans and Caribbean. And so we basically found out that initially there's going to be about 12 forced enslavement of about 12.5 million Africans causing them into slavery. And then of course what's going to end up happening is that initially it was the Dutch who started off the slave trade, and then of course other countries were going to join in, and it's going to be extremely profitable for those European nations. If a person who unfortunately didn't have a choice, but they did say that if there was a preference as far as Africans, as far as where they needed to be, it would be preferable. They would actually have a little bit more humane treatment inside the British colonies versus inside the Caribbean, because they saw more deaths of Africans and slaves inside of the harsh conditions inside of the Caribbean area. All right, so now we have all these different areas. We have all these different Native American societies that now had their way of life disrupted by Europeans. We also found that they forced them into the system of the colonial exchange, forced them into slavery to participate. Once the Native American tribes were decimated, they brought Africans as a part of the colonial exchange or triangular trade. And now what we have is a very big system of life that has completely changed as a result of this. And so now we're going to look at practice. All right, so we actually just saw this. This is a part of our warm up, and I'm going to bring it back in because now I want you to look at it from a different perspective. I want you to look at the question. It says between the 16th and 18th centuries, which aspect of American, Indian, and European cultures was most similar? So again, kind of looking at the similarities. There's going to be minutes if you read the passage. Okay, so in our response would be trade and commerce. Because again, Native Americans and Europeans both engaged in trade, just kind of did it in different formats. Europeans kind of realized that what Native Americans had, they realized they had to kind of need to civilize and force them into this way. And Americans didn't think of things like gold as something that was a great word, a great value as Europeans did. So they didn't treat it as such. It's kind of like an afterthought for them. This is something that we're very familiar with. Also to reverse, I think it's important to question out there, which was the first Native American tribe to get decimated via the colonial exchange. And of course, this was the first group of Native Americans that Christopher Columbus came in contact with, forced into slavery, and they pretty much almost ended completely. But there are still some of them that survive around today. So if anybody can tweet that response out, I'll make sure to give you a shout out to the response. All right, let's check for understanding. All right, so this is Christopher Columbus. This is him actually reaching West Indies in 1492. And they have the question of where did Columbus actually discover? Because he actually conquered the Americas. He actually discovered the island of Hispaniola, which is actually in the Bahamas. So he never actually made it into what we consider America now. So he was not the first to discover the Americas. First person to actually credit for that is a Viking by the name of Leif Erikson, and the area that he refers to as Greenland, which is actually the upper portion of Canada. So in this passage, you're going to talk about, answer this question. In the passage above, Columbus likely mentioned the American Indians using glass and weapons. And what did he mean? Why did he mention that? So I'll give you a few minutes. Give me a few more minutes. All right, and the answer is D, because it simplifies a very different worldview of American Indian. Think about it. He's thinking these people are so enthralled with these weapons that they can easily take force. And he actually kind of talks about that. He basically kind of calls them intelligence, and basically just says the things that they should be thinking about. They have a lot of wealth, we kind of force them into slavery. They don't even realize. Congratulations to Owen Finn and Liliana Arias again for coming up with the answer of we did Christopher Columbus almost decimate when he first reached out to Hispaniola. The group was named the Tejanos. All right, so let's just kind of talk about the 5 things you definitely need to remember about this period. Know that before Europeans arrived in Americas, basically that there were many Native American tribes that were scattered across North and South America. Know that European countries sought to conquer the world in order to gain wealth, military status, and to explain spread ideas of Christianity. So the 3 G's of God, gold, glory. The European exploration often resulted in negative consequences for Native American populations due to widespread epidemics, forced labor, and things like the equal man system. The relationships between Europeans and American Indians were often misunderstanding, which led to conflict not only about land resources but also different cultural beliefs. Of course, the biggest thing is the colonial exchange resulted in tremendous social, cultural, and political change for the Europeans and American Indians. And that's actually a very, very good question if you were, had that kind of question on an exam where it didn't specifically talk about the colonial exchange, but if you further kind of start talking about orientalism, and if you want to do a comparison, you kind of bring in the colonial exchange for that complexity point. If you want to kind of talk about the impact it would have, and how also too it kind of follows along sort of with the idea of orientalism. And don't forget, you also have that thing we talked about last week, globalization, the fact that it results in social overloading. And the biggest thing is that as Native Americans swindled Europeans turned to Africa as a new source of forced labor, giving rise to early plantations and widespread of slavery in the Americas. Right, so your key takeaways pretty much kind of talked about what we already mentioned. We kind of mentioned the fact of the Native Americans, the different areas that they lived in. We kind of talked about the European influence, Spanish, Portuguese first, then later with French, the Dutch, and the British. And the biggest thing is kind of talk about the context of European encounters from 1491 to 1607. Kind of just looking at the fact of they were kind of coming out with the concept of spreading regime. If you kind of get a period to kind of learn about the British and why their different encounters and how different and how the Spanish were, even the French, kind of think about those comparisons. Like, why is it that each one of those European contexts resulted in a good or bad relationship? The French had very good relationships with the Americans. The Dutch did not, neither the Spanish, neither the British, and it was because of different reasons in the context of the picture of why were they there. For Portuguese and Spain, God gold glory. For France, they were looking at territories they possibly built, and they will actually have plantations inside the 18th century. And of course, mostly of the British American that part, they mostly do it for trade. And for British, many of them have what are called political factors and kind of push and pull factors. And starting in this period too, you learn what the push and pull factors are, and those kind of contribute to the Native American relationships as well. All right, so let's do exam practice. All right, so we got a passage here. Again, with period 1, there's not a lot. There will not be a DBQ question. So what we had to do in order to understand the context of it is kind of pull some passages and kind of ask you questions. So you're gonna read this and basically look at the interpretation of the passage, and you're gonna kind of look at the point of view or explain the main point of the passage. It's talking about the equal man system. I'll give you a few minutes. So here's a possibility you can talk about. You can talk about the fact that it emphasizes that the Spaniards went to the Americas were often personally religious. We're not really concerned with religious in Native American communities. That it argues that the Spanish instituted the equal system as a kind of protection racket in which Indian labor paid for security provided by the Spanish. The Spanish saw this system as something other than slavery, while enslaved Tejanos saw it as a legal justification of slavery. So again, looking from a main point of view, this is what we're talking about with the same point of view is reading what the passage is saying, but also to think about the historical context of the picture in order to really understand the point that the author is trying to say. And don't remember, as you're looking at point of view, this is one of the ways you're going to do an analysis of the document. Don't just put that the author's opinion is biased. That is not actually point of view. Point of view is really kind of taking the bigger picture and looking at the point, finding out what the author is really trying to say, and thinking about what you know within that time period. So you having to have an understanding of what communism was, what it did, who it affected, all that is a part of what point of view of what the author is trying to say. All right, I promise you guys that will give you a really helpful thing. And this is something I call the APUSH grant package. So I'm going to take a picture of this very quickly. This is going to be a link where you can download this document into a Google Drive, where we share a lot of information. This grant package takes you from the very beginning. It will take you all the way up to the present rate. Please use it as we go through review. Write notes. It should be very, very helpful for you. If you're going through this kind of calling something, I'm going to be able to everything in the grant packet, or it's not, but we're going to do our very best. But it will give you some opportunities for you to kind of go in and seek information you did not know already for yourself. So as you prepare for your exam, you have some things to think about, especially kind of looking at how to make those connections with historical context. All right, finally, something else to think about. I have this video. I'll send this QR code. You can take a picture and go to the link later. This is kind of ABCs, everything we talked about with period 1. So tomorrow, Mr. Gordon will come in. He will go to period 2 and kind of think about all the developments that happened with period 1. What kind of impact will it make as you start looking at kind of going forward, as kind of looking at the settlements, the colonial settlements, especially with the British America, the push and pull factors, kind of looking at the different interests that each European nation had. So you have to move forward into that. So again, thank you for joining us. And if you're having technical issues, or know someone who does have technical issues or needs some kind of technical advice or participate in this, make sure you reach out to college board at cd.org/tech. Thanks for joining me, and I will see you guys back on Thursday. Have a great day.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming back. If you're a returning viewer this morning, and if you're not, if you're a new viewer, welcome to Virtual AP US History. We're now in the review phase of things. Of course, yesterday we started with Unit 1, and today we are going to do all of Unit 2. And I know that many of you are paying attention to what is and what isn't on the exam. Of course, Unit 3 is the beginning of the exam material, which will actually begin tomorrow. However, Unit 2 could potentially be a contextualization point, depending on what the DBQ question is. So we're going to get started here with the Unit 2, and really we're going to do this in 4 segments. While we're rolling here, of course, just a quick reminder, especially if you're new, we do have a Twitter page at virtualapush, at virtualapush, and you can tweet questions to that. Twitter, Ms. Farr, who is we're calling each other partners in crime, I guess, will be manning that Twitter page and answering those questions for you as we go through the material. So quick overview of what we're going to do today. There's really 4 pieces. I'm going to kind of skip down to the end here. At the end of the lesson, you should understand these 4 parts of what I'm going to cover today. So the overriding question, how the colonial era laid the groundwork for the American Revolution, which is the beginning of period 3, which we start first thing tomorrow. So at the end of the lesson, there's really 4 pieces. I sort of divided this into 4 parts. So we're going to focus on comparing the goals of European colonists in the New World. That's the first piece, how the British colonial regions were different from one another. The third part of that is the interaction between Europeans and Native Americans in North America. And then finally, the ways the colonies were connected with the mother country. We'll begin to figure out ways those bonds begin to weaken, which is really what the subject of tomorrow is. So without further ado, we're going to jump right in here and get on to Unit 2, the colonial period. So part 1, comparison of European empires. I'm going to do this by trying to build an argument with you. So remember on the DBQ essay, which is what the exam will consist of this year, you have to write an essay that supports a historical argument. So I'm going to make the argument that the British colonies were the most unique of the European empires in the New World. So you'll see I have 7 different facts, 7 different pieces of evidence that are going to help support my argument about the way, or the reasons why the British were the most unique, or the most different of the European empires in the New World. So let's get started with that. So remember, my argument, my thesis is the British colonies were the most unique, or the most different from the European empires, or the other European empires in the world. So the first example here is the English established colonies based on agriculture, of course, meaning farming. So we have examples like in Virginia where they're growing things like tobacco, in places like South Carolina where they're growing things like rice, and eventually later on cotton. The other colonies don't do that. The other colonies are based on other things. So you see here on the left we have French and the Dutch, who are basically fur traders, who are using their trade alliances to acquire pelts to engage in fur trade. They're not really coming for agriculture. They're not selling to create farms. They're not growing products that are going to be sent back to Europe. That's not what's happening there. And the Spanish likewise don't come to establish agriculture either, based their society, at least initially around agriculture. Instead, the Spanish were seeking things like gold and silver. They're mining those precious metals. Of course, they're taking them from Native American societies. And as far as yesterday talked about the nice job of Spanish empires and the interaction between Spanish and the Native American people. So again, not really based on agriculture. The English or the British colonies came to establish colonies based on agriculture, unlike the other two. So that's one way, or one reason that the British colonies are the most unique, the most different. The second reason, the English sent large numbers of both men and women to colonies to acquire land and to populate their settlements. So there's large numbers of both genders coming to the British colonies. You can see the empires here in the map. You'll see very similar maps to this as we go along. Way here, the blue in this case is the French Empire, and the reddish color there is the British Empire, and the orangish color at the bottom there is the Spanish. The French don't bring a whole lot of females here. They're mostly males. They're made up of 2 different groups. If you're a reader of the American pageants, my students are the coureurs de bois, or the runners of the woods, the fur traders. They come mostly male. Jesuit priests, of course, in the Catholic religion, only males can be priests. They're often referred to as as the black robes by Native American peoples. So it's mostly males coming to the French Empire, Blue Empire that you see on the map there. And the Spanish conquistadores, of course, they are mostly male as well. Women in those days, of course, didn't engage in military exploits and come over to the New World in order to take over Indian society. So again, the second reason why the British are the most unique of the four, really three main European empires in the New World is they brought both men and women, especially in New England. We'll talk more about that down the road here. My third reason, the British had relatively, keyword there, relatively hostile relationships with American Indians. When we get to the third phase of what we're going to discuss today, we're going to see some examples of Indian wars and conflict between all the different groups here. The British tend to be more hostile than the others. Of course, this is a judgment statement here, an argument statement that I make. The French and the Dutch engaged in trade alliances with Native Americans. They needed to maintain friendly relationships with Native Americans in order for that to happen. And the Spanish wanted to convert the natives to the Catholic religion and or exploit the Native American population here using things like the encomienda system that again we talked about, that Star talked about a little bit yesterday. So the British were more hostile than that. Some people refer to this as the convert or die philosophy. The British basically saw American Indians as Native Americans as being in the way and an obstacle to be overcome, and that having a strong relationship with them was not really a high priority for the British. So that's my third reason. Fourth reason, British rarely intermarried with Native peoples or Africans and eventually developed a rigid racial hierarchy. And I know my own students struggle with this idea a little bit, this rigid racial hierarchy, because they often think of the image that you see in the lower right corner here. Of course, that colonial class structure, which comes from colonial Spain, looks like it's rigid. We think of a caste system. But what that statement means about the British is that they believe in not mixing races. That they did not believe in cross-racial unions or marriages. You'll see the other two groups, the other three groups really did in fact do that. The French and the Dutch accepted that. The Spanish accepted that. And you can see that, especially in that little chart that you see here. There's a mix of, for example, mestizos have a Spanish parent and a Native American parent, or other groups like that, as you can kind of see. So the Spanish did engage in cross-racial unions. The French and the Dutch definitely did do that. The British did not. The British saw that as inappropriate, and that's what makes the Pocahontas story such a unique story, because she's the exception, marrying an Englishman that really proves the rule. So here's my fourth reason: the British are unique, or the most unique of the empires. They're different. Another example: the British colonies had examples of self-government. So what does that mean? The British colonies had some power to make decisions amongst themselves, unlike the other three really. So the Spanish and the French were really controlled pretty much directly by the king. The Spanish were ruled by a viceroy, or another word for a king, so sort of vice principal, vice president, viceroy. They did not have a representative assembly. The colonists were not asked their opinion about things. French, basically the same story there. And the Dutch colonies were ruled by a company, by the East India Company. And so imagine if Amazon or Facebook controlled the colony and they would make decisions. Of course, the CEO makes decisions there. There's not a lot of democratic decision making. The British colonies, hopefully you can think of a couple examples of self-government. I'm going to ask you to tweet those to @virtual APUSH. See if you can come up with examples from Virginia. There's a good example. In fact, there's a great hint on the screen here for you. And New England has a unique version of self-government as well. So feel free to tweet either one of those two to @virtual APUSH. See if we can get some answers to that question. What are those examples of self-government that we see in the British colonies, unlike the others? British colonies settlers of different ethnic groups. For example, the Scots-Irish that come in the 1700s, the Germans that come and settle, a lot of them settle in Pennsylvania. And we take the word Deutsch, which is the German word for German, and turn that into Dutch. So when you hear about the Pennsylvania Dutch, they're actually Germans, not Dutch. But the Spanish and the French did not allow non-Catholics to settle in the New World. So if you weren't Catholic, you were allowed to come to the New World. The Dutch did allow, I think, diversity almost by default in New Amsterdam. In New Amsterdam today we know as New York City, and of course it's the colony of New York eventually. So if you ever travel around New York City, there's plenty of diversity there. We'll talk about that more later. Later episode of our series here on reviewing the course. So the British colonies did allow settlers of different ethnic groups and also different religious groups, which makes them very unique. In fact, the British sort of have this attitude about allowing their religious dissenters to leave. The Puritans is one example. The Catholics that come to Maryland is another example. Quakers that come to Pennsylvania is a third example of that. The British were more than willing to allow those groups out of England to come and settle into the New World. This one not as strong as the other reasons, but the English settlements tend to be more compact. You can see here the yellow in this case on this map kind of huddled along the eastern seaboard here. While the French and the Spanish empires were spread out, at least they look a lot bigger on the map. But if you add that, you take this part of the story, these looks like Spanish control all this green territory in the southern part of the map there, the lower part of the map, and the French. But when you look at the numbers down here at the bottom, it shows you some of the different numbers that you have here. The British, 300,000 people, over 2.5 million people by 1775. The French only have 60,000. So while it looks like this gigantic empire on the map, it really, comparatively speaking, when you look at the population, doesn't really tell you an accurate story there. It's kind of important to put those two things together. And the British colonies very much grew. Their populations grew much more quickly than the other two empires there. So that's 7 different reasons. So hopefully I built an argument enough to persuade you that the British colonies were the most unique of the empires in the New World. So that's our first part here. Let's do a quick exam practice on that. This is an old short answer question from a while ago. And let's give you about 40 seconds, 50 seconds to think about based on what I just reviewed with you here. The three different parts of this. Explain one important similarity between the goals of the Spanish and the English. Explain one important difference between the goals of the Spanish and the English. Notice goals. That's an important part of that. And really explain one way in which the difference you indicated and be attributed to a difference in development of their society. So how that difference leads to different societies. So this is the time start here for you. All right, that's about 40 seconds. Hopefully you thought a little bit about those two questions. And if you're not watching this in the live window, of course, you pause the video and think a little bit longer about that. So what's one important similarity between the goals of the Spanish and the English? Well, both of them are looking to acquire wealth. The Spanish are going to, if I shout out to Kylie, apparently she has a free sandwich. So a lot of you are answering house purchases and Mayflower Compact as answers to my question. They actually tweets are awesome. Shout out to you guys that put that as an answer. And Kylie, enjoy that free sandwich. So good for you. The similarity, Spanish and English are both seeking to acquire wealth. Spanish are looking to get gold in the New World. Eventually, of course, throughout the 1500s, what they're doing. The English, for example, come to settle Virginia. They think they're going to find the same thing that the Spanish did. They think they're going to be able to make all kinds of money off of stealing gold from Native Americans. But they don't really find that. One important difference, and of course, there's lots of possible answers here. Just kind of quickly for the sake of time. So one important difference between the two: the Spanish are definitely more interested in converting natives, where the English, while they will engage in that to some extent, it's not as important as with Spanish. The English have a much wider range of goals that they're seeking here, including creating religious havens. Is one of the examples where the Spanish are doing that. And then for C, lots of different answers for that one. The Spanish developed extractive industries and precious metals like gold and silver. The English were more likely to establish economies based on trade and agriculture, which is one of the things we talked about. So the different goal led to a different type of society. So that's the first segment. So let's move on here to part 2, British colonial regions. So this section really talks about different colonial regions. There's 4 different regions I'm going to highlight very quickly here for you. And I apologize that we're going quickly, but this is review of the entire unit in the course, right? So the first region is the Chesapeake, and the best example of this is Virginia. It's probably the one you studied a long time ago. Jamestown is the initial settlement of that colony. It's the first permanent English settlement in the New World. So as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, it's founded by the Virginia Company of London, which is a joint stock company, and they're looking to make money. Profit is their main goal. Very similar to the Spanish, as we just mentioned. In Virginia, the charter that was created guaranteed rights of Englishmen to settlers, and what that meant is that the colonists believed that they were going to be treated any different than any citizen or subject in England. And that'll be important in our story tomorrow. They face many obstacles. Of course, there's the starving times. They refer to it. Native Americans aren't real thrilled about the settlement that ends up settling there. There's starvation, and they have to figure out how to make their way once they realize they're not going to be able to find gold. And the way they've kind of solved that is tobacco. And tobacco saves the colony. It becomes the export of the colony. Just to give you a quick example, in 1613 there were 4 whole barrels of tobacco exported. In 1616, 2,300 pounds. Just a year later, 19,000 pounds, and then a couple years after that, 60,000 pounds. So this really explodes because tobacco, of course, is a addictive substance that Europeans desired, and that creates the economy, the basis of the economy in Virginia. In 1619, they created the House of Burgesses, one example of early self-government in the New World. And also in that year, the first slaves were brought to the colonies. So you begin to get that sort of defining characteristic of the United States. We're democratic, and yet we're also a society that has slaves. And how can we resolve those two things? That answer will come up later in the course. Labor in Virginia, just a quick review. Of course, early on, the main labor source in Virginia was actually indentured servitude. There was a system called headright system, where if you brought over indentured service, you actually got additional land. So if you were wealthy, you could become a lot more wealthy as a result of this. Indentured servants eventually expected to be freed at the end of their term, usually 5 to 7 years, assuming they lived that long. Disease often claimed them before that kind of occurring. And then, of course, that changes towards the late part of the 1600s. And one of the main reasons is Bacon's Rebellion, which is an uprising of former indentured servants that are angry at the governor. Without getting too much details here, but that causes people in Virginia to begin looking for other sources of labor. And that other source of labor, of course, becomes African slaves. We'll talk about that at the end of the segment. You're kind of comparing the regions as far as slavery is concerned. Our second region, the Carolinas. Good example here, South Carolina, often tied in with the British West Indies, which you you see on the map here. They, interestingly, are more like the West Indies than they are like the other colonies, especially at the beginning. They exported rice and sugar. They came to rely on African slavery, much like we talked about Virginia. And it, like Virginia, becomes a society that's controlled by a small number of people, lots of wealth, lots of political power. They control the offices in the churches. So aristocratic, much like Virginia, except for a different crop here, and so that'll create a little different type of slavery as well, as we'll see down the road. So that's region 2. Region 3 is New England, colonies like Massachusetts Bay, which is the most typical one. Starting with Plymouth, which you can see on the right, that was their fort and their meeting houses where all their important activities took place. So if you had a junior prom as a Puritan, of course, it would be taking place in that building, your high school dances, your church meetings, your government meetings, and of course hiding out as a fort. And hopefully you realize I'm joking about the junior proms, because Puritans didn't have those. And of course they tend to settle in towns, which you see here on the left-hand side. You can see that they're a society that's very tight-knit. They live close to one another, as we'll see throughout most of New England. So what's the story here? How's it different than the two southern colonies? And it's very different. This is settled as a religious haven. They want to create what they call a city on a hill, or religious utopia, that they thought could be an example to others in England and ultimately to the rest of the world. They're super idealistic. They thought they pulled this off. Imagine if you packed your family and traveled across the ocean to an unknown land, and because you really believed you could become an example for the rest of the world anyway. That's what they end up trying to do here. They believe in Calvinism, predestination, and all the trappings of that idea that God has already decided whether you're going to have or help, no matter what you do in your life. And they engage in other economic activities. Of course, they're still farming, they need to feed themselves, but they also engage in fishing, shipbuilding, which becomes sort of the trademark, if you will, of the New England colonies. They have rocky soil, which made it a lot harder for them to do large-scale agriculture. Their climate certainly wasn't conducive to growing things like tobacco and rice. Those of us that live in the Northeast understand the depths of winter. Here in western New York, it's about 40 degrees today in April. Probably not the most ideal climate for growing that kind of crops. Puritans believe all kinds of things about behavior, and again, without getting into a lot of depth here, Puritanism really unified the people of Massachusetts Bay and the offshoot colonies in New England. And they thought it was really critical to punish sin, as we see on the right-hand side here, the stockade, for example. So instead of going to in-school suspension, you might be putting one of these things if you were a teenager. They believe that punishing sin showed their God that they were serious about what they were doing. They didn't want to pollute their whole experiment by tolerating sin. So Puritanism, religion, and the sort of mission that they believed they had was really critical to unifying them and to defining who they were as a people. So I would often refer to them as being inward directed. They looked to their neighbors and their community to help resolve problems, where people in Virginia often were more externally motivated. They looked outside for more land to be taken over and more economic opportunity. The last region are the middle colonies, and some people refer to these as the most American of the colonies. These are the colonies that look most like what the United States ultimately will become. Fertile soil, broad expanses of land. They end up exporting grains, or sometimes named the red colonies. They're economically diverse. You can see the handful of things I listed here on the screen for you to think about. Somewhere in between the county system, which you see in more southern colonies, and the town meeting, which you see up in New England. They're more ethnically mixed in other sections. They are more religiously tolerant, and that's one of the things about the Puritans. I forgot to mention that they're not really interested in granting anybody else religious freedom. They wanted their own religious freedom. They weren't real tolerant of others. Pennsylvania, a great example of a middle colony that is very tolerant. And of course, Rhode Island would be another one in New England, but that's not a middle colony, so I'm trying not to confuse here. Easy to obtain land. So New York, of course, is a middle colony. It tended to be a little bit more aristocrat. It was originally a Dutch colony that was taken over in 1664 when the Dutch were defeated by the English, and they changed the name of it to New York. Well, not up to my home state there. And Pennsylvania, as I mentioned just a minute ago, tended to be much more of a typical example of a middle colony. So William Penn was granted a charter to create a religious haven for Quakers, again, another English religious dissenting group that is welcome to leave England and come to the New World. They have a representative assembly. They don't believe in official state churches. Lots of land is available there for them, etc. And so finally, wrap up this segment is slavery in colonies. So slavery, first of all, it's important to know all the British colonies, all 13 of them, participated in the Atlantic slave trade. And there's lots of reasons for that. There's land here in America. There's a growing European demand for colonial goods, especially agricultural goods, and eventually a shortage of indentured servants, especially in the late 1600s. So there's a turn towards using African slaves at that point. In New England, obviously a lot fewer slaves being used there. Interestingly, some slaves in New England actually had rights like holding property, being able to sue in court. Relatively small number there. Port cities have a significant minority of slaves. Southern plantations, of course, where you're going to find larger numbers of enslaved workers. So Chesapeake with tobacco plantations using what's sometimes referred to as the gang system, and the task system on rice plantations, which tend to be much larger groupings of slaves. So it's different kinds of slavery in different places in the colonies. Okay? And the idea of the notion of chattel slavery is an important part of the story here as well. So the second bullet point here I kind of talked about already, that there's a strict racial system that is prohibited interracial relationships in the British colonies, of course. And the idea of chattel slavery, think of the word cattle, because that's exactly what it's intended to be like. That if you own cattle and cattle had offspring, then you would own the offspring as well. And so this is the way the British defined slavery. So what that meant is the child of a slave mother was always going to be a slave. So you essentially get slavery from cradle to grave. From the beginning of your life, you're born to a slave mother to the end of your life. And so slavery sort of is perpetual, is the idea of this. And this will be an issue that, again, we will deal with throughout much of the review segment here until we get to the Civil War, which of course is going to end that a little bit down the road. Everyone's found many ways to resist the dehumanizing aspects of slavery, and that's an important part of the story here as well. They found ways to maintain parts of their culture, for example, burial rituals that they engaged in sometimes without the master knowing. They maintained elements of their traditional religion. They also resisted by doing all kinds of things. I listed a handful of things on the slide here. Breaking tools, poisoning their owners, which some people think is the greatest fear that slave owners have. Their slaves are going to poison them, but resisting and pretending to be sick the other way they would resist slavery. And of course, the most radical way or drastic way of resisting slavery is rebellion. And the Stono Rebellion is the largest slave rebellion in the colonial era, and this happens down in South Carolina. And after Stono, the colonies tightened up their slave codes, and you can see the list of things that's here that slaves no longer could do. And generally speaking, slave rebellion was something that slave owners were often paranoid about, especially in the Deep South, where in some places slaves actually outnumbered the white slave owners there. So this would be the most drastic example of resisting slavery. So let's do a little practice on that segment of today. So if this was our prompt as a question, explain the causes of the development of the institution of slavery in the period. So we're wondering, well, why did this happen? Right. So one possible argument is that slavery in colonies originated from growing demands for cash crops and the substitution of indentured servants with African slaves in the British North American colonies. So let's take a look at a couple of examples documents and see if you could how you might use that in supporting this argument, much like you'll do on the DBQ. Okay. Take a look at this chart. How might we use this in the question about why slavery grew? All right, our time's almost up there. So you see in the chart here that we have the servants are the little black dots, and you can see the servant numbers goes down, and you can see the little boxes that line with the boxes on it is the number of slaves. So hopefully you recognize that starting around 1680, those numbers sort of swap. You begin to have more slaves than servants at that point. So again, just a review of the review. Tweet your answer to this question. What was the name of the rebellion that caused the change from using indentured servants to using slaves in Virginia? What was the name of that rebellion? See if you remember what we just talked about a few minutes ago. Go ahead and tweet that to APUSH. All right, just skip over this one for this time. Take a minute to read through this one, see if you can figure out how this would support the argument about why slavery grew. All right, our time's up there. Shout out to Alan Jang who got the answer to my question correct first. So it's the Bacon's Rebellion from the last slide. So this slide obviously is a law. That's what the chapter number here is, an act declaring slaves within this dominion to be real estate. So the document really proclaims that slaves are property. So you might connect this with the idea of chattel slavery, that slaves are not viewed as human beings, but they're being viewed as property that can be handed down from generation to generation, which you see sort of in the document here. And without we won't spend the time here, but if you take a look, just supporting what I mentioned before, slavery is different in different regions. So in the north, 5% of the total population is enslaved. In the upper south, what we would call Virginia, the Chesapeake region, for example, the tobacco region, you might call that 36% of people are slaves there. But look in the lower south, places like South Carolina, 58% enslaved. So slavery, of course, develops in different ways in those different regions. So you might talk about that as well in your essay about why slavery grew. All right, part 3, moving along. on to Native Americans. So see if you can figure out what the theme is that connects all these things here. And we're going to have some really interesting shout outs today. So Mike says if I say his teacher's name, Rain Man, he gets extra credit. So hopefully you can cash in on that. So Native Wars of Virginia, a good example. The Powhatan War, there's two actually wars between the Powhatan Indians, which is the tribe that Pocahontas came from, and the settlers of Virginia. And again, you can see here in the image that there's these vicious and cruel and brutal. They really focus around issues like land being taken over by the Europeans, and of course the Native Americans are resisting that. And then the 1660s, the Susquehannock War, 1675. Excuse me, I meant to say 1670s or 1660s. The Susquehannock War is a war along the frontier between the Susquehannock Indians and settlers of the frontier. And this is the background story of Bacon's Rebellion. These Indians were attacking farm indentured servants that lived on the frontier, and it's part of the cause of that rebellion that takes place there in Virginia. In New England, we also have wars between the settlers and the Native Americans. King Philip's War. Of course, Native Americans now refer to King Philip as King Philip. That's the European name for him. His actual name is Metcalf. And so notice the year here, it's the same year as the Susquehannock War, which is sort of intriguing. And again, causes English encroaching on Indian lands. There's a breakdown in trading relationships. Philip didn't like Christianity because he felt that people were being less loyal, natives were being less loyal to him than to the Christian folks that were there. And this turns into the bloodiest war ever in American history. 1 in 10 colonists were killed in the course of that. And again, both sides engaged in all kinds of terrible things, including torture, killing women and children, which both sides saw as outside the normal rules of war. And again, you see here the black dots are all the different English settlements that were attacked. This is not just an attack on Boston; it's an attack really throughout the New England region. And at one point, the war was going so badly for the New England colonists they actually considered abandoning New England altogether. Again, the tide is turned against them. I kind of talked through most of those already. Eventually, Philip is decapitated. The collection of tribes that was working with Philip begins to break apart. They capture Philip and they cut his head off and they display it in the central area of Plymouth, just to kind of remind Native Americans about what their fate is. They resist the Europeans. It's probably a part message there. Philip's son was sold into slavery. So again, a very vicious war between the colonists, the English colonists here in New England, and Native American people. And a lot of these things focused around misunderstandings of one another. There's cultural problems. For example, the Puritans didn't understand why Native American women often were the ones that were doing farming, and because when they would experience that, they thought that the Native American people were mistreating them. And of course, the Indians thought that the Puritans were being too baby their wives too much because they didn't do the agricultural work. So there's a cultural misunderstanding between the two. There's also a misunderstanding about land ownership. Natives don't have the sense of private land ownership that Europeans do, and of course that causes some problems as well. Spanish also experienced revolt, and the Pueblo revolt is the most famous of them, and it was very similar to the other two time periods here, Susquehannock War and King Philip's War. This is the revolt of the Pueblos, and it's notable because it's successful, at least temporarily. So for about 12 years, the native peoples were actually able to drive out the Spanish. And again, notice the causes here. There's misunderstanding, resentment over religion. There's resentment over attempts to control their culture. The misuse or abuse of the Native American people by the Spanish is another reason here. And so there's a rebellion, and eventually the Spanish are in fact driven out, at least for a little while. In 1692 or so, the Spanish come back and are much more accommodating to natives, and actually trying to dominate them. They figure out ways to live with them. So again, courted rather than conquered is a good way of sort of describing that. So that's an example of Spanish rebellion. We'll talk about the French and wars with Indians. We'll get into that a little bit tomorrow. We'll save that for that. So let's actually have here. So it's a little bit later here. So let's take a minute to read through this document. If you had to source this document, like what's the audience, or point of view, or purpose, or historical situation of this document? So you get about 40 seconds to figure that out. All right, time's about up there. So this, I think about audience here for a second, because there's a report of the Plymouth colonial officials, and they're sending this report back to England. Here they're describing what happened in King Philip's War. And so when you think about how you might report to your parents about something that happened, you might not always tell them the truth in a situation like this. There's a terrible war that breaks out between the Indians and the colonial settlers in New England, and now the colonial officials have to tell the British government about what happened. And so of course they're going to blame this all on Philip. Notice there's no statement here about the Puritans cattle trampling on Native American cornfields and misunderstandings about trade. None of that stuff is here. Of course, it's all King Philip's fault. So that might be something to think about when you look at the document. How might this be biased? Am I getting the whole story here? In this case, probably not. At least not the Indian side of the story, certainly. So we'll kind of through here for the sake of getting finished. So okay, so part 4, relationship between Britain and colonies. So we're going to look at the ways that the British colonies were tied more tightly to England during this period, and the roots of how that relationship begins to change. So connection to Britain, the first example, this is the First Great Awakening. This is the religious revival that takes place starting in the 1730s or so. It is a period of religious enthusiasm. So what's the connection to England? Well, if you look on the right-hand side, you have George Whitefield, who is an English preacher who comes to America. He's probably the most famous celebrity in America in the 1730s and 1740s. He actually toured the colonies multiple times. I'm not sure if he sold out concert t-shirts, but he probably could have. Those existed at the time. And so this is a person that is an English preacher that comes to the colonies, and he is preaching this new version of religion that many colonists, in fact, probably most colonists, knew at least who he was, knew his name. So some examples here of what happens as a result of this democratic sense of religion. One of the things that Whitefield preached is that everyone should have the experience of religion, that it was more important to have your heart open to God as opposed to understanding all the scriptures. And he also challenges religious authority, which will be the beginning of the roots of some elements of the American Revolution, which we'll get to tomorrow. The American version of the American preacher of the First Great Awakening is Jonathan Edwards. And he writes a very, very famous sermon called Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, where he talks about how God is holding you over the pit of hell like a spider, that he should probably drop you into that, but you should be thankful every day that God is not doing that for you, so to you. So you're a sinner, and you're in the hands of God who's really angry about what you did, and it's only because of his mercy and grace that you don't get dropped in. Whereas my college professor referred to it as getting you into heaven by scaring the hell out of you. Pretty good, I think, description of that speech. So that's the First Great Awakening. There's lots and lots of things that happen. The democratic spirit of religion that rejects this idea of the elect, which is an old Puritan idea that there's a group that's been chosen to go to heaven and a group that maybe is not chosen to go to heaven, the elect versus the non-elect. It's the first unifying experience in the American colonies that all Americans, no matter what their economic class, no matter what their race, no matter what region of the country they lived in, they all experienced that. So many historians point to this as one of the first examples of the colonies beginning to realize that they have something in common with each other that might not be quite the same as what's happening in England. There's lots of different religious groups that grow out of this. I mentioned up here at the top, the New Lights and the Old Lights. The New Lights were more accepting of this sort of emotionalism in religion, and the Old Lights, of course, people that didn't really accept this new emotionalism, emotional preaching, and that kind of thing in religion. So you get these splits within the old traditional churches as well. You can see that in these two images here. So the Anglican Church, which is the official church of England, here you have the minister who stands up in this pulpit, and of course that indicates there's a level, right? That the minister is higher than the congregation, literally and figuratively. They're superior. And England, of course, embraces this idea of stratification in their society at legal level. We're over here, a Baptist church, which would be more of a New Light sort of church. Notice that the minister is not up on an exalted pulpit here; they would actually stand on the same level. And there's definitely an intentional meaning of that. There's a sense that there isn't so much importance in hierarchy. Second example, connection to Britain is what they often refer to as transatlantic print culture. The point here being, without going through a lot of this in real depth, is that most of the stuff the colonists were reading came from England, came from Europe. They would get news. Oftentimes, early newspapers in the colonies would just simply take news stories and cut and paste them into their own newspapers and reprint them. And so you get a connection with the mother country because colonists are reading the news that comes from England. Actually, prior to 1700, they wouldn't even allow colonists print news. They were afraid of the British government being undermined by that. That would be an important story later on. And of course, they're also going to begin reading things like Enlightenment tracts. We'll talk about that in just a second with that. So the print culture comes from England. It's transatlantic, right across the Atlantic is what that means. So a good example of a unique version of writing about print culture in America is an almanac. Ben Franklin created an almanac called Poor Richard's Almanac, which is sort of a collection of information. You can see some of the stuff that would include included in those. Medical advice, agricultural information, like when to plant certain things and how to do planting, practical wisdom, and of course humor. And Ben Franklin was probably one of the most humorous of the founding fathers. See some of the little quips that he was credited with in Portuguese Almanac here at the bottom. Another connection between the mother country and the colonies is mercantilism. Of course, the colonies were tied very closely into that economic system that we call mercantilism. They're producing raw materials from the mother country, they're purchasing manufactured goods back from that mother country, and they had pretty good in some ways in mercantilism. They knew where they were going to sell their products. They benefited from the protection of the British Navy in the mercantilist system. There'll be some issues with that as we'll get into again a little bit tomorrow. So we often refer to this as the triangle trade, mercantilism, and you can see it's sort of multiple triangles here, sort of going back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean. And the last is the Enlightenment. And so the Enlightenment is the intellectual revolution that happens in Europe, that those ideas begin to come to colonies, and they will have a huge influence on the revolutionary generation. These are people that believe in natural rights and natural laws. They believe in, they begin to question the idea of divine right of kings, which we'll get into that a little bit of the revolutionary period here. But so these are parts of the things that have come over to the colonies in that transatlantic culture and the ideas of the Enlightenment. John Locke is the most important of those, and I'll hit him again. We'll hit him again certainly in the revolution. But again, the idea of natural rights, of life, liberty, and property, that people give up some of their rights in order to have a safe, secure society, and that because people give up their rights to a government, they can also take them back, which is a pretty radical idea for that time period. And the colonies are going to follow that roadmap here to the revolution. They believe that they have rights that are being taken away from them unfairly, and they're going to take those rights back. We'll get into that again a little bit tomorrow. Montesquieu, another Enlightenment thinker, whose ideas in the spirit of the laws really give us the basis of our Constitution, separation of power, checks and balances, the goal being to prevent autocratic government and one person being too much in charge. And radical ideology, which is connected to that, is not exactly the same, but the idea here basically is that the stories of English history are stories of resisting control by the king. So they date all the way back to things like the Magna Carta, where they limited the king's power by Parliament. And this is part of the heritage that the colonists certainly had. They did not believe the government could just simply do whatever they wanted to. There was balance between legislatures and kings, and that they needed to protect their rights against corruption or increasing power of government. So let's do one or two quick examples here, and we're really running late. So what, as a conclusion, we draw regarding the connection between Britain and colonies from this graph. So what can you tell about the connection here? We're going to wait the whole time. Hopefully you notice here that there's a huge increase in goods that are being sent to British North America from England. So that relationship is certainly growing in the time period for sure. So and actually we're going to have time to get into those and actually hit those a little bit tomorrow. So debrief and summary. So quick review of what we talked about today. There's a lot of material. It's a biggie. So number one, goals and patterns of colonization vary between the different empires. Remember, we made the argument about why British empire is most unique. Number two, the British colonies developed in different regions, and we talked about some of the ways those regions were different. The Chesapeake region, the Deep South region, the New England region, of course, the Middle Colonies region. European nations have varying types of relations with Native Americans, sometimes allies, sometimes enemies. Again, I'm going to hit a little more of that tomorrow. The French and Indian War. And the colonies were connected to the British as part of the community, but began drifting away from them. And that's really the basis of our story tomorrow. We're going to sign up where we're heading with things. Just a quick reminder, especially if you're new, if you know anybody struggling with technology, either needing a device or connection to the internet, if you're having problems with that, please direct them to this website, cb.org/tech. That will help students get that so you're ready to go for the exam, which is coming up a month from tomorrow, actually. And again, thank you for watching. We hope you'll join us again tomorrow. I'll be actually up again tomorrow, so I'll be doing the causes of the revolution, which is the beginning of period 3. So thank you again for tuning in, especially those of you. There's lots of you. I wish I had time to do more shout outs here. They've been tuning in every day. The teachers have been tuning in and sending us some really great comments. Really appreciate those as well. So a quick facts question for you to think about tomorrow. What are the reasons why the relationship between the colonies, the British colonies, of course, and mother country began to change in the late 1700s? What would be the things that would cause a relationship to go in a little different direction than the connections that we sort of talked about at the end of the lesson today? So thanks again for staying with me. It's been a long session today here. So thanks again for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you all again real soon every day. And good morning once again, everyone. Thank you again for tuning in to virtual APUSH history. I noticed there are almost 500 of you waiting, so I appreciate that very much. So shout out to a couple friends of mine out there, Mr. Casanari, Ms. Tilton, Mr. Rice, and Mrs. Zahner. Some friends of mine have reached out and made some nice comments about what's going on here that we're practicing reviewing. So today we start period 3, which is on the exam. So the exam course is going to be covering period 3 through 7. There is a link to the new rubric for the exam on Twitter. We have a Twitter page at virtual APUSH if you're new to what we're doing here. And the exam is 1 month from today, so we're getting into the really hot and heavy part of reviewing. So we're going to get things rolling here pretty quickly and talk about some of the causes of the American Revolution, which is the topic of the day today. So I'm Mr. Ward from Williamsville South High School, just outside of Buffalo, New York. Welcome once again to our show. As far as managing the Twitter handle today, to answer your questions, if you have them, please feel free to tweet away at them. So the overview for today, we're going to spend some time looking at units 3.2 and 3.5, the causes of the American Revolution, and actually wind up with the actual revolution itself at the end. And the very last thing I want to work on today is working on supporting an argument, actually looking through a DBQ and kind of practicing the skills that you'll need for the DBQ. So the exam this year, of course, is a DBQ essay question, so hopefully you'll find that to be a really useful thing. We'll write a question, what were the causes of the American Revolution? There's lots of answers to that, which is the most significant. That's what we're going to be building an actual historical argument about the causes of the revolution. And at the end of the revolution, we basically have 5 sort of subtopics today. You can see them listed here at the bottom: French and Indian War, economic causes of the revolution, the ideology, the beliefs of the revolutionaries, the role of 2 important documents there from the 2 Toms, and Thomas Paine and Thomas Jefferson, of course, and then why the Americans won the Revolutionary War. So quick question, if you can tweet your answer to this question: what is ironic about studying the causes of the American Revolution on April 15th? I'll give you a hint. It really doesn't. It's not quite as ironic this year as it is almost every other year. So what's the connection? You might be able to see here. So without further ado, it is of course hump day. So off we go into period 3. So French and Indian War is the first subtopic. So there's a lot of background story here that we're not going to really talk about in detail. There are wars that kind of go like this. A long time ago, in a place far, far away, England and France went to war with each other. England defeated France. France was not driven off the North American continent, however. The monarch of England at the time was named King William, therefore we call this King William's War. Likewise, in a place long ago and far away, England and France went to war with each other. England defeats France. France is not driven out of the North American continent. The monarch of Europe at the time is Queen Anne, so we call this Queen Anne's War. And a little while later, in a place far, far away, a long time ago, England and war, France went to war with one another. England defeated France. France is not driven out of North America. The monarch of England at the time was King George II, so we call this King George's War. So hopefully you're noticing that there's a pattern here. England and France have a long history of going to war with one another, dating all the way back into things like 100 Years' War. So a long history of that. Of course, the colonists are going to get caught up in all of this. Colonists at this point, it's important to remember we don't read history backwards. The colonists still view themselves as loyal British subjects. They are going to defend the monarch as the story goes in King George's War. Louisburg was an important fort. It was actually captured by the colonists as part of their contribution to the war effort in this war. So long story short, England and France come to war with each other quite a bit at the conclusion of that war, King George's War. This is kind of what the situation looks like in North America. You can see Louisburg up here on the map, which I just referenced a couple seconds ago. And the empires that you see are sort of broken out very similar to what I talked about yesterday when we went through some of the colonial empires. The Spanish down here in the sort of green color, the British, of course, in the yellow color here, and the French, who have this empire in North America, which is sort of this reddish color. You'll notice this disputed region here. The British colonies, of course, are expanding westward, as they will throughout most of the rest of the course here. We're going to talk about. And the French, of course, are trying to maintain control over this region, primarily because there's a nice water connection. You can come down St. Lawrence River, of course, and connect the little portage here over to Ohio River all the way down to New Orleans. So you can see that there's a region here that the 2 empires, of course, are going to come to conflict with one another. So quick shout out to David Stewart, shout out to his teacher will buy him a sandwich just like yesterday. Apparently a lot of people are getting food out of this. So good for you. So the next war, the French and Indian War, sometimes referred to as the 7 Years' War, actually begins in America, unlike the other 3 wars. And this war starts with a guy named George Washington. You might have heard of him before. He appears on dollar bills everywhere. And it's the very same guy, very young George Washington at this point. So Fort Duquesne is a fort that's built in that disputed region. There is a clash of arms that takes place there between George Washington, who was sent there by the governor of Virginia, and French troops that are in the area. And this ultimately is what kicks off the French and Indian War. And really the name of the war should be the French and the Indians on one side versus the British and their Indian allies and the colonists on the other. If you really want to make an accurate title for that war. Things don't go so well for the British early on. Braddock was generally sent over to avenge Washington's defeat. Is defeated. He's out in western Pennsylvania Germany. They're trying to find the French troops, and the image here really tells the story that the Native Americans were not going to fight the way the British wanted them to. The British, of course, had this old European style fighting where they line up on the field battle and march at one another. Natives weren't going to fight that kind of battle. You can kind of see that in the image here. So things don't go too well here for that. The Prime Minister of England changes in the middle of the war here. He changes the strategy and eventually begins focusing on the strong points of the French Empire. Battle of Quebec is really the turning point of that war, where things begin to go in favor of the British for the first time. And eventually the war ends, as you can see here, with the Treaty of Paris, as there are going to be many treaties of Paris. This is the Treaty of Paris of 1763. France gives Louisiana to Spain. Spain gives Florida to the British because the Spanish actually jumped in on the war late, trying to make sure the British don't win too much here. And West Indies were returned to whoever owned them at the beginning of the war. And so a long time ago, in a place far, far away, England and France went to war with each other. England defeats France, but in this case, the French are driven out of North America. And that's an important difference of this war, as we'll see in just a moment here. So, and one of the things that I think is important to note about the French-Indian War is there are lots of unintended consequences like this one. There's an Indian and Native American rebellion called Pontiac's Rebellion, named of course for the Native American leader who organized many of these troops. If you look at the map, you can see all the different British forts in the upper northwest there that were attacked and were captured by Native Americans. So part of the story here is that Native Americans believe that the French would help them. The French and the English always were at war with one another, and the natives, of course, used the divide and conquer strategy against the Europeans, just as the Europeans used that same strategy against Native Americans. So there's this massive native uprising here. You can see there's a siege of Fort Detroit, which is a major fort, and all these other forts that are attacked by Native Americans here. A couple of them actually abandoned if you look carefully at the map. So totally unintended consequence. Of course, the British were going to war for a Native rebellion in the region. So one of the things the British did in order to address that is they created this thing called the Proclamation Line of 1763. And that Proclamation Line is the big red line you see here along the map. Congratulations to all of you students out there who identified April 15th, normally it's tax day, which is why it's a little bit ironic we're talking about some of the causes of the war. We'll get to that in just a second here. So the Proclamation Line you can see is sort of a dividing line that's drawn here, and it mirrors or it parallels an important geographic feature in North America. And maybe we can make that our next Twitter question. So do you identify what geographic feature Proclamation Line seems to run along? So the idea here is the British are going to try to keep the Native Americans separate from the colonists, and so the colonists are no longer allowed to cross over this border, which is actually on the screen. And the Native Americans, of course, are supposed to stay over on their side of the map here in order to prevent any further trouble, similar to the Pontiac's Rebellion. The thing about this, though, is the colonists were not happy about it, and they basically ignored it. And this will be an important pattern that we'll see as the story goes along here. So lots of unintended consequences. I won't spend a whole ton of time here, but interestingly, the colonials who will lead the effort against the British in the American Revolution, guess what they get their military experience on? And that answer to that question, of course, is the French-Indian War. And none other than George Washington, of course, is the most important player in that story, as we'll see. Pontiac's Rebellion, of course, another unintended consequence of that war. The British remained in North America after the war. They kept a large military presence. And this was concerning to the colonists. A standing army in the 1700s was considered to be a threat to liberty. And the concern was what exactly is going on here. The French, of course, have been defeated. Pontiac's Rebellion has been the one has been put down. So why do we need military presence here? Is there some other more nefarious reason? And you'll see the colonists are going to identify plots everywhere by the time we're done today. The war costs a lot of money. And this is going to cause England to reconsider their old policy. Probably your teacher say this. Salutary neglect. I always say respectful ignoring. Salutary, you salute something that you respect, and to neglect something needs to leave it alone. So for a long time prior to the French-Indian War, the British government respectfully ignored the colonists. They let us kind of do our thing. They didn't enforce navigation laws very strongly because they were benefiting well enough as it was. They're going to change that policy, as you'll see in the next segment of what we're going to talk about here. And that'll be an important part of the cause of the American Revolution. Now, you see a sense of unity. They can work together. The French threat is gone, as I mentioned just a second ago. And France, of course, will be waiting in the background for a chance to avenge their defeat in the French-Indian War. And that is part of the explanation for why a monarch that is arguably more of a dictator than George III ever was ultimately comes to the aid of the American colonies. We'll get to that in a second. So, quick example practice question. You might get a question like this. Take a look at the map. So, briefly explain one specific historical event that contributed to the changes that you see here, one specific effect of the changes, and then another specific effect of the changes. So, causation here. What caused the changes that you see here, and what were two effects of the changes that you see here? So, let's get the time to start here. All right, so hopefully you recognize that the cause of the changes here is the French-Indian War, or the Treaty of Paris of 1763 would be another potential answer for that question. That's why these chunks of land change hands here. You can see a huge hint is 1763, important turning point here in American history. One specific effect of the changes in the land claims. I think one specific effect is Pontiac's Rebellion. It's a great answer for that question. Another specific effect of the changes would be the creation of the Proclamation Line along the Appalachian Mountains, and you identify. So good job on that. So that's the French-Indian War, kind of gives that first segment. There are different levels of causation, something to think about as we go through the question here. Relative historical significance is the bottom one, which means it's the most advanced or most sophisticated of these. So we're going to hopefully aim towards that and actually think about which cause was more important than maybe the others. We'll get into some of the things here. Our second segment, economic causes of the American Revolution. There's lots of them. Lots of examples here. Economic causes. The Sugar Act, which is an act that more really than the economic cause are the enforcement provisions of that law that made the colonists angry, increasing the jurisdiction of admiralty courts, what we would call military courts today, which of course violates the right to a jury trial, enlarging the scope of writs of assistance, which were another fancy name for search warrants. Customs officials were given greater authority to search, for example, here. So the colonists are really upset as much about the tax in this case as they are about the threat to their liberty that they sense from the increased power of enforcement that you see here. But probably the best known early example of an economic cause of the American Revolution is the Stamp Act. This was a tax on legal documents, etc., to raise revenues. Remember, the French-Indian War was expensive. The British government needs money. This is one of the ways they're going to get this, or hope to get this. They're requiring you to put a stamp on pretty much any major document. Is kind of the idea of that. And of course, this leads to this great, well-known phrase from the American Revolution: no taxation without representation. You have to remember that representation meant different things in England and in America. The British believed the colonists were represented in Parliament. They believed because the colonists were British subjects, but they were represented. All British subjects were represented in Parliament. The colonists believed, of course, that you had to be a resident of the district in order to actually be represented. In other words, the British parliamentarians really couldn't understand what life was like in America because they didn't really live in America. So a Twitter opinion poll here, and this is how far as we get this kicked off for us. Were the colonists more angry about the taxation part, or were they more angry about the representation part? Is it the economic consequence, or is it the representation part, the political or the civil rights consequence of this? So I kind of, when I talk about the Sugar Act, emphasize it was less the economic than the threat to their rights that they saw in the Sugar Act. So think about that question. We'll see what the Twitter poll comes up with here, which is more important than two. Colonists responded to the Stamp Act. They hold a meeting. 9 different colonies have representatives. They protest, and they basically make this point to the British government that the only people that can tax us are our own representatives, people in, for example, the House of Burgesses or our own town meetings. Those folks have the right to tax us, not you. And they're objecting, of course, to internal taxes, which they make this distinction that the British don't think really make quite as clearly as the colonists did. An external tax would be a tax that would regulate trade, which the colonists at least they say at this point are okay with. But they're opposed to internal taxes, which they only believe their own colonial legislature passed on them. And so they created all kinds of things. They dropped petitions and sent those to the king. But they also began non-importation. They stopped purchasing British goods. So they used essentially a version of boycott, which always seems to be the most effective of the ways of protesting. It gets the government's attention there. So this ignites the Stamp Act, creates this whole firestorm of trouble for the British. And eventually, we meet this very famous or infamous, depending on point of view, group of Americans called the Sons of Liberty, who come down to us as some of the heroes of the American Revolution. You see a little note here on the slide. Well, violent resistance garnered more headlines. This is stuff that gets people's attention. In the lower right-hand corner, you see a tax collector, Peter Oliver. His home was attacked, and they threw his lungs into the street, lit them on fire. Over here, of course, tarring and feathering was one of the famous tactics. This gets people's attention. It certainly draws headlines. You see the Stamp Act pasted up here upside down on the Liberty tree in the background of this cartoon over here. But boycotting was more effective in getting the British government to do anything. So we're going to short little clip here, just quickly. Some of the members of the Sons of Liberty from a recent, it's not really a documentary. It tells the story of the Sons of Liberty a little bit overly dramatized, I think. This is a nice introduction to some of the main characters there.
The Sons of Liberty are definitely soldiers of opportunity. They wanted an existence of their own.
I think we were a match that lit a fire and exposed the rest of the colonies to the tyranny of the Crown Parliament at the time. So we're happy anyone walks in here again.
More guns. If you bang a revolution, you want Sam and his bond, you want John. He approaches things from a very straightforward physical point of view, which is different from John Adams and I believe frankly also would like to approach getting to the end post.
Sam is our leader. He gives the speeches that get to your marrow and get you excited about what we're doing. But he's also a leader from the front as opposed to a leader from the back.
It is my pleasure to welcome you all.
I think John Adams has the biggest character arc in terms of him being introduced in from when he was at the beginning. He's at my house.
Of course he did.
He becomes more than a man simply trying to get positions in his power back. You see him waking up to this extraordinary moment in history that he's absolutely involved in.
Page has the British Empire, an endless supply of weapons, trained soldiers, a navy. We need a better plan.
I think John Adams is always sympathetic to the cause. It's just he's a man who's ruled by law. He was a leading man in his community, and people respected his opinions.
John, please, hold this. These men are cowards. They are. We need these men. We have to find another way of convincing them.
John Adams was sort of the voice of reason. There was a visceral emotional attachment to the cause where he was able to step back and see the entire chessboard. So he was a good guy in terms of using the passion we were able to generate and directing it into something purposeful.
Mr. Dear, I am John Hancock, and I would like to thank you for letting us use your workshop.
Well, you pay for your place. He saw himself both as an artisan as well as a gentleman, which was a new idea on class. He very much was an intelligence operator, and he could maneuver and operate amongst these different groups of people.
This was a group of ordinary guys in all respects. We think of them as these mythological beings with these guys that got together and ended up moving mountains, really.
Okay, so History Channel, I think they did on Sons of Liberty, and so we'll introduce some of those characters there. Certainly play an important part. And a lot of other characters, of course, are unknown history that are supportive of that. So what the British do is to stand back and pick up the story here. They reveal the stand back, and the colonists, I think, take an important lesson away from that. They cause enough trouble. The British government seems to give in, and the British government also at the same time passed a law called the Declaratory Act, which said, hey, just in case you forgot, we do have the right to action whenever we feel like it. We're just kind of taking time out from this. And most of the colonists kind of ignore the Declaratory Act and celebrate the death of the stand act, which is what you see in the cartoon here. They're taking the stand back to its great little casket here, you see. According to Act is passed at the same time. The Twitter polls is about 80% of you think that it is the civil rights of representation is more important. And this is a good example of that as well. The colonists were expected to house supply British regular soldiers, which colonists view, of course, as a violation of the right to privacy, forcing us to support soldiers that might not be really here for our own best interest. Maybe one way of putting that. There's another series around taxation in 1767 called Townsend duties. These are taxes on lead paint, glass, and tea. And John was my college history professor. That's always the way I said it because that's what he taught it many years ago. So that will show up too. So Townsend duties, the same thing happens here. The British government tries to make some money off the colonies. There's a whole new round of non-importation, a whole new round of tarring and feathering, and protests being sent to the British government. So one of the British responses, of course, is to send more troops to the colonies to keep an eye on these troublemakers, especially these folks in Boston. And this very famous event happens on March 5th, 1770. There's it's called in this case the Boston Massacre. You can see this wonderful piece of propaganda by Paul Revere. The colonists are, at least in this version of the story, clearly innocent. They're being shot. This guy's being shot in the back. If you follow the story here, it does not seem all that chaotic for the British soldiers. They're being ordered, it looks like, by their officer to fire into the crowd. And if you read through some of the depositions of people that actually witnessed this isn't really 100% accurate to the story. The soldiers were surrounded and actually being threatened by the colonists, and snowballs were being thrown at them. It was much more chaotic, certainly, than the scene here suggests. But we're trying to make a revolution. Of course, we want to turn this into an important event, and that's exactly what Paul Revere does. If you don't get the point from all that, from all the imagery here, he labels the building right over the top of the British soldiers as Butcher's Hall. And so now we have for the first time British soldiers have actually killed 5 Americans in this growing confrontation between colonies and another country. So the Townsend duties are mostly reduced except for the tax on tea, and this again, their famous tax on colonists. In this case, though, interestingly, the tea act actually was lowered the cost of legal tea. So the folks that were really upset about this were smugglers that were making money by cheating or getting sneaking around the British laws here. By this point, colonists believe the other countries trying to get them to pay this tax just to prove a point that they can actually tax the colonists. And there's a famous reaction to this. Hopefully, you're anticipating where I'm going here. It's called the Boston Tea Party, and this is where colonists actually take action, and they went on board these British ships, and now they've been loaded. They dumped 342 chests of tea in Boston Harbor, and as the classic story goes, they're dressed as walking into everybody knew who it was. Native Americans certainly were not going to come in and destroy British tea. They're domestic. They're trying to, of course, mask their identity as the whole idea of that. So we have the colonists actually reacting in a much more physical way against the mother country in a sense. So the British government responds, and hopefully you see here we're kind of getting into the snowball that happens. The British government passes a series of laws they call the coercive acts. The colonists refer to them as the intolerable acts, and there are several examples here of things that happened. But the harbor of Boston was closed down until tea was paid for. Local self-government was now allowed. The British military commanders made the government of Massachusetts, so we no longer have a civilian authority there. It's basically military government can be in place, and the colonists refer to these as intolerable, which are threats to their liberty, as we mentioned a little bit before. So these are things that are both economic and civil liberties, or violations of their rights that they're upset about here. You can see the Boston Port building guys back here in this whole very famous image of that story. So the colonists have a meeting as they did with the Stand Act. They come up with a thing called the association, which carries out non-importation and economic response here. But they're not ready to declare independence. That's an important part of the story here. Again, we don't want to read history backwards because we know where this is going at this point. But in 1774, most colonists were not supportive of declaring independence or creating their own government. They simply wanted their rights within the British Empire. Of course, we have the famous showdown between Minutemen and British troops in Lexington Concord, which is often considered the first battle of the American Revolution. And off we go. So this is a modern Google Maps image of Lexington itself. You can figure out where most of the Minutemen were probably hanging out before the British troops showed up. There's a tavern there, which is very important in early American history. So the following year is another Continental Congress, another meeting here. Again, just to reiterate the point, the goal here is still reconciliation, still kissing and making up with the British. They're only resisting what they saw as unfair acts being taken against them. So we're still not ready to declare independence yet. So keep that in mind as we move forward here. So kind of a lot of talking. So let's do a quick little exam practice question. So this is a what is Adams' argument? Pull the argument out of this quick little book here. So all right. Quick little shout out, Christian Lee. As for shout out, comes to his firstborn child. I'll pass on that. We'll shout out to you. The first person killed the Boston Massacre, the first person to answer that. Grace earns. Congratulations to the two of you. So what is Adams really saying here? Much after the American Revolution is over in 1815. And what he's suggesting here is that the change in ideas is really the revolution. It's not the Revolutionary War. The change in mindset of the colonists that they need to resist the unfair actions of the British is much more important than the war. Please according to John Adams here. All right. Moving on. Ideology of revolutionaries. What are the things they believe? And I'll go through this very quickly. There's lots of roots of the ideas in the revolution. They come from all kinds of different places. So the ancient world, the American system, the democratic system, traces history all the way back to ancient Greece, ancient Rome. Maybe a couple examples there. The Commonwealth experience from English history. So if you know, if you remember your English history from world history or global studies or whatever you studied, wherever you studied this before, the English have always had a sensitivity to protecting their rights against the king, especially dating all the way back to Magna Carta in 1215. The colonists were part of that tradition. They believe that government should be limited and that democracy, representative democracy was important. John Locke, who is an English writer from the Enlightenment, is a huge influence on colonists, who argues some of the things that I mentioned here in the slide. That government should be run by the consent of the government, that all people have natural rights. Government is created to protect those rights, and if government does not protect those rights, then people have the right to rebel against that government. Keep that in mind when we get to Jefferson just a little bit here. And then the colonial experience, they had for a long time controlled their own lives. They had experienced democracy, for example, town meetings and House of Burgesses. And they added to that whole mix of the Enlightenment of the 1700s, which is much of John Locke, of course, is an Enlightenment philosopher, but the idea of limited government, the idea of individual liberties, that law should be the rule or not a king. These are all part and parcel of what colonists are thinking as the American Revolution comes along. These would be things that John Adams would cite as the changes in mindset that happen in the colonies that lead to the American Revolution, or in his view, are the American Revolution. So we're looking very quickly at two excerpts from important documents from that period. So the first one is from the original T-Paine, Thomas Paine. Common Sense is his document. So thinking about common sense, it's written early in 1776. So who's he writing this for? He's writing for colonial citizens. He might be writing for politicians in British North America. He's also writing, if you look at purchase, sort of blends together with this. He wants to convince Americans that the only option now is to declare independence. He will be very influential in convincing people of that. He's an important part of the story here. It's a really important document. Paine is born in England. These are the background pieces of this, the historical situation, we call it. His point of view is America has no choice but declaring independence from Britain. He wants to convince all of us of that. In fact, he believes it's just common sense that we all should understand exactly what it is. So he uses a metaphor here that, if you read through the quote here really quickly, he says, I've heard it asserted by some that because America has done so well under its Britain, we should continue that. Our future happiness is important to do the same thing. And he says nothing's more fallacious. That's false. Because the word false. We may as well assert because a child is derived upon milk is never to meat. Or the first 1 years of our lives is to become president for the next one. So he's arguing that if the colonies are the child
child in the mother country's view. The child is growing up here, and that things are changing. And he goes on. There's all kinds of great examples in here about. He talks about even brutes do not devour their young. He always uses these great, really nasty words to refer to the king of England. The brute is one that certainly savages do not make war upon their own families. So he's playing along on that metaphor about the family. I challenge the person that wants to reconcile with England to show an advantage that we have. He's again going after the counter argument here. As a good APS would, right? He's addressing the other side of the story here. There's no benefit to sticking around with England. Is essentially what he's saying here. Great Britain is involved in wars, not really our problem. And here he capitalizes just like he would in a text message to emphasize the blood is slain, the bleeding voice of nature cries. Tis time to part. It's time for us to be out of the British Empire. There's no doubt about that anymore. And then down here he says, where say someone's the king of America, he reigns above. It does not make havoc of mankind. What he says here essentially is the law is the king in America. And that's a revolutionary statement for the 1700s. That the law is our ruler, not the king. Really very much challenging this whole idea of the divine right of kings. So Thomas Paine writes this very lengthy. Just give you a few quick short pieces out of that very lengthy pamphlet that he printed, and it very much has the effect of encouraging Americans to support the idea of independence. Quick multiple choice question there for him. So which sort of process could we connect this with? And hopefully we have a little time to end here. So is it desire to fund transportation improvements? Definitely not. It's not what he's up to here. Persistence aspects of African culture. That's not what he's talking about here. Certainly alliances between Europeans and Native Americans is not the topic of condensed. That's not what he's talking about. Of course, it's the enlightenment ideas that we see in here. People have rights. That law is the king, not the divine right of kings. Now the other Tom, of course, Thomas Jefferson, and not sure where this quote comes from, but it's in the Declaration of Independence. So science might be true. Probably not. So Jefferson, in the opening paragraphs of the Declaration of Independence, sets out the beliefs of America. In many ways, this is our creed. You'll see the enlightenment ideas here, right? All men are created equal. They have inalienable rights. He calls them. And among these are he lists the rights for us. Governments are created, getting their power from the governing. This is classic enlightenment stuff here. And he goes on to say, when government comes to those ends, it's our right to change or to get rid of it and to create a new government. And of course, you know now where Jefferson's heading with this. This is the philosophical background of the revolution. We have the right. We have rights that can't be taken away from this. And he goes on. This is a great line here. The history of the present king of Great Britain's history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having direct object the establishment of absolute tyranny over these states. The king constantly is attacking our rights. And he's trying to create a tyrannical system. And then he goes on to say, to prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. So you have to remember Jefferson's a lawyer, and he gives this opening statement in the Declaration, his sort of the philosophical background of this, and then he gives this proof. These are just some examples of things. So you think of some specific acts Jefferson might be referring to here in this. He's affected the right of military independence, superior to civil power. You might be talking about the situation in Boston where Thomas Gage becomes the leader of Boston. The military is running the show. Recording large bodies of armed troops. Hopefully you read that as wording act. Cutting off our trade. Hopefully you see that as mercantilism. For imposing taxes on us without our consent. Stamp act is a good example of that, right? Depriving us of the benefits of trial by jury. That's the Sugar Act. So on and on. This is a very short segment out of that list that Jefferson gives us. There are very specific examples of things that were going on that he saw as threats to American liberty. So let's take a second to kind of think about this. What's the historical situation? What's the purpose? And what's the evidence Jefferson uses? So the simple answer to that first one is the situation, of course, is what's going on in 1775 and 1776. Things like Lexington Concord, things like the Battle of Bunker Hill, things like the Second Continental Congress beginning to meet and to resist. Purpose. Hopefully you don't fall into the trap of keeping it simple and saying, well, of course we're declaring independence. There's another purpose here, right? Jefferson is trying to justify to the rest of the world why the Americans are declaring independence and stating this in terms of enlightenment thinking, which is becoming more and more acceptable in the world. And one piece of evidence, I just went through that in the last slide before we got to this question here. There's lots of pieces of evidence that Jefferson uses to support his argument. So in many ways, Jefferson does a really nice job as well as Thomas Paine in writing an APS, right? He gives us the background of it, and he gives us all kinds of evidence to support his argument, as you can see here. The Americans won the war. The British have all the advantages you can see here: population, wealth, they have a powerful navy. But the Americans win for a lot of different reasons. One is a belief in their cause. One is that the British supply lines are really long; they have sent supplies all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. There is a question in England about whether or not they should actually continue fighting the war. And it's the longer the war goes on, the more you find people in England that are not quite supportive of it. And there's also, of course, important leaders in the story here, American leaders that the two most prominent I'll mention quickly here: Ben Franklin, who is involved in pretty much everything, every major document of the American Revolution. Benjamin Franklin has his name on it. He is the most famous American in Europe. When he goes there, he's recognized as a scientist. Of course, the famous story of the kite, flying the kite in the middle of the lightning storm. Wouldn't recommend that. But, and then, of course, all these other documents that I mentioned here. He helps. He's on the committee to write the Declaration of Independence. He negotiates a treaty to get France to help the colonists during the Revolution. He negotiates a treaty of Paris of 1783, which ends the American Revolution. He actually goes to the Constitutional Convention as well and serves there in a role really of trying to help people find the middle ground between extreme positions. And one could argue that we have Ben Franklin these days in our politics. The other person, of course, is George Washington, who we started the story with today. Actually, he was a soldier in the French Indian War. He becomes the leader of the Continental Army. All these famous stories about Washington, famously crossing the Delaware and winning this very important victory late in 1776 when things just didn't seem to be going very well for the colonists or the colonial cause. He manages the military effort despite a weak national government that is not really able to give him very much assistance. They're short of food, they're short of supplies, they're short of money, etc. And then he refuses to take dictatorial power. We'll talk about that on Friday when we come back to him become president. Other groups also aided. It's all different Americans that helped out here. So it's not just Washington and Franklin, but women play a really important role in the victory in the war. So women serve as spies and nurses. They raise money. They knit socks for soldiers. They serve as camp followers where they would do all kinds of jobs to help soldiers. So on rare occasions, the famous myth of Molly Pitcher, the one that supposedly takes her husband's place at cannon, and Deborah Sampson, who successfully convinces the military that she's a man and gets herself actually admitted into the military. Artisans, people like Paul Revere, who is really more of a middle class person, who joins on here. And of course, the French are an important part of that as well. So let's get to the DBQ. So DBQ practice. So the question here is evaluate the extent of change of ideas about American independence from 1763 to 1783. So what is this asking? That's the first thing to ask yourself when you look at the prompt. What is it? How much? The extent to which? How much the ideas about American independence changed from 1763 to 1783? Jake, do a good job figuring out what John Locke originally said that Thomas Jefferson changed. Locke, of course, talked about liberty and property. Jefferson changed that property to pursuit of happiness. So our question here is how much changes in the ideas from the period that we're really talking about here. So if you're my student, I would ask you to brainstorm this before you ever look at documents. What's different from 1763 to 1783? What didn't change? What are groups of people in America that did not change their attitude about independence in that 20-year time period? What can we use for contextualization? What's the background of our story? So let's think about what the date is here. One easy way to think about contextualization is what's the background story? 1763 is an important year in question. 1763 is the end of the French and Indian War. So that would be a good piece of contextualization for this, right? The Enlightenment is another example. It's on the screen. You can see here. And lots of other examples here. We're running a little short on time. So here's an example. The French and Indian War caused Britain to increase involvement in the affairs of colonies. British leaders believed the colonists would have been beneficiaries of the war, should be required to assist in paying for it. This was achieved through a series of taxes. And of course, you would hope this would go on and talk about some of those taxes. So how much changes? So we're going to call the working thesis here. The ideas about American independence changed greatly from 1763 to 1783. It changed a lot. Remember the question is, what's the extent of change? So I'm answering that here. In the beginning, colonists only wanted representation and say in the legislation of laws. By 1783, Americans want true independence from British rule. So notice how the second line of that goes into a little more detail, right? It gives us some more specifics of that. So when we look at the documents here, I want you to think about how does the document work with our thesis, or does it not work with our thesis? Because maybe it doesn't. So here's the first document. I remember a lot of students struggle with this. It seems simple at first, but there's actually a little bit more going on here. So obviously the reference to the Stamp Act, it's early on here. The teapot is made. It says between 1766 and 1770. But notice it's made in England. It's not made in the colonists. So this might be a document that leads us to talk a little bit about people in England might have been more sympathetic to the colonists than we initially thought about. So some possible answers here, some things to think about. Again, if we source the documents, what's the background here? The growing trade between Britain and colonies. British manufacturers capitalized or profited from the Stamp Act crisis. Might be the reason why this teapot was created. Who's the audience of this? It's people who are going to buy the teapot in England and maybe the colonies as well. So how does it tie into our question, our thesis? Our thesis is ideas change. Well, in 1765, hopefully you would mention that the colonists are not seeking independence in the Stamp Act crisis. What do they want? They said no taxation without representation. They want representation. They're not seeking independence. This is a good document to get started on looking at our argument overall. So the beginning of the time period. So I think 40 seconds to sort of read through this and think about the same thing. How does this help support our argument? All right, there's a lot to digest in 40 seconds here. But, so if you read through carefully, what they're basically doing here in this document is they're asking the king to fix the problems of unfair taxation. So 1769, so what's happened in the meantime, the Townsend duties, of course, are happening. If you look at the middle paragraph here, it says, it's the opinion of this committee that it is the undoubted privilege of the inhabitants of this colony to petition their sovereign, the King of England, for redress of grievance. So they're asking the king to fix the taxing problem here. No mention of independence at all in this document. So they're respectfully asking the king to reconsider his position on taxes. In the first line, of course, the first paragraph, they talk about it is the right to tax is legally constitutionally vested in the House of Burgesses, the local legislature, as opposed to the king. They're not being disrespectful, and they're certainly not declaring independence at this point. Okay. So again, context of this, Constitution is also going to spread to other colonies. This idea is not going to be unique to Virginia, certainly, and other British North American colonial assemblies might be the audience of this. To think about other people reading this, come up with the same argument about taxation, this overall idea about taxation, really, that the right to tax be in the hands of the local colonials rather than the British government. All right, this one hopefully shouldn't be too bad. I think I can read through this one. All right, so hopefully you know who Sam Adams is after that little video introduction we saw a little bit before. And hopefully if you read through this, you're noticing that he talks about something a couple of times here. So all men have the right to remain in a state of nature. He talks about when men enter into society, it is by voluntary consent. He talks about the natural liberty of man, not to be under the will of legislative authority of man, having the law of nature for his rule. So hopefully you're recognizing that he is basically talking about Enlightenment ideas here. So you can insert into our argument this connection to the growing influence of Enlightenment ideas. For example, the right of the consent of the governed. For example, some of the things that Jefferson will cite 4 years later. Of course, the point of view is from a patriot. This is not a British subject, suggesting that he's kind of pointing out that people have the right to create their own government, and he is indicating perhaps that he's not happy with the way things are going here. Again, the Enlightenment idea here kind of is part of the purpose here, and he's very much including that in this. So how does it connect to our thesis? Well, we don't have Sam Adams declaring independence here, certainly, but he's criticizing the government for not following the ideals of the Enlightenment. So we might tie that into our argument that Americans are beginning to sense, or beginning to wonder whether or not the form of government they're living under really fits with Enlightenment ideas of consent of the governed, for example, or the social compact, as John Locke called. All right, this one's a little tougher, so take a second to read through this, and let's figure out what we can do with this one. All right, so we had a chance to read through that one. This one's a little tougher. If you look at the second paragraph here, they say, we are therefore incited by concern for peace and welfare to declare against every usurpation of power and authority in opposition to the laws of the government. They talk at the end here about earnestly desiring the restoration of harmony and concord, which have united the people of these provinces. So this is actually a document that does not support our argument. This is a person, Quakers, of course, typically are pacifists and are opposed to war, and that's exactly what they're talking about here. So this is a group of people that might give us a little angle on the complexity piece here. The complexity point, they don't support this. Their ideas about American independence aren't really changing. In fact, they're staying the same here. They're saying that they don't like what's happening here. They don't certainly support it. Document 5, let's give this one a quick look. Let's think about what she's saying here. It's a journal of a lady of quality, which means she's upper class. She talks at the end that the method that she describes there has seldom failed with the lower sort, which she means by that is lower class. So this is a person that is not real thrilled with the way the Patriots are operating here. She says they show up at your plantation and they give you an option of either you join the cause, we won't do anything to your house and to your possessions, and if you don't join our cause, we're taking all the stuff anyway. So she's being very critical of that. So she, like the document before, is not supportive of the revolution. She certainly is not supportive of independence. So her ideas aren't changing either. Let's start document 6. All right, so hopefully you didn't fall into the mistake that many students that wrote this question typically run into. They see the taxation piece in the document, and they assume this is a person very supportive of the revolution, and of course he hates taxation, etc. That's not what he's saying. He is an Anglican church minister, so he's an official of the state church. So we would think typically that he would not be supportive of the revolution. And actually what he argues is that we can't afford to pay our bills now. How can we, under the taxes that we're currently living under, how can we possibly ever afford a revolution? So he, like the other two documents just before this, 4 and 5, are the other side of the story. These are people who do not support, or their ideas don't really change about revolution. So this invites us to talk about loyalists, people in the colonies that their ideas didn't change either about the revolution. So and the last document, so a nice little short one for us to kind of wrap things up today. All right, so Thomas Paine, we had a quick look through Common Sense, this is the same author, of course, and what's he saying here? That we need to stick with it. Tyranny like hell is not easily conquered, as he says here, right? And good words for dealing with the COVID situation. The harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. The tougher it is for us to win, the better it's going to feel when we actually do win. Here he's writing this document at the end of the year 1776. It's almost 12 months after the publication of Common Sense. And the situation of what's going on, things have not gone well for the colonial cause, and he's trying to sort of revive people's spirits here. So in supporting independence. And notice the date, December 23rd. The next day will be Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware, where he wins this important victory that sort of revives the colonial hopes here. So Thomas Paine, of course, is the end of the time period here, and he is very much supportive of independence. So we could use him to support our argument about how much ideas have changed certainly for 1763. So we have 3 documents that don't really support our thesis. So might be a good time for us to think about going back and changing that thesis and making it a little bit more, maybe fit the documents a little bit more. So let the documents drive your essay. Is what I'm trying to make here. So because 3 of the documents you saw don't really fit what we started out with. So debriefing 5 big ideas here. French Indian War is a long-range cause of the American Revolution. Economic issues increase the divide between country and colonies. Stand back to TAD, a couple examples. Lots of ideas in the background here for the colonials. 2 important documents we talked about: Common Sense and the Declaration. And then there are many reasons for the victory of the colonies we saw here at the end. And spend a little bit of time thinking about how all this stuff sort of fits together with what we have. So that's all the time we have. Sorry we went a little bit past noon here, but hopefully you found this to be useful. Thanks again for tuning in. Tomorrow, we'll be taking us from this point. The revolution is won to what happens next. So hopefully you tune in. We'll see you then. Thanks, have a great day.
Happy Thursday, everybody, and welcome back. Today we are who is the lead in your English video for today. And just as a reminder, we are kind of working on our skills as we go through our period through 3 through 7. So this is going to be the material content that we're going to be looking at as you go through your AP exam. We're going to be still working on the EQ skill as well as looking at some other skills when we look at document analysis. So let's kind of go ahead and jump right into it. So today's warm up is actually a question that we're going to see again at the end for the AP practice, and we're going to kind of look at these struggles that you see as pertains. So yesterday we talked about the American Revolution, the events leading up to it, the revolution itself, and the impact. So today I'm going to talk about the impact that it has its roots, the results of the American Revolution, the document that was created, and then the issues that document had to lead us to the living document that we currently have, which is known as the Constitution. So with that being said, your question for your warm up is to analyze the struggles of the new American Republic to create new social, political, and economic identity between the years 1776 to 1801. So this is a letter from Abigail Adams to her son that was written in December 8, 1783, and I want you guys to go ahead and read this and then talk about it and analyze it. So 17 minutes. Okay, so the overall big picture, 1783, what we're looking at, if you're looking at the question of the new American Republic from 1776 to 1801, we're basically talking about the years that are going to happen during the American Revolution and then the time afterwards as we're starting to build our nation. As you know, you're going to have a DDQ that has this. You're going to kind of discuss 3 different things. You're going to discuss the social, you're going to discuss the political, and you're going to discuss the economic identity. So it's very important that when you read your question, as you're looking at your documents, that you keep those 3 categories in mind. As I suggested before, kind of as a feature, definitely want to ensure that you, before you even start looking at your documents, after you read your question, is create your categories, kind of drop in a dot list of things that you know. So what are the social aspects of the American Revolution as you're getting ready to create your republic? What will be some of your political things that you look at as you again are starting to look at the American Republic and your economics? So of course, this is a letter written to her son, and as you're kind of going through this, she's kind of talking about the different characters, talking about glory, and she's talking about countries, using referred to characters both in civil and military departments, talking about wisdom and valor and antiquity and descendants and imitation. And so clearly what she's kind of talking about is that all those things that those gentlemen have talked about, all those positions and the equality, don't forget about the women. So we're talking about the social aspect, which is going to be pretty much what we're going to start off with our lesson for today. She's talking about the fact that yes, the Declaration talks about, you know, we the people. Well, the people do include women, and women, of course, you know, did have a very profound impact inside the American Revolution with the things that they had done. And so she wants him to understand that, you know, as you're looking at this, you talk about the noble love of your country. It's going to kind of teach you those things. It's going to talk about, you know, deciding well, the title, all those things are going to be associated with the British Crown. But of course, one of the things that she wants to be sure is don't compensate for your integrity or your virtue. Things that she has taught him as a mother, because you know, again, women in those positions at that time in the household, they were pretty much the first kind of the level of education they received came from their mothers. And so what you're going to start to see is the birth of something is going to be known as Republican motherhood, and just what society has always taught them from the beginning, and then where they are to now. And so if you categorize this as a social aspect of your essay, if you're looking for a thesis statement, remember, when you do write out your thesis statement, do not simply just rewrite the prompt. It actually has some specificity in what you're talking about. So don't just say there were struggles of the new American Republic to create a new social, political, and economic identity. What you need to say is, remember, thesis statement can be multiple sentences. As a matter of fact, I do recommend it being multiple sentences as long as they are continuous. But state some of those things, like to create new social aspects such as the rights of women and what their role will be in the new republic. You're not giving away anything. I know a lot of students kind of feel like if they say this in a thesis statement, they're giving away their essay. No, because what you're going to do is once you start talking about those social aspects, elaborate on that, and then utilize some of the information from her letter to her son. But also think about the bigger picture. Remember, the contextualization is always going to be very important because the documents are supposed to help you with your argument. And what a lot of students feel like they have to do is they're trying to make their essay all about the documents. The documents are there to enhance the knowledge that you already know, which is why I always suggest to put the list out there. So before we get started with our overview, don't forget to tweet your question at tweet your questions out to APUSH. Our partner Crime Support is running Twitter today. I need to give a shout out to Kirk Weber at Lake Orion High School in Michigan. That comes from Connor. And apparently Ryan Curry gets a sandwich if we give him a shout out. It looks like we're having a lot of people get fed this week, and we're really excited about that. And then of course we need to shout out Mr. McGinnis from Shannon High School. So don't forget, I'm going to ask you some questions, and Mr. Horton is also going to probably ask you some questions. So kind of keep that in mind as we go through. So today's overview, we're going to look at the various ways the American Revolution affected society. We're going to talk about different forms of government that developed as a result of the revolutionary period. We're going to look at different ideological positions and structure and the functions of government. We're going to explain the continuities and the changes in the structure and functions of government as it pertains to the ratification of the Constitution. So our skills that we're going to be working on today are going to be claims and evidence. Basically, you're making a claim, now you need to have the evidence to support it, whether it comes from a document or whether it comes from your outside knowledge. Making connections, which is always important, things that you know, things maybe from the previous period or things that you know will make that will affect the upcoming period. And then of course the skill of argumentation, which of course is always good when you're trying to support your argument, trying to support your thesis statement. All right, so what do you need to know? Let's go ahead and jump right into it. All right, so I talk about the influence of revolutionary ideals, and I'm talking about the fact that the revolution was completely around the light period. This of course started over in Europe and is going to make its way over into the colonies as it starts to their independence, which is what you guys kind of went through yesterday. So I'm just going to give you an overview of things we talked about yesterday. Of course, probably one of the most famous documents from that is going to be the Declaration of Independence, which had a lot of revolutionary ideas. Kind of came from along the lines of John Locke with the idea of the unalienable rights. Of course, question out there with the fact that Jefferson did change one of those unalienable rights to read that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, because not everybody has the right to own property in his mind. You also talked about the idea of no taxation without representation, which of course was one of the logos that happened behind the American Revolution and things that kind of upset the colonists, as we were talking about in Cowell Acts. You also kind of get a glimpse into Thomas Paine's common sense. Of course, his pamphlet basically saying it is what it is. The title kind of says it all, which is his understanding how people understand how this is just very much so common sense of why the colonies should separate from their colony, from Europe at this time, or not specifically Europe, but from England at this time. It is not making us anything. We're not doing anything beneficial that's helping us. Everything we're doing is benefiting the other countries, which is all around the premise of mercantilism. And for so long the colonies were allowed to operate as their own entity under sanitary legend. All that changed once the French war came about. You have the criticism of long-standing social norm. What should be the role of women? Under the opposite, just how most of the colonies started, especially up north. Now they're changing. They're kind of wondering, women are starting to challenge those roles, starting to wonder what their place is. They understand their role in society, but some women are kind of wanting to know, should they kind of go away from that? There's also an awareness of inequalities in society. You saw that with David's rebellion. You saw how indigent servants were treated once they actually got their release and they were given their land, how they were kind of subjugated to a tax rate of their tribes, and how the wealthy people who owned the land inside these colonies kind of didn't really care because of the fact that they had a relationship with those Americans. They wanted to keep those lines open. We talked about voting rights, state constitutions, because once the American Republic ended, each state had a right to make their own constitutions. That means that laws that were applicable here at the state of Georgia, for example, would not be applicable in the state of New York or in Massachusetts or Connecticut, and so on and so forth. And of course, looking at the impact and role that women played in the American Revolution, would have been successful if women had not done what they had already done. One of the ideals behind Republic motherhood, kind of their spin on what women's role should be and why it was important, especially for family. And of course, Native Americans, because at this current time, you have to remember that at the end of the French and Indian War, there was a deal that was made with the Native Americans by the British, which basically just said that the colonists would not be allowed to go over to the Ohio River Valley. So the Native Americans assumed that everything they had went along with the British, and they would try to do those same things with the colonists. Of course, that's not how the colonists are going to initially react. They honestly feel like they have a right now that they're separated from Britain, so whatever treaties they made with the Native Americans is not going to be applicable to the new government that they're trying to establish. And of course, the fact that the American Revolution will actually lead to other independent movements in Latin America, for example. You're going to see those colonies who are going to look at what the American Revolution did, how successful they were, and kind of follow along those same lines. Simone Bolívar's going to be one of the leaders there. And then of course the Haitian Revolution, which of course kind of with the French and the slaves that were there, and how they were going to lead that revolution and actually will be successful. But of course, it won't have those same, it won't have along the same lines that the American Revolution as well. But again, using the revolution that happened here as a premise for future republic, future independence movement in other countries. So I want you guys to say, we talked about Republic of Motherhood. I want you guys to take a minute to look at this little cartoon. If this were a part of that same question, we were talking about the social, political, or economic ideals as the republic, what do you think this cartoon is saying? So take a few minutes to read it here. Okay, so of course this is referring to Republic of Motherhood. You see the father here who says, I'm off to take care of stuff like politics, business, and then the mother who was here, she's saying, that's nice, they're educated children. And of course you can see the books that are there and everything that they have. But if you'll notice too, another thing that they kind of put the irony inside political cartoons. Remember, political cartoons often make statements and have irony that's posted in there. Look at some of the titles of the book: Democracy and Temperance, which is a movement that's going to happen later in the 1800s, where they're trying to talk about the evils of alcohol. And of course, this big one right here, women are people too. So she is educating the children. However, what she's going to be educating them, especially for our daughter, is teaching her the importance of the value and the role of women, and the fact that they too should be considered citizens. They too should have those same rights to vote, and the men have the right to vote. And the things like politics and business, women should also be included in that as well. It's kind of looking at the irony there as you look at the cartoon. All right, so we're at the end of the war, things are settling down. The colonists are kind of coming into their own. The colonies are starting to come into their own. We're not quite states as of yet, so we're not even considered the United States as of yet. So we're kind of going into what I like to refer to as creating the nation at this point. And so one of the things that they wanted to try to do, leaders of the government, was they wanted to create a sort of like what they refer to as a constitution. And they wanted a constitution that would last, they wanted a constitution that would be equal, and they wanted a constitution that would be fair for all colonies, for everybody in mankind alike. So they refer to this as the Articles of Confederation. The Confederation just means a joining together of all different types of nations. Because back then, like I said, they were still kind of looking at a republic, but people mostly were kind of referring to themselves based on whatever colony they lived in. So this was considered to be the United States' first constitution. It did last from 1776 to 1789. However, it had a lot of issues, a lot of problems. It did establish a weak central government because one of the things that a lot of the founding fathers or the future founding fathers thought about was they did not want to have a monarchy. They didn't want to have a situation where there was a person or one person had a lot of power and the role of a king. They wanted to have kind of divide that out. They wanted to kind of say go amongst all the states. And so they're kind of getting to that point where they're going to refer to themselves as states. So they're still trying to figure it out. Up until this point, each of the colonies they had their own type of money. So Georgia had its own money, South Carolina, all the southern states, the middle colonies, and the northeast colonies, all those had their own. They pretty much had their regional, had their own types of money at the time. There was nothing that was kind of centralized that said or spoke that said they were all a conglomerate or confederation. And so the biggest thing that you need to understand with Articles of Confederation is that it did cause the economy to falter because there was no central government. There was no way. The Articles of Confederation made an attempt to try to have laws and put laws into place, but they honestly had no way to enforce the laws and they had no way to regulate commerce. So I have another cartoon here that talks about the Articles of Confederation, and I want you guys to think about it and take a few minutes to look at everything and identify and describe a claim or argument that could be made from this source. Okay, so what you see here when it says identify claim and argument in the source, number one, you're looking at the fact that you have this person here who's saying there's no president, executive agency, judiciary, or tax base. So you're starting to see that something had to happen for them to realize that the Articles of Confederation were not going to be effective. We're going to talk about that in a minute. You also have to point out there's no army funding, no navy funding. Yes, we do have military at the time. We only have two. Well, we're not going to have navy until John Adams took over. So right now we only have an army, and technically it's not even an army because, like I said, we're still kind of operating as independent entities. So what we have are basically called militia, which means that these are people who volunteer and they don't have to, they volunteer to serve, but they're not required to serve. And then the other person is mentioning foreign policy, trade policy, what were we thinking? And you have the Articles of Confederation sitting here saying it was all bad though. So in other words, what he's trying to say here with the claim argument is that the Articles of Confederation took all the ideas behind it, took the ideas that the forefathers, Franklin and Jefferson, all those individuals who were drafting up the Declaration of Independence, were attempting to take those same ideals and make it so that number one, it wasn't going to go back to the way it was with the colonies, of course, under the whole system of, where there's one person who's in charge. They were trying to do like even distribution and really kind of give the states more rights and give the states more say-so. So it was an attempt to do the right thing. However, the execution was very well thought out. And so what did the Articles of Confederation do? It attempted to create confederacy, as I said. It wanted to make colonies become states. They wanted them to be independent entities, but they wanted them to have a commonality. In other words, you can operate however you see fit. However, when it comes time, we need for us to come together, and it may be for a very limited purpose. So what will happen if, let's just say, another country decides to attack us? So it's going to be, we're going to come together for a limited, amount of time, but otherwise you guys can kind of go back and operate as you see fit. Major thing for states, gave it a lot of power. It basically says that states have sovereignty to rule within their own territory. So, for example, if there was an attack that happened inside Philadelphia, because New York or New Jersey or the closest, college states at that time, would, can they come over and assist? Or does the company have rights to have to help us? And the answer is no. They don't. The states have rights to decide if they want to assist. The federal government, they didn't have the ability to appoint money, but they did not. They could force the states to actually take that money. They could have direct post office. Actually, one of the great things they actually did do with the post office. They had the ability to negotiate foreign powers, including American tribes. However, it could force the states to join those negotiations. So the federal government could go out and say make some treaties in other countries. They could not force the states to comply. Another thing that the Articles of Confederation did do was it did do a lot of the land ordinance of 1787. They talked about distribution lands over the Ohio River Valley, how they should be set up, townships, etc. We established church schools. It actually did do some good. It just, it did more cause more harm than good. So it kind of like look at a situation where the bad things about it kind of outweigh the good things about it. They also tried to give power to raise money for soldiers, but it didn't only request those things. So in other words, states had a lot of rights, and states at any time did not have to come and say yes. And the other thing about it was that it required a majority. It says 9 out of 11 of them had to actually agree to this. And of course, let's just say all of them decided to show up, but let's just say the representatives from the south side didn't want to go, and they didn't have to take a vote. Guess what will happen? The vote would actually go through. So they kind of had to figure out some ways to rectify something like that. So there are a lot of economic problems that had to do that. We don't have a problem with the ability to impose taxes. What does that mean? Well, taxes were extremely important at the time because of the fact that they had fought the Revolutionary War. They owed money to several countries, and so individuals, people actually funded the war bonds or to help the raise money. So they couldn't impose taxes. Like they could force any particular state or even individuals to do that. Of course, they went to avoid concession, taxation, without representation. So again, they basically kind of allowed the states to say, okay, look, we need to pay back our debt. We're going to leave it up to you guys. Go ahead and do our tax collection for us, and you guys will give us a percentage of that. So again, they're going to have to request that. And again, the states did or did not necessarily have to impose those taxes. And of course, the states often would be negligent. They also kind of it's our responsibility. Some states actually did pay back some of the debt, especially several of the other states, because of the fact that they did have cotton. So they were able to kind of pay that back, but some other states were not so fortunate. But again, that kind of made the national government very underfunded. So you had a lot of economic woes where they were on that you couldn't impose tariffs on foreign imports, and you had no ability to regulate interstate commerce. In other words, there was no uniform currency that was applicable. And so in certain states, money did not have the same value as it would have in other states. And so these problems are going to be more and more evident as time goes through. So let me kind of give you a video of one of the biggest issues that happened that kind of proved the Articles of Confederation were pretty much ineffective. This is a video about Shays Rebellion.
1786, the Revolutionary War had been over for 5 years. However, the new nation of the United States of America was adrift, and it was headed down the path of becoming one more corrupt and unjust government. Shays Rebellion proved to be the wake-up call.
I will tell the rebellion now is a good thing. It is the best necessary for the sound health of government. God forbid that we should ever be 20 years without such rebellion. Thomas Jefferson, January 30th, 1787. When Thomas Jefferson wrote those words, he referred to an uprising of Western Massachusetts farmers in the fall of 1786. Led by former Continental Army Captain Ben Shays, these angry farmers took control of the Springfield, Massachusetts County Courthouse on September 25th through the 28th. More hostilities followed. The problem was that politicians in Boston were behaving much like their former British masters, imposing unfair property holding taxes, perverting the legal system, and capitalizing on an unstable currency. The result was that heroes who fought for independence were losing their farms and being thrown into debt prison. The new country was at a critical moment in history. Will we go down the path of one more corrupt and malevolent government, or would something new and grand emerge? Eventually, Massachusetts militia put down Shays Rebellion. Shays also expanded sea but no event ever dramatized the need for a strong national government to ensure justice and domestic tranquility, the need for a new U.S. Constitution, and the need to spell out the rights of every citizen, to protect those rights always. The summer of 1787, that new government would take form.
Okay, so sorry. Okay, let's talk about Shays Rebellion. Before I get started, I want to say Mrs. Rogers from Alexandria High School, and also I know someone put a question out there about anything with the Articles of Confederation, and he wanted to let Alexandra Diaz that your quote, you think Congress is leaving now? So he's also everything with the Articles of Confederation. So Shays Rebellion, it did prove that the Articles of Confederation needs to be taken since he's had liberty, and clearly it was an uprising. So let me tell you a little bit of background about this. So James Shay was a farmer that lived in the state of Massachusetts, and he was one of the people who actually fought militia inside the Revolutionary War. And so at the end of the war, he was injured, he had, and the expectation he got injured in the war was that the government or the people who was in the government was going to get a payment, and he did not get that payment. In the meantime, while he was away at war fighting for independence, taxes were being levied on his property, and they were charging him back as a debtor because of that he A was there to pay his taxes, and B because he fought at war. So his premise was, I don't understand how you're going to charge me for paying for taxes when I was away fighting for independence. The very same thing that you were doing, you guys are basically doing to us. And so initially he took complaints to the courts inside Massachusetts, and the governor at that time decided that no, he was not going to prosecute him or anybody else who was actually fought militia for that debt. But then that governor decided that for health reasons that he needed to step down from his post. So the new governor took over. And because the amount of taxes that were due and everything that was happening, this new governor decided that no, we're not gonna, everybody is exempt from it. Everybody's responsible for the taxes. So he decided to go ahead and take him to court. Well, as the tax collectors were kind of going out, you remember what happened before the tax collectors during the revolution, how targeting them and kind of thing. Well, not to that extreme, but they were not very well received. Some of them were attacked. And so this governor had got wind of this and decided he was going to privately fund his own militia because he kind of had a feeling that there may or may not be uprising, and he was kind of suppress that. So in other words, he wanted to flex his power as a governor and let people know that he's not going to tolerate what the other governor may or may not have done. And so as a result of this, James Shay kind of gets 1,200 farmers together protesting, and he do this march against his private militia. Well, it didn't really go well. Unfortunately, 4 of his followers were dead and killed. 20 of them were wounded. But what it did do was it did force all those thinkers, those founding fathers, to look at the Articles of Confederation. Because here's the thing: this was a situation completely isolated inside Massachusetts, which meant that this governor only had the ability to raise militia within his own state. He could not even request or ask for help from the other states, but they didn't have to come to his state, and they did not. And so the U.S. government could ask some states to go and help, but again, they don't have power. The states had all the power. And so as a result of this, it really became clear that the government needs to really look at the Articles of Confederation. They really need to look at the abilities they did have and their ineffectiveness. What they wanted to do was they wanted to ensure that again the Confederation of coming together to operate as one country, that would actually be what they intended to be. And so now we're looking at that things change, and next to this rebellion, we're going to look at how the beginning of what will be known as Constitution. All right, so we're going to take a look at this short video.
It was a daring move like none before or since. These men and women of the United States were about to replace their old government with a new one, and do so without a single shot being fired. By 1787, most of the country recognized that the Articles of Confederation enacted in 1777 could not solve the problems facing the nation. Under the Articles, the United States government had no independent power of taxation. It was unable to deal with incursions by British expansion to its territories, and could not regulate commerce between the various states. The United States behaved more like a group of nations than a single powerful country. In 1787, Congress sanctioned the Constitutional Convention of Philadelphia's Independence Hall, chaired by George Washington, including the elderly then Franklin and youthful James Madison. Its mission was to create a new governmental structure. Throughout the long hot summer, this extraordinary gathering of talent debated resolution after resolution, holding the structure of representative government until on September 17th, the delegates approved the U.S. Constitution. The preamble began: We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. 7 articles followed. The central feature of the Constitution, and its most brilliant design, was its separation of powers into 3 branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. All of them interlocked in a system of checks and balances. Article 1 established a bicameral or two-part legislature with a House of Representatives based on proportional representation and a Senate based on equal representation. It also provided that states determine the manner in which members will be elected. The article went on to list the powers of Congress, including the power to lay and collect taxes, borrow money, regulate commerce, and provide for the common defense. Only the 2 houses of Congress could initiate legislation, and the article detailed how a bill became law. Article 2 established the executive branch of government. Both the president and the vice president have to be 35 years of age and natural born American citizens. The president was the commander-in-chief of the army and the state's militias. With the advice and consent of the Senate, he was empowered to make treaties with other nations and choose judges. To balance the power of Congress, he was given the authority to veto bills. Finally, the article provided for removal of the president. Article 3 vested the judicial power of the United States in one Supreme Court, and directed Congress to establish such lesser courts as needed. It also defined what cases could be handled by the federal judiciary, and stipulated that all crimes except impeachment shall be by jury. Article 4 stipulated that each state
States shall honor the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. For example, marriage in other states must be recognized by all states. The framers, understanding that the document will have to be approved from time to time to reflect the changing prohibition, wrote Article 5 in order to establish procedures for amending the Constitution. Article 6 made the Constitution the supreme law of the land. It also enumerated the United States' responsibilities, required that all federal officers take an oath of allegiance to the United States and the Constitution. Article 7 outlined a manner of ratification of the Constitution, stating that 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution. Over the next year, the people of the various states in their own conventions debated and voted on the proposed Constitution. During this time, constitutional advocates Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay wrote the federal states which made public defense for the necessity of a strong federal government as proposed by the new Constitution. On June 21st, 1788, New Hampshire became the 9th state to ratify the Constitution, and with that, the whole new experiment of self-government was opportunity.
All right, so constitutional convention. Actually, the second one that was held, the first one was held when they kind of looked at the initial Declaration of Independence, etc. So this was held in May, June 8th, 1787. They had delegates from 12 states, 17 in Philadelphia. And they looked at the original Federalist Confederation because they pretty much just proved this in that they looked at everything that Appleton Chase. And of course, they're going to create the living document as known as the United States Constitution. This convention was not something that was going to be easily decided. You had a lot of very learned men who were very informed, they were very well educated, people were so many of them had different sides. So you have those who actually support a strong federal government, federalists, and you have those that are going to be more around states' rights, anti-federalists, or just on the rights. Eventually, they're going to look at a lot of things and kind of make a lot of compromises because certain things are looking at like how things are determined and voting and everything. And so one of these things that was kind of that which actually is in the Constitution, which is going to be the notorious compromise. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We'll talk about Virginia and New Jersey. All right, so we're talking about voting. We're kind of talking about branches of government. We're talking about the fact that we having one entity and you have to have 9 out of 11, so on and so forth. They decided to do a public plan for everyone. So they had these structured plans. So the first one is Virginia plan, and it says let's have bicameral two. So legislature, which representation based on population, which if you're a large state, essentially you're a state because that's what gets your population count. Remember, some states really practice armed slavery, and so again, they look at that as yes, now we can count because states actually outnumber a lot of white slave owners during that time. They looked at it as this going to be a big thing for them because one of the things they feared was that the idea of slavery was going to be banished because there were some people who were opposing the idea of using slavery, especially because they were coming in that becoming more less agricultural, more diverse. So another plan proposed where it says, okay, well that's not good for small states. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually have 4 union house, and each had a different representation. Each state is one person from each state. And so eventually what's going to end up happening is it's going to actually combine both elements. We're basically say, okay, look, this is going to be different votes, so we're going to just kind of take the best of both plans and be able to make a compromise. So if I ask this question, which one is based on which we look at the legislature that we have in our federal government, which one is based on the Virginia plan? What I'm saying is the House and the Senate that goes by the Virginia plan, and which one goes by the New Jersey plan? Go ahead and keep your answers out to 4 years on the responding right now. Of course, they did decide to go ahead and bicameral, and they decided the upper house would be the Senate and the lower house would be the House of Representatives, and they decided that they were going to have the 3 branches of government, legislative, which is going to be the Congress, you're going to have executive, which is going to be president and his cabinet, and you're going to have judicial, which is going to be comprised of the Supreme Court and all the lower courts. So we're going to call this the division of power, and this is what the Constitution is going to look at. And then have this by the referred to as a system of checks and balances, which means that there's no specific branch that has more power than any other specific branch. So while the president, Congress can create laws and they can make nominations and things like that, and they also impeach and veto God and veto things, the president too can exercise veto, the Congress can actually override that veto by having 2/3 votes. So then, of course, even if it's overridden by the president veto something and it's overridden by 2/3 vote, the judicial branch can come back and basically say no, it's not constitutional. So they wanted to create the system of checks and balances to ensure that no branch has any more power than any other branch. And this again was because of the Enlightenment period. I want to say shout out to the areas. We've got a question right about which one goes with which one. The Virginia plan is based off our House of Representatives, which is the board of representatives of states based on population. And one of the ways they kind of did that